In a small provincial estate, surrounded only by a dense green forest and the sun illuminating the lawns around the house, a child was born. The gods bestowed blessings on the young lady and rewarded her with great happiness, namely, that they had a boy. The baby was tiny, but looked like it already had the personality traits of the homeowner, and then the assistant asked the couple if they had chosen a name yet. The woman, who had just given the world a tiny baby, looked exhausted and even with sweat still dripping down her face, said that his name was Ardell. She looks at her child as if at some heavenly creature, and with confidence, yet anxiety, says that she hopes he will become the light of this world. Ardell, from a young age, grew up on an estate and was raised by loving parents, but from childhood he did not stand out as being particularly talented. Sitting on the floor, he overhears his father and his assistant talking about how he should try to get them good seafood, and the owner can have no doubt about that. Suddenly, the child calls out to his uncle Baggins, which causes him to look surprised, so he asks what happened to the young gentleman. The boy almost begs him, but says that he can't go outside at the foot of the southern mountain, because there was a strange flow of mana there. Baggins looks at the young gentleman's father and doesn't understand what this could mean, but he himself doesn't know what his son is talking about. The weather was incredibly bad. The sky was covered with black clouds, and the rain was pouring so heavily that you could hardly see anything around you. The owner of the house opens the door and sees Uncle Baggins running towards the house, and says that he is starting to worry because a lot of time has passed. Entering the room, he apologizes and explains that he chose the longer route, and the man immediately, looking at the emotions of his interlocutor, asks what happened. He explains that he managed to escape trouble because he listened to the young master's advice, and the master doesn't understand what his son is doing here. So Baggins replies that because of his words yesterday, he did not cross the street at the foot of the South Mountain, and thereby saved himself. After all, I just found out that there was an attack by beastmen there, and then the man's eyes were incredibly alarmed because it was impossible to believe. And everyone who was there was in danger, but thanks to the young man, the uncle was not among them, and one could even say that the little boy saved him from death. They both thought for a moment, but Uncle Baggins broke the silence and asked the master if he thought Ardell could sense the mana floating in the air, but the master replied that it was hard to say. Suddenly, he seems to be lost in his thoughts, thinking about the question his interlocutor asked him, and can't even think of further actions if that's the case. But everything was already clear. Ruin would be Ardell's future, and from that day on, he increasingly showed a talent for magic, and already at 6 he felt mana, and at 7 he could show it. When he was 10, the representative of the first-year students gave his opening remarks and asked everyone around to congratulate the best among the applicants, Ardell. After all, the young man surpassed the large number of children from wealthy families who entered the Ignite Magic Academy because it was the best in the Radiant Kingdom. Therefore, Ruin was ranked as the best applicant among all the others and received the title of genius. In his eyes there was a misunderstanding and the thought of what he could achieve in the future. However, he did not really like this attitude, but he was reassured by the fact that his name would raise the status of his family. However, it cannot be said that he succeeded in this, and the teacher asks him to show the skills of the best among the applicants, hinting at Ruin and challenging him to come forward. And right then, on the first day of classes, when Ruin was taking the tests, it was clear that he was far from the best, and not even second on the list. Because when he was showing off his skills, the teacher asked to release them faster, but the boy shouted that he simply could not physically do what he was asking. His gaze was focused on power, but Ruin's thoughts couldn't understand what had gone wrong as he had planned, so he continued to try to do at least something. The applicants waiting for their turn looked at Ardell and looked shocked by the reality that was happening around them, because they had heard that he was the best. The young man realized that he lacked the innate ability to release magic even a meter away from his body, and this was what was called mana release disorder. Tears rolled down Ruin's cheeks, because he understood that for a mage, his body was terrible, and this despair was visible in the emotions swirling in his eyes. But it didn't take long for others to learn of his humble origins and lack of talent for magic, and that disappointed him even more. And it was because of this news that the other students' attitude towards Ruin changed too quickly, and he felt that others treated him poorly. He was walking down the corridor and touched the hand of a student walking in front of him, but suddenly Ruin's face twisted in confusion because he knew what was about to happen. The friend of the one the young man had touched began to look closely at his hand and ask if everything was okay, as if he had caught some kind of infection. He explains his emotions by saying that the student touched a disabled person, calling him Ruin, and could become one himself, and the student understands that he needs to wash up quickly so that nothing gets on his skin. Ruin Ardell knows that he is called a person who cannot use his magic, so this situation around him is familiar to him like no one else. He was well aware that others considered him a defective person, unable to cast a single spell even in a magic academy. For the envious and the ordinary students, Ruin's current status became the highest source of malicious satisfaction they could possibly imagine. And so the student he had touched stood before him and boldly asked why the young man was looking so impudently, having the courage, even though he was incapable of even using magic. Just then, the fist of an angry rival flies with all its force straight into Ruin Ardell's face, seeking to humiliate him in front of everyone and show his level in the academy. The young gentleman stands, his hands firmly resting against the cold wall of the establishment, as if trying to keep his balance and hide his fatigue from being humiliated by everyone around him. Holding his bruised and swollen eye, he aches in his heart and wonders whether he will ever be able to fulfill his dream of becoming a real magician and whether the bullying around him will ever end. After all, it was Ruin Ardell who once entered the academy with the highest scores and was considered more promising than any of his peers and applicants to the institution in general. Therefore, he worked harder than anyone, pushing himself beyond limits to prove himself worthy of the title of the academy's best student and to glorify his name. But due to a curse, the young man, who was once considered a true genius and the best student, became disabled in terms of his ability to wield magic. Therefore, Ardell thinks that this is how, unfortunately, his story at this academy ended, namely, ingloriously and painfully, leaving behind only the shadow of his former hopes and dreams. Ruin remained alone, silently watching the students around him cheerfully chatting with each other, as if completely forgetting about his existence. But he knew well that behind the friendly smiles and loud laughter lurked gossip and condemnation directed specifically at him. The young gentleman only thought that everything would end exactly as it did, as if fate had been preparing this bitter ending for him from the very beginning. After all, the boy could not even imagine that he would one day find himself in such a hopeless situation, where his dreams of magic would be shattered to pieces. That in the abyss of despair he is slowly drowning, losing his last strength and hope to escape the darkness that is consuming his life. And yet Ruin Ardell never imagined that even in the depths of despair, there would be a place for a miracle that could change his fate against all odds. The young gentleman seemed to be in some dimension, not understanding what was happening around him. His eyes were closed, and his body seemed to have left him and separated on a spiritual level, but outwardly nothing had changed. Having come to himself, Ruin mentally asks where he is and what is happening, but the feeling is as if he is underwater, at a very deep level. Suddenly, the voice that previously said the status window was unlocked and the player artifact was activated says that the young man is the incarnation of Drak, the destroyer of worlds. The young man looks at the man in front of him and doesn't understand what he's saying or how his eyes can shine with such a blinding red light. Ruin mentally asks himself if this is really a dream, but realizes that it is too realistic for a dream, and he feels that way. He continues to watch the person in front of him, and it seems like the person is trying to tell him something, or perhaps explain something. The boy's eyes gradually acquire a rich red hue, shining with an alarming light, as if a harbinger of inevitable changes. And then, After a certain time, they become completely bright red, as if a flame has ignited in them that will never go out. Sometime before this situation, events took place on the territory of the Ignite Academy training ground. At this moment, Professor Heidel loudly calls Ruin Ardell to him, and a silence falls around, filled with tension and anticipation. The teacher explains that, as previously explained, the young man only needs to create a fiery sphere and hit the scarecrow standing in front of him with it. After all, the fiery sphere is the magic that any student must master flawlessly. But for someone who is unable to use magic, it is an almost impossible task. And then Ruin Ardell wonders if he will be able to complete this seemingly easy task this time, which is beyond his power. Professor Heidel, observing his pupil and seeing doubt and even confusion in his eyes, begins to speed up his actions. The young man, having gathered himself, says to himself that he doesn't need to give up, and maybe this time he will succeed. Ruin was determined to complete this task at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own strength. And with unwavering confidence in his voice, he says he will do it, despite the risks and difficulties that lie ahead. The students standing around couldn't believe their eyes, because the size of the fiery sphere was too large, and could this young man really have that much mana? Professor Heidel stood nearby, watching intently and seemingly doubting what he saw, as if his mind didn't want to accept it. Ruin mentally praises himself, feeling a wave of satisfaction, and mentally says that this is beautiful, like a moment of triumph after long defeats and suffering. He thinks he should continue in the same vein and be able to surprise everyone, but suddenly he realizes that his problem is coming back to haunt him. And the guy starts to mentally beg himself and tries to hold out at least a little longer, but his efforts are in vain. So the fiery sphere in his hands gradually becomes smaller, losing power, and Ruin exhales in frustration, feeling hope slipping from his fingers. His body suddenly succumbs to nausea and dizziness. The world around him blurs and his legs barely hold him, as if under the weight of an invisible and ruthless burden. The professor calls out to him, peering anxiously into the pale face, but Ruin, in a trembling voice, replies that he simply can't hold it in anymore. So the teacher sternly ordered him to immediately release the force from his hand, fearing that in another moment the uncontrolled energy would cause irreparable damage. But Ruin understands with alarm and informs Professor Heidel that the fiery sphere seems to have grown to his hand and is not leaving at all, pulsing more and more strongly. Then the man says that the boy is in his final year, and if he still can't use ordinary magic, such as a fire sphere, then he simply won't pass the final exam. And he says that Ruin is destined to fail, to which the young man only quietly agrees, as if accepting the verdict, and repeats these words, as if imprinting them in his mind. But Ardell sincerely apologizes, looking down, and promises that he will train even harder to prove to everyone and to himself that he is capable of becoming stronger. In this practical shooting test, they have to create 10 fire spheres and hit the target multiple times, but Ruin cannot make even one sphere hit the target. Therefore, he does not even count on the role of a third-rate magician and hears condemnation from his classmates who consider him not worthy of training at all. Because he became the best applicant, a nobleman from the province, teenagers from wealthier families began to envy Ruin and feel incomplete, and because of this, they mocked him, but he would endure it. But the reality that leaves him with no hope begins to destroy him from within, and this curse is the only thing holding him back for all 6 years. The mana release disorder was what kept him from living his life to the fullest, and Ruin only wondered how much longer he could hold out like this. There was a loud commotion in the academy corridor. Conversations and footsteps could be heard, and the walls echoed, creating a feeling of continuous movement and life. The students whispered among themselves about who passed the exam, how, and what their scores were, because everyone was curious, because it was happening for the first time. Upon seeing Ruin, the pupils immediately began to hurl insults at him, their mockery and evil smiles painfully cutting the young man's heart. They asked if it wasn't time for him to pack his things and go home, and if they were in his place, they would be ashamed to show themselves here, but Ruin seemed persistent. Two of the pupils, looking at him, asked if he knew what the younger ones called him, but they immediately replied that the fool was Ruin. They further say that because of the young man, the graduating class is not a role model, and he finally needs to go back to his province. After all, nature did not endow him with skills, so he needs to at least be rich. But here, too, there is a problem, because they only heard the name Ardell when they entered the academy. And this white-faced pupil speaks as if mocking what his father said. They are all just fools, who behave arrogantly, but have nothing, hinting at Ruin's condition. Therefore, he immediately understood the level of Ruin's family, drawing a contemptuous conclusion for himself that the young man's origin was not capable of commanding any respect. But unable to bear the humiliation, the boy abruptly jumps up and swiftly strikes his opponent, putting all his accumulated anger and resentment into him. He, losing his balance from the unexpected blow, staggered back and fell heavily to the floor, the loud thud of which echoed throughout the corridor. Ruin, trembling with anger, leans towards his opponent and in a sharp tone demands that he repeat what he said earlier, pronouncing each word with cold fury. But the opponent, holding his broken nose, curses through the pain and cannot believe how Ruin dared to do such a thing in front of all the witnesses. Ruin looks at him and says that he needs to know when to stop, and who is this Ben Folt to talk about his father and family. But Ben's friend, defending him, decides to direct his attack at Ruin, as if he doesn't even know who he's dealing with in this skirmish. Suddenly his eyes widen in shock, as if he had just seen something incredible, and at the same moment an expression of complete astonishment freezes on his face. After all, the young man was the first to deliver an unexpected blow, which caused the enemy to hunch over and not hold back. A sharp, suffocating cough burst from his chest. The opponent suddenly falls to his knees, trying to catch his breath, and his hands convulsively rest on the floor as if seeking support in this humiliating moment. The Ruin of Ardell looms over him, carefully observing his every move and reaction, studying his opponent's behavior with cold caution and a tension that hangs in the air. While his opponent's mouth is dripping with saliva from a strong blow, analyzing every reaction and tension in his body. The young man looks at him angrily and loudly calls him an insolent bastard, feeling both rage and contempt pulsing in his every word and movement. When Ben Folt rises and tries to use his battle magic right inside the academy walls, it gives Ruin a real shock, as he did not expect such desperation. He loudly calls him a piece of trash with a magic release disorder, not thinking at all about the fact that for such actions he could be expelled from school, showing insolence and anger at the same time. So Ben Folt directs all his energy at Ruin, feeling rage and hatred, and sincerely wishes him death, not hiding his desperation and determination in every move. Ruin realizes that he cannot even move to save himself, feeling helplessness gripping his body and danger looming over him with terrifying inexorability. Suddenly, Professor Heidel appears and with a sharp shout orders them to stop immediately, causing both fighters to instantly stop, the tension in the air abruptly dissipating under his stern gaze. As Ben's magic gradually consumes Ruin, he feels the enemy's power seeping into his body, limiting his movements and consciousness, and every moment is filled with terror and helplessness. The guy doesn't know how to act in this critical situation, feeling confusion and fear that paralyze his mind and make him hesitate with every next step. And then Ruin Ardell realized that this was exactly what his end looked like, when fear and helplessness completely engulfed his mind, and the enemy's magical power inexorably consumed him. And again, this mysterious man is in front of him, who says that the guy is the incarnation of Drak, the destroyer of worlds, and the artifact the player has activated. Ruin mentally asks himself what kind of delusion this is, feeling a mixture of surprise and annoyance as his mind tries to comprehend the absurdity of the situation unfolding around him. The young gentleman seems to be floating in midair when the stranger asks what is happening, and he feels a slight sense of surprise and alertness as he tries to assess the new situation. The man looks at Ruin and says his name, Dell, feeling both surprise and curiosity as the new encounter brings unexpected feelings and tension. But then he says Ruin Ardell again, and he instantly realizes that it is his own name, feeling a strange mixture of surprise, guesswork, and indescribable excitement. When he opens his eyes, the boy sees a completely different picture in front of him, which makes his heart beat faster, because reality suddenly takes on a strange, almost unreal form. Helen, a high-class healer, appears before him, watching him carefully and asking if Ruin has regained consciousness yet, her voice filled with concern and easy confidence. The young man's eyes reflect shock from the surprise and sudden change in his surroundings, as he barely has time to realize that everything around him has become completely different. And he immediately asks where he is, to which Helen calmly replies that it is the lounge, explaining his condition and at the same time trying to calm the confused young man. She assures him that he's fine and just doesn't need to get up, but Ruin replies that he's dizzy and just wants to sit down, trying to recover a little and regain his balance. The hero still doesn't understand whether he really lost consciousness, because the vision was too realistic, which makes him doubt his own perception and feel a little surprised. Ruin asks Helen how long he was lying in the room, to which she replies that it was almost a whole day, causing Ruin to raise his eyebrows in surprise and assess how much time he had wasted. And he was lucky that nothing worse happened, so the woman feels that God protected him, giving him a chance to recover and regain strength after a terrible ordeal. When asked by the young man if he is okay, Helen replies that he needs to run a few tests, but he looks fine for someone who was struck by a lightning sphere, causing Ruin to be surprised. There are no wounds or burns, and even the internal organs remain intact, so Helen realizes that she has never encountered anything like this before, feeling surprised and curious at the same time. Ruin realizes that the lightning sphere is a terrible magic capable of burning the body in a matter of seconds, and he cannot understand how he managed to take such a blow, feeling both shock and surprise. But suddenly, Professor Heidel appears on the threshold of the room. His stern gaze instantly attracts Ruin's attention, and there is tension in the air, making everyone present wary. Helen says she needs to go check other tests, and asks the guy not to be silent if something bothers him, showing concern and attention to his condition. Professor Heidel approaches and asks in a calm but stern tone how Ruin is feeling, carefully observing his reaction and condition to gauge the seriousness of the situation. Ruin answers his question in the affirmative, and the professor explains that this is precisely why he came, because the professorial council has gathered to discuss the situation and take the necessary measures. The teacher explains that Ben Folt will be expelled from the institution, as using magic with intent to kill is an extremely brazen violation of the rules and endangers the lives of other students. He adds that unfair treatment and bullying of Ruin were also taken into account, and all of these factors formed the basis for the decision to expel Ben Folt from the educational institution. Ruin admits that he also hit Ben, to which the professor replies that he will also be punished and will do volunteer service for 1 month as a discipline lesson. And the teacher also wanted to ask his student something, approaching him with a serious expression on his face, ready to hear his opinion and assess his reaction to the question. He asks if Ruin has some kind of artifact, that is, a legendary weapon, which surprises the young man, because he did not expect that he could be asked about such a thing. After all, if he really had such an artifact, he would not have been mocked, to which the professor explains that, based on the value and rarity of such an item, the head of the Ardell family would have already used it for his people. Ruin doesn't understand why the professor asked him about this, feeling surprised and slightly concerned, because it seems to him that such a topic shouldn't concern his field. But the man gathers his thoughts together to explain the situation in more detail and make sure that the pet understands the real reason for his question. He says he is certain that before the young man was struck by the sphere of lightning, his body was enveloped in a red light, which makes Ruin wonder and suspicious about the nature of this magic. And he adds that he was seemingly protected by a high-ranking artifact that reflected Ben's magic, saving Ruin from a fatal blow and causing him a mixed feeling of surprise and disbelief. The student could not believe Professor Heidel's words, feeling a mixture of surprise, skepticism, and indescribable admiration that his life had been saved by a mysterious artifact. But suddenly he remembers a strange dream and begins to suspect that this may be connected to the events that have occurred, causing him a mixture of surprise and anxiety. However, he tries not to believe it, saying that he doesn't understand what happened and is sure that he doesn't have any artifacts, trying to ward off strange suspicions and remain calm. So the man asks him to rest, while the pet's thoughts are filled with complete uncertainty and lack of understanding of what happened. So he decides not to ask any more questions and just listens silently. He became curious about what the professor was thinking about now and tried to guess his intentions, watching every movement and facial expression, trying to discern his thoughts. The young gentleman realizes that this is an experience that is difficult to distinguish from a dream, and even the strange voice that echoed in his mind now seems to be part of some mysterious reality. Who spoke of the artifact of Drak, the destroyer of worlds, and mentioned a certain player, forcing Ruin to ponder even more about the meaning of these words and their possible connection. He also feels like there was another word, but he can't remember it, leaving a feeling of incompleteness and slight unease in his mind. But suddenly, from the depths of his memories, Ruin remembers that the stranger spoke about the status window, causing him to be surprised and curious about the meaning of these words and their connection to events. Ruin curses himself and still can't figure out if it really happened or if it was just an echo of a strange dream, mixing doubt with irritation. He sees this window in front of him and, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asks Helen if she sees it too, trying to share his surprise and understand the reality of what is happening. He pointed to this blue thing in front of him, but Helen only looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, because in her opinion there was nothing ahead. Ruin mentally repeated that this simply could not be, because Helen, as before, could not see anything in front of her, and her gaze only wandered into emptiness. The guy realized that only he could see this status window, so he decided to quickly make up a denial and told Helen that he had just imagined it. So the woman, after reviewing the results, calmly reported that all the tests were normal, and he could return to his usual life in the dorm without any problems. Ruin looked at her and said a few polite words of thanks, although in reality his mind was somewhere far away, occupied with completely different thoughts. After all, that day he managed to survive a lightning bolt strike, meet a man with blazing red eyes, and learn from the window that he is the incarnation of Drak. There was even a possibility that the artifact of a powerful mage named Draka had somehow ended up in the young lord's hands, although that seemed almost unbelievable. But suddenly, without any warning, another mysterious window flashed and appeared in the air right in front of him, as if responding to his thoughts. The window had a task that required physical strength and punches and kicks, but Ruin couldn't see how it could be useful to a mage like him. However, there was no doubt when time was running out, and Ruin realized that he had to immediately try to complete the task, even without understanding its meaning. So he clenched his fist and struck, and the window instantly displayed the result, informing him that this was only the first blow of 100 he was to make. Ruin then struck with his other hand, and the window immediately updated, showing that this was the second strike out of 100 he was to perform in this task. The guy noticed how the number on the window was constantly increasing, so he realized that he had to speed up and reach his goal as quickly as possible, without wasting time. Therefore, Ardell once again punched the air with his fist, hoping for a result, but was surprised to notice that the number on the window remained unchanged, as if his punch had not been counted. Ruin realized that his shot had not been counted, and mentally decided that even the slightest inaccuracy in execution would instantly lead to the system not recording the result. The hero decided to go through the training as correctly as possible, carefully performing all the movements and blows so that each of them would be counted without a single mistake. In the deep dark night, Ruin, having finally completed his task, felt relieved, because all the blows were executed accurately, and the window confirmed his success. Drops of sweat rolled down the young man's face, but true satisfaction was visible in his eyes, because he had successfully completed the task and felt an inner pride in himself. A window appeared before him, clearly stating that it was his reward for successfully passing this difficult and grueling test. However, suddenly the young man felt strange changes in his hands, as if they had acquired new strength and sensitivity, and this made him stop in surprise and look closely. He couldn't understand what kind of feeling had taken over him, but he could feel it circulating through his blood, being much more fundamental and important than ordinary mana. So Ruin Ardell felt that he had become truly strong, and his new powers circulating in his body gave him a feeling of confidence and incredible power. So the boy decided to test his new powers in practice, feeling an impatient desire to use them take hold of him, forcing him to move forward without delay. He sharply struck his limb forward, and a powerful energy aura instantly rose around him, vividly demonstrating the power that now resided in his body. Ruin felt that the power flowing into the magic had become much stronger, and the resistance of the air provided driving energy, so everything around him seemed different and felt in a new way. The young mage's core strength had increased significantly, and now he felt it was time to test the second reward that awaited him after successfully passing the test. The boy looked again at the status window that suddenly appeared before him, and felt curious and tense, preparing to find out what new reward it would show. But he saw what was written there, about a power circle that now replaces mana circles, which surprised and intrigued him at the same time. So Ruin understood that this meant the complete replacement of his mana with physical strength, and the thought of how his magical abilities would now transform into pure power was arousing. All who experience and study mana have a circle around the heart that plays a key role in releasing and amplifying mana, providing control and power to its flows. Ruin had 4 circles of mana, far exceeding the normal amount for people his age, but due to his curse, their power was effectively 0. However, suddenly the boy's eyes widened in surprise as he felt something incredible inside him, making his heart beat faster and filling him with excitement. After all, he realized that his mana circles had actually disappeared, and now the circulatory force was filling his body instead, allowing him to control energy in a completely new way. And now he realized that these were power circles, not mana, which literally stunned Ruin and caused shock, because he had never felt such power within himself before. Because he knew nothing at all about mages without mana circles, and the thought that these new power circles might not be a full-fledged replacement frightened him with unknown consequences for himself. The hero couldn't help but ask himself if this meant he would have to forget about life as a mage, because without real mana circles, his abilities might be useless. However, it was too early to give in to such disturbing thoughts. Ruin first decided to test the new power circles in practice to make sure of their true effectiveness. So Ardell focused and summoned his fiery sphere, determined to test how well the new power circles could support a full-power magical attack. He was surprised to notice that the fiery sphere appeared extremely quickly, and could not understand how this was possible, because previously its formation took much longer. Ruin noticed with admiration that his fire sphere had become much stronger than before, and felt the new power circles giving it incredible power and stability. So after pondering for a long time how to explain such a drastic change in strength, it suddenly dawned on him. He finally understood the reason for the incredible increase in the sphere's power. That all this, the power of his artifact, and that he has been given a unique, once-in-a-lifetime chance to test and develop his new abilities to their fullest. The young man knows that there is a basic principle of work in magic, while liberation takes an average of 10 seconds. However, there was another option: to skip this stage and create a fiery sphere entirely through one's own inner power, testing the limits of one's new abilities. And Ruin was convinced that all this incredible power belonged entirely to the artifact, because without it, he would never have been able to create such a strong and fast fiery sphere. However, he felt confused and did not know what to do next, as new opportunities and powers opened up before him that he had never encountered before. He wondered how to fill his body with energy for a powerful attack, and it occurred to him that perhaps Draca had once suffered from a similar disorder and experienced similar feelings. I was surprised how Draca could even come up with such a method, because combining one's own strength with magical energy required extraordinary skill and understanding of the mechanisms of strength. However, Ruin suddenly noticed in the system window that a new task had appeared, and his heart raced as he realized that new trials and challenges lay ahead. After reading the task carefully, Ruin realized that to complete it, he needed to hit the target using pure physical force, and this forced him to tense up and concentrate. However, the guy hadn't even thought about this method yet, and it seemed to him that thanks to it he could reach a new level and become a real magician with incredible abilities. So the hero decided that he had to try to do it, because it was on his actions that he would be able to unlock a new level of power and possibilities. So Ruin aimed his fireball directly at the scarecrow, preparing to test the effectiveness of his new power and watching as his energy gathered for the attack. And with confidence in his eyes, he said that everything had worked, because the fiery sphere had accurately hit the scarecrow, confirming the correctness of his chosen approach and new methods. A new message suddenly appeared on the window, announcing that the task had been completed successfully, and Ruin's power had grown even more, opening up new opportunities and prospects for him. The boy, not believing what was happening, suddenly jumped into the air, feeling a new power fill his body and allow him to perform incredible actions. But suddenly Ruin lay on the ground, feeling an incredible sense of relief, realizing that he had indeed managed to do it, and the task had been completely accomplished. After all, before, every failure of his had occurred precisely at the stage of détente, and the young man finally felt a real victory, overcoming this critical moment and proving his own strength. He was still amazed by this method, and it was impossible to understand who this Draca was, who came up with such a unique technique that could radically change the approach to magic. The young man blacked out right on the training ground, and when the sun rose over the mountains, he woke up, feeling strange and extraneous sounds nearby, disturbing the silence of the morning. He couldn't understand why it was so loud around him, and listened in amazement to the sounds coming from all directions, trying to determine their source. Around him stood other students, who were glad that Ruin had come to his senses, and with smiles and lively exclamations began to address him in a friendly manner, encouraging him. But the young gentleman, without hiding anything, asked those present if they had really seen a person sleeping on the street, as if it was completely normal and nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a boy declared that they had never seen anything like it, especially a nobleman willing to exchange a dormitory for sleeping on the street, and asked if Ruin had been drinking. However, the young man calmly replied that nothing of the sort had happened, and explained that he was simply tired after training and accidentally fell asleep on the spot, without any intention of doing so. The students, looking at each other, quietly agreed that the hero had changed somehow, as his demeanor and confidence after training betrayed a new level of strength and experience. They even noticed a destroyed scarecrow behind them, which was clear evidence of how strong Ruin's new power had become after the task and training he had completed. They could not understand whether it was really Ruin who destroyed it, or perhaps someone else, because the event looked incredible and almost supernatural to their eyes, and he could not have done it. Finally, Ruin Ardell returned to his dormitory, feeling relieved and internally satisfied after all the trials that had come his way that day. Upon entering, the student encountered Jason Damon, who immediately asked what happened, noticing his changed appearance and sensing that something important had happened. Ignite, a sixth-year student at the academy, asked in surprise if this was really the same boy who had just returned, as his appearance seemed unexpected and unusual. Damon didn't understand what had happened because Ruin usually didn't leave the academy, to which he coldly replied that it didn't matter to him, but only this student treated Ardell without hostility. Jason Damon concluded that Ruin was with a girl, but the young man himself realized that this was just his usual activities, and that's why this thought arose in Damon's head. He continued to persistently ask the young man to tell him where he had been the previous night, and added that he was curious about how he had survived the lightning strike, trying to understand the whole situation. Without listening to anyone, Ruin headed to the bathroom, where he was finally able to relax, relieve tension, and allow himself to rest after all the trials and training. Suddenly, the hero remembered an additional task that still remained to be checked and felt that he could not postpone it until later because his success depended on a thorough check. Ruin noticed that the reward remained the same, but the number of repetitions of blows increased significantly, which forced him to prepare for new challenges and make even greater efforts. And, probably, the number of repetitions of blows would continue to double, so the young man should prepare for the fact that even more difficult and exhausting trials would await him ahead. However, the young man was ready to agree to anything if it really helped him become a magician, because the desire for power and knowledge outweighed any difficulties and trials. A month had passed since then, and Ruin had been performing the same task every day, but the number of repetitions had been steadily increasing, forcing him to train more and more intensely and with more endurance. If he failed to complete a task during the day, all his progress was instantly reset, forcing him to start over and tackle all the repetitions again with all his might. Therefore, the guy did not miss a single workout, feeling that even one loss of a day could ruin his progress, and worked diligently on every repetition of the task without exception. However, there was one plus in this situation, which made training a little easier for him, because he saw that each successful day noticeably strengthened his strength and confidence in his own abilities. The plus was that the requirements for completing the task never rose above 3,000 repetitions, otherwise Ruin might simply not be able to withstand it and die during the process. Every day, his leg or arm would rise in a blow, and the student would feel how each movement gradually strengthened his body, trained his endurance, and brought him closer to his goal of becoming a magician. And for the past month, Ardell has been going through these grueling workouts every day, never missing a day, gradually increasing his strength and endurance to incredible levels. And as a result of all this daily training, Ruin even acquired a new body art skill that allowed him to control his movements and strength during strikes even more effectively. Silence and tranquility reigned in the academy. A sense of peace was felt all around, while all the students sat in their classrooms. The students noticed that something was wrong with Ruin, as he constantly fell asleep in class, and this caused concern and surprise among his fellow academy members. Moreover, the guy actually settled on the training ground, where he relentlessly practiced punches and kicks, devoting all his time to developing physical strength and skill. But one of the students noted that Ruin was simply trying to compensate for his disorder through constant training, although he doubted that such an approach would actually work. So, for the past month, the teenager has been completing tasks every day while simultaneously searching for any clues that might shed light on Drax's personality and secrets. However, he could never find any mention of mages with that name in historical records, which made Ruin ponder even more about the mystery of Drax. The same went for the Destroyer of Worlds, the player, and the status window. There was no mention of them either, which made Ruin ponder even deeper about the unknown secrets. And he simply couldn't even guess who this Draka really was, because the lack of any information left him confused and forced him to look for answers. He could not understand who the person was who had given the young man such power, because the secret of her identity remained unrecognized, causing Ruin constant surprise and curiosity. However, suddenly, he heard someone calling him, and the voice made him raise his head sharply, full of surprise and tense anticipation of the one who had addressed him. Jason ran up to Ruin and, panting from running, asked if he had heard the news yet, because it seemed that this question urgently needed an answer and could not stand delay. Most likely, the young man had not heard anything yet, as he was just standing there quietly reading books, absorbed in the pages and not noticing any news or changes around him. Ardell looked up from his book and asked Jason if something serious had happened, as his peaceful occupation had abruptly disrupted the feeling of an ordinary day. To this, Jason replied that the head of the Ardell family had arrived at the academy, and Ruin felt his heart speed up a bit at the unexpected news and the importance of this event. And the young gentleman instantly realized that his father was indeed here, at the academy, and the thought of meeting him made his heart beat faster and caused a wave of tension. Therefore, the boy abruptly jumped up, his heart pounding with excitement, because the realization of his father's presence at the academy forced him to act instantly and without hesitation. Running towards the man and shouting as if calling him, Ruin felt a mixture of joy and anxiety, his heart pounding, and every step brought him closer to the long-awaited meeting. When the elder turned towards him, he still could not recognize who was standing before him, and the young man, running, filled the space around him with impatient anticipation of the meeting. However, suddenly the man's face changed as he recognized his son, and surprise and joy flashed in his eyes, mixed with excitement from the unexpected meeting. Ruin, sitting opposite, noted that his father had sent him here 6 years ago and asked how he had spent all this time, to which he calmly replied that everything was fine, as usual. The young man asked how his younger sister Ruina was, and his father replied that she had grown up and was now studying the martial art of swordsmanship, having made significant progress. He added that she wanted to protect her weaker older brother, and Ruin felt a little uncomfortable, to which his father remarked that his sister had always been more confident. However, suddenly the boy gathered all his inner strength and, full of determination, turned to his father, seeking to convey his thoughts and feel the support of his family. He calmly said that everything was fine with him, trying to reassure him and show that, despite all the trials and training, he felt strong and ready for further challenges. The father did not believe his son's words, but Ruin persistently repeated that everything was indeed fine, and no one was mocking him either physically or morally, demonstrating his own confidence. The elder Ardell seemed to not know how to properly explain the reason for his visit to the child, and his words got lost, leaving the child waiting for important and unknown information. He finally said that he had actually come to make sure the boy wasn't planning to leave the academy, and these words made Ruin feel anxious and responsible. After all, if he is having a hard time, the doors of his home are always open, and the father reminds him that his son has already overcome many difficulties that he cannot even talk about, demonstrating his strength. Ruin immediately understood why his father arrived 6 years later, but explained that during this time he had found his own way out and learned to cope with difficulties on his own. So he suggested that we make an agreement, because he would have to show excellent results on the next exam, and both understood that this would require concentration and serious preparation. But if he fails the exam, the elder Ardell himself will decide his future fate. So, seeing his son's determination, the head of the family returned to the estate. Here came the long-awaited day of the exam, for which Ruin had been preparing for the entire last month, with tension and hidden excitement in his heart, which begins with a written test of understanding magic, where every mistake or attempt to break the rules is severely punished, up to and including a complete nullification of the result. So Ruin, grabbing his pen, took a deep breath and began the exam, trying to concentrate so as not to waste a single second. The exam consisted of a written and practical stage. This part was divided into 4 more tests: target shooting, measuring magical power, real combat, and a one-on-one duel. Ruin coped flawlessly with the written part, as he had throughout his studies, but in the practical tests, Mikkel from the influential Garyhill family always remained the undisputed leader. This time, the hero was convinced that everything would be different, because he had trained non-stop and finally felt a strength within himself that could challenge even Mikkel. And he was too confident in himself, because he believed that this thing would be able to win first place, despite all the obstacles on the way. After completing the written part, it's time to move on to the practical exam, where Ruin will have to prove his skills and strength in action. Jason Damon walked up to Ruin and called out to him loudly, showing confidence and intent on watching his every move on the practical exam. He asked if Ruin had any plan of action, because his strange behavior caused surprise and forced Jason to be prepared for any development of events. The hero replied that he would try a new approach today, to which his friend asked in surprise if the young man had really found a way that could challenge him in a practical duel. Their conversation was interrupted by another student, Mikkel, who called the boy over in surprise and asked what he was doing here, as if there was no point in being here. Suddenly, Mikkel Garyhill shouted at Ruin and asked if he really, despite his disorder, dared to participate in a practical duel, showing surprise and disbelief. The younger Ardell replied that he had actually only come to take the exam, and there was nothing wrong with that, demonstrating calmness and confidence in his abilities in front of Mikkel. And then Mikkel decided to give advice to someone who had not passed the practical part for 6 years, full of light sarcasm and a desire to emphasize his own superiority. So, instead of going out and subjecting himself to humiliation, Mikkel suggested that Ruin simply surrender, leaving him surprised and a little irritated. But the young man sharply replied that he would not need Mikkel's advice, demonstrating determination and unwavering confidence in his own abilities and intentions. However, suddenly Mikkel noticed that Ruin had misunderstood him, explaining that with the disorder, he was unlikely to be able to successfully pass this exam, leaving his opponent in his thoughts. The hero did not understand where Mikkel got such courage and confidence from, because he had never behaved so boldly and self-confidently before. The first part of the practical exam was aimed shooting at designated targets, where each miss could cost valuable points and affect the overall result. His goal was simple, to determine how many targets a future magician could hit at once, assessing accuracy, speed, and control of magical power while firing. But this year, the level of difficulty was significantly increased, as the targets were now moving, forcing participants to demonstrate not only accuracy, but also reaction speed and skill in controlling magic. Student Angela missed a single target, and this immediately affected her grade, highlighting the difficulty of the new moving targets and the high demands of the exam. Other participants also struggled with the exam, and therefore the overall scores were simply terrible, demonstrating the incredible difficulty of the task. Because the next student was only able to hit 3 targets, confirming how difficult the exam was and how high the demands were on future magicians. And who would have thought that, because of such a seemingly insignificant difficulty, the performance would drop so much, and the quality of graduates would leave much to be desired. Professor Ellick, being Mikkel's uncle, noted that it was too early to be disappointed, because all the tests were still ahead and the main student could show potential. After all, it was Mikkel's time to demonstrate his abilities, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see how he would handle the moving targets and confirm his reputation as the best student. So Professor Ellick's nephew, focused and determined, steps out into the square where spectators, judges, and an uneasy silence await him before the test. As the test begins, Mikkel addresses the young man, urging him to watch carefully and not miss a single move, because every moment could be decisive. After all, he doesn't even realize what Ruin has planned, and how cunning the plan has already begun to imperceptibly materialize right before the eyes of everyone present. The professor, raising his voice impatiently, loudly shouts for Mikkel to begin, eager to begin the test as soon as possible and see what he is truly capable of. And he, agreeing, confidently said that he would show Ruin the difference between them, to prove once and for all which of them possessed true skill and strength. So the student, concentrating all his strength and skill in one powerful movement, hit several targets at once, making the audience gasp in amazement. The students watching this were not at all shocked, because every year Mikkel proved beyond doubt that he was the best among all who had passed such tests. Professor Ellick was sincerely happy and, barely holding back his emotions, said, "Isn't this young man a worthy descendant of the illustrious Garyhill family, whose achievements are remembered by generations?" He turns to Tyrion Ignite and, with a faint smile, asks if he doesn't think that Mikkel is the true pride of their academy and an example for everyone. The head of the academy sternly tells him not to continue, emphasizing that it is enough to demonstrate his abilities and it is time to give the other participants a chance. After all, according to him, this time is quite enough to fairly assess the abilities of current graduates and understand who really deserves recognition and praise. Professor Heidel remarks that, why don't they sit a little longer because Ruin is next to speak, and Tyrion Ignite finds it hard to believe that he is capable of demonstrating any results. But despite his doubts, he agreed to give Ruin his due and to carefully watch how he would handle the exam and whether he could at least partially exceed expectations. Ruin realizes that things are going well and sees this as the perfect opportunity to test his own strength and show everyone what he is capable of to the fullest. So the teacher, observing intently, asks him to begin, signaling that it is time to show his mastery and confirm the skills he has acquired. To this the student agrees, intently preparing his fiery sphere, feeling the energy building up inside, ready to explode with a powerful, devastating blow. Suddenly, the force around him rapidly increases, forming a powerful flame that completely engulfs Ruin, causing everyone present to freeze in admiration and alarm. All the professors and the head of the academy could not believe their eyes, watching the incredible speed of the call, which exceeded all their expectations and imagination. The students, watching Ruin, were also in complete shock, because no one expected him to demonstrate such strength and skill at the very beginning of his performance. Mikkel, despite everything, calmly notes that he has a disorder and emphasizes that the main thing is to hit the target accurately, because only the result matters. And Ruin, in fact, turns out to be almost powerless, because his attempts to resist Mikkel's efforts, in his opinion, have no effect, leaving him vulnerable. The new skill instantly adds acceleration to Ruin's movements, making his every step and maneuver faster and more unpredictable, perhaps even powerful enough to surpass Mikkel. He recently acquired this skill, and it is thanks to it that the guy is able to move abnormally fast, literally outpacing the expectations of everyone around him and gaining an advantage in a duel. In other words, Ruin Ardell is now moving like a real typhoon, carrying with it improbable speed and force, breaking any obstacles in its path. His face shows absolute self-confidence, which seems to radiate self-confidence and a willingness to overcome any opponent without hesitation. After all, he sincerely believes in his own strength, which has grown incredibly high, giving him a feeling of invincibility and confidence in every movement. Looking at Ruin, sweat dripped from the professors' faces, because even they could not hide their surprise and excitement at the incredible strength and speed that the young man was demonstrating. And the students couldn't help but cover their mouths and turn away, watching in fascination as Ruin passed the exam, as his skill and speed left them in awe. Finishing and carefully looking at the result of his work, Ruin realizes that everything turned out exactly as he planned, and feels deep satisfaction from the success achieved. Watching the young magician successfully pass his difficult exam, the teachers and mentors present begin to carefully count his scores. So, Ruin had 27 goals, each of which he carefully considered, planning his actions and choosing the most optimal path to achieve them. The students realized that this was the greatest result in the history of the academy, and their faces reflected admiration and surprise at the incredible achievement. Even Tryon Ignis himself rose from his seat and, not hiding his admiration, began to sincerely clap his hands, supporting the students' incredible achievement. He turned to Ruin, looking at him with sincere admiration, and said that this was a stunning result that exceeded all the academy's expectations. All the students also started shouting at Ruin, encouraging and praising him, loudly exclaiming that he was truly a good boy and deserved recognition. But only Mikkel remained confused and could not understand how it happened that the enemy achieved such an incredible result, remaining deeply impressed. Ruin realizes that he is now receiving general recognition and praise that he has never received in all 6 years of study, and he feels strangely moved by this. And this warmth spreads in his chest, filling his heart with joy, because he has long dreamed of feeling such sincere support and recognition from those around him. Professor Ellick could not accept this, and with obvious surprise, said that for the first time in his life, he had seen such a reception that exceeded all his expectations. But Professor Heidel, standing up for his student, indignantly asked whether the nature of magic really did not open up limitless possibilities, expressing surprise and support. And if everything happens strictly according to expectations, he added, then it's no longer magic, but simple mathematics, because true magic always contains an element of surprise. But Professor Ellick, disagreeing, continued to argue, defending his point of view and trying to prove that the situation could not violate the usual rules of magic. The head of the academy interrupted him, sternly and at the same time enthusiastically saying that today he had witnessed a real magical miracle created by the student himself. However, he immediately noticed that the other professors had a completely different opinion, and their faces reflected doubt and restrained surprise that could not be ignored. Professor Ellick, listening to the main character, mentally reflected that everything had gone awry because of Ruin's actions, and his heart was filled with anxiety and irritation. Jason Damon felt an incredible joy for his comrade, his heart filled with pride and sincere admiration that Ruin's achievements had surpassed all expectations. And the other students seemed to have changed their attitude towards the young man and began to ask with curiosity how he managed to achieve such incredible success. The boy realizes that until yesterday he was an outcast, laughed at and mocked by everyone, and now he feels deep surprise and mixed emotions at the sudden attention. Everything changed in one day, and the boy understood that for some, Ruin remained like a bone in the throat, causing envy and hidden rejection among his classmates. Entering his room, he unexpectedly sees Mikkel sitting there waiting, and this makes the meeting tense and a little uncomfortable. But Ruin, noticing him in his space, discreetly asks what he is doing in someone else's room, trying to hide his surprise and slight indignation. Mikkel explains that he came to warn Ruin not to show off, but the young man himself thinks that the reason for all this is that Mikkel simply lost and is jealous. Grabbing the young magician by the collar of his shirt, his opponent shouts sharply in his face, his voice trembling with anger, and his face turning red with emotion and irritation. But Ruin removes his hand from his shoulder with surprising ease, showing no aggression, just calmly pushing Mikkel away and remaining steadfast. This calm gesture only further irritated his opponent, provoking genuine anger in Heracil and a desire to prove his superiority at all costs. After all, Mikkel could not understand where Ruin got so much strength from, and this only increased his surprise and irritation, making the situation even more tense. Ardell calmly states that it is important for both of them to complete their training, and if he wants to defeat him, let him do it honestly in a one-on-one battle, without outside interference. After his proposal, Ruin calmly releases his hand, remaining calm and demonstrating confidence that now everything will be decided in a fair battle. Mikkel challenges him by asking if Ruin really considers himself worthy of fighting him, since throughout his 6 years of study, he has consistently failed exams and appeared weak. The young man calmly replied that he just had to wait, and then all doubts would disappear, and the truth would become clear, showing who was truly worthy of the battle. Mikkel warns that Ardell should not even think about taking the next exams before their battle, emphasizing the seriousness and audacity of his intention. But the student mentally believes that in today's exam, the young man will not be able to overcome even the first stage, confident in his weakness and doubting his chances. Pulling his hand out of his pocket, he does so slowly and confidently, demonstrating calm and readiness for any upcoming development. Looking at her, he thinks that whatever the circumstances, Ruin is truly a magician, and this certainty causes him surprise, admiration, and respect at the same time. The second stage of the practical exam consisted of measuring the students' magical power, testing their abilities and level of control over magic under the close supervision of their teachers. The treasure of the academy, the ancient ogre Kingram, was transformed by the Archmage Freud 500 years ago during his lifetime, so the students need to direct magic at him and show a high result. Ruin asks Damon if he really needs to cast the spell he is sure of on the statue and receives an affirmative answer, which only strengthens his resolve. But this ogre is famous for his cruelty in evaluation, and getting more than 20 points is already considered an excellent result, which makes the task especially difficult. One of the students summons a powerful thunderstorm and directs his spell at the ogre, causing the air around the statue to crackle with energy and tension. But Kingram, in a menacing voice, orders him to hide from his sight and, with a contemptuous smile, calls him a one-point magician, humiliating him in front of everyone. He mockingly suggests that his pupil give up magic right now, stating that with such skills, he will never become a real wizard. The next student confidently walks into her exam, preparing to show off everything she has learned, and with hope in her eyes, she directs her steps towards the ogre statue. She turns to her companion and, with a faint smile, tells him to watch carefully, because now she will show the true power of her magic. She concentrates, raises her hands, and casts an ice sphere spell, filling the air with cold that swirls around her before releasing it at her target. Kingram respectfully says that he will definitely remember it, because what he saw was truly impressive and worthy of recognition, even by his strict standards. But then the ogre coldly lowers her to the ground and adds with a sneer that he was only truly struck by her hopelessness, causing the crowd to freeze in embarrassment. He gives her only 2 points, and the girl cannot hold back her tears because it was her best attack, into which she had invested all her strength and hopes, hoping for a higher score. Jason also failed the exam and only got a 5, but not wanting to accept it, he argued until he was ordered to return to his seat. Mikkel Garahil is called up next, and all the students watch with interest as he confidently takes the exam, preparing to show off his abilities. The student gathers all his strength together, filling himself with determination, and looks as confident as possible, ready to demonstrate his true strength in front of everyone. He focuses his magical power on the statue, feeling the energy pulsing in his hands, ready to strike the target with maximum accuracy. And suddenly the ogre Kingram, loudly and sternly, declares that he is disappointed and suspiciously asks if Mikkel is not the son of George Garahil, causing surprise among all present. To this, Mikkel calmly replies that he is indeed his proud third son, looking confident and seemingly enjoying revealing his family connection. Kingram laughs loudly at the young man and disdains that his father was a worthless person who begged for points, emphasizing his contempt for Mikkel's family. But even the student doesn't have much talent, so Kingram gives him only 27 points, and the boy sharply disagrees with the assessment, feeling indignant. He is asked to calm down, and after that, Ruin Ardell is called next, who prepares to show his abilities, watching the reaction of those around him. The young man realizes that he is a little nervous before the exam begins, feeling a little anxious, but he tries to pull himself together and set himself up for success. But he sincerely believes that he can handle this challenge, and this gives him determination and confidence, allowing him to focus on the task despite his anxiety. He approaches the statue, says that it is nice to meet him, introduces himself as Ruin Ardell, demonstrating calm and confidence before the start of the exam. To this, Kingram replies with curiosity and slight surprise that this is the first time he has seen this student, carefully observing his behavior and magical abilities. However, he dismissed it with disdain and said it didn't matter, sternly ordering the exam to begin, forcing the students to focus on the task. Ruin casts his spell, and suddenly the professor notices that he is using explosive burning mana that radiates incredible energy and threatens the entire statue. The students realize that this is 4th grade magic and are shocked, as no one expected to see anything like this, even among the most talented students. Kingram himself cannot understand where the young man gets such steadfastness from, and his astonishment only grows, for he has never before encountered such unwavering confidence and control of magic. But the young man does not hesitate and begins to advance, confidently moving forward, demonstrating skill and control over magic, which makes everyone around him hold his breath. He focuses his attack on the statue, channeling all of his accumulated energy and magic into a powerful explosion that should hit the target as effectively as possible. He stands before him, looking composed and calm, as if he knows that his strength and mastery of magic allow him to overcome any difficulty. The professor is surprised and says that this is impossible, because the young man transferred the magic from his fist to his leg and exploded it in just 1 second, demonstrating incredible skill. The students realize that they are facing a 5th-grade spell, and their surprise grows because no one expected to see such power on a practical exam. But Ruin paid no attention to anyone, completely focused on his work, his gaze and movements indicating maximum concentration and self-control. And he was relieved to realize that his spell had worked as it should, radiating the control and precision he had long sought to achieve. But Kingram's reaction seems strange, and the student begins to doubt whether everything really went as it should, or whether something might have gone wrong during the spell. Suddenly, the ogre sharply asks Ruin who he is, his voice full of surprise and undisguised interest, because no one has demonstrated such strength before. He adds whether he is Draco, which instantly confuses the young gentleman, forcing him to hold his breath and ponder the meaning of these words. After his words, Kingram says that he was exactly what he expected, emphasizing that everything that happened was predictable and he was looking forward to meeting Drac. He watches Ruin carefully, intently studying his every movement and gesture, while simultaneously pronouncing the name he has decided to call him, as if trying to figure something out. The students cannot figure out who Kingram is talking about and wonder if he really just confused people, because his words sound too definite and mysterious. Ruin realizes that in 2 months he has read every book he could find, but none of them mentioned a word about Drac, leaving him deeply surprised. So he turns to the statue and asks if it knows him, and is surprised to receive a clear, positive answer, which only increases his surprise and curiosity. He looks ahead and speaks to the ogre, asking him to tell him more about Drac, hoping to gain some clarity in the mysterious and confusing situation. To this, the ogre replies that all of this is extremely interesting, as if he is interested in the very essence of it and the situation unfolding around Ruin, causing a slight admiration. And who would have thought that Kingram would notice his incarnation right at the academy, causing Ruin to feel both surprise and a slight excitement from the surprise. He asks the young man to repeat his name again, and the young man, a little surprised, answers clearly and confidently, Ruin Ardell, which forces the listeners to listen more carefully. So the statue says that it will remember him, as if imprinting Ruin's name in his memory, leaving the young man with a sense of the importance of the moment and its mysterious significance. He says he will answer his question later because there are many people around and the ogre is expected to score points, leaving Ruin slightly surprised and impatient. Kingram announces that the evaluation is complete, as the student's magic does not match that which allows for an accurate determination of the result, leaving everyone present in mild surprise. But the professor reminds us that according to the rules, an estimate must be made in any case, and this contract must be fulfilled within 5,000 years. Kingram was furious and couldn't understand how the man dared to address him like that, considering he was judging children who didn't even look like real wizards. But knowing that a contract is a contract, the ogre is forced to agree and give an assessment, albeit with obvious dissatisfaction and internal resistance. Kingram asks Ruin how much he wants to get, 0 or 100 points, watching his reaction carefully, as if testing his courage and determination. And Ruin Ardell, without hesitation, chooses 100 points as his rating, demonstrating a determination and confidence that even Kingram is forced to admit with some surprise. All the students were in complete shock at this result, not hiding their surprise and searching for an explanation as to how the student could get 100 points. And the boy once again found himself at the very epicenter of events, attracting the attention of everyone around him and feeling how every movement and word acquired extraordinary importance. Professor Heidel reports that the head of the academy has already learned of his result and that the young man deserves the award, causing Ruin to feel a sense of pride and unexpected excitement. He hands the young man a roll of paper, and the young man, slightly surprised and at the same time interested, carefully takes it in his hands, feeling the weight of the moment. The guy reads about the artifact room and cannot figure out what it is, feeling both surprise and curiosity about the mysterious place. So Professor Heidel orders him to follow, and the young gentleman, a little excited and full of anticipation, carefully follows his mentor, trying not to fall behind. He agrees to what lies ahead, a little hesitantly, but with a sense of curiosity and determination, ready to follow it and learn everything. He admits that he did not know about the existence of such a place, and the man explains that it is the only place where entry is strictly prohibited, emphasizing its uniqueness and mystery. So Ruin doesn't understand why he's being taken there since the place is forbidden, and feels a mixed sense of surprise and slight excitement before the unknown. They stand at the entrance, and the professor warns that they can only advance to this point, emphasizing the severity of the restrictions and the importance of the rules. So Ruin realizes that he will have to enter alone, feeling both excitement and fear of what awaits inside the forbidden room. Not understanding what exactly is happening, the boy decides that he needs to see for himself, feeling a mixture of excitement and intense curiosity. He cautiously enters the artifact room, feeling his heart beat faster with surprise and anticipation of what might unfold before his eyes. Inside, he sees many objects he has heard of before, and quickly concludes that this is most likely the magical warehouse of the Archmage Freud Ignis, full of secrets and power. Suddenly, the boy hears a voice softly saying that the student looks confused, forcing Ruin to concentrate even more and try to understand what is happening. But it turns out that it was Kingram who unexpectedly appeared before him, causing the pet to feel both surprise and slight excitement. And he no longer looks like a stone statue but appears before Ruin alive and real, his presence adding unexpected weight and tension to the situation. So the ogre explains that this is the only place where he can appear in his true form, and Ruin realizes the uniqueness of the moment and the rarity of such an opportunity. But the student asks what the ogre meant when he spoke of its value, feeling both curious and slightly agitated by the mystery of what was said. To this, Kingram replies that the young man does not yet realize his true significance, forcing him to reflect on the depth of what was said and his own potential. Despite the fact that Ruin uses the same artifact as the player, he still does not fully realize its significance and the power hidden within. After all, this artifact is one of a kind, so Ruin wonders in surprise how he managed to obtain it, feeling both curiosity and slight surprise. But the young man sincerely replies that he himself does not know how he ended up with this, and does not understand who Draco is at all, leaving Kingram in slight surprise. He is not sure whether to trust the guy's words, carefully observing his behavior and trying to figure out how sincere his answer is. However, Kingram suddenly explains that this is an entity that aspired to become God, causing Ruin to feel both astonishment and slight fear of its power. Draco once came to the Sky Peak tribe, to which an ogre belonged. He was short and small, and his appearance looked unattractive. His strength was so insane that no one in the entire tribe could stand up to him, and what's more, Draco only grew in power with each passing day. He was respected not only because he lived with them under the same sky and shared their traditions, but also because he had long since become an integral part of their tribe. He tirelessly taught Kingram, the chosen successor to the future leader of the tribe, the secrets of the language and the refined art of magic for a long 100 years, passing on to him the knowledge and wisdom of generations. Ruin could not comprehend with his mind how an ordinary person could live for so many long centuries, because for him, even one life seemed too short. To this, the ogre calmly explained that the one they considered human had never actually been mortal, for his nature and origin belonged to a completely different world. His true form was the majestic black dragon Dracogonia, whose dark scales shone with a cold brilliance, and whose very name inspired ancient terror and unwavering respect in the hearts of men and tribes. The main character was so shocked by the information he heard that for a long time he couldn't come to his senses and believe whether everything he said was really true, because to him it sounded like an incredible legend. Kingram only replied in surprise. Did the young man really not know that magic itself originated from dragons? But for the main character, this was always just a beautiful fiction. But the ogre said with certainty that Draco, despite his origins and unprecedented power, was completely incapable of using magic. So he invented his own way of fighting, like Ruin now, filling his arms and legs with magic so that every blow and movement became deadly accurate and incredibly powerful. Ruin was convinced that Draco was being treated the same way as he was, and finally, realizing this, he understood the full depth of events and the reasons for actions that had previously seemed incomprehensible. The Black Dragon had invented a unique ability that only he could use, and now he demonstrated it to Ruin for the first time, showing all his unprecedented power and skill. And thanks to this incredible ability, Draco became the strongest being in the world, whose power exceeded all limits, and even the most powerful creatures did not dare to challenge him. But Draco felt no joy in his power and relentlessly increased it until he eventually brought himself and everyone around him to their doom, leaving only destruction in his wake. And Ruin finally realized why he was called the Destroyer of Worlds, because the power that Draco once possessed was so incredible that the young man could not even imagine its true scale. Suddenly the hero noticed a window in front of him, and a sense of reward flared up in his heart, for he realized that he now had the opportunity to communicate with the ogres. In addition, there was a unique skill that allowed him to significantly increase his own strength by taking it from an ogre, and the hero, realizing this, felt new horizons of possibilities. Suddenly, a ball appeared in Ruin's hands, embodying the incredible power he had gained, radiating power and light that was both captivating and terrifying. Kingram explained that this was probably a reward for a task completed, because Draco always had a habit of talking about such things into the void, as if leaving them for someone else. Ruin cautiously asked if the ogre knew what was in his hands right now, for the power and mystery of the orb were so great that the young man did not dare to draw conclusions. And Kingram carefully examined the object, untwisted it in his hands, examining every detail, and then calmly said that it was Stran, and its true power could change everything. He said that this was not just an object, but the very embodiment of a force that lived a life of its own, radiating incredible energy and potential. But Ruin still could not understand what was being said, for the meaning of Kingram's words and the true nature of that embodiment of power remained extremely mysterious to him. The ogre explained that this power had always been with Draco, and given his current state, he had most likely sealed it within the Spirit Stone at the time of his death. Strawn, having a vile character, demanded infinite power from Drac, and although his wishes were cunning, fulfilling them could open up the promise of limitless power to the young man. Ruin wondered if an incarnation would truly be born from this stone, for though he felt its powerful energy, it was difficult for him to imagine how such a force could come to life. Kingram said that the incarnation would hatch very soon, and at that moment the air filled with a crackling and fluttering, as if reality itself were reacting to the awakening. So, a small bear appeared before Ruin, which, despite its modest size, radiated a strange power, as if hiding a huge secret inside. And this strange appearance of this animal caused the young man deep confusion, because he could not understand why the embodiment of incredible power looked like this. But suddenly, Strawn abruptly said that Ruin was a scoundrel because he had dared to call him a bear, and his words came out with such force that the young man felt surprised. The young man still could not understand how such an ordinary-looking animal could suddenly speak in a human voice, and his mind was filled with surprise, doubt, and a slight fear. Suddenly, the little bear, who had turned out to be extremely angry and domineering, sternly ordered Ruin Ardell never to call him that again. Ruin, surprised and slightly confused, asks again how it is possible that this unusual creature can speak and tries to understand the meaning of what is happening. Strawn sternly and angrily replies that he does not understand how the young man dared to call him an animal, because he is not one at all, and this offends his dignity and pride. Then he explains that he is an embodiment that is not bound to any form and therefore can be anyone, choosing his appearance and nature at will. He then sternly orders Ruin to carefully observe his strength, demonstrating that his power goes far beyond the ordinary and emphasizing his own essence. The boy's eyes reflected shock and complete confusion, because what he saw surpassed all his ideas about the possible and made him doubt his own eyes. When the little bear tensed up sharply, it seemed as if his body was about to burst from the incredible power he suddenly wanted to radiate. But suddenly he shouted in despair that he didn't know where his strength had gone, and this unexpected voice completely confused the hero, adding chaos to an already incredible scene. And the problem is probably that he was born with an empty stomach, so the bear, feeling weak, asks Ruin for some food, hoping to regain his strength. The young man admits that he doesn't even know what kind of food to give, to which Strawn angrily responds, asking why his current master is so weak. Turning abruptly, Strawn went to sleep, asking to be awakened only when food appeared, leaving Ruin deeply confused and stunned by his words about his master. Kingram notes that even though millennia have passed, his character has remained unchanged, the same stubbornness and pride that have not changed even with the passage of time. Looking at Ruin with Strawn, the ogre seems to be returning to the good old days, when life was simple and events were filled with nostalgia and memories of the past. After all, they remind him of Strana and Drak, whom he once met in his homeland in the Sky Peak tribe, awakening the fire of old memories and nostalgia. He asks what Ruin, Ardell, a young destroyer who carries the will of Drak, is going to do next, seeking to understand his intentions and future path. With this force that makes him extremely powerful, standing on the edge, it can either destroy him or guide him on the right path, shaping his destiny and choices. Ruin realizes that the true reason for his quest for power was to protect his people from demons, realizing that his goal was always noble. He also understands that he sought to glorify the Ardell name and show himself to those who had previously insulted him, proving his own dignity and strength through courage and actions. He realizes that this is enough, because he still has a lot to protect, and the young man firmly decides not to give up on his goal, despite all the difficulties. So he answers that he will live according to his own will, standing up for himself, protecting his people and family, and will not allow anyone or anything to guide his path. Kingram says that's good, and will look forward to the future the young mage will bring, hoping that his actions and decisions will define a brighter path for all. After learning the information, his daily routine remained unchanged, except for Strana, who stubbornly refused to wake up, creating a little chaos in the usual order. But as soon as he heard the word food, Strawn suddenly jumped up, forgetting about his tiredness and sleep, and his energy instantly returned, causing everyone around him to look at him in surprise. And Ruin realizes that feeding has now been added to everything else, becoming a new daily obligation capable of bringing chaos to his routine. After all, this little bear seemed to live only on food, and each meal was a source of intelligence and strength for him, which made his behavior completely dependent on nutrition. But more than that, he consumes too much, so that even large food supplies quickly disappear, forcing Ruin to constantly monitor his appetite and replenish supplies. Ruin realized that this food in question was actually a kind of power that the young man gained from completing his tasks, and that consuming it directly affected his power. After studying the status windows, Ruin realizes that Strawn is useful to him because the companion skill accelerates the guy's development, providing additional support and improving his abilities. Its owner gains 100 strength points each time it becomes stronger, and 200 when it gains 2 stars, and this process repeats itself endlessly. Before his ceiling, he had 31 stars, to which Ruin replies that he feels strong even without 1,000 units of strength, realizing the inner power that experience gives him. The hero asks how Draca reached such a level, and if there are ways to increase his strength without completing the task, trying to find an alternative path of development. Strawn replies that if he really wants to learn how to reach that level, then he should first give him a glass of water, emphasizing his demandingness even in small things. Ruin asks if he can remain silent if he wants to die of hunger, but the little bear firmly replies that he will speak up anyway, without hiding his needs. One way to become stronger is to perform tasks of increased difficulty that test the limits of abilities and contribute to significant development of strength and skills. Similarly, strength increases when creating items or finding artifacts, as each such action adds experience. You can also boil ogre tendons and prepare an elixir, because such rituals or chemical experiments provide additional strength and strengthen the abilities of the one who performs them. However, all of these options prove unsuitable for Ruin, as his path and method of gaining power are different from conventional methods. After all, first you need to accumulate 1,000 units of strength, because the host's body is not yet ready to withstand greater power, and without this, any attempts to increase strength can be dangerous. The guy thought he had already become stronger, but in fact his true path had only just begun, and now the next goal is to accumulate 1,000 units of strength. So Ruin trained every day, diligently improving his skills, and gradually his strength reached 930 units, bringing him closer to his intended goal. It was then that the third stage of the exam began, a real battle, where every move and decision mattered, and the young man's true strength was severely tested in conditions of real danger. Strawn sees that today is the day for the host to face the battle he has been waiting for so long, and feels the tension and responsibility that hangs over the upcoming duel. The potential for chaos is high, as the spell can even affect your own, and this test primarily tests how well magicians are able to control risks and act with precision under pressure. Jason, using a fire sphere, suddenly targeted the students nearby, and this instantly created a dangerous situation, forcing everyone to closely monitor his actions. Therefore, due to such a mistake, Jason Damon is eliminated from the test, as his carelessness could have caused serious harm, demonstrating how dangerous a fight without control over magic is. The Knights of Foldren were invited to assist in conducting the exam to ensure the safety of all participants and prevent possible emergencies. The exam lasted 10 days, and based on the students' results, they were awarded various monsters. At the end of the exam, 13 students received high scores for their achievements. Since today is the last day of the exam, everyone was extremely curious to see what monster would appear before them, because this would be the final test of their skills and strength. Suddenly, everyone around hears a strange noise that echoes throughout the area, causing surprise and alarm among participants and observers. A huge orc suddenly appeared before them, his presence instantly causing fear and tension among the students, forcing them to prepare for a dangerous duel. They are much larger than humans and have high intellectual abilities, which is why wars are constantly taking place between them and humans. The students ponder whether it is right to fight him as part of the exam, and worry about what will happen if someone dies at his hands, realizing the danger and seriousness of the test. The professor orders the young magicians to remain calm and focus on doing their best, emphasizing that only self-control and maximum effort will allow them to cope. The orc, without wasting a moment, swiftly attacked the students. His movements were quick and ruthless, forcing the magicians to react instantly and use all their skills. Covered by shields, they try to come together, organize defense, and prepare a joint strategy to counter the powerful orc. Mikkel, standing behind, prepares his attack, carefully assessing the situation and choosing the most opportune moment to deliver an effective blow to the orc. Using an ice arrow, Mikkel concentrates magical energy to direct it precisely at the orc, hoping to slow or seriously damage the enemy. However, this does not bring success. The attack flies to the wrong place, missing and forcing Mikkel to quickly adjust his tactics to prevent danger. Because Mikkel sees his opponent from above, he realizes that the trajectory of the ice arrow is wrong and he has to urgently reorient himself. Professor Heidel immediately orders the student to quickly dodge to avoid the danger of the orc's attack and maintain control of the situation during the fight. However, Mikkel realizes that his body is frozen in place with fear, and he cannot carry out the order, feeling panic paralyzing his every movement. Professor Heidel then casts his wooden prison spell, quickly creating a barrier of solid wood to contain the orc and protect the students from direct threat. The spell envelops the orc, and he is instantly frozen in place, unable to move, giving the students a chance to regroup and prepare for further action. His eyes seem to burn with anger and an undisguised intent to kill his pet, reflecting the wild rage that boils within him, despite the fact that he is frozen in a wooden trap. Trying to grab Mikkel, he shouts incomprehensible sounds that sound like a roar of rage and anger, emphasizing his aggression and dangerous mood even at such a moment. But suddenly the student hears his name and the message that he is failing the exam, which instantly shocks him and causes a feeling of confusion and anxiety. His fist clenches in anger, because such a decision was completely unexpected for him, causing a storm of emotions and a sense of injustice. Professor Ellick, who was Mikkel's uncle, is deeply unhappy because his nephew has failed again, and this causes him a mixture of disappointment and anxiety for his future. Realizing that he needs to somehow prevent Ruin from passing the test, he turns to Tryon Ignis and asks if he plans to continue the exam in the same spirit. But the man doesn't understand what exactly the professor wants from him, because Ruin is next in line, and his attention is focused on the upcoming test. Ellick agrees and adds that Ruin is the only student to receive the highest grade from Kingram, highlighting his exceptional abilities and potential among the other students. He adds that it would be unfair to evaluate Ruin on a par with other students, because his achievements far exceed the standards of a regular test. Tryon Ignite understands what is going on, but points out that they do not have any other monsters prepared, so it is currently impossible to change the conditions of the exam or choose an alternative. However, Professor Ellick notes that they still have something that can be used, hinting at the availability of certain resources or ways to influence the course of the exam. When the Knights of Faldrin brought the orcs, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and all the participants in the exam realized that an extremely difficult and dangerous test awaited them. Together they also brought an ogre, a huge and formidable creature whose presence greatly increased the level of danger for the students during the exam. It is extremely dangerous to use, but with Professor Heidel and the knights present, you can even observe the ogre without risking your own life. So they will have the opportunity to see what Ruin Ardell is capable of, to evaluate his skills and strength in real combat under the supervision of experienced mentors. Professor Heidel stood in the academy corridor, impatiently waiting for Ruin, preparing to direct him to another test and monitor his actions. The student, approaching, did not understand what had happened, feeling confused and surprised by the unexpected events unfolding around him. Before the test began, Professor Heidel intended to explain that today's exam would be much more difficult and dangerous for Ruin Ardell than for the rest of the students. The professor explains that the academy has high hopes for Ruin, as Kingram gave him an extremely high score, which is why some consider it unfair to give the young man such a monster. Ruin, with slight confusion, wondered what context the professor meant in his long story, because it seemed to him that Heidel's words concealed something more. Professor Heidel replies that the young magician must face a real ogre to prove his strength, endurance, and willingness to live up to the Academy's expectations. Strawn replies with a sly smile that the fight will be extremely fun to watch, because he will find himself in a situation that will reveal his true capabilities. His opponent stood before him, bound by heavy steel handcuffs that rattled with every movement, reminding him of his power and at the same time his limitations. He looked extremely aggressive, as if with his whole being he only wanted the death of his opponent, and in his eyes burned an uncontrollable desire for battle. The other students at first did not realize that Ruin was not an orc, as they thought, but a real ogre, and this difference immediately made the situation much more dangerous. Jason exclaimed in confusion that this simply could not be, because he had not expected to see a real ogre, and this made his face look extremely confused. The invited knight explained that he had been specifically asked to bring this monster for testing, and he stood firm, ready to carry out the Academy's orders. However, he noted that he does not consider it right to use an ogre to test students' skills, as such a dangerous practice can lead to unpredictable consequences. Outwardly, ogres resemble orcs, but they are physically much stronger, and one of their blows can shatter a skull, making them extremely dangerous opponents for anyone. The man wondered if they were sure of their plan, because even experienced knights found it extremely difficult to capture this monster. The professor replied that this was a strict order from the head of the academy, and the knight thought that they seemed to have a passion for putting their own lives on the line for orders. Ruin, coming closer, coldly said that his life would now hang in the balance because he understood all the danger that lay ahead. The man slowly turned to Ruin, looking at him carefully, as if trying to gauge his determination and willingness to meet danger face to face. Our hero firmly stated who he was and why he was taking part in this difficult test, emphasizing his own determination and willingness to face danger. The knight could not believe that this young man was pitted against an ogre, and doubted that he could defeat such a powerful creature, for the difference in strength was extremely great. But in any case, he knew that together with Professor Heidel, they would stand by him and protect the young man from any danger, no matter how terrible it might be. Suddenly Ruin moved forward, and the man immediately called him back, trying to hold the young man back and draw his attention to the danger that loomed nearby. But the boy explained that he was simply preparing for the exam, although he had to stand behind, demonstrating discipline and willingness to follow the Academy's rules. With a confident voice, Ruin declared that he would fight from exactly where he stood, emphasizing his determination and willingness to confront the monster without taking a step back. After all, his spells are significantly different from ordinary ones, possessing unusual power and effect, which makes his combat techniques much different. But the knight noted that he would not be able to help Ruin then, emphasizing that this was no ordinary orc, but an ogre, and that joking with such an opponent was extremely dangerous. He wondered why Ruin dared to risk his own life like that, because every step towards the monster could turn into mortal danger. However, Ruin did not answer the question, only silently began to prepare for battle, concentrating on tuning his magic and preparing to confront the powerful ogre. Ruin turned to his interlocutor and briefly said that he was simply determined, emphasizing his confidence and readiness to boldly enter into a dangerous battle with the ogre. The knight concludes that the young magician does not feel fear at all because his determination and calmness during preparation for battle indicate unusual courage and confidence. Professor Heidel sternly orders the student to prepare for the duel, emphasizing that it is time to show all his strength, skill, and willingness to confront the ogre. After all, his exam is about to begin, and every minute is crucial, so Ruin must fully concentrate to pass the test successfully. At that moment, the shackles that bound the ogre suddenly collapsed, and the huge monster unleashed its power freely, ready for battle. Like lightning, Ruin's opponent approaches in an instant, his massive body rushing at incredible speed, ready to deliver a devastating blow. However, the young man, preparing his attack, does not lose a single drop of confidence. His gaze is calm and his movements are clear, demonstrating his determination to confront a huge opponent. The knights could not understand what exactly the apprentice was doing, because without hesitation he simply rushed straight at the ogre. His determination and courage looked incredibly bold. The knights shouted at him from behind, demanding that he stop, because they understood how dangerous his reckless dash straight at the ogre could be, but the young man did not listen. Ruin ignores their cries and continues his determined charge towards the ogre, fully focused on the fight and confident in his own powers and spells. casts a fire sphere spell, releasing a flaming projectile with extreme force and accuracy that races straight at the ogre. Ruin meets the ogre one-on-one, standing fearlessly before the huge opponent, ready to test all his strength, skill, and spells. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as no one knew whether the young man would be able to win, and everyone present held their breath as they watched the fight begin. The knights realized that Ardell had used a close combat spell, as his movements became extremely fast and precise, and his attack was aimed directly at the ogre. Professor Heidel sat tensely, his eyes carefully following Ruin's every move, for even the slightest mistake could cost the young man defeat or injury. All the students also couldn't take their eyes off each other, watching Ruin's every move with fascination, as the duel with the mighty ogre kept them in suspense from beginning to end. Professor Ellick could not believe his eyes and was amazed by the power of Ruin's spell, as the young man demonstrated extraordinary skill and control over magic during combat. The knights saw that the student of the Magic Academy had launched an attack on the ogre, but they could not determine whether he remained alive after this risky step. In front of them was a thick layer of dust, through which practically nothing could be seen, and their vision became zero, creating a sense of chaos and complete unpredictability of the battle. When everything cleared up, the knights were surprised to realize that Ruin was still standing, despite the dangerous battle, demonstrating incredible resilience and courage. Professor Heidel said not a word, watching the events with deep concentration, for he was both surprised and troubled by what he saw. The knight touched the young man's shoulder, as if not believing in the reality of what was happening, and his movement betrayed surprise and undisguised admiration for Ruin's unyielding determination. He said that it was necessary to immediately report the danger, because the student almost died, and such a hidden threat could have cost him his life at a critical moment in the battle. To this, the young gentleman sincerely apologized, admitting his recklessness and realizing that his underestimation of the situation could have put Ruin in mortal danger. But he explained that at that moment they would not have allowed him to act like that, and even if Ruin had taken the risk, the combatants would have had to intervene to prevent mortal danger. However, there is no time for conversation now, as the exam must be completed, and everyone present must focus on ensuring that Ruin can successfully prove his skill and strength. The ogre is burning with anger, his huge body vibrating with rage, and his eyes shining with hatred, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to anyone who stands in his way. The knight shouted to Ruin to step back, as it was extremely dangerous, and even with his strength, confronting the mighty ogre was extremely risky for the young mage. He asked him to stay away while they dealt with the ogre, because any carelessness could lead to serious danger. Ardell, ignoring the warnings, took a decisive step forward, demonstrating his courage and determination to engage in a dangerous battle with the mighty ogre, despite the risk. He explained that this was his exam, and he was the one who had to pass the test, demonstrating his own skills and strength, even if it meant going up against a huge ogre. So he called for giving him the opportunity to finish what he had started, because right now he had to demonstrate his skill, determination, and to overcome the enemy. Ruin felt complete surprise and confusion, because a huge ogre, 5 times bigger than him, suddenly appeared before him, and the young man could not understand how this was possible. That there was an opponent against whom he would now have to fight. But 2 reasons inspired courage in him. Firstly, an unwavering faith in his own strength, and secondly, the desire to prove to himself and everyone that he was capable of overcoming even the huge ogre that stood before him. Thanks to his skills, Ruin understood what the ogre was saying and felt that he was afraid, because he found himself among powerful magicians and brave knights, which instilled in the young man confidence in his own abilities. The second reason was the promise of a wonderful reward for having to perform the same repetitive task every day. Therefore, Ruin had no reason to hesitate, for his confidence was based on his own skills, his ability to understand the frightened ogre, and the tempting promise of reward for his daily labor. So, confident in his abilities and encouraged by both reasons, Ruin resolutely directs his attack on his huge opponent, without hesitation for a moment. The ogre looked extremely evil and menacing, his massive figure and angry gaze making even the bravest tremble before him. At the same time, he stepped on Ruin with his huge figure, which forced the young man to act with utmost caution. The status window in front of Ruin displayed the objective he had already completed, as his fist had hit the enemy, confirming the effectiveness of his actions in battle. Looking at the student, the ogre angrily declared that he was going to kill him, radiating a dangerous threat with his huge figure and fierce anger. Suddenly, the enemy rises into the air, preparing for a powerful attack on Ruin, his huge figure looming menacingly, instilling fear in even the bravest. Rising into the air to attack, he looked down on the people, radiating dominance and fierce menace, as if arbiter of the fate of those who dared to oppose him. From above, the ogre angrily declared again that he would break Ruin's head. His words sounded threatening, and the huge figure loomed over the young man, ready to strike. Suddenly it descends to the ground with immense force, shaking the ground beneath it and creating a dangerous threat to Ruin, who must dodge to survive. The boy realizes that in order to survive and win, he needs to find his enemy's weak spot, carefully watching the ogre's movements and thinking through his every move. And using time refraction, he slows down the ogre's movements to deliver a more precise blow and gain the advantage. The knight could not understand where Ruin got such incredible speed from, watching the young man maneuver around the ogre using time refraction to avoid blows. The young man realizes that for a successful strike he needs to approach the enemy even faster, using every moment while the ogre is confused and not expecting his maneuvers. So he starts moving even faster, combining lightning-fast maneuvers and time warping to approach the ogre unnoticed and exploit his weak spot. Ruin, assessing the situation and discovering the enemy's weak point, resolutely decides to strike the ogre at a vulnerable point, directing all his strength and accuracy into this critical blow. The knights observe Ruin's actions and realize that he did not tremble before the ogre, and they also wonder who this young man is, capable of so confidently confronting such a powerful opponent. The students, watching the battle, also could not understand what was happening, marveling at Ruin's skill and courage in the face of a huge and fiercely evil ogre. Ruin notices that the opponent is starting to actively fight back, and quickly assesses his movements, preparing to adjust his strike so as not to lose his chance at victory. Their fight was extremely tense, every move by Ruin and the ogre fraught with danger, and the air around them seemed filled with tension and anticipation of the decisive moment. So the young gentleman decides to kick his opponent's arm, hoping to weaken his opponent and gain the upper hand in this extremely tense fight. But he instantly grabs his limb, demonstrating his strength and threat, and Ruin has to quickly find a new way to free himself and continue the attack. The ogre flips the young man over with a sharp movement, and he seems to be suspended in the air, sensing danger and forced to instantly look for a way to hold on and avoid the blow. The young gentleman loses his balance, hanging in the air after a sharp turn, and tries to quickly regain control of his body so as not to find himself in an even more dangerous situation. But gathering his thoughts and focusing, Ruin lands abruptly on his feet, regaining his balance and readiness to continue the fight with the monster. At that moment, the ogre attacks him again, advancing swiftly and trying to take advantage of any opportunity to hit Ruin and gain the advantage in battle. The hero instantly moved to the side and successfully blocked the attack, using his speed and agility to avoid the dangerous blow and stay in the fight. To this, the ogre angrily replied that the young man was a nimble rat, acknowledging his speed and agility, but still determined to win. So Ruin, regardless of the monster's words, resolutely decides to attack, directing all his strength and agility into a new blow to gain an advantage in the fight. Gathering all his strength and skills, he concentrates on preparing a powerful attack, combining speed, accuracy, and strategic thinking to hit the ogre in his weak spot. Ruin attacks his opponent from above, using all his strength and agility, and knocks the ogre off his feet, gaining a temporary advantage in a fierce fight. Now he stands with his feet on the ogre's chest, keeping him under control and preparing for the next blow, demonstrating courage and skill in battle. Ruin decides to end it by using his Fire Rage skill, directing destructive energy directly at his opponent to finish the battle. Suddenly, the ogre turns to Ruin and, observing his courage and strength, asks if he is even human, not hiding his surprise and some fear of the young man. To this, Ruin responds with calm confidence, something that the opponent did not expect at all, causing him a real shock. After all, the ogre realizes that Ruin is really talking to him, understanding every word the young man says, which amazes him even more and intensifies his sense of shock and surprise. The guy, without wasting time, instantly uses an explosive burning mana, directing it at the ogre with incredible force to deliver a powerful and devastating blow. And then he continues to use his skills, combining speed, strength, and magic to maintain his advantage and not give his opponent any chance to recover. Lava seemed to spill out into the middle of the field, enveloping the opponent in a fiery element and dealing him a powerful blow that made him feel a real threat. Ruin strikes the monster's face with a sharp and precise movement, inflicting severe pain on the opponent and shifting the balance of the fight in his favor. Strawn, observing the fight, says that the master did much better than he expected, acknowledging Ruin's skill and courage in the face of the huge ogre. All the observers around could not believe that the young magician was able to defeat such a powerful opponent, marveling at his strength, agility, and skill in battle. The students, amazed by Ruin's feat, began shouting words of congratulations and admiration for the young man, paying tribute to his courage and incredible victory. Professor Ellick held back his anger, unable to believe his eyes that his student had been able to deal with such a powerful opponent, and his heart was filled with a combination of amazement and incomprehension. However, Tryon Ignis looked ahead with a slight smile, as his pupil had single-handedly defeated the ogre, dovandfshi his skill, courage, and maturity in battle. And although it seemed that it was simply impossible, Ruin was still able to cope with the powerful monster, pokazavshi incredible strength, agility, and determination even in the most difficult situation. The knight approaches Ruin, watching him closely, and asks who taught him to fight so skillfully, marveling at his skill and agility in battle with the mighty ogre. But the pupil replies that he learned on his own, and his words cause real shock in the man, reflected on his face, who did not expect such independence. Ruin said this with complete confidence, and his determination shocked the knight even more, emphasizing the young man's strength of character and independence. He turned to Professor Heidel and calmly asked about his results, awaiting his grades after the incredible battle with the ogre he had just defeated. But due to his own confusion, the man could not utter a single word, frozen in the face of the young man's incredible achievement and confidence. He finally says that he didn't even think Ruin could do it, and yet the young man managed it himself, without giving him any chance to help him, which further emphasizes his skill. Once again, Ardell exceeded all of Professor Heidel's expectations, and his skills, determination, and courage far exceeded any of his mentor's predictions. So, gathering his courage, the man loudly exclaimed that Ruin Ardell had successfully passed the exam, recognizing his incredible abilities and courage in fighting the mighty ogre. Hearing these words, the young gentleman smiled lightly, feeling relieved and proud of his own success and victory over his opponent. Ruin understands that he has received the player's mysterious eye as a reward, but despite this, he has no idea of its true purpose and hidden power. When Strawn explains that from now on his master has officially become a real player, he is surprised to realize that the eye he received opens a new path in his destiny. Strawn reports that he is well aware of this unique skill, as it can only be possessed by someone who has truly earned the right to be called a true player. Enemies that hide themselves with magic will now be visible to Ruin, as Ziavladamitsa, there is a faint, glowing outline around their silhouettes, making it clear how useful this ability is. A new message also appears in the status window indicating that a mini-map has been unlocked for Ruin, capable of showing the terrain and nearby enemies. Strawn explains that thanks to it, Ruin will be able to see everything that is happening within a radius of 500 meters around him, including enemies and obstacles. Ruin also gains the ability to view the selected target's status window, allowing him to learn about its strength, skills, and level of danger. The bear orders its master to use the player's eye and look at the defeated ogre with it to test the new capabilities and verify their strength. So Ruin, feeling excited and somewhat unsure, tries to use his newly acquired skill for the first time, directing its power at the fallen ogre. The guy quickly realizes that thanks to the player's eye, he can see the target's condition, assess its health, strength, and obtain other important information about the opponent. Ruin instantly decides to test the eye's capabilities on Professor Heidel, eagerly wanting to learn its condition, power, and hidden information about it. However, he notices that some items in the professor's status window are closed, and the bear explains to him that it is forbidden to read information about people whose rank is higher than his own. The bear adds that as Ruin's power grows, so will the amount of information available to him about others, revealing more and more hidden details. So now the young master finally understood everything about how the player's eye works, what limitations there are, and what benefits this new power brings him. After the real battle ended, rumors that Ardell had defeated the ogre instantly spread throughout the academy, causing astonishment and admiration among students and teachers. Jason asks how his friend feels after becoming famous at the academy, but he replies that it's all too new and unusual for him. Suddenly, an unknown girl called out to the young man, and he, intrigued, turned to find out who it was and what she wanted. She asks if he is really the same Ruin, and Molody, the magician, is slightly confused and surprised, trying to understand the reason for her interest. It turns out that there were 3 girls. They praised the hero for his feat and brought small packages, wanting to express their gratitude and admiration. However, out of shyness and embarrassment, the students quickly turned and ran away, leaving Ruin surprised and a little confused. The young gentleman, handing Jason a package, asked him if he would like to accept the gift, trying to politely share the pleasure. Suddenly, Damon shouted sharply that such an act was not a sign of respect for the girl who had overcome her own shyness and packed lunch for him, emphasizing her efforts. Ruin decided to activate the player's eye and, looking at his comrade, immediately noticed that he had extremely high potential and great hidden abilities. Over the past few days, the guy has tested all the academy students and discovered that, apart from him, only Mikkel has high potential and significant hidden abilities. So Ruin advises Jason to try a little harder, assuring him that then he will definitely show an excellent result in the next exam. Ruin asks not to waste time on games, after which Jason replies that his goal will be to get into the top 10, determined to achieve it. However, the student asks the hero if it's really him, because something in his behavior and attitude has clearly changed, and it couldn't go unnoticed. The guy was confused because he didn't immediately understand what exactly his friend meant, and what meaning lay behind this unexpected question. But mentally, he realizes that it's hard even for himself to believe this, let alone others, and he understands how much of a change has happened to him during this time. Recently, gossip has been spreading around the academy about Ruin, as if he will replace Mikkel and become not only the best student, but also a worthy representative of the academy in front of everyone. Suddenly, Ruin, hearing Jason's words, replies that he is not interested, and without stopping, moves inside, leaving his friend a little surprised. Jason Damon cannot understand how his friend could be indifferent because this year is marked by the Great Festival, an event that should excite everyone. In the 5th month of each year, representatives from different academies come together to showcase the best student among them and determine their true skill. And once every 8 years, an Olympiad is held, where students compete for the honorary title of the best magician, demonstrating their abilities, strength, and strategic skills. This is a national competition for the most talented graduates of the country's most famous academies, and the winners receive prestigious privileges and significant cash prizes. Therefore, a limit has been set on the number of participants. 1 for the individual competition and 30 for the group competition, allowing the academy to be represented by a team of 31 students. The students are curious about who will be the academy representative this year, and they are surprised to ask themselves if it's really Mikkel again. However, Jason confidently states that this time Ruin will definitely be the representative, because he is the only one who received 100 points from Kingram, and this makes him the undisputed candidate. They can't even remember how Mikkel's performances at previous festivals went. Ruin surpassed all their expectations and left him behind. After all, in individual competitions, this student ended up last 4 times out of 5, which made Mikkel's performances hardly noticeable against the background of other talented participants. Therefore, due to its constant failures, the academy began to be called the Academy After, because its students had no chance to perform adequately in any competitions. And the only way to get rid of this shameful stigma is to send Ruin to the competition, because only his abilities can raise the educational institution to a worthy level. But the young magician himself realizes that the exam is not yet complete, and any expectations are still premature, because the true result will only be known at the end of the tests. After all, the final verdict on participation in the festival is determined by the results of the exam and the recommendations of professors, so it would be reckless to draw conclusions just yet. Therefore, there is still a 4th stage ahead, and Ruin needs to focus and prepare as much as possible to show himself next time. 4 days have passed since the end of the 3rd stage, and it feels like time is slowly passing, forcing me to constantly reflect on the events. Ruin Ardell received 1,000 powers from his desire, and a feeling of power filled his body and mind, making his every step become confident and decisive. His preparation was complete, and Strawn exclaimed happily that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, then eagerly announced that it was time to raise the bar. Also, the retask successfully Prodvinilus reached the 2nd level, and he watched with cautious excitement as the new challenges became increasingly difficult. Ruin was absolutely confident in his incredible strength, feeling that his body had become significantly stronger and more resilient than even a few days ago. The difficulty of the repeated task had doubled, but with it the reward had tripled, and with a mixture of excitement and determination he prepared for the new challenges. Even the Guardian himself, legendary in his power, could emit flames that revealed his newfound power and made him awe-inspiring to watch. Ruin was surprised and looked at the little bear with curiosity, trying to understand how such a tiny creature could cause him so much emotion and surprise. He couldn't understand what was happening around him, and what this mysterious fire was that suddenly flared up, casting a bright light and increasing tension. His eyes widened in shock and surprise as he tried to comprehend what was happening around him and grasp the full grandeur of the unexpected spectacle. Professor Ellick watched the student from the window, carefully analyzing his actions and reactions, trying to predict how he would cope with the new challenges. He still couldn't understand how this had happened to Ruin and his power, and thoughts of it haunted him, forcing him to ponder every moment of the event. He knew that in the end, this brought the student extra points, and he watched his progress with a certain dissatisfaction and anger. The professor wondered if Mikkel could truly defeat Ruin, as the latter's strength and determination seemed virtually invincible at this point. Uncle Ellick believed that his nephew had very little chance of success here, and his thoughts were full of doubt and cautious skepticism about further events. Now, not only was his participation in the festival at stake, but also his place as the best graduate. But the Garrickhill family, as always, must remain at the top of the academy. No matter what, Professor Ellick was willing to do anything to support his student and ensure that his nephew did not miss out on his chances for success. Ruin understood that Strawn had successfully advanced to the 2nd level, and this information forced him to ponder his next steps and his own strategy. And as a reward, the master received 200 units of strength, which significantly increased his power and gave new opportunities for further trials. Ruin turned to him and noted that he seemed to have grown, noticing changes in his posture and confidence that indicated a new level of development. And thanks to the little bear, the young magician now possessed 1,200 units of strength, feeling incredible power and confidence in his further actions. To which Strawn proudly remarked that this was just the beginning, and added that the difficulty of the task had also increased, emphasizing the level of new challenges and trials. He asked the young man to carefully study the status window, emphasizing every detail, because understanding the situation and successfully completing the subsequent task depended on it. Ruin understood that he had already performed an increased number of repetitions before, so now the task did not seem difficult to him, and he prepared to complete it with ease. But a new training in real combat appeared, and the young man felt that the previous exercises had only prepared him for the real tests. Strawn asked if the host remembered their first meeting and reminded him that he could now become anything, emphasizing his friend's unlimited possibilities and potential. So, now, it is possible to transform, but for now, there are certain limitations that do not allow it to fully reveal its full power and potential. Only when he reaches the 5th level will he be able to transform into a human. But now he will demonstrate what he is capable of in his current form, impressing his master. And then the little bear began to transform, his body changing before our eyes, causing surprise and admiration. It seems to spin around its axis extremely quickly, creating a swirling effect that captivates the eye and adds to Viduvashnosti's transformation. Transforming, it took on an as yet undefined form, something incomprehensible and mysterious, making the observer hold his breath. When Ruin finally gets a clear picture, he realizes it's a scarecrow, and his gaze is filled with surprise mixed with a certain wariness. He laughs a little and explains his reaction by saying that he expected something completely different, and his light humor adds a bit of levity to the situation amidst the tension. To which Strawn replied that he should not be looked down upon, because when Draka began training, he proved to be extremely useful and capable in learning. And then Ruin realized that he was acting as a mannequin and assistant in completing tasks, helping, and at the same time, becoming part of the learning process. This meant that he would have to undergo training in real combat with a scarecrow every day, which would require him to have endurance, concentration, and constant improvement. But since he was still weak, his strength was equal to that of a third-class mage, which limited his capabilities and made training particularly demanding. Strawn proudly declared that when he could fully utilize his power, anything would be possible, emphasizing his belief in his own abilities and future achievements. And if the owner wishes, he can even turn into a demon or a dragon, demonstrating the incredible flexibility of his power and enormous potential. So Ruin suggested starting training right now, feeling ready for action and determined to immediately move from talk to real challenges. They began training like magicians, each focused on their actions and watching their opponent, feeling the tension and excitement of a real battle. Strawn's eyes sparkled, reflecting the fire of determination that filled him during training, preparing him for each new challenge. And the little bear was ready for battle, his body filled with energy, ready for every move and every challenge that lay ahead. He explained that even if his power accidentally hit the host, it would at most knock him back, but would not cause any damage. And Ruin can attack him as much as he wants, because even the most powerful blows do not cause damage, which makes him an ideal partner for training and honing skills. Warning: Strawn attacks first, demonstrating determination and speed, ready to test his control over the force and hone his skills in combat. Around them, as if burning, the sun spread its rays, flooding everything around with warm light and creating the effect of a magical atmosphere of battle. Ruin thinks that right now Mikkel is probably also training, intensely preparing for the upcoming battle, improving his skills and strategy. However, Mikkel was with his uncle and asked what he should do, trying to get advice before the upcoming trials. Which made Professor Ellick angry, because couldn't Mikkel have been a little stronger? And the thought of his weakness caused a mixture of irritation in his mentor. Mikkel replied that the uncle had no right to argue, because it was he who proposed what Ruin received high marks for, emphasizing the fairness of his position. It was Professor Ellick who suggested that try and pit Ignis against an ogre apprentice, deliberating the course of the trial and testing each of their abilities in combat. Thanks to this, the young man received the best possible result, and if the family finds out about this, Professor Ellick will definitely not have it easy. The man realized that his nephew was blackmailing him, and a feeling of irritation and caution immediately overcame him, forcing him to think through his next actions very carefully. To which he suggested coming up with something and finding a way to rectify the situation, demonstrating ingenuity and willingness to quickly respond to a difficult situation. After all, if Ruin becomes the Academy's representative at the festival, the professor suddenly remembered that he had an idea that could affect the course of the battle. He hands Mikkel a small flask with a liquid substance inside, carefully watching his reaction, and at the same time preparing him for further action. The nephew understands that this is the awakening herb-burning flower, and a sense of importance and responsibility instantly overwhelms him because further success depends on it. The herb is used to create elixirs and is a valuable medicinal plant that can significantly enhance the magical and healing properties of any potion. Drinking this will give you an awakening effect and reduce the casting time of spells, but as a side effect, Mikkel will feel pain and lose the to distinguish himself from others. Professor Ellick explains that he won't see anything while the effect is in effect, and notes that his nephew clearly doesn't miss his lessons if he knows these details so well. However, the pet doubts whether he really wants to drink it, hesitating because of the possible pain and unpredictable consequences that could affect his consciousness and condition. This is a risky idea, because Professor Heidel knows very well what Mikkel is capable of, and if he notices something suspicious, the young man will definitely not keep quiet and reveal the truth. But Ellick is confident because drug testing is his duty, and he is ready to take responsibility for the results, ensuring safety and control over the process. He passes out another potion that is supposed to hide the effects of taking the flower, carefully watching Mikkel and preparing him to make sure everything remains unnoticed. Uncle orders Mikkel to drink this potion after the first, emphasizing the importance of the correct order and ensuring that the effect remains hidden. He also asks not to be afraid, reminding them that they are a family, and that this approach is their way of moving forward, overcoming difficulties, and becoming stronger together. Looking him in the eye, he asks his nephew if he is really ready to do this, testing his determination and willingness to take on responsibility. Finally, the day of the important one-on-one battle has arrived, and this decisive stage of the exam is held in a specially equipped room, the Barrier of Mana. Every year during the event, the stands are completely filled with spectators who eagerly watch the events and emotionally support the participants. After all, today the long-awaited battle between Ruina and Mikkel will take place, and everyone is eagerly watching their fight, full of tension and emotions. The young man carefully steps across the floor, feeling each step under his feet, his gaze carefully scanning the room, and his heart beats in anticipation of future events. He knows full well that today will be the final exam, and Ruin fights against his opponent full of determination and skill while everyone watches the battle intently. Strawn notes that the opponent understands well that the home team will try to close the gap, and because of this, Ruin will have to make every effort to maintain its lead. But if he manages to get close enough, a single precise strike is enough to change the course of the battle and put Ruin in a good position. Since this battle is marked by extreme realism, various geographical features were placed in the room, adding real tactical complexity to the battle. They are carefully asked if they are ready for battle, and each of the participants prepares intensely, feeling the excitement and responsibility for the upcoming duel. But Ruin, carefully observing his opponent, immerses himself in his own thoughts, trying to predict his moves and choose the most effective tactics for the battle. Ruin listens intently and stares at his opponent, trying to understand whether this is truly a sign of danger or just a deception of his perception. After all, Mikkel's condition was far from normal. He moved chaotically, his eyes shone with anxiety, and it was obvious that he was not fully in control of his actions. And he wasn't as brazen as usual, so I had to carefully check his actions with the sharp eye of a player so as not to miss any tricks. So Ruin decides to use this skill, focusing on his opponent and trying to predict his next move to gain a tactical advantage in battle. It's obvious that something is wrong with him. As usual, his movements are more cautious, his gaze is more alert, and his usual confidence seems to have disappeared somewhere, causing concern. Through the window it is visible that he is in a hidden state, and the young man understands that he is trying something zrobiti, probably a drug that could affect the battle. He realizes that Professor Ellick conducted a test before the exam, and, surprisingly, helped the opponent with it, which makes the young man doubt the fairness of the upcoming battle. The judge declares that the use of black magic is prohibited, while all other types of magic are permissible, and the exam scores will be given based on the level of magic. There's no need to worry about your opponent, as Mana Barrier reduces the effectiveness of magic by almost 99%, making attacks significantly weaker. However, Ruin had a question, so he cautiously raised his hand, ready to receive an explanation and find out all the details so as not to make a mistake during the battle. Asks the judge what will happen if someone is found to have taken a prohibited potion, hoping to get a clear explanation of the consequences of breaking the rules. In this case, participants will lose the right to take the exam and may even be expelled from the academy, as violation of the rules is considered extremely serious. But the man asks why such a question arose, but Ruin remained silent and did not confess, carefully hiding his thoughts and true intentions. So they were ordered to take their positions, after which each participant approached the designated spot with concentration, preparing to begin the battle and waiting for the referee's signal. The young magician realizes that he has no evidence, because he can only see the status window, and it is almost impossible to convince anyone of his suspicions. He decides to find concrete proof that leaves no doubt in order to convince others of his rightness and finally prove the truth in this difficult situation. At this moment, the start of the fight was announced, and the tension in the room increased sharply. The spectators held their breath, and the participants concentrated on preparing for the fight. The judge, shouting loudly so that everyone present could hear, began counting down the time until the start of the fight, and everyone was tensely preparing for the decisive moment. And suddenly he announced that it had begun, and the room was filled with intense energy. The audience held their breath, and the participants instantly focused on the fight. Mikkel instantly rushed to attack Ruin, his gaze burning with hatred and every movement betraying the desire to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. His strength was powerful, palpable in every movement, which made the enemy tense and feel threatened by every approach to him. He tried to pin Ruin down, restricting his movements, but he instantly gathered himself and quickly freed himself from the shackles, regaining control of the fight. And the audience was in shock. The spell didn't work, and everyone wondered if Ardell was that strong or if the magic had unexpectedly failed during the fight. Ruin understands that the room reduces his mana power, but it has no effect on his own abilities, so he remains calm and ready for his next actions. However, Mikkel, as if unable to stop, attacks Ruin again, his blows carrying dangerous energy, and the tension in the battle growing with every moment. He used the Fire Breath spell, directing flames at the enemy, and the heat from the magic enveloped the space, increasing the danger and tension of the battle. Ruin, to avoid a dangerous trap, instantly activates the acceleration skill, dramatically changing position and leaving the enemy trying to catch up with him in vain. His speed was like lightning sweeping across the battlefield, leaving everyone behind and making those present gasp in delight. He hides behind a rock, waiting for the attack, carefully watching its movements and choosing the moment to counterattack to maximize his advantage. Ruin carefully begins to analyze Mikkel's movements, trying to predict his next actions, find weaknesses, and plan an effective response. He realizes that the potion Mikkel drank reduces spellcasting time and speeds up the increase in mana collection, making his attacks dangerous and more unpredictable. The opponent shouts that it's enough to hide, ordering the young man to come out to meet the fight, and his voice is filled with determination and aggression that makes everyone watch intently. Ruin carefully analyzes Mikkel's behavior, notices his excitement, and is now finally convinced that he really drank the forbidden potion before the fight. He discovered that it was the herb of awakening, the burning flower, a magical elixir that greatly enhances the abilities of the one who takes it, making him extremely dangerous. After all the symptoms, hand tremors, decreased ability to distinguish opponents, and other signs completely coincide, confirming his suspicions. Ruin only had to check one more detail, Mikkel's reduced sensitivity to pain, to finally verify the effect of the potion he had drunk and assess the danger of his opponent. Going out to Mikkel, the guy remarks that it's no wonder why he was so confident. Now everything is coming together, and he understands the true strength and advantage of his opponent. After all, this entire exercise is connected to the burning flower, and its effect noticeably affects the student, giving him unexpected strength and forcing the opponent to act. Mikkel was extremely confused because he didn't understand what exactly had betrayed him, and his confidence began to waver under the weight of the unexpected situation. Ruin, confidently raising his voice, tells the enemy to prepare, his determination felt in every word, increasing the tension before the battle begins, and instantly uses the time refraction spell, changing the speed of movements and perception of space to gain a tactical advantage over the enemy. Attacks Mikkel precisely when he is convinced that his opponent is extremely fast, using the moment of confusion for the most effective strike. Ruin truly possessed extraordinary speed. His movements were lightning fast and precise, allowing him to control the course of the battle. He realizes that all his attempts are futile, no action produces the desired effect, and the struggle seems hopeless in the face of the enemy's irresistible force. The battle between the students was extremely intense, every move and spell full of concentration and determination, and the audience held their breath, watching every moment. The professors cannot understand how Ruin was able to catch up with Mikkel so quickly. His lightning-fast speed and precision of movements leave even experienced mentors in awe. The young man sees the enemy flying rapidly towards him, using the fire lizard spell, and the fiery magic illuminates the space, emphasizing the danger of the attack. Suddenly, he realizes that he needs to create an earthquake to repel the attack, and instantly prepares a spell, trying to change the course of the dangerous duel. The strength of both academy students was extremely powerful, their magic and physical abilities creating an explosive combination that made the duel tense. Ruin realizes that his spell has worked against Mikkel, his opponent feels the effects of the magic, and the young man feels confident in the correctness of his choice. The audience watched in shock as the young magician was able to repel the fire elemental attack. His skill and speed surprised everyone present. At that moment, despair was visible on Mikkel's face. He understood that his attack had failed, and uncertainty began to take hold of him, emphasizing the tension. As Ruin began to approach, Mikkel's eyes widened even more, reflecting fear and surprise as he realized who was standing against him. With fear in his voice, Mikkel begged not to come any closer, his eyes wide open in terror and his heart beating fast, sensing the approaching danger from Ruin. Ardell said with cold confidence to Mikkel not to be such a wimp, his voice full of determination and steadfastness, adding to the tension. And he prepared his strike using only 2 fingers, demonstrating incredible precision and skill that made his attack unreadable. However, it was in these 2 phalanxes that all of Ruin's power was concentrated, and he was preparing to unleash incredible energy that could turn the tide of battle in his favor. So the young magician, gathering all his strength into one swift burst of energy, decisively struck his blow, hoping to break his opponent's defenses. All the spectators present were shocked, because none of them, even in their wildest thoughts, could have predicted such a powerful display of strength and courage. However, Ruin's eyes clearly shone with unshakable confidence in his own abilities, as if he had long foreseen this moment and already knew that victory would certainly be his. Mikkel begged the young man not to look down on him because in every word he said he could feel anxiety, fear, and at the same time a faint hope for sympathy. He wanted to continue saying something, but he didn't have time to say a word because Ardell, without hesitating for a moment, swiftly outpaced him and launched a surprise attack. And from this crushing force, Mikkel was abruptly thrown up like a defenseless doll, his body hanging in the air for a moment before falling back down. He landed on his back, and the sharp pain didn't pierce his entire body, make him writhe in agony and gasp for air, or even make him lose consciousness. However, he did not give up and, gritting his teeth, defiantly declared that Ruin's blow was too weak, and that it did not cause him any pain at all. Ruin understood that it was dangerous to continue the test, because his opponent could die from the injuries he received, because after drinking the potion he felt no pain at all. So, using the binding tree spell, the boy decided to act decisively, restricting the student's movements and taking control of the situation. Raising his hand and full of determination, he loudly exclaimed that Mikkel Garahil had taken a prohibited drug, thereby endangering his own life and the exam. The judge quickly approached the student, his gaze sharp and stern, and he immediately asked if it was true that Mikkel had taken a banned drug. Ruin stated that he was sure of this, because the drug he had taken could be hidden from others, and any attempt to deceive others would not be in vain. And perhaps the inspector simply turned a blind eye to this violation, deciding not to intervene and leave the situation without official punishment, even though everything was obvious. By alluding to Professor Ellick, who was his uncle, he was silently pointing out the possible influence of family ties in making the decision. And then the judge realized that among all the students at the academy, only one person fit this description, and his attention focused on her, causing a feeling of tension. They both seemed to not want such an accusation against the professor, but there was no other way out, and they were silently forced to admit the need to take this step. Professor Ellick rushed towards Ruin, shouting as if he didn't understand what he was saying, his face full of rage and despair at the same time. As if this wasn't a man, turning a blind eye to his nephew drinking the forbidden potion, demonstrating indifference to the rules and possible consequences. However, Ruin firmly stated that he could prove himself right, his gaze unwavering, and his voice full of determination and confidence in his own words. Professor Ellick suggested taking the drug test again, but Ruin replied that it was useless because he had already given Michel an elixir that could hide the intake of a prohibited substance. He was immediately asked what he was going to do in such a case to prove his case, because everyone was waiting for a decisive and unexpected step. Then Ruin calmly but resolutely declared that he would now demonstrate everything clearly, his gaze radiating confidence and readiness to prove his point with action. Approaching the stone, the young man focused his power on it, and the air around him seemed to be filled with energy, ready for an incredible manifestation of magic. Summoning the same attack he had just used against Mikkel, the young man concentrated all his strength, preparing to demonstrate its effect at full power. Showing that the blow was of such power, the boy demonstrated how devastating this force was for the enemy, knocking down almost half of the stones. In his current state, Mikkel has a concussion and broken ribs, but he is still laughing and remains conscious, which after such a blow looks completely abnormal. And he continues to smile and grimace as if he doesn't feel any pain at all. His behavior looks incredibly defiant and frighteningly fearless. Ruin turned to Professor Ellick with a firm look and asked if he still denied the facts that had become apparent after the show of force. Suddenly the man was called by Treason Ignis, and his voice, full of urgency and unfeigned seriousness, caused everyone present to immediately tense up. The head of the academy looked extremely angry. His face was full of severity and fury, and his gaze could make anyone feel fear and anxiety at the same time. After all, he didn't understand how someone dared to hide this in the sacred territory where the exam was being held, violating all the rules and undermining the authority of the academy. He ordered Professor Ellick to quickly head to his office, his voice stern and unappealing, leaving no chance for objection. Everyone around wondered what would happen next, because the tension in the air was palpable, and everyone felt that the next events could change the course of the exam forever. Rumors spread throughout the academy that Mikkel had been expelled, his uncle had been fired, and Ruin had been given a new nickname, the Exorcist of Mages, which shocked everyone present. So the young mage stood before the main doors of Ignite Academy, feeling the weight of the events and future trials that awaited him beyond those majestic gates. After all, he had been summoned to Tryon Ignis, and now the young man felt the invisible pressure of expectations and responsibility that hung over him before this meeting. Ruin seemed a little worried, although he tried to hide it under a mask of confidence, and even his gaze slightly betrayed inner excitement before an important event. However, he looked confident, his posture and gaze radiating a determination that made those around him feel his strength. But when the door opened, his eyes widened in surprise and shock, because what he saw inside was completely unlike what he expected. Realizing that he was in the territory of Ardell, he instantly felt the tension and danger that surrounded the place, and every step required caution. But no, because he noticed that it was a little different than expected, and it made him think, because the details could change the whole situation. And he sees that there is a chair in front of him, positioned as if it is waiting for him, creating a sense of anticipation and unknown tension. It was the same throne of Tryon that the King of Mages usually sits on, and its majesty and significance instantly struck the young man, making his heart beat faster. The head of the academy appeared suddenly and sternly asked what Ruin saw here, his unexpected appearance causing everyone around to tense up and hold their breath. After all, this place is monitored by the Eye of Malarok, and any movement or action here is instantly recorded, making attempts to hide something almost impossible. This name belonged to the leader of the demons who invaded the continent of Frelia, and he possessed the power to allow the victim to see what they desired most. Therefore, the Eye of Malarok shows exactly what Ruin wants to see, reflecting his desires and distorting the reality around him according to his will. The boy understands that he sees the flourishing of the Ardell territory and his emergence as the best magician, realizing the greatness and power that he must master. Tryon Ignis asked if the student was interested in what he was seeing. His voice was calm, but not without a hint of irony, forcing the young man to look closely. He replied that the world is arranged like this: students behave like students, and magicians behave like magicians, and this obvious truth simultaneously reflects the order and the difference in power in the educational institution. However, he understands that achieving this is difficult, and the young man, realizing the complexity of the task, quietly agrees, accepting the need for hard work and self-improvement. The door opens again, and light pours into the room, and everyone present holds their breath, waiting to see who or what will appear next. Ruin took one last look at what lay before him, trying to commit every detail to memory before taking a step into the unknown future. When announcing the exam scores, it was announced that Ruin had won, and all the students sincerely congratulated him, admiring his skill and incredible endurance. It was said that Ruin Ardell was the best graduate of Ignite Academy, and this recognition of his talent and hard work caused admiration among all present. This is exactly what the young gentleman imagined as he walked out the door, feeling pride, admiration, and a foreboding of the new challenges that awaited him. Sitting down at the table, the head of the academy politely asked the student to treat himself. His tone was both friendly and full of respect for the student's achievements. And he carefully watched Ruin, observing his every movement and reaction, because his actions could be a demonstration or cause of unexpected consequences. Tryon Ignis said he had called him because he wanted to ask something important, and his voice was calm, but at the same time hinted at seriousness and the need for attention. How Ruin could know so precisely that Mikkel drank the burning flower remains a mystery, and it was this question that the head of the academy was waiting for. The young magician, in thoughtful silence, seemed to be pondering at that moment what answer he should give, weighing every word and considering the possible consequences of his choice. He explains that from the very beginning, Mikkel behaved somewhat differently than usual, and the flow of mana that enveloped him was unusual, noticeably enhanced, and attracted attention. After analyzing every detail of the behavior and the flow of mana, Ruin was not just suspicious, but knew with absolute certainty that his conclusion was unmistakable. To achieve the result, he used only physical force, which cannot be dampened within the walls of the room, but he deliberately kept quiet about the existence of the player's eye. He notes that even if Mikkel was in a state of deep shock, his strange laughter could be explained solely by the effects of the burning flower he had taken. Treason Ignite understands that even at 16 years old, Ruin shows remarkable insight and is able to maintain inner peace at the most critical moment. He addresses the student, sincerely apologizing for the inconvenience caused and adding that he will personally monitor that the Garrickhill family does not dare to take any action. However, that's not all, because the head of the academy has a special proposal in mind, which he decided to voice right now, considering the moment to be the most appropriate and significant. He asks if Ruin would like to become a representative of the academy this year and participate in the Great Festival, which is considered the most prestigious event among magicians. The young man instantly realizes that this is exactly what everyone dreams of, that this is a unique opportunity that can open up new horizons for him and realize his boldest ambitions. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and tries to concentrate to weigh all the options and make a decision that could determine his future path in life. But in the end, he sincerely thanks Treason Ignite for the generous offer, feeling gratitude and respect for someone who has so closely followed his path in the academy. Ruin replies that he feels a lack of experience, as he has not participated in real battles for the past 5 years, so he lacks practical training. Due to an internal disorder that prevented the free release of mana, all such events remained closed to him, and therefore he was not sure whether he would be able to perform worthily at the Great Festival. To this, Treason Ignite calmly replies that this is not a problem at all, assuring that any doubts Ruin may have will not be an obstacle to participating in the Great Festival. After all, the head is convinced that the student is more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory, and his abilities, experience, and insight make him a real contender. The young man didn't believe the words at first, but the man patiently convinced him that all of Ruin's abilities, experience, and hidden talents gave him every chance of victory. And more importantly, Ruin Ardell has the potential to become a kind of secret weapon that will appear out of nowhere at a crucial moment, changing the course of events in his favor. After all, opponents know absolutely nothing about him and his combat strategy, which makes Ruin unpredictable and gives him a huge advantage at crucial moments. Ruin realizes the truth of the magician's words, because it is thanks to this unpredictability that it will be easy to catch enemies by surprise, gaining a decisive advantage in battle. So Treason Ignite, maintaining calm and seriousness in his voice, asks for the final answer of his pupil, eager to know if the student is ready to accept the offered honor. And Ruin, feeling responsible and inner determination, replies that he will do everything possible to justify the trust of the head of the academy and not disappoint expectations. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door behind them, disrupting the peaceful atmosphere of the room and causing both of them to instantly turn around, listening intently to the unexpected sound. The head of the academy explains that Ruin would be much more useful to attend body art classes, and for this purpose, he personally invited an experienced martial arts professor. Sweat was dripping down the boy's face, because the man standing in front of him was a familiar face, and memories of past meetings made him anxious. Halter Pirante, with a slightly raised tone that combined surprise and irony, asked if Ruin wasn't happy to see him, carefully watching the boy's reaction. The professor turned out to be one of 5 knights of the 6th rank, and the only one in the entire kingdom of Radian, which emphasized his exceptional status and incredible skill. And Ruin had already met him during the 3rd stage of the practical task, so the memories of that experience simultaneously aroused respect and slight excitement. He still can't comprehend that he has the opportunity to study under this mentor, whose skill and reputation impress even the most experienced students of the academy. Halter asks if the apprentice is really a special mage who should only fight at close range, carefully watching his reactions. To this, Ruin replies that the information is true, confirming that he is truly special, capable of fighting only at close range. Drawing on past experience, Halter notes that Ruin's attacks were well executed, precise, and without unnecessary movements, highlighting the effectiveness of his martial art. However, it is all too obvious that the guy hasn't studied martial arts properly, and this betrays his inexperience, even despite the clarity and effectiveness of his individual attacks. His skills might work against an ogre, but an experienced knight would read the young man's every move like an open book, immediately noticing any weakness in technique. The guy agrees, because his movements were actually programmed by one training session, and their effective use is limited. Halter assures him not to worry because after his lessons, Ruin will be able to advance significantly beyond basic skills, gaining control over his power. So he suggests starting right now, without wasting time, because every moment is important for Ruin to be able to quickly improve his skills and reach new heights. He notes that first, you need to learn how to walk properly, because for a knight, the most important thing is legs that can withstand any trials and ensure movement in battle. The training center usually teaches celestial martial arts, which combine precision, strength, and mastery of movements, preparing students for the most difficult challenges. So it was this celestial martial art that Ruin studied, gradually mastering its subtleties and developing his skills under the close supervision of his mentor. With the exception of sword techniques, because the heavenly martial art includes 36 fighting techniques, which the young man studied gradually, mastering each one with maximum attention. Ruin remained extremely collected and attentive, paying maximum concentration to every detail so as not to miss a single nuance in his studies. He listened carefully to all the words of his mentor, absorbing every piece of advice and instruction, trying to immediately apply them in practice and not make a single mistake. I carefully performed all the tasks that were given by Halter, paying attention to every detail to master the technique as accurately as possible. However, Ruin suddenly asked why Halter agreed to this, his voice full of curiosity and slight surprise, trying to understand his mentor's motives. After all, he realized that this training would not bring any benefit to the professor himself, and that is why his surprise and questions were sincere and full of curiosity. To this, Halter calmly replied that such training was a kind of investment for him, because the efforts invested would return 100-fold through skill. One has to imagine that he meets a person who has all the signs of becoming a great magician and immediately notices the potential that could change her future and influence in the world of magic. His help in this process can be a kind of investment, because the correct development of a student can bring significant benefits in the future. Therefore, Ruin, bowing respectfully, said that he was at Professor Halter's service, demonstrating his willingness to listen, learn, and devote all his strength to the benefit of learning. But the man smiled and said that he was simply embarrassed to ask the young man to call him Hyun, because he was not even 30 yet, and the formalities seemed unnecessary. So Ruin, focused and determined, continued to train, honing every move and diligently applying his mentor's advice, striving to quickly improve his skills. Each time he carefully studied something new, diligently practicing techniques, focusing on details, and striving to make every movement perfect. Professor Halter observes that the student is doing too well, noticing talent and abilities in him that far exceed expectations. He recalls approaching the ogre after the exam and suddenly realizing that Ruin had broken his jaw, recalling the moment with a combination of surprise and admiration. Then I concluded that this young man, a melee mage, was physically stronger than an ogre, and even with such strength, he displayed incredible skill. At this pace of intensive training, weeks passed, during which Ruin relentlessly honed his skills, mastered new techniques, and strengthened his body and mind. Ruin realizes that the effect of mastering the heavenly martial arts is incredible, as every move combines everything, making him almost invincible in battle. But even Strawn, observing the training, advanced to level 3, demonstrating significant progress and inspiring him to continue improving his skills. Ruin now possesses 2,130 forces, which significantly exceeds the figures achieved by Drac during the same period, emphasizing effective progress. Suddenly, someone called out to the young gentleman, and he instantly turned around, listening to the voice that pulled him out of his training immersion and caught his attention. Opposite him, focused and determined, Jason ran, his speed and rhythm of movements giving Ruin an instant sense of competition and the need to concentrate. Asking if his friend had seen anything new, Jason watched his reaction, trying to understand how well the young man knew the news. He explains that a list of participants in the great festival was hung at the entrance to the academy, and everyone who passed by couldn't help but wonder if they had made it and if there would be any new names. At the grand entrance ceremony, Ruin proudly stood on stage as the representative of the new students, attracting the attention of everyone present and arousing admiration. Because of this, he began to be envied, and the other students cast sharp glances at him, full of distrust and hidden hostility. And all these years, Ruin has shown himself only from a pitiful side, hiding his true strength and abilities from those around him. He could only watch from afar as Mikkel received all the glory and recognition, feeling sadness and envy in his heart at the same time. Now Ruin was racing towards the lists of candidates for the great festival, his heart beating fast with anticipation and excitement. Many students had already gathered in front of the entrance to the academy, chatting and jostling impatiently, waiting for the event to begin. Looking at the table, the boy suddenly realized that he had become the official representative of the academy, and his heart beat faster with excitement. Everyone present turned to him with friendly smiles, full of curiosity and slight surprise at the same time. They immediately began to congratulate Ruin on this place of honor, because now everyone would speak on his behalf, and attention was focused on him. It took a long time, but the young magician once again became a representative of the Ignite educational institution, gaining respect and recognition among students and mentors. Professor Heidel admitted that he was surprised when he heard from Halter that Ruin had mastered the heavenly martial art, as such an achievement required enormous effort. And the fact that the student had passed the 5th grade frightened everyone around him, but only out of good intentions, because it testified to his extraordinary abilities and potential. So he said that he believes in Ruin, and is confident that he will be able to cope with all the challenges that lie ahead. Preparations for the festival went without any problems, so they set off for Altain, full of anticipation and determination for new challenges. The students couldn't believe that they were going to ride the mana train for the first time, watching in awe its shining hull and the magical shimmer of the rails. Radian had only 2 transit points, while the Imperial Federation of Raynak had over 100, making travel much easier. Someone abruptly told everyone to be quiet, comparing them to a herd, as if they had never seen a train before, and the students immediately fell silent, confused, and surprised. Looking at Ruin and Jason, he ordered them not to speak or to be shamed, emphasizing that both should behave with dignity and restraint. Ruin, casting a sharp look at him, instantly realized that hiding words or emotions was inappropriate right now. This is Henki's, Mikkel's friend, and that they participated in last year's festival together, bringing back memories and a little excitement. He warned Jason not to expect Ruin to win, emphasizing his own abilities and strength as a young magician. It seems like the academy would have had a better chance if Mikkel had been chosen, because he already had experience fighting against other participants and could have shown a stronger result. And in any case, they were not going to recognize Ruin as their representative, so they advised him to cope on his own, relying only on his own strength. The guy understood that many people wanted to curry favor with the Garrikill family, but everyone had to give their all, even if someone disagreed with his candidacy. He turned to Hanks and said that Mikkel would be pleased to see them making every effort and working together. After all, his dog remained faithful, did not turn away even when its owner was expelled from the academy, demonstrating true loyalty and unwavering loyalty. Ruin explained that he specifically expressed himself that way, so that a person of his level of intelligence could understand everything without unnecessary explanations and hints. Henke seemed to expect an answer, but the young man interrupted him again, demonstrating confidence and control over the situation. He explained that this festival will be of a much higher level than the last one, and if Henkes is successful, he will receive an award even more valuable than that from Mikel's family. The apprentice said that their opponents were real monsters, and the only thing left to do was stay in the Radiant Kingdom to work for the Garakil family and prepare for the trials. Ruin assured that anything is possible, and their victory is not far off, because with perseverance and strategy, they will overcome any difficulties. After all, the main thing is to cooperate, so it's better not to rely on those who hinder the team, but to focus on those who are really ready to help. Henkes then asked if Ruin was going to compete without their help, trying to figure out if he was ready to go it alone. To this, the representative replied that he suggested that they think about who their current boss is and understand who they really should trust on the team. Reminds that there is no representative of Mikel's family around right now who could assess their loyalty, so everyone will have to rely only on their own actions and decisions. Henkes warned Ruin not to lose his first individual battle, because if he lost, no one would listen to his instructions anymore. So the train raced forward, carrying the passengers through the shining shimmer of the rails and awakening in each one a foreboding of the trials to come. All the students were amazed at the incredible speed at which the train was moving, barely able to keep up with its shiny body and flickering lights. Strawn said that he likes modern technology because it didn't exist in his time, and he watches with fascination the amazing innovations. Suddenly, representatives from other academies began calling them insulting names, trying to provoke and embarrass Radian's students. Like they're rural, uneducated, and weak, like Ignite Academy is behind the others and doesn't deserve respect. Ruin realized that the symbol on the jacket belonged to the Oita National Magic Institute, which immediately gave him an idea of the level of training of his opponents. And this is the only educational institution in the region, with a long history, known for swordsmanship and extreme training that tempers true warriors. However, the hero still could not understand what exactly they were doing here, and what role each of them played in these strange and mysterious events around him. Suddenly, the students of the institute asked about Mikel, hoping that he, as always, would take care of them and help them settle into their new environment. They added that they were only in the status of servants and burst into loud laughter, emphasizing the irony and their frivolous attitude to the situation. The stranger asked if the academy's students would really take last place again this year, expressing doubt and slight surprise due to their reputation. Strawn noticed that his host was very calm after such words, as if completely unaffected by the insults and mockery, which surprised and slightly annoyed those present. Ruin explained that he had never participated in such events before, and had not expected to hear such offensive words, so he was surprised and a little embarrassed. I began to watch Professor Heidel closely, trying to notice any signs or clues as to how to properly respond to the situation. He understood that the professor would not intercede, because the festival was intended for students, and Heidel himself only played the role of an escort, observing the events from the sidelines. Now the power and responsibility for the team lies entirely with Ruin, as the official representative of the academy, and it depends on him how the students cope with all the tests. The institute student approached Henkes and asked where Mikel was hiding, hoping that he would help find his friend and shed light on his absence. But Ruin replied that, most likely, Mikel was lying in bed and praying that his broken ribs would heal properly, demonstrating mocking concern and observation. At that moment, all eyes were on the academy representative, Ruin Ardell, because it depended on him how the team would perform and whether it could win the festival. Henkes, looking at the student, explained to everyone that this was their new representative, emphasizing his status and responsibility to the team and the academy. Strangers instantly realized that they were seeing him for the first time, assessing Ruin's appearance and posture, trying to form a first impression of the new representative. So they tried to get closer to get a better look at Ruin and see his abilities and determination as a new opponent. He said he was a representative from Oyet, Seth Mulcair, and asked what the guy's name was, trying to make initial contact and assess the new opponent. So the young man replied with a confident voice that his name was Ruin Ardell, demonstrating determination and pride, because from now on he represented the academy and was not going to back down in the face of any difficulties. He explained that this was enough for a first acquaintance, so he asked Seth to leave their car so they could discuss matters calmly and without unnecessary witnesses. Before that, he ordered Seth to apologize for all the offensive words he had said earlier, emphasizing that respect and politeness were mandatory in communication. The institute student's face, which was usually calm and focused, this time turned red, turning crimson with anger and barely contained rage. He shouted angrily because he couldn't believe a single word Ruin had said, and he felt as if he were being humiliated with an unfair lie. For the young man had just ordered him to apologize, and it was this unexpected humiliation that angered him even more than the words themselves. He suspiciously asks Hanks if he didn't tell his new representative anything about Seth because he was afraid of being exposed and betraying his trust. He coldly said that he would now hit him again so that his pupil would remember this lesson forever and never dare to argue again. And it was at this moment that Ruin suddenly understood what the whole matter was, as if the pieces of a puzzle had come together and revealed the true picture before him. Most likely, these were the students who participated in the great festival, because their faces shone with confidence and a sense of self-importance. And fear is precisely in the presence of Uta, because their authority and incomprehensible power put pressure on everyone so much that even the bravest lose confidence. Because they had been subjected to Seth Malcury's brutal attacks more than once, a fear remained in their hearts, awakened even by the mere mention of his name. So Ruin realized that all this time they had been acting according to a plan, to destroy the morale of their opponents before the competition even began, sowing fear and doubt in everyone's hearts. But suddenly, the young man realized that the great festival had already begun and the time to act was now, leaving him with a sense of urgency and a pressing need to intervene. He asked Seth Mulcair if he didn't want to sort things out on the spot, because the tension and resentment had already reached a critical point and he couldn't wait any longer. He, preparing his fist, coldly warned Ruin not to regret his words because the consequences could be painful and immediate. But suddenly, the man, entering the carriage, shouted loudly for Seth to stop, and his unexpected appearance instantly made everyone fall silent in surprise. The pupil's eyes opened wide, for the professor stood before him, and this unexpected authority instantly evoked in him a mixed reaction of fear and surprise. The man ordered him to sit down and calm down, wondering in his mind if the student had been trying to make enemies and cause trouble everywhere he went from the very beginning. Professor Ota looks at Professor Heidel and sincerely apologizes for his students' behavior, acknowledging their mistakes and seeking to ease the tension between the parties. So the man firmly ordered Seth to return to his carriage immediately, emphasizing authority and leaving no room for discussion or argument. At this, he turned around, looked coldly at Ruin, and said that he would definitely deal with him later, leaving a feeling of unresolved threat. But the young magician didn't answer anything, only thinking that from the very beginning everything was much more complicated than it seemed. Suddenly, Seth asked in surprise why the professor had stopped him, since he himself had proposed to resolve the situation, and this contradiction angered him. When he replied that the boys had overlooked something, Seth nodded grimly, feeling that the true essence of the situation had remained hidden from the eyes of everyone present. He noted that Professor Heidel was smiling, and that innocent yet mysterious smile added a strange tension and uncertainty to the situation for them. When I watched Seth's actions, it seemed as if he was waiting for the moment when a fistfight was about to begin, and the tension in the air became almost palpable. Perhaps it was confidence, but they could not know for sure because external manifestations do not always reflect a person's true intentions or inner state. But this guy named Ruin clearly possesses something unknown and is completely different from the Meekle that Seth fought last time. It was after these words from the professor that Seth Mulcair plunged into his own thoughts, considering every step and trying to understand how Ruin's actions would change his plans. After a brief showdown with Oda, the atmosphere in the car changed, the tension eased, and everyone present felt a certain relief. although the tension still remained in the air. Together, they discussed the first match and the fact that the group competition will take place without a representative, considering strategies and possible consequences for the team. The students doubted whether they would be able to cope on their own, but Henkes loudly exclaimed that they would cope with everything because they simply had no right to lose. Ruin realized that at a certain point, these pupils, filled with envy and selfishness, began to unite, forming their own alliances and plans against their rivals. The comrades ask if Ruin is okay, because these students are too strong. They grew up almost in battles, and even experienced ones could easily be defeated. However, the representative asked in surprise if they weren't angry, because the situation could have made anyone angry. But here the students remained calm, which seemed strange. These scumbags respect no one, and he wondered what might happen if he didn't respond, because the consequences could be unpredictable. They would only be happy about this and start mocking them even more, fueling their own sense of superiority and increasing tensions in the group. If Ruin remained silent, everyone present would completely agree with Seth's words, and he wondered if that was what they really wanted. The guy asked again if they would continue to tolerate such disrespect for themselves, because silence only fuels arrogance and makes everyone's situation worse. The students allow themselves to be beaten, and it is because of this that Ardell makes them endure humiliation for 5 years, mixing them with mud to teach them obedience and discipline. Ruin did not believe that he was fighting now out of purely selfish intentions, as his actions were guided more by a sense of justice and a desire to protect the weak. One of the students suggested putting Henkes in goal in a match against Arrowball, citing his ability and reliability to strengthen the team's chances of winning. And then Ruin realized that Mikkel's loyalists were slowly taking his side, so he hoped that this would continue, strengthening his position in the team. Next stop, the Principality of Alton, so this is their station, and they need to quickly pack their things in preparation for leaving before the train moves on. This state within Raycarn has a neutral status, which is why competitions are held here, so enemies should forget about emotions, but if bloodshed occurs, there will be a trial for the guilty. All the students were delighted when they saw Reinach in front of them, because his majestic figure and authority aroused admiration and sincere admiration among those present. After all, everything is completely different here, Jason explained. He is from Daemon territory, a rich region, but his native land cannot compare to this place. Ruin mentally analyzed the city of Alton he had seen, assessing its scale, buildings, and atmosphere, trying to understand how it differed from his native lands. And he realized that this was exactly what was expected of the capital of the kingdom, because the grandeur, order, and atmosphere of the city fully met the high standards of the government. Everywhere there is a feeling of noble antiquity, and residents walk carefree through the streets, creating an atmosphere of peace and harmony that contrasts with the everyday worries of the city. And this sight made it clear once again that they had come from a very tiny city, where the scale and splendor of Altheim seemed almost unbelievable. Now they are heading to their destination, so they must board carriages to get to their destination comfortably and safely, preparing for new events. Professor Heidel wanted to say something to his students, choosing words to convey an important message while at the same time maintaining their attention and respect. He expressed his hope that none of them would dare to visit participants from other educational institutions, even by mistake, as this could cause unforeseen conflicts. After all, nothing good will come of such an endeavor. A fight will only create problems and unpredictable consequences for all participants. Ruin didn't understand why the professor said that, looking straight at him, and his mind was filled with surprise and slight concern. Suddenly, Strawn shouted loudly to the owner to look immediately, and his excited tone attracted attention. At first, Ruin didn't understand what had happened, because everything had happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that his mind was trying to quickly comprehend the situation. But Strawn explained that there was a very interesting smell coming from that place, which immediately attracted attention, causing him and the young man to look closely with interest. So the little bear moved from the hero's shoulder to his knee, leaning in and carefully observing everything that was happening around him. He began sniffing again, trying to fully understand what the smell was, and every movement of his nose betrayed a remarkable curiosity and concentration. Analyzing, he told Ruin that it felt as if there was a relic of Drac here, and this immediately aroused both of them with heightened curiosity and cautious respect. The next day, all participants of the Ignite Academy, despite their fatigue and excitement, gathered in their room, preparing for new challenges and events. Suddenly, Jason noticed that Ruin was hurrying somewhere, quickly getting dressed, but he didn't say a word about where exactly he was going. So the young magician, feeling a sense of urgency and hastily completing his preparations, ran out into the street, without looking back and barely noticing the surrounding noise. Strawn asked if Ruin was sure of his guesses, and even to him it sounded strange and unusual. He showed that it was necessary to urgently run to the workshop, where touching memories were kept, as if every step there promised to reveal something important. So Ruin, carefully opening the door, slowly walks inside, feeling both tense and curious about what awaits him. He believed that the object used by the Black Dragon should be in a more unusual and unexpected place than what was revealed to him. Ruin imagined that he would end up on the black market or in the warehouses of a rich man, expecting to find rare and valuable things there. So the young man decided to use the eye of the gamer to speed up the search and more efficiently find the desired item among the numerous things. And suddenly, something shone in front of him, attracting attention and causing genuine surprise in the young man. It was the Ring of Invulnerability, which had once been the first failure of the brawl, and its radiance immediately attracted all of Ruin's attention. So Strawn, smiling, remarked that the host had only one nuance worth considering, and this immediately piqued Ruin's curiosity. It wasn't just about attacks, but also about the fact that resistance can arise from the touch of a friend or even a lover, making the situation much more complicated. The effect may not activate exactly when it is needed, but it may work on something familiar, and that is precisely the failure, but for Ruin, it was still necessary. And if worn, the user's strength will increase by 200 points for the entire duration of wearing it, greatly enhancing their capabilities. Ruin, putting on the ring, saw that it fit perfectly, as if it had been made especially for him, perfectly repeating the shape of his finger. He approached the salesperson and said he would like to purchase the ring, expressing determination and confidence in his choice. To this, the man replied that the young man could simply take the ring, because it had been lying idle for many years, and he himself did not know what to do with it. So Ruin decided to buy some more, and as he walked back, he thought about the incredible usefulness of the player's eye skill and its possibilities in the future. After all, with its help, you can even determine the true value of any item, making search and evaluation extremely effective. And suddenly something appeared before his eyes that made Ruin hold his breath, causing both surprise and admiration. It was a book about the quantum mechanisms of magic and swordplay, extremely rare, and its appearance instantly captured Ruin's attention. Reaching for the book with his hand, the hero did not notice that a girl was standing nearby, who also wanted to get it, and her intentions remained unknown to him. Suddenly, the boy looked at her and began to study her closely, trying to understand her intentions and reactions in this unexpected situation. It was Irene Prius, a fifth-class magician from Siki University, whose presence and skill immediately caught Ruin's attention. The Dirty King, also known as the King of Mages and the Boarder, Theron Artemis, had a reputation as a powerful and dangerous ruler whose fame spread far beyond the borders of the kingdom. He also chose 11 magicians to represent the next generations, and this girl, Irene Prius, was one of them. Ruin had heard that Irene was a true genius and had almost reached the 5th grade, making her an extremely capable and promising mage. However, he noticed that she had already reached that level and realized that all the rumors only belittled her true abilities. Irene Prius asked Ruin to give back the book, but the boy calmly explained that he had taken it first, insisting on his right. Judging by the symbol on the uniform, Ruin from Ignite Academy explained that the boy had found what he was looking for, while Irene had come specifically for this book. And when the young man remained adamant, Irene asked if he could still give in, and the hero instantly realized that she had been eavesdropping on his conversation. He asked the girl to explain why she needed this book, because such publications are not sought after just like that, and anyone who seeks them has a serious reason. But Irene was instantly confused, not knowing how to immediately answer such a direct and unexpected question. She replied that the book was part of her individual assignment and the details could not be disclosed, so she asked Ruin not to ask about it again. The young gentleman thought that this was unlikely to be a task from the institution itself, and perhaps it was simply a personal assignment from the Dirty King. So Ruin told her to take the book because it was important to her, and his words caused a real shock to the student. As he walked further between the counters, Ardell pondered what else he should buy, considering the possible use and value of each item. At that time, Irene Prius watched him closely, trying to understand his intentions and what exactly caught his attention among the goods. In the room where they lived, his comrades surrounded Ruin, pressing him with questions and trying to find out everything about this girl. Jason was very jealous, because his dream was to touch Irene's hand at least once, and now he felt a mixture of irritation and desire. Henkes noticed that they were all envious, because he himself was sitting next to her at the festival, but his friends quickly realized that he hadn't even said a word. In any case, this girl was strong, always coming in second place, losing only to Doom Prime, but Jason categorically stated that this was complete nonsense. However, Henkes was sure of this, because it was about number 1 in a special institution for battle mages, and therefore Doom was truly the best among mages of his age on the entire continent. In addition, Doom possessed the shining sword, and these words immediately aroused Ruin's sincere curiosity and desire to learn more. After all, now it became clear to him why Irene needed this book to have a chance to defeat Doom. But being a magical swordsman isn't that cool, because it doesn't provide a significant increase in magical power, and becoming a skilled swordsman isn't easy either. Doom Prime differs from the others in that his shining sword is a high-class artifact, and his level of sword mastery is comparable to that of an average knight. Jason sat and thought about how popular Prime was with the girls, and besides, he came from a good and wealthy family. Ruin simply sat and carefully analyzed all the information he received from his comrades, trying to get a complete picture of the situation. Irene Prius possesses 5th-class magic at the age of 16, while the magical swordsman Doom Prime defeats her in duels every year. And Ruin Ardell wondered if he could win if he ever found himself in battle against these famous and extremely capable heroes. After all, everyone around him doesn't consider him a serious threat to their fame at all, underestimating his abilities and potential, which makes the situation even more interesting. But Trion Ignite tries to convince Ruin that he is much stronger than he seems and is quite worthy of being considered a candidate for victory. Suddenly, a student runs in and announces that the first squad must gather outside immediately on the opening day of the great festival, because time will wait for no one, and preparations have already begun. So Ruin tries to overcome his self-doubt and emerge confident in his own strength, demonstrating his readiness for the challenges of the great festival. He rises and confidently heads for the exit, preparing for the new trials and events that await him outside. Mentally, the hero carefully considers his every step, planning a strategy for the entire period and trying to foresee all possible scenarios. After all, the great festival begins right now, and success in future trials depends on the accuracy of each step. It was time for the opening matches of the grand festival, and all the participants entered the arena with excitement and impatience, preparing to show their true strength. And Ruin is visibly anxiously awaiting the moment when their opponents will be announced, because the first step towards his future victory depends on this. It turned out to be the Oyet National Magical Institute, whose representatives were confident that a duel with Ruin would be an easy and undisputed victory for them. Seth Mulcair noted with a smile that they were extremely lucky with their opponent, so they didn't even have to waste time preparing for the fight. At that very moment, Ruin realized that these opponents were the worst for them, because their self-confidence hid the real danger. Because these students were known for their unfair play, using underhanded methods and tricks to gain victory at any cost. Moreover, in their academy, most of the students were injured due to dangerous interactions with Oyet, which only emphasized the harshness and insidiousness of their methods. Seth Mulkiri declared that they were so weak that they wouldn't even be able to warm up, and concluded that this match would be the most boring of all possible. The opponents simply began to mock him, believing that the Ignite Academy was incapable of opposing them, and this frightened them even more because of the young man's unpredictability. Ruin, smiling, realized that he would take this opportunity to demonstrate his true strength to his opponents and surprise them. After all, the Ignite Academy had changed a long time ago and was no longer the same as before, which made its students unexpectedly strong and prepared for any challenges. Ruin turned to Seth and calmly said that he had been waiting for their arrival, demonstrating confidence in his own abilities. I also noticed that many other participants in the great festival had already gathered around them, watching the events with curiosity and impatience. He explained his words by saying that he simply wanted to introduce himself to everyone present, demonstrating politeness and self-confidence. Announcing loudly, he introduced himself as Ruin Ardell and said that he was a representative of the Ignite Academy, which everyone was so actively discussing after graduation. He said that he wouldn't talk for long, but he had one request that he wanted to make to everyone present. I asked them to finally stop calling their educational institution by any other name because it was unpleasant and did not correspond to reality. And it was at this moment that Seth Mulkiri exploded in shock, not expecting such directness and courage from Ruin. The hero stated that he had been in last place for too long and was tired of being constantly underestimated, so now he was ready to prove his true strength. So now he strives to rise to the top, leaving all failures and doubts behind, and prove to everyone that he deserves the highest position and respect. Everyone around started shouting and advising the Ignite representative not to show off, demonstrating skepticism and distrust of his bold words. Seda remarked that it was extremely interesting to hear how they were striving to get to the top, and at the same time asked who he was to make such a claim. And suddenly Ruin remembered the words of Tryon Ignis, the head of the academy, which reminded him of his true strength and potential, inspiring determination and confidence. But he replied that he was the academy's secret weapon and would not back down again, demonstrating determination and willingness to fight for first place despite any obstacles. In their room, the students of the Oyet Institute gathered, thinking through the further course of events and discussing the possible actions of Ruin Ardell, trying to predict his strategy. They did a little investigation and found out that this student had a history of constant defeats, so they couldn't understand how he could become a representative of the academy. Seth remarked that he wasn't entirely sure, but at the beginning of the semester this student had changed dramatically and turned into a real monster with impressive results. So, probably, this was the reason for Ruin's confidence in his own abilities and determination to act. Mulkiri realized that Ardell possessed abilities they knew nothing about, and it forced him to reconsider his own expectations of the duel. But suddenly he couldn't understand why he should worry about it at all, because they were graduates of the academy and should be confident in their own abilities. And Seda was definitely confident that he could teach Ardell a lesson and show everyone what they were truly capable of, demonstrating the strength and skill of his students. And this will be done in the traditional manner of their institute, which emphasizes discipline, skill, and rigorous standards of student training. At the Ignite Academy building, the boys have gathered to discuss strategy for a team competition in which everyone except their representative participates. You will need to throw grenades filled with mana at the mythical Golem, and the team that can destroy it first will win the competition. Henkies turned to Ruin and asked if their team could win if their representative did not participate in the competition tomorrow. The young magician agreed that compared to the Oyet Institute, they lacked students with outstanding talents, and this might make it difficult for them to win the competition. However, Ruin knows exactly how they can achieve victory, keeping in mind the strategy and strengths of each team member. So he explained that this is a group competition, and if we work together in harmony, the team can win by using our combined strengths as effectively as possible. Therefore, he ordered everyone to start uniting into groups to work together on a strategy and increase their chances of success in the competition. The first group will be responsible for heating the mana grenades, the second for moving them, the third for attacking, and the fourth will be ready to restore the enemy golem. The participants did not understand how they could win if they attacked with fewer people and spent more time on it, while the opponent used 30 pairs of hands. Ruin pondered, listening carefully to each of his comrades to understand their thoughts and determine the most effective strategy for the team. He asked them what they thought, seeking to get their opinions and agree on a common plan of action. After all, the representative stated that they should be the first, and this was his sincere desire, which he wanted to realize together with the team. Therefore, I am ready to do everything possible to achieve this, even in those games and challenges in which I do not directly participate. He explained that while Eda would throw one grenade, they would be able to throw 2 or even 3, effectively outpacing their opponents in attack speed. Jason and his companion stated that they fully trust their representative and are confident in his abilities in the upcoming competition. All other participants also supported Ruin's idea, agreeing to act in a coordinated and joint manner to achieve victory. So, under Hanks's leadership, Zola, Mill, Mora, Ayake, and Freya will work, responsible for heating the grenades before attacking the golem. Taemons will be responsible for moving heated grenades to the attack site, ensuring a smooth supply for his team. Ruin distributed his comrades based on their strengths while using his ability to optimally organize teamwork. He used the player's eye, the very skill that allows you to see the essence of the goal, to determine exactly how to most effectively distribute tasks among his comrades. With its help, the young magician was able to minimize his own weaknesses and focus the team's attention on their strengths, increasing the effectiveness of joint actions. Everyone around them realized that this approach would provide them with the best chance of victory, and agreed to act on Ruin's plan. Once everyone was in their ideal group, even those who had previously doubted him began to understand his plan and were determined to act in harmony. So, proud of himself and his decision, Ruin stood and watched everyone, feeling satisfied with how the team was preparing for the competition in an organized manner. He understood that the team members had become much more confident in themselves, and this gave him even more optimism about the future victory. And all the participants began to feel a hope that they could truly win by acting in harmony and using their strengths. Suddenly, a battered Fulham entered the room, and all the participants were immediately embarrassed, struck by his appearance and the seriousness of the situation. Ruin, quickly approaching, asked what had happened to him, trying to understand the reason for his battered appearance and anxious behavior. Fulham said that Oyet's representatives brought their comrades with them, and then took him out and beat him, leaving the impression of a serious threat. Seth Malkyrie sat in his house and behaved too brazenly, demonstrating self-confidence and contempt for those around him. I was waiting for the Ignite representative, and suddenly Ruin entered the room, unexpectedly appearing in front of the Oyet representative. And Sita asked mockingly what Ruin was going to do, only if he really thought he was capable of something against him. Ruin Ardell, raising his hand, calls Seth Malkyrie to him and orders him to appear before him immediately, demonstrating confidence and authority. The boy's opponent, observing his actions and words, suddenly decided that he had gone completely crazy and was acting without any logic or common sense. Irritatedly, he asked on what grounds Ruin allowed himself such audacity, as if he had the right to despise others and put himself above them. When suddenly the young man decisively grabs him by the shoulder, he shudders in surprise, seeing both strength and hidden intent in this sharp and bold movement. And then he squeezes with such incredible force that the opponent involuntarily flinches, feeling the pain and unexpected pressure. Seth Malkyrie cannot stand the harsh grip and, in unbearable pain, crouches on the floor, gritting his teeth and trying to suppress a cry of humiliation. Suddenly, a disturbing thought flashed through Seth Malkery's mind as to what kind of incomprehensible force was causing him to lose control and feel helpless. And Seta suddenly begins to prepare an attack on Ruin, gathering all his magical power and rage, hoping to change the course of the battle with at least this blow. But the young man calmly and confidently blocks this attack, as if he had anticipated Seth's every move in advance, and his impeccable reaction only enhances his sense of superiority. In response, Ruin wrings his opponent's hands with a sharp and precise movement, demonstrating complete control over the situation and making Seth feel his own powerlessness. And with a confident voice, Ruin sternly warns that if Malkery dares to touch them outside the arena again, it will have very bad consequences for him, felt immediately. So Ardell calmly departed, leaving Seth lying on the floor, while his students gathered around him, watching in amazement the aftermath of the duel. They approached with concern and asked if Seth was okay, observing his condition and trying to understand how strong Ruin's blow had been. However, upon returning, Ruin asks with a slight smile if Malkery would like to make a bet, his confident gaze and calm manner of speaking only emphasizing his advantage. So the boy explains to his students that if they win, Seth will get the goldfinch that knocked Michael down, and he will also have to personally apologize to everyone, emphasizing his complete seriousness. And then Ignit's students, having received such motivation, were instantly filled with determination and energy, and they were charged exclusively with victory, ready to put forth all their efforts. Suddenly, the doors open abruptly, and they are informed that it is time to go to the Altain Stadium, so they must get ready immediately, feeling excited. The Great Festival of Mages, held for the entire continent, gathers the strongest and most talented participants. Historical magicians who stood out in previous festivals have become legends of the continent, their achievements and unique abilities inspiring new generations of participants. They also became outstanding people who, through their achievements and deeds, inscribed their names in the history of the continent, leaving behind a mark that inspired future generations. In the stands, some students actively supported Ignite Academy, shouting loudly and demonstrating extraordinary dedication, which added strength and confidence to the participants. Ruin understood that he had become part of the great festival, where legends are born, and his every step, every action could go down in the history of the continent and leave a mark for centuries. The man loudly shouts that the opening ceremony is over and orders all students to return to their seats immediately, emphasizing order. So Ruin calmly walked first, confidently leading the group. His determination and confidence felt in every step, and the academy students followed him closely. Suddenly, as he walked forward, Ruin noticed the representative of Oyet in front of him, and his gaze instantly became more alert, sensing potential danger and tension. Seta addressed him sternly and ordered him to be ready, warning that this time he would not relax his vigilance and would watch his every move carefully. Upon returning, he quietly left, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts revolving around events and future challenges. Ruin understands that his task today is not to analyze Seth Malkery, but to focus on his own actions and strategy, anticipating possible events and consequences. His gaze shifted to the side, and his attention instantly focused on the details of his environment and the movements of his opponents, preparing him for quick and precise actions. His thoughts were completely focused on Doom Prime, analyzing every possible move, weakness, and strength of his opponent to prepare for the upcoming challenges. Who was the winner of the Magic Festival, and at the same time the leader in every discipline of the Special School of Combat Magicians? If they continue to win, Ruin will inevitably be forced to meet him in person, preparing for a clash with the strongest. Suddenly, he hears a female voice nearby, remarking that the young man causes problems wherever he goes, and this makes Ruin tense up. It was Irene Prius, and at that moment, Ruin looked at her with confidence, feeling a familiar challenge and a readiness for an interaction that could change the course of events. The lady notes that yesterday the guy caused real chaos, forcing everyone around him to react to his unpredictable actions. He even dared to engage in open conflict by visiting the Oyet Institute building, where his bold actions caused a stir. Ruin asks confusedly how she knows this, and Irene calmly replies that Altain is a small town, and she's sure everyone already knows about it. The young man explains that he only came to talk and did not seek conflict at all, trying to calm the situation and show good intentions with his words. Irene notes that since Ruin gave her the book back then, she is now ready to give advice, warning that it is better not to stand out too much. The guy asks in surprise if she's really suggesting he hide his true abilities just like she does, not revealing her full strength and potential. And then Irene quickly said that it was her time, because they were speaking first, as if she simply didn't want to answer the question, avoiding the conversation. So, on her way back, the young lady thought about her conversation with the young man, going over every word and intention, trying to understand his motives. The participants are getting ready because in just a few minutes, Ignite Academy and Oyeta Institute will be the first to enter the arena, feeling excited. Jason addresses everyone and calls on them to demonstrate their strength, warning that after this, they no longer have the right to appear after the academy. So they moved forward, each with their minds fully focused on victory, feeling determined, excited, and ready to give their all. So the first competition finally began, but the spectators were left in awe as they watched the participants take bold actions. Because previously, those who had the support of prominent people won, and the division of participants into teams, which was common for knights, was never applied to magicians, which made the competition unique. So people didn't quite understand why they did it, but they were sure that Oyet's Institute would win, watching the preparations and feeling the strength of its participants. Ruin had heard it said that Ignite Academy would once again be last, and these words only strengthened his determination to prove otherwise. Irene Prius carefully watched the action, meticulously analyzing every move of the participants and anticipating the possible consequences of their actions during the competition. She couldn't understand how this was possible, and her gaze was filled with astonishment as she tried to make sense of the incredible events unfolding right before her eyes. After all, the Academy's Golem Ignite had already lost his arm, and watching them continue to act was incredible, causing surprise and undisguised admiration. Jason loudly shouts to everyone to continue in the same spirit, encouraging the participants and reminding them of the importance of determination. Ruin loudly shouts that Henkies is doing great and orders Jason to aim for the Golem's right hand to weaken its control and give the team the advantage. So they didn't hesitate, and the Golem's right arm was destroyed, surprising the spectators and giving the team a significant advantage in the fight. While Seth Mulcair was overly irritated, his actions became impulsive and careless, giving opponents the opportunity to take advantage of his mistakes. After all, he didn't understand why his students were losing after the academy, and this irritation only increased his frustration, forcing him to act impulsively. They explain that the academy is behaving unusually, as some of the students are healing the golem, which is why the enemy is not weakening in any way. And Seda realized that Ruin Ardell was involved in all of this, and his irritation grew even more, because now he realized who was behind the academy's cunning actions. Irene Prius, observing the events, understands that the spectacle is captivating, as the participants demonstrate incredible skill and determination. The reason why Ignite Academy wins over Oyeta Institute is solely due to a carefully thought-out strategy. But Irene understands that this approach will only work if each student's strengths are well known, because only in this way can strengths be distributed as effectively as possible. She remembers how Ruin easily found the book she had been looking for a long time, and realizes that his observation and ability to foresee events are truly impressive. And he also divided his comrades into groups according to their skills, using strategic thinking to maximize efficiency. Irene doesn't understand who he really is, and how it happened that she hadn't seen him at any of the previous competitions. Jason prepares an incredible sphere, concentrating all his magical energy, and flashes of light and power begin to emerge around it, anticipating a powerful effect. But he announces that everything is over with the Institute. His voice sounds confident and decisive, emphasizing the irreversibility of the action and the final advantage. And this attack pierces the golem, shocking the audience and opponents, because Jason's power turned out to be so enormous that it neutralized it. Seth Malkyrie stands confused, his eyes wide open, his mind trying to comprehend the unexpected event and the power his opponent has demonstrated. But then, Representative Oyet's confusion quickly turns to anger, his gaze sharpening and his body tensing. After all, in front of him in the stadium lies a golem that was destroyed by the Ignite Academy, and this sight inflames his anger even more. And the participants rejoice, realizing that they have won this battle, their hearts filled with triumph and pride for their own efforts and coordinated teamwork. The first competition, Mana grenade throwing, was expected to end in a victory for the Oyet Institute, but the participants of the Ignite Academy turned the tables. The competition ended with the victory of the Ignite Magic Academy, and this caused a wave of admiration and surprise among the audience, because the result exceeded all expectations. Everyone around began to actively discuss that Oeta was now in last place, and very soon, a tense competition of representatives to capture the flag would begin. The team actively supported Ruin, because his opponent at that moment was Seth Malkyrie, and everyone understood that the fight promised to be fierce and intense. The two of them felt an unwavering confidence in their abilities, knowing that they could overcome any obstacles in their path through determination and experience. Strawn asked the host if he was feeling nervous, trying to discern behind his calm exterior a hint of inner anxiety before an important event. Ruin responded calmly, considering that they were ranked 20th among 32 educational institutions. The situation was not bad at all and even quite ideal. After their latest victory, they are showing renewed interest in them, but this is not yet enough to remove the label attached to them due to the failures of previous years. So the young man realizes that he needs to win a convincing victory that will leave no doubt about his abilities and allow him to change the attitude of those around him towards him and the team. After all, in this case, other people will begin to look at them in a completely different way, recognizing their skill and the importance of victory. Then Strawn finally realized his master's strategy, realizing how his every move and decision had been carefully thought out for maximum effect. And the young man looks up and realizes that new horizons of opportunity are opening up before him, and that his next actions will determine success. He understands that they must demonstrate their abilities before the Sorcerer King to prove their strength, skill, and worthiness in the eyes of the highest authority. The Supremes sat at a large round table, watching intently as a glowing sphere rotated smoothly before them, as if hiding secrets and important signs of the future. Among them all sat Dirty King Theron, watching the proceedings with a cold and watchful gaze that betrayed the experience and power gained from many years of rule. He said that he had previously considered Ruin as a potential candidate for the role of representative of the next generation, noting his abilities and prospects. He adds that he has the ability to remember talented young men, and that Ruin was born with such a great gift that he was able to master magic at a young age. So Theron was deeply disappointed when he learned that the hero had a disorder in the release of mana, which limited his potential and made the path to full mastery of magic much more difficult. Tryon responded in surprise, asking if the Dirty King truly considered Ruin a useless child, hinting that his talents and abilities clearly contradicted such an assessment. However, suddenly Theron smiled slightly, as if hiding his own thoughts and emotions, leaving those around him to guess the true meaning of his smile. I asked if Ruin becoming a representative of the Academy meant that he had overcome his curse by showing incredible willpower and mastery of magic. Tryon closed his eyes and calmly said that he would soon see everything for himself, leaving room for personal experience and his own awareness of the approaching events. Ruin looked extremely confident on the competition field, his posture and gaze radiating determination and readiness to overcome any challenges. Strawn asked what the host planned to do next, trying to understand his intentions and prepare for any unexpected actions in this difficult situation. Ruin replied that they weren't very smart, so the plan remained the same as always, relying on proven methods and his own confidence in the team. And the young man explained that he would fight Seth head-on, demonstrating his strength, skill, and determination not to back down in the face of direct confrontation. The referee loudly shouted that the match was starting, and the tension on the field instantly increased as all the players and spectators realized the real confrontation was about to begin. And Ruin instantly rushed at his opponent, his movements quick and precise, demonstrating determination and impeccable preparation for a direct clash. But Seth does not give up, preparing a counterattack, and loudly declares that he will pay for what happened earlier, ready to exploit any weakness of the opponent. So he called out to his combat defender, urging him to join the fight and support the attack, preparing his opponent for a dangerous confrontation. And suddenly a huge knight appears before Ruin, his armor gleaming in the light, his posture radiating strength and menacing power, ready for battle. So the young magician realizes that he will have to use the refraction of time to get ahead of his opponent and gain a strategic advantage in this critical situation. He begins to move, dodging attacks with incredible speed, his maneuvers becoming almost inaudible, creating the impression that time around him has slowed down. Suddenly, he unexpectedly appears behind his opponent, using a moment of inattention to gain an advantage and control the course of the battle. And Seta, not understanding how this happened, screams loudly, expressing surprise and confusion at the sudden appearance of Ruin behind him. Malkyrie attacks with a fist, but Ruin suddenly intercepts the blow, blocking it with incredible speed and precision, demonstrating skill and control in combat. But Ruin instantly squeezes his limb with incredible force, forcing Seth to feel the full power of his blow and control over the situation. He asks in surprise if the boy is going to let go of his hand, feeling the irresistible force and pressure that Ruin is exerting on his limb. To this, the hero calmly replies that now is not the time for conversation, focusing on the fight and maintaining control, preparing for the next step. For it is at this very moment that his own defender is tearing at Malkyrie, and Ruin understands that he must act quickly to neutralize the threat and maintain his advantage. And the representative of Oida tries to stop him, but all attempts are in vain, because his strength and skill make him practically invincible. When the defender was already very close, drops of sweat ran down Seth's face, betraying his excitement and awareness of the danger that was approaching instantly. Because he realizes that he cannot simply move, paralyzed by fear and the pressure of the force that Ruin applies, leaving him with minimal chance of reaction. And the young man, looking at him with a sneer, says that Seth should try to escape on his own, emphasizing his own superiority and the inevitability of the situation. And suddenly, Malkyrie realized that the power in the house that the young man had used was real, and this discovery struck him, forcing him to rethink everything. Turning his head with apparent reluctance, he is forced to admit that he has lost, realizing Ruin's overwhelming strength and skill in this fight. His eyes closed in fear as he felt the full danger of the situation and the inevitability of defeat in the face of impeccable strength. But suddenly, expecting a blow from his defender, Seth opened his eyes and was surprised to see that it hadn't happened, feeling a mixture of relief and incomprehension. He sees Ruin attack the defender, who instantly loses his balance, unable to withstand the young mage's agility and strength. The Oita representative understands that this is simply impossible, realizing that Ruin's strength and skill exceed all expectations and the limits of their capabilities. After all, Ruin hit a defender armed only with steel armor with his bare hands, demonstrating incredible strength and control that leaves everyone around him in awe. And he simply stood there, motionless, stunned, and paralyzed by the unexpected power and ruthless precision. Ardell's gaze was determined and confident, reflecting his unwavering will and willingness to act without hesitation, regardless of the complexity of the situation. The young gentleman confidently walked towards his opponent, his every movement radiating determination and readiness to meet any danger head-on. When Malkyrie, looking at him, asked in surprise if he had really saved him, there was a mixture of surprise, uncertainty, and respect for the young magician in his voice. Ruin resolutely replied that he would never allow the one who bullied his classmates to go unpunished, emphasizing his principled nature. He explains that he simply wants to finish him off personally, without intermediaries, wanting to settle the score directly and prove his own strength and determination. And asks if Malkiri has forgotten about their bet, reminding him of a promise or condition that still remains unresolved, emphasizing the importance of this moment. So Ruin prepares a single goldfinch, concentrating all his strength and skill in this powerful maneuver, ready to use it for the decisive blow. And from such a powerful blow, Seth is thrown back several meters, his body is struck by the force, and the air is filled with the echo of the collision. He sees only the blue sky before his eyes, feeling light and helpless, as if all the events around him have faded into the background. The audience opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to believe Ruin's strength and skill, which surpassed all their expectations. The Ruin team was incredibly happy, and the stadium was instantly filled with loud applause that echoed in all directions, reflecting the enthusiasm of the audience. Everyone around whispered, unable to figure out what magic the winner was using, watching his incredible abilities. Thus, Ruin attracted the attention of another person, whose gaze was full of surprise and curiosity, as if his talent and potential had been immediately noticed. Theron sat deep in thought and said that he was currently at the demigod stage, being the only 8th class mage whose abilities went far beyond that. Known as the King of the Border, Theron admits that even he has never heard of the kind of magic Ruin has used before, amazed by its uniqueness and power. His eyes widened in surprise as Theron watched the sphere intently, trying to comprehend its mysterious power and significance to what was happening. The victor stood before him, and the man could not understand who this young man was, so incredible and unpredictable was his strength and skill. Who is this Ruin Ardell? The Dirty King asked himself, trying to unravel the mystery of his extraordinary abilities and understand where such incredible power comes from. Theron was still deep in thought, lost in thought about the nature of Ruin's power and the possible consequences of such a mage's appearance for the future of the entire world. But then he turned to Treason Ignis with a request to tell him everything he knew about his student, wanting to hear the truth about his origins and power. So, taking a deep breath, the head of the academy begins his speech, preparing to reveal to everyone the truth about Ruin Ardell and the path that the young man has already traveled. He says that Ruin is a perfect student who could have given up, but fought to the last, someone who was able to turn his own weakness into strength and, more than anyone else, behaved like a true magician. Having finished his speech, he announced that this was all he knew about Ruin, leaving the rest a secret that the young man himself would have to discover. But Theron immediately understood that Treason was trying to shield his student from his excessive curiosity, deliberately hiding part of the truth about his true abilities. In a cold tone, he asked what would happen if the Dirty King himself summoned Ruin to him and asked him a question directly, without any intermediaries. Then, in a serious voice, Treason Ignis said that if the king tried to extract information by force, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. In that case, he will be obliged to stop him, because the mentor's oath requires him to protect his student even from the most powerful figures in the world. Theron smiled faintly, as if he found a challenge in Treason's words that amused him more than threatened him. But he said, "Is the head of the academy really trying to remind us of his right to keep the technique secret, in particular, Millie's oath?" And then he simply explains that they can exchange a few words, and that will be enough to convey all the necessary information. But Theron mentally realizes that only he should stand at the pinnacle of magic. No one else deserves this place, and is ready to do everything for this, stopping at nothing. And even more, he is willing to do anything to learn the truth about the magic Ruin used, despite obstacles or limitations, to understand its power and secrets. While at the bar, Ruin realizes that they have only won one competition, and it would be premature to relax now, as there are still many challenges ahead. His classmates reassure him, saying that students from other schools are here too, so now he should just relax and enjoy the evening. Jason reassures everyone, saying that everything is fine, and reminds them that they need to celebrate the victory, because there is a festival going on right now, and it is a great opportunity for joy and relaxation. After all, the local coconut vanilla drink and the legendary Dragon's Kiss are already on the table, adding to the festive atmosphere and encouraging everyone to enjoy the moment. Ruin carefully examines the bottle, not understanding what kind of drink it is. He is interested in the unusual aroma and appearance that distinguishes it from familiar drinks. Jason explains that he feels a special sense of patriotism because this drink comes from the Ardell territory, and its taste symbolizes his native lands and traditions. He explains that it's not just about patriotism, because after drinking this drink, you can feel a real dragon's kiss, which gives incredible sensations and a boost of energy. Jason tries to convince Ruin to try this miracle drink, promising an unusual and unique experience that he won't want to miss. But the young gentleman carefully monitors his surroundings, noticing every movement and detail around him, not allowing himself to relax even during the celebration. Suddenly, Seth Malkiri appeared behind them, his gaze intent and filled with determination, immediately drawing the attention of Ruin and those around him. The friends, rising, froze in shock, because they could not understand why Seth was here and what brought him to them at this moment. Jason asks Seth to leave them alone for now because they've just started having fun and want to enjoy the moment without too much stress. Ruin doesn't understand what brought his rival here, and mentally asks himself if he really intends to start a fight again, spoiling the festive atmosphere. However, in a calm voice, Malkiri says that he has come to apologize, unexpectedly changing the atmosphere of tension to a sense of relief and surprise among those present. Then there was no emotion on the boys' faces, except for deep shock, because they did not expect such an unexpected turn of events from their opponent. Seth Malkiri apologizes for looking down on them all this time, from the height of his own superiority, admitting his mistake and wanting to correct his attitude. After the defeat at the Ruin Stadium, it finally became clear that one should not consider others inferior just because of their weakness, and true strength lies in respecting and understanding others. There are many in this world who are stronger than Seth, and he realized that his past actions were wrong because pride and arrogance do not make a person truly great. Jason was about to say something, but Mulcair interrupted him and explained that he had something important to say, forcing everyone to listen carefully. So, in a frank voice, he says that he is very sorry for everything that happened before, sincerely admitting his mistakes and wanting to mend relations with everyone present. Ruin looks at him intently, but remains silent, focused on observing the sincerity of the words and true intentions. The guys at the table commented that the situation seemed a bit awkward, as the unexpected apology created a strange combination of tension and a slight, uncomfortable sadness. Seda apologized once again, particularly for coming over, and decided to leave, leaving room for the rest of the company to rest and celebrate. Ruin suddenly responded to this, his voice sounding calm but confident, showing that he had noticed the apology and was ready to respond to it. But he asked if Seth had apologized only because of their agreement, or if he had truly done so from the bottom of his heart, seeking to understand his rival's true motives. To this, Malkiri responds that he spoke sincerely, emphasizing that his apology came from the heart, not from coercion or a formal agreement. And then a smile appeared on Ruin's face, reflecting his understanding of the sincerity of Seth's words and a slight relief after the tense situation. The boy extends his hand and thanks him for having the courage to apologize, acknowledging the courage and sincerity of Seth's action. Seth ponders Ruin's words thoughtfully, pondering their meaning and realizing the importance of sincerity and mutual respect in their relationship. Then he also extends his hand, and they shake it firmly, symbolically cementing reconciliation and a new level of mutual understanding between them. All of his classmates forgave Seth, and soon they all began celebrating together, raising their glasses with the legendary Dragon's Kiss and enjoying the joyful moment. Ruin opens his eyes wide in genuine shock as if painted, his expression conveying complete surprise and admiration at the same time. His comrades stand before him, asking with anxiety and curiosity if the young magician has woken up yet, watching his reaction with hope for an answer. Holding her head, Ardell gets out of bed, and everyone around her understands that the night was not in vain. It left an imprint of strength and experience on the young magician. He is asked if he remembers what he did yesterday, and Jason begins to laugh, unable to contain his amusement at the memories of last night and its unexpected adventures. The guys explain that yesterday Ruin almost cried his eyes out, while thanking them for believing in him and supporting him in moments of doubt and weakness. And who would have thought that the outwardly perfect Ruin had such a sensitive and emotional side hidden behind his confidence and skill in magic? The young gentleman addresses them and notes that as soon as he regained consciousness, they immediately began to mock him, making him slightly angry and embarrassed. Ruin realizes that in the future he would be better off avoiding such a drink, as its effects can lead to unpredictable and comical consequences. Suddenly, Seth Malkery runs towards him and calls out loudly to Ruin, his movements full of determination and urgent purpose. He asks if he slept well, his voice ringing with slight excitement, while also showing concern and friendly interest. Suddenly, Ruin remembers how they hugged yesterday, sincerely asking each other for forgiveness, and it becomes very awkward to see Representative Oyet now. Turning away from shame, Ardell began to head in the other direction, trying to hide his embarrassment and focus on his own thoughts. He simply walked away from everyone, seeking to be alone and avoid any attention or questions from others. However, he was stopped by Professor Heidel, calling him back and forcing Ardell to pay attention to what he wanted to say. But he said that Ruin is always haunted by certain problems, reminding that even after victory, the young man will not be left without challenges and trials. He explains that some people are eager to see Ruin, wanting to personally witness his abilities and learn more about the young magician who has achieved such fame. The head of the academy was also alarmed, warning that the person was dangerous, hiding his true intentions under the guise of cunning and cunning. And after Ruin asks who it is, Professor Heidel replies that the dirty King Theron awaits him, hinting at the seriousness of the upcoming meeting and possible trials. Who wishes to meet him face to personally assess his abilities and learn the truth about the magic Ruin used in the stadium. Professor Heidel warns his pupil to be as careful as possible, because the Dirty King is full of dark secrets and dangerous plans. After all, people who hide their true nature, like the insidious Theron, are always extremely dangerous. The man, feeling guilty, apologizes for being able to say only these words at the moment, but assures that after the competition, he will inform Ruin of the exact time of the meeting. When he told his classmates this, the hero noticed that they couldn't believe his words, and he himself, despite their surprised faces, even looked a little confused. Ruin confidently says that now they have another good reason to win, so it's time to gather their thoughts and carefully consider strategy. The code name for the operation was Defend If You Can, and the comrades, upon hearing these words, looked at each other in surprise, curiously asking what exactly they meant. The boy calmly, but with palpable determination, explains to his comrades that his task is simple and at the same time dangerous. He must run straight to the gate. Arrowball is an exciting and dangerous game that uses a live arrow instead of a regular ball, which never stops and constantly circles above the field. 9 participants are divided into teams, attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper, and the group that manages to send more arrows into the opponent's goal will win. Although the rules of the game seem simple at first glance, success requires a well-thought-out strategy, quick thinking, and attentiveness to your opponent's every move. Explains that protective spells should only be used at times when danger becomes real and normal defenses are no longer able to protect against the threat. Crowd control magic should be used in moments when a large number of enemies threatens safety, and it is necessary to divide or restrain them. To successfully capture an arrow and direct it into the goal, you need to take into account many factors, including flight speed, trajectory, and the position of your opponents. So when the match finally began, the opponents, full of determination and excitement, began to loudly shout about the attack, trying to scare and throw their competitors off their rhythm. Ruin, displaying a mad burst of speed and determination, rushes straight at them, forcing his opponents to tensely prepare for the inevitable blow. The young man, concentrating and filling his hands with magical energy, activated the Ice Spear spell, directing it at the opponent. After that, he instantly created a wall of fire, raising it in front of him to block the enemy's attack and hold the position, preventing the enemy from advancing. By doing so, he caused confusion in the enemy, causing them to hesitate, not know how to react, and lose any initiative in the offensive. Seth Malkiri, sitting in the stands, enthusiastically cheered for Ruin and the entire Ignite Academy, not holding back his emotions and supporting the team with loud shouts and gestures. His classmates couldn't understand what was happening to the boy, because yesterday he was screaming passionately because of the loss, and today he was acting calm and even joyful. But Seda explained that real men become friends not with words, but after exchanging blows, proving their strength and courage. They were smiling because their representative didn't land a single real blow, limiting himself to only unsuccessful attempts, which looked funny. They whispered quietly among themselves, discussing which of these representatives was better than the other, comparing their actions and skills with slight admiration and curiosity. Seth Mulkiri mentally realizes that it was after this match that he was finally convinced of some truths. Namely, Ruin Ardell is truly a next-generation magician because he has the exceptional abilities and potential to do so. Irene Prius from Seika Women's University and Dalian Malkins from Godfrey's Holy Magic School were among the participants, each with their own reputations. Also, Doom Prime is from a special school of battle mages, all of whom are extremely strong, and Seth knows this for sure because he had the opportunity to fight each of them personally. But despite their strength, Ruin Ardell proves to be more powerful than any of them, and the boy is once again convinced of his incredible skills. But it's not just about strength. Seda understands that Ruin Ardell's true advantage also lies in his agility, strategy, and unwavering determination in battle. Ruin is not only strong, but also possesses outstanding leadership skills, is capable of reconciliation, and balances the team, skillfully managing the situation even in the most difficult moments. Suddenly, the student pulls him out of his thoughts and asks the captain if they should discuss strategy, to which he nods in agreement, recognizing the importance of preparation. The opposing team's commander shouts loudly from the field, trying to stop Ruin, but his words are in vain before the young mage's determination and speed. To this, his comrades quickly respond that they are doing everything they can, making every effort to help him overcome the resistance of his opponents. However, the young magician continues to act continuously, using a variety of techniques and tricks, demonstrating agility, resourcefulness, and unpredictability in battle. Effectively uses various spells and skills, changing tactics, which makes him unpredictable and extremely difficult. And like lightning, Ruin swiftly advances upon his opponents, combining speed with strategic precision, forcing them to instantly react to his attacking actions. Preparing a new blow, Ruin asks his opponents if they are finished yet, because it is his turn to act, demonstrating calm and confidence even in a tense situation. And suddenly, a huge ice wall appears in front of them, which the young man created, instantly blocking the space and forcing them to quickly adapt to the new obstacle. The hero was as concentrated as possible, focusing all his attention, feeling every movement. So he rapidly releases ice fragments at his opponents, which fly in different directions, causing damage and creating chaos among the enemies. So the commander began shouting loudly, ordering his subordinates to dodge the ice fragments, trying to prevent serious damage. Suddenly, Jason appears and says that in addition to Ruin, there is another opponent to be wary of, forcing everyone to reconsider their strategy and be on their guard. The audience instantly realizes that Damon has taken the arrow sword, and it becomes clear that the defenders have already lost, as their attempts to stop him have proven futile. When the boy shot an arrow into their goal, the tension on the field reached its peak, and all the spectators held their breath, watching the result of his precise shot. And he scored a goal, putting his team ahead, causing a wave of admiration among the crowd and forcing the enemies to act urgently. After that, Ignite Academy was able to score another point, strengthening their advantage on the field and raising the team spirit and enthusiasm of the participants. Ruin realizes that the enemy team is still focused only on him, preparing their every move to neutralize his attacks and tactics. And Jason and the others successfully used this plan, skillfully coordinating their actions to take advantage of distractions and score arrows into the opponent's goals. When the opposing team is weakened and unable to counter, their defensive wall instantly collapses, leaving the gates open and giving Team Ignite a chance to score decisive strikes. The spectators watched with their mouths open, amazed by the speed of the Academy's opponents pressing and the precision of their attacks, unable to look away. The students from the opposing team admitted that they were giving up because they had no strength left, and they realized that further resistance was useless in the face of the Ignite team's onslaught. Then the Ignite Magic Academy won a convincing victory with a score of 11-0, demonstrating extraordinary skill and team cohesion. They were incredibly happy because they realized that they had gained an extremely large lead, which practically guaranteed their victory. The losers realized that Ruin was not joking at all, but was telling the truth about their first place, and his words now seemed prophetic. The Ignite team realizes that with such incredible pace and teamwork, they can really take first place, and this inspires them to act even more decisively. Suddenly, Professor Heidel called Ruin, and he instantly focused, leaving the field, because he understood that it was time to discuss something important. The mentor waited for him apart from the others, calmly observing, so that he could speak with his protege alone and discuss important matters. He says that the meeting time has already been set, and Ruin realizes the importance of this moment, preparing for a conversation that could determine the next steps. The man lightly touches the young magician's shoulder and announces that the meeting will take place at 7 p.m. during dinner. Theron calmly sipped his drink from his glass, observing the events around him, his gaze cold and focused, as if he had already thought everything through in advance. The Dirty King, carefully recording every movement and facial expression, as if preparing for future actions or a decisive moment. But he speaks into the silence, as if to Ruin, telling him not to eat anything before the meeting, his voice calm, but filled with stern determination. The young man confidently, although deep down he was a little worried, walked towards the meeting, feeling his heart beat faster in anticipation of what was about to happen. He stopped when the head of the academy suddenly appeared in front of him and, with a serious look, pointed out exactly where to go. Ruin greeted him politely, and Tyrion Ignir, smiling and gesturing invitingly, suggested they walk together, creating an atmosphere of friendly trust. So, pulling themselves together and hiding any excitement, both cautiously entered the king's territory, feeling the importance and seriousness of the moment. Seeing the young man before him, Theron said in a calm but stern voice that he kindly asked him to come to dinner. The Dirty King sat before them on his throne, radiating power and narcissism, making everyone feel the weight of his presence. Strawn suddenly stopped in surprise, not understanding whether he was facing a real dragon or some other creature, because its mana energy was strange and unusual. Ruin gravely explained that Theron was a mage who stood on the thin line between human and demigod, possessing power beyond ordinary understanding. That's exactly what Dirty King Theron was like, powerful, uncompromising, and at the same time mysterious, whose strength and authority were felt in every movement. As they began the meal, Theron calmly explained to Ruin that he had known about him for a long time, speaking as if every word was weighed and carried the weight of truth. After all, he had already had the opportunity to observe him once, and that moment left a clear mark in his memory, forcing him to recall every detail. It has been 5 years since the king chose the 11 children, and during this time each of them has experienced numerous trials and changes in their lives. And then Ruin was just one of the candidates. But now, looking at him, Theron saw a completely different person, noticing how much he had changed over that time. So Theron, without wasting time on unnecessary words, calmly suggested getting straight to the point, making it clear that every next word was of great importance. He pleaded with the young man, asking him to tell him what had been happening to him all these years, listening carefully and feeling the importance of this moment. Ruin realized that the current one had become like an eyesore for Theron, and living proof that the mage of the border was not always perceptive enough. The king eagerly expected the young man to speak frankly, confirming that he had not actually made a mistake in his choice, closely watching his every move. So Ruin first apologized, shaking his head, and then cautiously said that he was only willing to tell the man one thing, leaving everything else unsaid. And the magician, leaning forward with interest, asked what exactly Ruin meant, carefully following his every word and waiting for an answer. So Ardell seriously noted that even words about talent can be exaggerated, and no legends can overshadow the efforts of the young gentleman. Not fully understanding what was said, Theron asked about these efforts, trying to understand every detail and meaning of the words. But then he noticed that the teacher and the student were similar, because they were talking about the same thing, and asked what efforts the young man had made, to which he replied that he had dedicated himself to body art. The king concluded that Ruin studied this to overcome the disorder and become stronger, like an ogre unable to cast spells without releasing mana, and asked if the young man really wanted Theron to believe this. He asked if the reason was some strange artifact, as he had never heard of an object with such an effect before, carefully watching for the answer. Tyrion Ignite, noticing the tension in the king's voice, carefully asked him to digest what was said at this moment, making it clear that there was no time. Theron quietly agreed, realizing that there were still many competitions and challenges ahead, and that it was better to save his calm and energy for the future. But he immediately warned that he would be watching Ruin closely, following his every step and decision so as not to miss anything important. And we will observe whether the boy's efforts can withstand even the king's chosen children, carefully assessing his skill and abilities. Ruin smiled and, with a slight challenge in his eyes, told Theron to really watch them, confirming his confidence in his own abilities. After all, he was curious too, and this interest shone in his eyes, adding a slight glow to his face as he watched the events unfold. Ruin was interested in how much the boy differed from the children chosen by the Magic King himself, and whether his efforts could match their skill. And after these words, the Dirty King's eyes lit up even brighter, reflecting his concentration and passion for what was being said. There was a tense atmosphere in the arena where the competition was held, and the spectators held their breath, watching the participants' every move. Applause and shouts came from the stands again, filling the place with the energy of the audience and emphasizing the importance and tension of each moment. On the other side, Theron and Tyrion were calmly conversing, the teacher quietly thanking him for the king's more polite communication with Ruin than he himself had expected, noticing the restraint. Theron calmly remarked that there was no need to worry, because he was always happy to see talented magicians, and only his insatiable curiosity kept him from resting. At this, the head of the academy, smiling slightly, asked if Theron had managed to satisfy his insatiable curiosity, carefully observing his reaction. Theron responded negatively, as he was never told what was being hidden, although this issue was somewhat pushed to the background. He asked with a touch of irony if the teacher hadn't heard the little rascal trying to warn the king. He explained that Ruin was not at all afraid of him, because most others would have long ago begged and crawled at his feet, while the young man stood steadfast and dignified. Therefore, it is this young gentleman who arouses his genuine curiosity, because his courage and determination differ from the behavior of most other subjects. He wanted the one Theron was raising to be at least a little interesting, because the comparison with the hero gave him a feeling of unfulfilled expectations. The screams in the arena did not subside, filling the space with the energy of the spectators and emphasizing the tension and excitement that reigned among the participants in the competition. After all, Doom Prime enters the battlefield, and his appearance instantly attracts the attention of everyone present, increasing the tension and anticipation of events. Hearing this, the boy realized that any support was pointless, and only his own strength would be able to determine his fate. However, suddenly a young man unexpectedly stopped dumb, forcing him to stop and listen carefully to the reason for his appearance. So he leaned closer and whispered something in Duma's ear, forcing him to stop briefly and listen quietly to every word. The wrestler cautiously asked if this was really reliable information, and the young man nodded, answering positively, confirming the truth of what was said. The reason was that Ardell is a representative of the same academy, having previously visited the magic tower, emphasizing his connection to the king and the power of magic. Then, feeling anger, Duma's fists imperceptibly clenched, and his gaze became sharp as a blade, demonstrating inner tension and readiness for action. After all, the boy realized that the Dirty King was dating someone other than him, and this thought made him ignite with a new wave of irritation. Prime realized that after the matches, Ruin literally put everyone on their ears, and it is even said that his unique magic makes confronting him extremely difficult. But Doom paid no attention to him, for he did not see Ruin as a worthy opponent, considering his skill insufficient to provide him with true competition. The young magician could arouse curiosity only because of his unusual approach to magic, which distinguished him from others and attracted the attention of experienced observers. A picture appeared before Dum's eyes where Theron and Ruin were communicating, and their interaction made him angry and negative. Therefore, as he walked down the corridor, he caused misunderstanding among the students, because his actions and words were unexpected and made those present reconsider. They, observing his behavior, immediately asked what happened, trying to understand the reason for his unpredictable actions and reactions. Doom was embittered, and his thoughts were occupied only with the fact that he considered himself the only one worthy of being recognized as the King of Mages, paying no attention to others. After the conversation with the Dirty King is over, the door to the magic tower opens. So Ruin goes out into the corridor, lost in his thoughts, but suddenly sees something in front of him that brings him out of his thoughts. Another student was standing in the hallway, but the boy's face seemed familiar, as if the young wizard had seen him somewhere before. Ruin understood that Doom Prime stood before him and felt both excitement and anxiety as he watched his unwavering stance. He immediately turned to the young man with a question about the content of his conversation with the Dirty King, carefully watching his reaction and every movement. Ruin couldn't understand why Doom had decided to wait for him to ask this question, and at the same time he felt a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. But Prime strictly orders the young magician to simply answer the question without showing any emotion, while at the same time acting as if he is preparing something. At such impudence, Ruin is surprised and indignant, and asks if he is really obligated to carry out the order, watching Prime, who shows no emotion. He gives a cold, negative answer, but at the same time touches the hilt of his sword, filling the air with tension and a hidden threat to Ruin. He takes his weapon in his hands and says that he must hear this. His voice is stern, and his posture radiates menacing determination and control over the situation. Ruin understands that Doom emanates a murderous aura that sends shivers down his spine and feels both fear and intense readiness for any development of events. He warns that they are not in the tournament right now, his voice stern and full of seriousness, reminding the enemy of the danger and possible consequences of each step. Doom says that if it is impossible to find out the necessary information in any other way, he is forced to challenge, and his words sound decisive, full of tension and hidden threat. Their eyes met, and it seemed as if two incredible forces were clashing with each other, filling the air with a foreboding of imminent conflict. Ruin understands that Doom is incredibly strong, as there is no visible weakness in his behavior or gaze, which makes the young man feel anxious. The enemy doesn't even hold back, and Ruin can barely believe his eyes if he's really trying to show off his sword outside the competition area. A moment later, Prime does indeed draw his sword from its sheath, his movements precise and confident, and the air around him is filled with a sense of deadly tension. However, suddenly a command is heard behind them ordering them to stop all this immediately, and its stern voice instantly stops even the slightest movements. Irene Prius headed toward the boys, her steps confident and determined, and her gaze expressing seriousness and readiness to intervene in the situation at any moment. She says that she is extremely curious that the three of them ended up in this place, and with indescribable curiosity asks if there is really some kind of meeting planned here. Ruin replies that nothing is happening, but inside he is already thinking about how to properly introduce himself, trying to remain calm and not show any excitement. Doom Prime, enraged, turned sharply and walked away, leaving behind a sense of tension and anxiety, while Ruin and the rest of the observers were left frozen in surprise. Irene asks if the student always behaves the way he wants, watching her reaction and trying to understand how seriously his behavior should be taken. She explains that this situation is an exception to the rule, because usually you can't get a single word out of him, which is why his actions seem so unusual now. Doom Prime loses his temper in situations involving Lord Theron, as the boy seeks to be recognized by the king and stand out from all others by demonstrating determination and ambition. And it's worth noting that such individual meetings are completely uncharacteristic of the Dirty King, so Ruin understood that Doom had mistakenly believed that the young man had received special attention. Irene, looking at Ruin, smiled, and this light smile, full of kindness and understanding, seemed to relieve the tense atmosphere a little. But then she asked if he was really ready to fight, to which she received a negative answer, because the young gentleman did not want to risk disqualification. And most likely, Doom also had no intention of fighting for real, but simply decided to scare his opponent using a threatening pose and a display of strength. So the lady asks if it really worked, carefully watching the young gentleman's reaction and trying to understand how real his fear was. Ruin explains that Doom Prime is like a wall, quite thick and unyielding, impossible to penetrate with a single attack, and which exudes an incredible strength and cold confidence. However, the young man does not believe that he would lose, because he is sure that with a few precise blows, even the strongest wall will sooner or later fall, and he is ready to test his strength. The girl, a little embarrassed, said that Ruin was a rather strange young man, and her words sounded at the same time with slight surprise and hidden curiosity. But she warned him to be careful, because Doom Prime knows no mercy, and even the smallest mistake could have serious consequences. And because of everything that happened today, he definitely won't take his eyes off Ruin, carefully watching his every move and ready to immediately react to any action. From the windows of the Ignite Academy dormitory came the noise that filled the corridors and rooms, combining screams, laughter, and commotion. Jason was disappointed, having expected a completely different outcome, and his gaze reflected a mixture of disappointment, irritation, and hidden dissatisfaction with what had happened. Ruin tried to calm him down, explaining that everyone was working hard, and that the result did not always depend on diligence alone, and sometimes circumstances did not work out in his favor. The comrades also noted that they managed to take fourth place in the team competition without the help of a representative, and recognized it as a real miracle. Ruin was sad that their winning streak was interrupted, but he felt proud because they had shown everyone that they were no longer at the bottom of the list. Henkes runs into the house and, asking about Ardell's plans, emphasizes that an individual duel will begin soon, full of tension and anticipation. And our hero confidently replies that he is determined to win, demonstrating determination and willingness to do everything in his power to achieve the desired result. After all, he must stay at the top and is currently striving to take first place in the individual competition rankings, demonstrating his ambition. Because standing side by side with leaders Irene Prius, Cherky, Dalian Malkin, and Doom Prime, feeling a huge responsibility and incentive to compete. If nothing significant happens, the next game will take on special importance, as the position in the ranking and chances for leadership will depend on its outcome. The battle royal between representatives of 32 schools begins at the top of a man-made island, and whoever takes first place will receive 32 points, while the last one will only get 1. Points will also be awarded for the quality of the performance, so changes in the ranking are inevitable, and every action of the participants will matter, affecting their position. Henkes believes that Ruin will do well, and at the same time asks in surprise why he doesn't prepare for the competition like everyone else, emphasizing the importance of training. Explains that other representatives are already forming alliances, joining forces for future competitions, and this highlights the need for strategic thinking. For survival, it is permissible to create an alliance, and such a division of forces is considered an effective tactic because strategic unification gives an advantage in the fight and increases the chances. Everyone will unite into groups, and Ruin realizes that he simply won't be able to fight them alone, so he will have to look for someone. Henkes asks what about those who supported them during Arrow Ball, reminding them of the importance of allies and being able to rely on those who have already proven their loyalty. The young man understands that Irene is the first person who comes to mind as an ally, but realizes that there are no guarantees that she will agree to unite. However, even if the young lady agrees, the young man needs another ally, because help alone is not enough to confront numerous rivals. Suddenly, Seda abruptly opens the door and shouts that he wants to unite with Ruin. His words sound decisive, full of energy and readiness for joint action. So without a moment's hesitation, Ruin agrees, realizing that this alliance could significantly increase his chances of success and that he must act quickly. Running out of the house, Seth shouted that his friend should not think of leaving him in the midst of the competition, emphasizing his willingness to act together and support. Ruin understands that his partner is sincere and trustworthy, feeling calm and confident that together they will be able to overcome any difficulties. Ardell quickens her pace and says that she needs to team up with one more person, emphasizing not to fall behind and urging them to act quickly. Standing in front of the door, the boys realize that Irene has refused everyone who has offered her an alliance, and this forces them to assess the situation with caution. However, Seth still didn't realize who exactly they were going to, and his gaze expressed a mixture of surprise and curiosity because the upcoming meeting could significantly change everything. But suddenly he noticed the emblem of Siki Women's University, and the thought flashed through his mind that they had finally arrived, which shocked the student. But he couldn't believe that Ruin was really going to offer an alliance to one of the stronger candidates for victory, because that required courage. He still couldn't fathom that he could find himself on the same team as Irene Prius, feeling admiration, surprise, and anxiety all at the same time. However, guys cannot be sure that the girl will not refuse the union, and this uncertainty forces him to carefully evaluate every step. Entering the house, Ruin hears the voice of a young woman who suddenly says that she was waiting for him, and these words immediately fill the atmosphere with mystery. Irene looked at the young mage and smiled, her expression combining warmth and light irony, creating a sense of trust and at the same time hidden mystery. She immediately suggested starting the meeting by discussing the plan, showing her seriousness and willingness to act, as if everything had already been thought out in advance. So the team eagerly set about preparing for the competition and reviewing the strategy that Irene had prepared for them in advance. Ruin carefully asks his comrades if it is true that the largest alliance consists of 14 members. And it's true, the group gathered around Dalian Mulker from the Holy Magic School of Frelia, because this student is a genius who is always among the top 5 contenders for victory. Irene Prius also adds that this pet usually uses holy magic and light magic. Her voice sounded confident, as if she knew for sure. Seth Mulkery understands that they won't take him in numbers, but as expected, Mulker's group will get on their nerves the most. However, after analyzing the situation and the competition, Ruin realizes that this is not their only problem, which is why he shares his opinion with his comrades. They looked confused, not knowing what the hero was talking about, and he explained that Doom Prime would also be standing in their way. So all things considered, the team looked a little depressed, because the tournament and the fight will be fierce, and there is no time to relax. Ruin, with a grim face and a confident voice, says that the course of the competition will depend only on how Doom Prime acts. Before the match was to begin, all students, divided into teams, were given a briefing and asked if they had worn protective equipment. The teacher explains that if her strength is used, they will be automatically eliminated from the competition, and even teleported off the island, so this must be taken into account. A ship with gold inserts is approaching the shore of the place where the battle between the teams for first place will be held. All the students, when they go out onto the island, look around to roughly orient themselves in the area. Seth Mulcair, trembling with fear, explains to his comrades that the tournament hasn't even started yet, and he already feels like he's on pins and needles. But he asks Ruin if they really need to survive for 72 hours, to which the Academy representative replies in the affirmative. All the students watched each other closely, trying to guess the thoughts and intentions of their rivals, as each sought to prove his own strength and superiority. Ruin noted that, as expected, Doom Prime would try to act alone, and Irene replied that he was right, although no one looked down on him. They headed to the boat, as each team needed to get to the remote island as quickly as possible, where the long-awaited competition was to begin. So they slowly swam towards the magical barrier that shone in the sun's rays, dividing the sea and hiding the secret of the island. We realized that we were inside a safe zone that protected us from external threats, but its boundaries would steadily narrow with every passing minute. You need to act faster than others in order to get ahead of your opponents and take the most advantageous position while the zone is still safe. So everyone rushed to run deep into the dense forest, hoping to find shelter and a favorable position there before the other participants in the competition. Seth Malkiri, wincing in pain, held his hands to his churning stomach, barely suppressing a groan as each step became more and more difficult for her. He turned to Ruin with a request, asking discontentedly if it was really not possible to buy at least a little food for reinforcement at the entrance. Irene replied, reminding him that Seth had initially agreed to set the traps, but the young man didn't understand how this related to detachment, because they were a team. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from behind, causing all the students to look around sharply, tensely preparing for any danger. Turning around, they saw tongues of flame spread among the trees of the dense forest, quickly devouring the dry branches. Seda asked in surprise if there was really a battle already going on somewhere out there, not hiding his excitement and anxiety due to the loud noise. Ruin pointed out that now it was their turn to act, because there was no need to buy food, there would be enough for everyone, and Malkiri, confused, just stood there and listened. Looking down, Ardell calmly explained that their victim was already here, emphasizing the inevitability of events and tensing everyone around them. The rivals moved through the forest, carefully examining the surrounding area and trying to find the most advantageous place where they could gain an advantage. They carried bags of food on their shoulders, moving cautiously through the forest as there were not many places to buy food. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy was directed at one of them, forcing everyone around to freeze in tense anticipation of a dangerous blow. And then the students instantly realized that they were facing a cunningly planned ambush, and their hearts beat faster from a sudden sense of danger. Seth Malkiri, gathering magical energy in his hands, said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and his eyes burned with undisguised determination. So, concentrating, he used the Iron Sphere spell, which instantly appeared around him, radiating strength and unwavering power. Irene Prius later joined her comrade, focusing her own magic to enhance his strength and show the true unity of the team. The young lady also began preparing an incredible attack, showing powerful streams of magic around her that made the air tremble with tension. Ruin watched her closely, and suddenly realized that she possessed 5th-class ice magic, as cold patterns began to crystallize around her. A bright blue light appeared, swirling like a whirlwind, enveloping everything around in an icy glow and making the air tremble with cold. Seda understood that nothing less could be expected from Irene, because the girl always surprised with her strength, exceeding the expectations of even experienced magicians. So together they entered into a fierce struggle against their opponents, combining their own forces. When the opponents shouted to each other that it was those three, including Irene Prius, in front of them, both fear and anxiety sounded in their voices. They decided to make every effort to block their opponents and try to break through their defenses before they had time to recover. Ruin understood that their competitors were extremely strong magicians, as they were representatives of their schools. He decided that it was his time to act, focusing all his attention and strength to make a decisive move and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. And suddenly, the rivals heard a strange sound that cut through the silence of the forest, forcing them to look around warily and prepare for unexpected danger. They froze, shocked and stunned, unable to move or utter a word. As Ruin began to direct his attacks, the air around him filled with energy, and his opponents tensely prepared to repel blow after blow. His movements were confident and coordinated, every step and gesture evidenced skill and precision. Ruin used a time refraction spell, slowing down the space around him and gaining an advantage over opponents who tried to keep up with his movements. Those watching his magic opened their mouths in surprise, unable to hide their shock at how powerfully he could control space and time. And some opponents could not stand it at all and began to flee back, looking back at Ruin in horror, realizing the full power of his magic and danger. Because the young magician knew exactly what he had to do at every second, his movements were coordinated and predictable only to himself. So the battle continued, and Ruin's team confidently held the lead, using coordination and skill to outpace all the opponents around them. The opponents activated the spell of the binding tree, and its powerful branches instantly began to weave around the space. However, Ruin reacted instantly and was able to block the spell, neutralizing its power and leaving the students surprised and confused. So the opposing group instantly realized that they were facing an explosive, burning mana, and filled with fear, they rushed to scream at each other to hide. They ran as far as their eyes could see, filled with fear and confusion, trying to escape the dangerous, uncontrolled magic. Seta shouted to Ruin to put an end to it, and at the same time, watching the events, he smiled, enjoying the effect of his magic and the team's actions. After all, the boy's magic remained mysterious and unpredictable for his opponents, making them tremble with fear and trying to understand his cunning actions. Catching up with one of the students, Ruin instantly dealt him a powerful blow that forced him to retreat. He was lying on the floor, his eyes showing dizziness from the force of the blow that Ruin had struck instantly, leaving his opponent powerless. The Academy representative, Ignite, stood aside, watching the events, his gaze attentive and cold, as if he was assessing every move of the battle participants. But suddenly he noticed other students from the opposing team appearing behind him, forcing him to be alert and act quickly. He spoke in a cold voice that the battle was now turning into 3 against 4, emphasizing the changing balance of power and increasing tension on the battlefield. The competitors looked frightened, their eyes darting around, their hearts beating faster as they realized the seriousness of the situation. But Ruin asked with a slight smile if they had brought enough food, his tone mocking, emphasizing his self-confidence. After a victorious battle, the team carefully examined the food packages of the defeated opponents, discussing what everyone got and who was the strongest. The team understood that this amount of food would last for about 3 days, because their opponents had bought too much of everything. Suddenly, they felt an incredible attack behind them, appearing unexpectedly, causing everyone to instantly tense up. Seth asks if it's a coincidence that Dalian's group didn't go there, but whoever the attackers are, they're showing considerable courage, going up against over 10 people at once. Irene explains that it is Doom Prime, emphasizing that mages with such incredible levels of mana are very rare, and they are easy to recognize. Seth realizes that in the year since they last saw each other, the boy has become much stronger, and this gives him goosebumps, feeling his true strength. Ruin mentally agrees with his comrade's words, feeling an internal confirmation of his thoughts and realizing that they see the situation similarly to each other. Seeing a small house in the middle of the forest, they finally reached it, feeling a slight relief after the long journey. Once inside, they realized that there was no sign that anyone had been here before, and the room remained as empty and quiet as outside. So we decided to rest and have a snack, settling into the house after a long journey, enjoying a short break before new challenges. Seta wanted to cook a steak, but Ruin stopped him, explaining that the strong smell could give away their location, so they had to postpone eating the meat. Suddenly, Irene turns to the young magician and asks how he managed to find out about this, sensing both surprise and curiosity in her voice. After all, everything that is happening around exactly coincides with what he said earlier, making everyone marvel at his foresight and the accuracy of his words. Studying the map, Ruin noticed that Dalian would head to the central settlement because only there would a large group be able to find a suitable location for their plans. Doom Prime could probably go there too, which emphasizes the danger of the meeting of two strong opponents. Irene couldn't understand how anyone would dare to go to that place alone, knowing about the large group, because it seemed extremely risky and dangerous. Ruin explains that acting alone is the most effective way to achieve victory, emphasizing the benefits of individual skill and a strategic approach. He says that these are points for murder, and these words instantly confuse the girl, making her reflect on the cruelty of the situation. But he quickly explains that Doom Prime will receive points for each enemy eliminated, because this approach is in line with his characteristic style of action. Ruin immediately makes excuses, explaining that he was simply trying to imagine what he would do in Doom Prime's place to understand his motivations and actions. Besides, Dum doesn't have much choice. He's forced to take risky actions to at least partially attract the Dirty King's attention and prove his worth. Irene says that Ruin looks suspicious, carefully observing his behavior and trying to figure out if he's hiding something. However, they decide to split up and create a duty schedule in the house so that everyone can rest and at the same time monitor the security of the premises. It was deep night when Irene cautiously spoke to Ruin, asking him to wake up, her voice softly cutting through the silence of the dark house. After all, a guest unexpectedly visited them, and his appearance instantly disturbed the peace of the night, forcing everyone to be alert and prepare for the meeting. The young magician immediately turns his attention to the window, listening for sounds outside and peering intently into the darkness, trying to guess who has come. He notices someone walking past the house, carefully following the movements and trying to figure out who it is and what their purpose is. He asks the young lady how many there are, and she replies that there is only one. Irene turns off the light magic so that they won't be noticed, although she is sure that she still knows about their presence. Ruin, carefully following the stranger's movements, says that he is walking towards them, feeling the growing tension and preparing for a possible battle. They decide to wake Seth, and just in case, the young man stands guard at the entrance, ready to respond to any unforeseen events or danger. The footsteps outside the window grew louder and closer, forcing everyone to tense up and listen to every sound, waiting for the stranger to appear. Sitting by the door, Ruin senses the presence of a guest and begins to analyze the situation to be ready at any moment. The stranger stopped right in front of them, and the tension in the room instantly rises, causing everyone to quiet down even more. Ruin wonders who this one person might be, trying to predict their intentions and assess how dangerous they are to them. The door suddenly opens and the warrior cautiously enters the dark house, his posture betraying strength and confidence, his presence immediately felt by everyone in the room. Suddenly, Ruin abruptly grabs his hood, forcing the boy to stop, and the tension in the room instantly increases, intensifying the atmosphere of the unexpected meeting. He throws it forcefully to the floor, and the impact shatters the silence of the room, causing everyone to instantly tense up and prepare for a possible continuation of the conflict. Covering his mouth with his hand, Ruin tries to keep him from screaming, while also making sure that no one outside hears the noise or notices their presence. Irene activates light magic so they can at least make out something in the darkness, carefully illuminating the room without risking giving away their location. The team looks intently at whoever is standing in front of them, listening to every movement and trying to figure out whether it is an enemy or an ally. Irene instantly realizes that a representative of the Golem Academy named Callus stands before them, and her gaze becomes watchful, assessing his intentions and strength. The student apologizes, explaining that he was just looking for a place to rest, and if he had known they were here, he would never have come in, trying to relieve the tension in the room. Ruin asks Callus if he came alone and receives confirmation that he did, after which the tension eases a bit, but caution remains. Seth asks in surprise where his team members are then, because there were 6 of them, and watches intently in search of an answer. Callus explains that it's all Doom Prime's fault, emphasizing that it was his actions that led to the team being divided and created this whole situation. It tells that Doom Prime eliminated members of his team, and that is why Callus found himself alone, forcing everyone to appreciate the scale of the danger they are dealing with. At the beginning of the exam, they moved forward, simultaneously planning to ambush Malkin's group, trying to use the moment of surprise to their advantage. Then Doom Prime appeared and immediately targeted the group that had strayed aside in search of food, causing everyone to tense up and prepare for the inevitable conflict. Hearing the explosion, Dalian instantly targeted his team. They were able to defend themselves and hold out, but only Callus and his partner managed to escaping danger. This was not the end, as the tension remained high, and everyone felt that even more dangers and surprises lay ahead. Right at that moment, Doom Prime suddenly appeared before them, and his presence instantly raised the tension level, forcing everyone to be on their guard. At first, he started the battle himself, but in the midst of the conflict, he hid, waited for the end of the battle, and then secretly followed them, remaining unnoticed. Ruin realizes that the boy analyzed everything and acted in a way that was beneficial to him, proving that Doom Prime skillfully uses any moment to his advantage. In this regard, Callus decided to ask the team to take him in, hoping to find support and protection among those he trusted. Seda reflects that despite his fatigue, Callus thinks like a true strategist, considering every step and assessing the possible risks and benefits of his actions. But Ruin rejects his idea, convinced that the situation requires a different approach and that strategic thinking is not entirely appropriate here. Asks Callus how he managed to escape, carefully watching his reaction and trying to understand if there is a hidden game or secret in this. When it comes to Doom Prime, Ruin understands that he would never leave a student alone, even a wounded one, always exploiting any weakness. And then the comrades agree with Ruin's question, realizing the logic of his remark and understanding that the situation really requires vigilance and caution. The young gentleman explains that there are 3 options, the first of which is that Callus could be deceiving, or Doom specifically sent him and is now hiding somewhere, watching. However, the young man instantly took advantage of the player's eye, carefully assessing the situation and trying to gain an advantage while remaining invisible to those around him. He realized that he could not identify the person, which further exacerbated the uncertainty and forced him to look for other ways to recognize the stranger. So Ruin concluded that this stranger was not Callus at all, and this discovery forced him to closely follow the puppet's every move. He instantly attacks and destroys the enemy, acting decisively and ruthlessly, ending the conflict and demonstrating his strength and skill in battle. Ruin appeals to his comrades to hurry up, feeling that time is running out and any delay could prove dangerous for them all. After all, they had to move immediately without delay because in a few minutes everything could turn upside down. Moving deeper into the forest, Ruin mused that Callus had been eliminated by the one who created the puppet, and it was highly likely that all the other members of his group could also have been eliminated. Irene says that she has a specific person in mind who could have done such a thing, and her gaze shows a certain confidence in her own guesses. It could be Cherky, and her tone, filled with cautious confidence, suggests that she is seriously considering this possibility as a real threat. As one of 11 children, he is considered the best student at Delphiniac Magic College, noted for his outstanding abilities in potion making and puppet making. Ruin quickly realizes that they are trapped, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and tensely evaluates each step, trying to find a way out of this dangerous situation. Cherky discovered them with the help of a puppet, and is now sure that after this the other teams will also declare a real hunt, increasing the danger for everyone present. However, Ruin realizes that the western part of the island will soon become inaccessible due to a magical barrier, so new ideas and strategies must be sought quickly. Explains that there is an old saying from the ocean of Mazaroth, and to fight against pirates one will have to enlist pirates, using cunning and courage as a strategic advantage. So they will have to catch their opponents by using the cunning of their enemies themselves against them, turning their actions into their own advantage in the fight. At the Dalian team house, he asked if Cherky had managed to figure out Ruin's exact location by watching the reaction. To this he replied that they were hiding in the western part of the island, and although Cherky almost managed to outwit them, at the last moment his plan was revealed. Dalian could not understand exactly how his puppet had been exposed, and in amazement he tried to understand what circumstances or actions had led to the failure of his cunning plan. Cherky says he doesn't know, but Ruin didn't even hesitate and suddenly struck, using the moment of surprise to immediately take the initiative into his own hands. Given the situation, they are now going to join forces, use the cunning of their enemies against them, and think of a plan for retreat or ambush. Dalian realizes that Irene Prius, Sita Malkyrie, and Ruin Ardell together pose a serious threat, as each of them is extremely agile and unpredictable. So Dalian and his team decide to capture them and direct all their fighting power, hoping to neutralize these extremely dangerous opponents. They decided to advance deeper into the forest to find a favorable place for an ambush and use the surrounding terrain to their advantage in the upcoming confrontation. Dalian reported that they would soon reach the western base, preparing for the decisive stage of the conflict and considering how to exploit its strategic location. When they suddenly noticed an eruption of mana in front of them, the air was filled with alarming energy, and everyone present immediately realized that danger was approaching. They instantly realized that a battle was about to unfold, and that Ruin was most likely there, preparing to confront his enemies. So they decided to move forward, striving to earn points, even though they were aware of the risk of the battle that lay ahead and the possible dangers along the way. They noticed 3 participants in front of them, and the tension increased, because every step could be the beginning of an unexpected conflict or ambush. Everyone quickly realized that this was an ambush and tensely prepared for battle, assessing the number of enemies and possible paths for maneuver and defense. So Dalian immediately cast the Holy Arrow spell, directing a powerful beam of magic at the enemies, trying to immediately break their defenses and take the initiative into his own hands. But at the same time, he seemed to realize that he was not facing Ruin Ardell, and his attack had missed its true target, forcing him to quickly rethink. The comrades watched the battle from afar, carefully assessing the course of the battle and waiting for the right moment to intervene without taking unnecessary risks. Ruin's team realized that everything was going according to their plan and felt confident in their own actions as they watched their enemies fall into a well-planned trap. After all, everyone had come running when they heard their fireworks, but they hadn't even shown up there themselves, which made them realize that the plan had worked. Irene asks what they should do now, and Ruin replies that they need to go where the action is taking place and collect all the points for the kills. So Ardell's team suddenly appeared before their opponents, forcing them to instantly assess the new threat and revise their own strategies in response to the unexpected turn of events. The enemies saw and were speechless, feeling shock and unexpected fear at such a sudden appearance of strong opponents. Dalian Malkin remained alert, watching closely and preparing for any unexpected move that could change the course of events. His team reported that Ruin Ardell had appeared, and this provoked Dalian to be even more vigilant, as his presence significantly complicated the situation. Irene noticed that Dalian's team had been significantly reduced, confirming the truth of Doom Prime's story. They also noticed several more students in front of them, which forced them to quickly consider further actions and possible risks in this unpredictable situation. Seda notes that most likely, their temporary alliance with the students, which could fall apart at any moment, and therefore their actions need to be planned with caution. They could have joined forces with the other students, but even so, Dalian continued to advance, showing determination and pressure. So someone directed an attack on one of the participants, trying to break through the defenses and create chaos among the enemies. His eyes widened from the force he felt at the moment of the attack, and it showed the immense power of the blow, forcing enemies to retreat and assess the danger. After all, magic was extremely powerful, and his every move radiated a force that could easily change the course of battle and intimidate even experienced opponents. The blow threw the student several meters away, demonstrating incredible strength and its ability to instantly change the balance of power on the battlefield. Seda looked at it in confusion, not expecting such power, and his face expressed surprise and alarm at the scale of the destructive magic. Suddenly, Ruin noticed Doom Prime, and his heart raced for a moment, for the presence of such a powerful participant changed everything. He appeared out of nowhere, suddenly materializing in front of Ruin, and this unexpected appearance instantly attracted all his attention, forcing him to assess the new threat, and immediately began attacking Dalian's team, directing powerful blows and magical spells, forcing the enemies to retreat and creating chaos on the battlefield. Irene realizes that their temporary alliance has been joined by a new addition, as it appears that Duma Prime has temporarily joined their side. Ruin muses that Doom is probably looking to get rid of Dalian's group first, and perhaps they will soon be able to learn the final outcome of the match. Dalian does not understand why he is attacking their team, and orders everyone to unite and give a decisive rebuff to prevent the enemy from gaining the upper hand in this situation. Ruin suggests that they make their move as well, using the moment of surprise and coordinating the team's actions for maximum efficiency. So the hero uses time refraction, slowing down the enemy's movements and creating a window of opportunity for his attack. Moving with incredible speed among enemies, he skillfully dodges attacks while simultaneously finding moments for precise strikes. When the enemies noticed the young mage, shock instantly froze on their faces, as they did not expect such agility and power from him in battle. Holding his fist at the ready, he sternly asks how they dared to oppose him, his tone filled with anger and determination. However, suddenly someone cast an earthquake spell, and the ground beneath the feet of everyone present shook, creating chaos. And Ruin looked ahead, assessing the extent of the destruction, and considering how to use the chaos to gain an advantage in battle and protect the team. Doom Prime stood before him, his figure radiating power and danger, his gaze fixed directly on Ruin. Looking confident and determined, the warrior was ready for battle and radiating relentless determination. They stood like two sworn enemies, focused only on each other, completely oblivious to the rest of the audience, as if the whole world had stopped around their confrontation. Doom tells Ruin that he will get rid of him with his own hands, his voice full of determination and menace, emphasizing personal intransigence. So, without doing anything, Prime simply moves on, displaying calm and confidence, while preparing for the upcoming confrontation. This left Ruin standing there confused, as Doom Prime's unexpected passivity surprised him and made him reconsider his next steps. Sometime later, a conversation could be heard in the organizer's room, filled with tension and discussion of recent events that could significantly affect the course of the match. Observing the situation, Try and Ignite concludes that there are currently 10 finalists left, assessing their actions and making predictions. Theron asks if Ruin Ardell was supposed to surpass the 11 chosen children, expressing doubt and emphasizing the expectations of his abilities. And he adds whether the guy will be able to do it at all, doubting his ability to surpass the other finalists and fulfill the expectations placed on him. And will Ruin be able to defeat Doom Prime at all? Because confronting such a powerful and unpredictable opponent required maximum skill and determination. Having found a cozy house amidst picturesque nature, they finally decided to settle there. Ruin trained hard every time he had the slightest opportunity, believing that only daily work would make him stronger. This was Base B, which was located near the center of the island, serving as an important stronghold for observation, defense, and coordination of actions. As a result of the last battle, only Dalian and Zerki remained from the largest and most powerful alliance, which once gathered many allies. The group of survivors who temporarily became their allies suddenly disappeared along with Doom Prime, leaving only vague traces behind. Looking out his window, Ruin realized that for the first time in a long time, he had successfully completed a difficult task. Then he noticed that the door of the house had opened and someone was about to come out into the yard. Irene came out of the door, having just woken up and looking a little confused, but her eyes were already glowing with curiosity about what was happening around her. She asked if the young man had been training, to which she received an affirmative answer, and he added with a slight smile that her portion of food had been waiting on the table for a long time. The girl carefully bites into a piece of the juicy steak that Seth prepared, feeling the warmth of his efforts and savoring every taste. And the blonde's gaze instantly changes, filling her with bliss as she experiences the unique taste. Ruin says that Seth, as the last cooking showed, turned out to be a pretty good cook, surprising everyone with his skills. Irene apologized for going to bed without telling anyone, but Ruin quietly understood that it was just fatigue after a grueling shift. So the boy sat down at the table, carefully sitting opposite Irene, preparing to begin the meal and enjoy the moment together. The girl says that she has been wanting to ask him a question for a long time, and her voice trembles a little with excitement. She clarified that she wanted to know exactly what he planned to do after graduating from the academy. The hero didn't quite understand why Irene was so curious, and explained that it was just ordinary curiosity because his unique approach made his path unconventional. Once mages begin competing here, they automatically enter society and quickly begin to live in symbiosis. They can join a knightly order in their homeland and serve, defending the country as full members of the Empire's army, performing their duties with honor and devotion. They can also become servants of the Tower of Mages or join a special group where they perform tasks to earn money, combining work with the development of their abilities. All of these options are called standard paths that new mages and warriors usually take. Ruin replies that he hasn't thought about it at all and hasn't planned any specific steps because his thoughts about the future still remain vague and uncertain for him. After all, until this year he had been the worst student and couldn't waste time thinking about the future because he was constantly worried about whether he would even be able to become a magician. But he hopes that after the competition, he will return to the academy, where he will be able to find some new ideas and plans for developing his skills and his future path. Ruin asked about Irene, but the girl hadn't thought about it before either, and her answer was just as vague and unexpectedly honest. After all, she was never sure what kind of magician she would become, and always acted as those around her advised, not daring to show her own initiative. Ruin watches her closely, noticing her every movement and facial expression, trying to understand her thoughts. Irene, holding a cup in her hands and looking a little nervous, wanted to explain what all this was leading up to. She explains that she wants to fight Doom Prime first, because this challenge seems to her a necessary step to test her own strength and readiness. In her opinion, after this, the lady will be able to understand what kind of magician she wants to become. Personal experience and trials reveal true desires. Ruin thought only of this battle, casting aside all other worries and thoughts, for he knew that success in it could determine. After all, for Irene Prius, who always came in second place, Doom became a real mountain that she definitely wanted to conquer. Ruin says that he envies her such ambitions because he sees true courage in her determination and desire to reach the top. Everyone has their own problems to solve, and Ruin understood that even the strongest and most ambitious cannot escape trials. At night, the team looks out the window and realizes that the barrier is narrowing faster and faster, so they have about an hour left to leave this place. Seda realizes that the only base left will be the house in the central settlement, and if Dalian ends up there, then his capture looks quite real. Ruin explains that we must not forget that Doom Prime may also be waiting for them there, and any careless decision could result in serious problems. But if they wait, the group will find themselves in danger as the rapidly narrowing barrier leaves less and less time. Seda suggests attacking them on his own, believing that active action can give an advantage while the opponents are not expecting such a move. But Ruin understands that now it is impossible to attract attention, because everyone around is on guard, and any careless step can ruin everything. However, suddenly he had one thought that flashed through his head, making his heart beat faster and changing his approach to the situation. There are not many people left, and even if you move up just one rank, it will bring a lot of points. They had already made noise this morning, and there was a good chance that most would not react to every rustle, which gave a certain advantage. So this becomes their chance to get Doom Prime, and everyone understands that now every move and decision can determine the outcome. Dalian and Cherky are left without two comrades today and are among the weakest, so they will have to hide, while Doom Prime will definitely show himself. Besides, if they leave him unattended, they will find themselves in a bad position, because Doom Prime will take advantage of any weakness. Irene asks where to look for him then, worried and trying to figure out what plan will be most effective. Ruin asks to leave it to him, assuring him that he can handle it himself, and everyone agrees, allowing him to be led straight to Doom Prime. He explains that by looking at the mini-map, they can estimate how many people are inside the base, which will help them plan their actions. Explains that if 3 people are visible on the mini-map, they are the survivors. If 2, they are Dalian and Cherky, and Doom Prime will obviously be alone. So, while looking at the map, Ruin noticed one person moving inside the base, and it immediately caught his attention. The hero stopped near the enemy's house, listening and carefully assessing the situation so as not to miss any movement that could give away his presence. He moved close to the door, listening carefully and assessing every sound. Ta shouted loudly for Doom Prime to come out, trying to get his attention and force the enemy to reveal himself, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Suddenly, a loud bang rips open the door, and the wood cracks loudly, causing the boy and everyone present to freeze in surprise. An enemy suddenly appears before Ruin, his figure looming in the shadow of the door, his gaze radiating danger. Doom Prime looked both confused and angry, his eyes flashing with anger, and his facial expressions betraying an unexpected mixture of surprise and determination to act. Ruin warns that they must go somewhere, sensing danger and realizing that if they stay here any longer, everything could go wrong. Seda watches his surroundings carefully, listening to every rustle and assessing the situation to notice any danger or unexpected enemy movements. They see Doom and Ruin appear before them, and at first they thought that he had captured the hero, but the boy quickly explains that he brought him here himself. The comrades don't understand at first, because they thought Ruin was just going to set up an ambush, but the young man explains that nothing like this was planned and everything was thought out. So he turns to Doom Prime, trying to get his attention and establish control of the situation in order to start a conversation. The young man explains that his opponent will not be himself, but Irene Prius, emphasizing that it is her skills and strength that will determine the outcome of the upcoming fight. Seth couldn't understand what was happening at all. His thoughts were confused, and his eyes were trying to catch any details. Doom Prime exhaled deeply, as if releasing the tension that had built up inside, his gaze remaining watchful. But he said that he did not perceive the girl as a rival at all, emphasizing her inexperience and the fact that her powers did not pose any real threat to him. Doom explains that if she is rejected now, the Dirty King will be disappointed, so the young lady should hold out longer to increase her rank. However, Irene says that this is not her goal in this competition, emphasizing that she is striving for a completely different result and is setting her own goals. She announces that her main goal is to defeat Doom Prime, because this challenge is the most important and defining within her competition. Ruin recalls what they said about the girl, and Irene is constantly worried about her endless losses, which seem to haunt her every day. The young lady herself explained to her friend that this was part of her individual task, which was kept secret. And if this battle is won, then Irene will understand and be able to decide what kind of magician she wants to become. Ruin observes Irene's actions in battle, watching how the young lady behaves and what magic she uses against her enemy. The girl was completely focused on her movements, feeling every step and every gesture, trying to perform them as accurately and confidently as possible. She used the butterfly spell, directing its powerful cold currents at the opponent, controlling every gust of wind. Doom was also confident in himself, feeling an inner strength and determination that helped him take everything calmly. Irene watched her opponent carefully, analyzing his every move and trick, trying to predict his actions. Their strengths were radically different, making the fight unpredictable, as each move of one could suddenly outpace the attack of the other. But both had the same power to oppose each other, which made their duel equal and dangerous. The Dirty King's chosen one was, as the last blow showed, much stronger than the young lady. Doom Prime's eyes burned with fire, reflecting his determination and unbreakable will, his willingness to fight to the last drop of strength. Irene did not give up even in the most difficult moments of the battle, maintaining a cool head, determination, and faith in her own strength, not allowing fear to prevail. Seta asks Ruin if it's okay for them to just stand and watch the fight without intervening, feeling slightly anxious and unsure. However, the hero did not answer, silently watching the events unfold, focused on his own thoughts and decisions, showing no reaction to the question. Doom aimed his attack at his opponent, concentrating all his strength and skill into a precise and dangerous strike, ready to test her reaction and power. It was like a lava flow that rushed forward uncontrollably, burning everything in its path and carrying with it incredible power. Irene realized she wouldn't be able to dodge, feeling the force of the attack coming at her with speed, making her heart pound with tension. So suddenly, Ruin unexpectedly appeared in front of her body, becoming a barrier between her and the attack, his posture radiating determination and strength. The guy explains that he promised to watch their battle, but he wouldn't agree to anything like that if Doom knocked the girl down. And for the sake of victory, he could not risk losing such a valuable comrade, because friendship and trust were more important to him. So the hero asks Doom Prime for permission to engage in battle, hesitating cautiously and showing respect for his decision and authority. He asked whether the young man would act alone or with a small fish, trying to understand his plans and possibilities. Seta did not hold back his emotions and spoke obscenely at his opponent, expressing anger and irritation. Ruin explains that he will act alone because he thought it was uncool to go 2 against 1, demonstrating confidence and a desire to test his strength fairly. The hero realizes that he has learned how to fight against the enemy with a sword, thanks to the advice and lessons from Sir Halter. The most important thing for a knight is his legs, because they not only give strength to the sword, but also allow him to sense and predict the enemy's movements. So Ruin needs to carefully follow Doom's footsteps, tracking his every step and movement to anticipate attacks. Their battle began, and the air was filled with tension, adrenaline, and anticipation. Every move could change the course of the battle at any moment. Ruin closely follows the limbs of his enemy, tracking every movement and gesture to find the slightest possible weakness in battle. And he understands that right now he needs to act, gathering all his strength and concentration. He dodges the blow by moving quickly and deftly, sensing his opponent's every move and trying to maintain his balance and advantage. Realizing that everything was going well, the magician felt confident in his actions, every move bringing him control over the battle. However, suddenly his eyes widen in surprise and alarm when he notices the enemy's unexpected movement. Doom attacks the hero, directing all the force and precision of his blow, trying to hit the opponent and test his reaction. Ruin, holding his wounded arm, hears Prime explain that he is not a knight, but a mage, displaying a combination of pain, determination, and his true power. People believe that magical swordsmen can do little because they are not quite mages and not quite knights, underestimating their unique skills and power. But this is just an opinion, because they have never met a true magical swordsman and have not seen what the combination of magic and sword skill is capable of. So again, the enemy attacks the young man, moving quickly and ruthlessly, forcing him to tense up and prepare for an instant response. His movements are extremely fast, and his sword is almost impossible to follow, each blow flying unpredictably and dangerously. Doom speaks, prompting Ruin to try to respond to it, testing his reactions and combat skills. The hero realizes that he has never faced such an opponent before, feeling a wave of surprise and fear at the incredible speed. After all previous times during the battle with the mages, the young man attacked at their moment of slightest weakness, accurately sensing the opportunity and taking advantage of it. But Doom Prime makes up for this shortcoming with his sword, using skill and strength to compensate for any points of weakness. Ruin notices a cut on his leg, feeling pain and realizing that each injury could affect his movements and chances in battle. Doom explains that it's called the Radiance Trail, revealing the meaning of the term and demonstrating the power and technique behind the technique. And this wound will hurt with every movement, so much so that over time, Ruin will not even be able to move a finger, feeling a constant burning pain. Doom understands that now he must end this, gathering all his strength and determination to end the fight once and for all. His body is enveloped in a stream of pink mana, pulsing with energy, enhancing his strength and granting him incredible power. Suddenly, the enemy's wings appear, spreading out with a mighty sweep and giving him incredible speed and a dangerous advantage in battle. Irene and Seth simply froze in surprise, unable to believe what they were seeing, their hearts pounding with shock and uncertainty. Ruin realized that this was fifth-class natural magic, feeling its powerful energy and danger that exceeded anything he had encountered before. And as soon as Doom Prime used Khitan's wings, his body was filled with incredible magic, granting him unearthly mobility. This force simply knocked everyone off balance, barely holding their fall, feeling the incredible power that stirred the air around them. Doom Prime stood, focused and calm, directing his magic with precision, feeling in control of every flow of it. Ruin, hiding behind a stone, realizes that this is exactly what was expected from the winner of the festival of all years. The hero tears his jacket with his teeth, feeling angry and tense, ready to use any means to prepare for the next blow. But he decides to bandage the wound on his leg, feeling a burning pain, but realizing that this is the only way he can maintain control of the fight. Suddenly his gaze stops at his hand, noticing something important that could change his actions or affect the course of the battle. After all, an artifact shines on his finger, radiating mysterious energy that instantly attracts attention and makes the heart beat faster. Doom Prime stands on the battlefield, calm and focused, his gaze taking in his opponent's every move, and his aura of power is felt from a distance. But he turns to Ruin because he expected some magic from him, but instead he met complete despair and helplessness in his eyes. The young magician emerges from his hiding place and acknowledges his enemy's words, feeling a mixture of respect and caution, ready to accept the challenge. He says that Doom is truly incredibly strong, so much so that for a moment it seemed as if an insurmountable wall appeared in front of him. Doom asks if the hero is really giving up, watching his actions with doubt and feeling undisguised surprise at his reaction. However, Ruin replies that he cannot do so, feeling an internal conflict and determination to stick to his own principles. After all, many people believe in him, and Ruin understands that he cannot let down those who rely on his endurance. This alone makes the hero want to destroy Doom even more, feeling irritated and determined to prove his own strength and not let him down. The enemy understands that the opponent is out of his mind, noticing unusual and unpredictable actions. So he decides to teach a lesson so that the young gentleman will never dare to open his mouth again, demonstrating everything he has to force him to learn obedience. Ruin uses the Fury Ogre spell, unleashing incredible strength and fury that rushes at the enemy with devastating power. But he advises Prime to watch his jaw carefully, warning of danger and showing that even the slightest movement can have serious consequences. They walk towards each other, tensely approaching, ready for collision, each step filled with anticipation. Doom suggests Ruin hide if he really doesn't want to die, watching his reaction and testing the young mage's resolve. Ruin prepares a strike with his hand, on which the artifact glows, feeling his power pulsing and ready to be released with incredible power. And stops the opponent's sword, feeling the force of the counterattack, holding it and demonstrating precision and control in battle. They look at each other with anger and a desire to destroy their opponent, every movement filled with tension and anger. But at that moment, the ring touches the blade, radiating a strange energy that instantly changes the force and direction of the blow. Using the power of invulnerability, there is a small chance of withstanding any physical impact on Ruin's body, so the sword cracks from the incredible pressure. The sword suddenly breaks and inflicts a severe wound on Doom, leaving him stunned and weak from the pain coursing through his body. His eyes are wide open in confusion, reflecting the utter uncertainty and shock that permeates his every look and movement. After all, Prime could not understand how this could happen, feeling complete incomprehension and bewilderment engulfing his mind. Ruin strikes again, but this time he directs it directly at his opponent's leg, trying to cause pain and limit his movement. As a result, he loses his balance and falls to the ground, unable to stay on his feet due to the unexpected force of the attack. Doom looks intently at Ruin, his gaze filled with surprise, caution, and tense anticipation of his opponent's next move. The young gentleman turns to Prime with a request to express one important thing, full of seriousness in his voice. He utters a phrase from Doom, claiming that he has no enemies, expressing confidence in his own superiority and the belief that no one can match him. And it is this arrogant belief that causes the student to fail, because their overconfidence in their own superiority prevents them from noticing mistakes and learning from them. The winner of all festivals watches as Ruin strikes another powerful blow, carefully analyzing his opponent's every move and strategy. And it is this moment that becomes the last in the battle, leaving behind a sense of completion and defining the events that unfolded in the arena. The team watches intently as Duma is deactivated from the competition, feeling tense and a mixture of surprise and concern. Sada admits that his heart almost jumped out of his chest as he watched the battle, feeling an incredible amount of excitement and tension. Ruin looks at Irene, and she feels oppressed, as if the weight of his gaze presses down on her and makes her heart clench with sadness. Tears glistened in the young lady's eyes, reflecting her deep sadness and emotional weakness, which she could not hide even for a short time. Our hero sincerely apologizes for interfering in her battle, feeling responsible for his actions and wanting to make amends. Irene, smiling, says that she is the one who should apologize, reflecting a slight irony and confidence in her superiority in the situation. After all, because of her selfish desire, she betrayed the team, so she sincerely apologizes, feeling guilty and wanting to correct her mistake. Ruin realizes that she was unable to achieve her goal in the competition due to his interference, feeling responsible for her failure. The girl asks to forget about it because such a goal no longer exists, trying to relieve the burden of guilt and calm the situation between them. After all, now she is no longer interested in Doom Prime, and she feels liberated from her former aspirations and emotional tension. The lady explains that it is Ruin who piqued her interest, emphasizing that his actions and personality capture her attention more than anyone else. Ardell says that it won't be easy with him either, hinting at the complexity of the situation and Ruin's difficult nature, which may create additional challenges. Irene is ready for this, so she orders them to wait, confident that one day she will defeat the young man, despite all the difficulties and obstacles on the way. So after the battle, 5 participants remained, among whom Dalian and Cherky fought with all their might, demonstrating incredible endurance and courage in the arena. But they could not resist their team, because their opponents acted in a coordinated and strategic manner, prevailing with the strength and coordination of every movement. The battle was powerful, full of incredible energy, rapid attacks, and tense moments that kept all participants and spectators in raptures. But both students remained losers, feeling the disappointment and bitterness of defeat despite all their efforts and diligence. Therefore, they were eliminated from the competition, depriving them of the right to continue the fight and leaving only the strongest participants on the island. Watching this, Ruin's group breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the danger was over and the situation was starting to come under control. After all, the three of them remained here, as if glued, unable to intervene or influence the course of events, just watching. Ruin declares that he is not going to give in to them in battle, demonstrating determination and self-confidence, ready to face any challenge. The girl tells him that at this point, she gives up, because they are not in the best condition right now, so she suggests fighting another time when everyone is in shape and ready for a real fight. He understands that the blonde is tired, so he decides to consider her words a promise, perceiving them as a guarantee of a future duel and a sign of her sincerity. Seda says that he won't back down just like that, because last time he easily dealt with the guy, and now he's determined to seriously confront any opponent. So Ruin suggests starting the battle right now, showing impatience and willingness to immediately test his strength against his comrade. Seth asks to wait, but the young magician does not hesitate and strikes, throwing him into the air, forcing him to react instantly to the unexpected attack. After the competition, all the Academy students congratulate the representative on his victory, demonstrating admiration for his skills and respect for his achievement. And they raise their cups for Ruin, noting his skill and courage, celebrating his success along with the entire Academy. Suddenly, the competition team visited him and reported that Ruin was not in the dormitory, so they found him here, causing surprise. Before the young magician stood Irene and Seth, both ready for the meeting, their gazes full of determination and tense anticipation of events. They explain that they can't miss Ruin's victory party, so they came here to personally congratulate him and share in the festive spirit. Ruin watches them carefully, studying their reactions and moods, trying to understand that they are behaving as usual. He realizes that after the battle for survival, he is the only winner, feeling both pride in his achievements and the burden of responsibility. Doom Prime received a lot of points, but his rank dropped significantly due to a relatively low number of survival points, which affected his overall position in the standings. Dalian and Irene also ended up below Ruin on the list, as their results did not allow them to maintain high positions after the competition ended. And if Ruin continues in the same spirit, victory will cease to be just a dream and will gradually become a real goal, which is quite possible to achieve. Jason couldn't believe he would be sitting at the same table with Irene Prius, so he exclaims that he can now die in peace, feeling incredible excitement and delight. He suggests once again shuddering for the goddess who has descended to them, expressing admiration and reverence for her majesty and presence among them. Irene asks not to say that, because she is embarrassed by such words, feeling slightly embarrassed and ashamed of the attention paid to her. Ruin looks at her, smiling, feeling the warmth of the moment and the quiet pleasure of her reaction to his attention. Team Doom could not believe that Ruin had defeated him, feeling shock and surprise at the unexpected outcome of the battle. Doom was disappointed in himself because he had lost, feeling the bitterness of defeat and doubting his own abilities. He gave in and didn't expect Ruin to target his sword instead of the swordsman himself, which came as a surprise to him and a serious blow to his strategy. Doom was only able to notice this when he put out his sword as a defense, aware of his opponent's tactics and quickly reacting to his next move. He realizes that he lost right in front of the Dirty King, feeling the humiliation and despair of defeat in front of such an influential witness. He asked his friend if Lord Theron had been looking for him, trying to learn about the possible consequences and intentions of the influential aristocrat. The comrade replied that there was no need to worry, and perhaps the king was not summoning him for his own good, knowing that the student was tired and needed rest. Doom says he just wants to be alone, so everyone leaves him alone, respecting his wishes and need for peace. Standing by the closet, the boy is lost in his own thoughts, contemplating the events of the day and the consequences of his actions. After the battle, Prime truly lost hope, feeling disappointed and empty inside due to his own loss. Everyone around congratulated Ruin on his victory, because even in the yard there were festive flags hanging. Tyrion Ignite, standing on the balcony, carefully observed what was happening and what his most important student now had to do with himself. The teacher expected Ruin to show himself at his best, but who could have expected such a great feat? The man did not expect the boy to defeat Doom Prime at all. Theron appears and says that the smile on the face of the head of the academy never leaves his face, and that it hurts his pride, and it was hard to look at his face in the competition hall. Tyrion asks if the Lord really said about the tournament hall, because it could only mean one thing, and receives a positive answer. So there is an explanation for all this. The big festival is coming to an end. A few days passed after the end of the battle, and in the group stage the team secured 4th place. Unfortunately, they lost the last game, but even that result was like a miracle. So now there's only one last final battle left, the individual match that's so important for the main character. And its name was Triathlon. It's an obstacle course on the outskirts of the city, divided into 3 categories: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. Since this is a battle between mages, you can traverse the path by riding a tethered beast, or conquer time and space through teleportation. Seth Malkiri, approaching his comrade, asks how he feels, because a very important battle will soon begin. And everyone in the stands is shouting his name, so what's it like to be the center of attention in this competition? Ruin looks around at everyone, but with a smile replies that it's hard to say yet, because he still doesn't understand what he feels at such moments. However, in his mind he understands that he wants to enjoy this moment, but he can't yet. After all, it's too early to celebrate victory before the final winner is determined, so we need to prepare for the battle. Seda says that there will be an individual competition today, and he will not give in, so he asks his friend to try to dodge the blows. The referee, taking out his sports weapon, shouts to everyone to get ready to announce the start. The participants, looking at each other, were concentrated and intently focused only on victory. So the gun fired, shattering the surrounding silence with a sharp sound of a shot and leaving a heavy tension in the air. And everyone immediately began to call for help with spells, trying to respond to the danger and save the situation. Confident Chenki used an invisibility spell because he also wanted to take first place. The stands roared with support for their idol, filling the arena with loud cheers and applause, adding to the atmosphere of tension and excitement. But suddenly they looked to the side at the same time, sensing something unusual that caught their attention and made them freeze. After all, they realized that Ruin was just standing there, focused and calm, as if waiting for the next decisive moment. His gaze was confident, and his face shone with a smile that radiated calm determination and unwavering faith in his own strength. All participants diligently set off along the route, sticking together and trying to keep up, carefully monitoring each step forward. When an obstacle suddenly appeared before them, they stopped, surprised by the unexpected challenge that blocked their path further. So Malkin suggests the 3 of them team up, to which Irene replies with a slight smile that he probably really enjoys this kind of collaborative thing. The horse Doom stomps its feet rapidly, cutting up the ground beneath its hooves and adding to the sense of tense urgency. His swordsman prepares to eliminate the obstacle, concentrating on observing the situation and preparing for an accurate and decisive strike. So Doom Prime launches his attack, moving decisively and deftly, seeking to overcome the obstacle and show off his skill. Behind him, Dalian notices that this student is difficult to be friends with, and decides that everyone should take care of themselves without relying on others. Doom used a spell to eliminate the goblin obstacle, deftly neutralizing the enemies and clearing the way for further movement. He confidently strikes with his sword, demonstrating skill and precision in every sweeping movement that scares away enemies and conquers the situation. But his thoughts are only occupied by where Ruin is now, completely focused on his opponent and not distracted by anything else. After all, the guy couldn't run forward that fast, and this forced him to look for other ways to catch up or outplay. Because Doom broke away first, and only Irene and Dalian were left behind, trying to catch up with him, feeling the pressure and strain of the race. So why he's still not there remains a mystery, causing concern and surprise among those watching the situation. Irene herself doesn't understand this either, feeling confused and trying to find a logical explanation for Ruin's absence. Prime asks the girl where her friend is, and she has no idea, shrugging her shoulders in confusion and trying to figure out the situation. They have been ahead for a long time, so why no one has shown up at all remains a mystery that causes surprise and alarm among observers. Dalian realizes that there was enough time for this, and this only increases his surprise and questions the logic of events. However, suddenly there was a sound of footsteps behind them, which instantly attracted attention and made everyone alert. There was a thick layer of dust among the trees, rising from the movement and creating a foggy effect, making visibility difficult and adding to the tension. And suddenly, Ruin Ardell appeared before them, emerging from among the leaves, his appearance instantly attracting attention and causing surprise. He said that he had finally caught up with them, his voice full of determination and self-confidence. Doom's face was stern, reflecting focus, determination, and tension from the situation unfolding before him. Irene asked about the other participants, trying to find out their whereabouts and condition after the events on the route. To this, Ruin replied that they were no longer here, reporting the absence of the other participants and emphasizing that now they were alone. A few minutes ago, the stands couldn't understand why the guy was just standing there, watching the events unfold without taking any action. Ruin realizes that he has been waiting for this day since he decided to participate in the festival, and as someone who has been training hard for over 6 months, he feels confident going into this match. However, he is a melee mage and will be at a disadvantage if he exposes his back to opponents moving behind him, which forces him to carefully plan every move. Therefore, a strategy is needed that will allow him to effectively use his strengths, minimize risks, and predict the actions of his rivals. So, having thought through all the details, Ruin prepares to act cautiously and calculatedly, taking into account every possible development of events. Ruin rushed forward, seeking to eliminate each opponent one by one, moving quickly and decisively, leaving no chance for his enemies. Upon seeing him, the participants were shocked, not expecting such speed and determination, which instantly changed the course of events. So Ruin easily eliminated the last 3, demonstrating skill and agility that left his opponents with no chance of retaliating. Then he eliminated the 25th and 24th, moving relentlessly and pinpointly, leaving no opportunity for the opponents to defend themselves. And to be honest, after all of them, he stopped counting. He was moving forward so quickly and confidently, without stopping at each one. After all, there were so many of them, and they all moved rapidly, which made it possible to track each one individually and measure their victories. Seth, seeing his friend, was confused, not expecting his presence and trying to quickly navigate the situation. He didn't understand when Ruin had managed to catch up, and this caused him surprise and uncertainty about his further actions. The young man smiles and asks if Seth understands what's about to happen, his tone filled with light mockery and self-confidence. And so their never-ending battle began again, filled with determination, tension, and speed that kept the participants on constant alert. So Ruin, approaching, asks for forgiveness, showing his politeness and respect, even in a tense situation. But he immediately eliminates Seth, and he flies into the air again, amazed by Ruin's unexpected strength and agility. Irene asks if Ruin really eliminated everyone else, trying to ascertain the scale of his victory and the surprise at the results of the battle. The guy says that not everyone, because some will try to enter the race again, hinting that the fight is not over yet and new challenges lie ahead. But at the moment, apart from the 4 of them, there is no one else, making their group the only active participants on the route. Their gazes met, filled with tension and mutual understanding, as if everything that could not be expressed in words was conveyed without words. Doom Prime understands that this time things will be different, feeling that previous strategies will not work and will have to act more cautiously and decisively. Doom wanted to point his sharp sword at Ruin, but they were relentlessly pursued by a few determined people who did not want to retreat. Wrapped in his powerful magic, the boy burned with rage, and his eyes reflected a deep anger that could not be hidden. So, mounting his faithful horse, he confidently set off, not looking back and holding in his heart the determination to continue on his journey. But he said in a cold voice that they would definitely meet up front, and his words conveyed an unwavering confidence in this. He confidently moved forward, leaving everyone behind, and his figure rapidly receded, as if fate itself was calling him further into the unknown. Dalian shouts loudly, asking if Doom really wants to force his way forward, and his words are laced with distrust and disturbing doubt. After all, there lay a dangerous zone of traps, full of hidden threats, where every careless step could be the last in his life. Ruin stood still and simply watched, not interfering in the events, his gaze remaining cold and detached from everything around him. This castle, riddled with traps, was once used to protect treasures, but now that everything has been captured, the traps have become dangerous obstacles to those who enter. Therefore, the best way to get through this area is to neutralize the traps, after which it turns into a kind of testing ground for testing Loy's magical abilities. But the decontamination process is extremely time-consuming, exhausting, and requires maximum concentration and patience from those who dare to do it. Ruin then decided to destroy the wall using Drak's powerful method, hoping that his power would overcome all obstacles in his path. Strahd says that this is the Great Wall of an abandoned castle, and it turns out that the owner is focusing his efforts on the dilapidated and abandoned areas. Therefore, Ruin carefully studied the obstacle with the help of the player's eye, analyzing its weak points and looking for the optimal path for destruction. Watching carefully, he tried to find the right spot, where the wall was weakest and where his strength could work most effectively. And suddenly, an old, damaged area of the wall appeared before his eyes, looking fragile and perfectly suited to the application of his power. Ruin confidently headed towards the old damaged area of the wall, preparing to use all his strength to destroy it. But he hit the spot hard with his fist, hoping that his strength would be able to break through the old, damaged wall. Dalian watches in confusion, not understanding what the young man is doing, and wonders if he really dares to break through the wall. He turns to Irene and says he understands their closeness, but doesn't she think it might be too risky or too bold? The girl asks to look there, because the hero is trying to break through the wall with his bare hands, which looks incredibly dangerous and risky. And yet cracks began to appear on the wall, indicating the gradual success of his incredible efforts. Irene watches her friend closely, following his every move and feeling the tension of the danger looming over him. She doesn't understand how this is possible, and her eyes are full of surprise and disbelief that a young man can actually break through a wall with his own hands. Malkin asks if he can use this path, observing the young man and wanting to test his strength in a similar situation. To which he receives a resounding refusal, because this path requires extraordinary strength and experience, which he does not yet have. So Ruin closes the hole, leaving them without a passage, and is forced to look for another way to continue their journey forward. A pebble suddenly appears in front of Dalian, and he realizes that Ruin is acting simply out of his greed, without thinking about the consequences for others. Strahd says he's amazed at how a strong host can have the strength of 2,400 to break through a wall, so now Ruin realizes that there are only two left with Doom. And he tries to catch up with him, doing his best to keep up and stay close in this dangerous situation. Strahd realizes that the boy has already left the castle, and his thoughts are filled with surprise and anxiety over what has happened. Ruin sees that he was in a hurry and even got an arrow in the shoulder, but he didn't stop, continuing to move forward despite the pain. Does Doom Prime really want victory so badly that he is willing to ignore pain and danger, moving forward despite everything? Ruin sees that the time for summoning his spirit horse has passed, and realizes that he will have to act by other methods to keep up. But he understands that Doom will never be able to outrun him in running speed, and this gives him confidence in his own superiority. Suddenly, the enemy draws his sword, filled with danger, ready to attack at any moment and force his opponents to be on their guard. She tries to attack, swinging her sword sharply, trying to hit her opponent before he has time to react. The hero abruptly grabs his mantle, stopping the enemy and seizing the initiative in this dangerous fight. But she tries to go through the last stage together with her friend, hoping that joint efforts will help her successfully overcome all difficulties. So they fall together into the abyss of water, feeling the sharp cold and the force of the current, which carries them down at incredible speed. Ruin floats out of the water, takes a deep breath, and tries to recover from the sharp fall and struggle against the current. He realizes that it worked well because Doom was able to use magic to descend from the abyss, so now he needs to swim as fast as possible to keep up. Ruin is gaining momentum, developing speed in the water to cover the distance as quickly as possible and stay ahead of the current. However, Doom Prime uses a powerful spell in an attempt to influence the situation and gain an advantage. And Ruin understands that his opponent is trying to freeze the river, creating an obstacle that could slow their movement and change the course of events. So the boy simply remained motionless in the crisis, watching the water change and contemplating the next step in this dangerous situation. Doom says he doesn't need to worry about anyone during the competition, emphasizing the need to focus only on his own strength and success. So, turning around, he says he will move on, resolutely continuing his path, not looking back and focusing on the goal. And the hero remains standing there, wondering what to do next, considering strategy and next steps. He understands that he must get out of prison as soon as possible, so as not to miss the chance and continue moving forward in this difficult situation. And using all her strength, she breaks through the ice, creating a way out and opening the way for further progress. He carefully watches how far his opponent has come, assessing the distance and planning how to close the gap in the fight. Doom doesn't understand how Ruin caught up with him so quickly, and his surprise is mixed with anxiety at his opponent's unexpected advantage. Very soon they will arrive at the Alton Stadium, feeling the final point of the competition approaching and the tension before the upcoming test. There are no obstacles left on the way, so Ruin can only run, using all his speed and endurance to reach the finish line. And he accelerated sharply, developing maximum speed to overtake his opponent and reduce the distance to the finish line. He asks if Doom wants to arrange a rematch, hoping for another opportunity to test his strength against his opponent. Prime realizes that he cannot do this in his current state, aware of the limitations of his strength and his exhaustion after the competition. Suddenly, a battle erupted in front of the spectators, and there was commotion all around, tension and adrenaline filling the air. Those present could not understand who won this fight, because the battle was fast, fierce, and full of surprises. But the man suddenly shouted that someone was coming, attracting the attention of everyone present, and creating a wave of tension among the spectators. And indeed, the winner walked straight out of the gate, walking confidently among the astonished spectators and radiating strength and determination. However, when dawn broke, everyone realized that it was just a horse calmly moving forward, not the winner of the fight, as they had first thought. So everyone was left in amazement, not understanding what had really happened, and the faces of the spectators showed confusion and incomprehension. But the screen shows Ruin standing on his feet, confirming that he survived and is ready to continue the fight. The hero turns to Doom and says that he seems to have overdone it while going through the trap zone, hinting at his fatigue and overexertion. He asks if he told the guy that during the competition he shouldn't take too many risks and think about something else. Prime simply lies on the floor and remains silent, feeling tired and perhaps reflecting on the events that have just occurred. Taking a step forward, Ruin decides to act decisively and not postpone his next victorious step, defining a strategy for the future. In such a situation, Ardell will move forward, leaving the enemy behind and not giving him any chance to catch up. So, the first place in the prestigious ranking is taken by Ignite Academy, confirming its superiority in the field of modern education and innovative approach. Ruin won 2 awards in a fierce battle of survival and triathlon, won the individual competition, and ultimately confidently took first place. His name was loudly shouted from the stands, hailed as a magician of the next generation, surpassing everyone with his exceptional abilities and talent. These voices sounded to Ruin as if he were 6 years old again, and through each cry ran painful memories of his suffering and what he had experienced. Therefore, for the lonely boy, locked in a dark cave of isolation, these cries became a light that cut through the darkness of his loneliness and pain. The young magician realizes that he has done an extremely great job, having gone through a difficult path of self-sacrifice, effort, and unwavering faith in himself. And this encourages him, because this loud applause has become a living recognition and a well-deserved reward for years of hard work and endurance. So, raising his hands to the sky, Ruin sincerely thanks everyone present for the support that gave him the strength not to stop on his way to the top. The carriages moved slowly through the city streets, creating an atmosphere of a bygone era and attracting the attention of passers-by with their grandeur and luxury. Jason understands that only selected nobles are present, because not everyone has received an invitation to this solemn event. They all gathered here precisely to see Ruin and witness his triumph, which became a symbol of hope and strength of spirit. The guy sincerely dreams of getting into the academy as soon as possible, where he can develop his abilities and fulfill his wildest dreams. However, his sadness quickly evaporates, giving way to hope and determination to move forward and reach new heights. After all, Irene suddenly appeared before him in a luxurious dress, her image radiating light and giving him new strength and inspiration. The girl notes that it's strange, because the people around her don't try to talk to Ruin, as if he remains a mystery or an unreachable secret to them. The young man replies that he probably looks cocky and aloof in their eyes because he showed up to the banquet dressed without any enthusiasm. Irene agrees with a smile, admitting that such an explanation is entirely possible and adding that it makes the situation even more interesting and mysterious. However, she explains that from what she has heard, this is not the only reason, as there are other factors that influence people's attitudes towards Ruin. After all, most of the nobles came here only to meet Ruin, and it is surprising that none of them even dare to approach the winner. Irene says they're talking as if someone has already cornered Ruin behind them, and no one else has the right to approach him without permission. After all, he is an extremely powerful personality that no one dares even think of speaking to him without special permission or respect. The young man asks who did it, but doesn't have time to get an answer, because at that moment his attention is distracted by an unexpected event that changes the atmosphere in the hall. The evening banquet is announced, so all representatives are asked to proceed to the hall to begin the ceremony without further delay. The dinner with the Dirty King was full of exquisite dishes, as if they were being prepared for the emperor himself, every detail testifying to the luxury and grandeur of the celebration. In fact, the analysis of the past competition was hidden here, and this meal, known among the participants as the banquet under the guillotine, served as a kind of test for those who performed worse than the others. Ruin sat quietly, deep in thought, reflecting on the events of the past and preparing for the new trials that lay ahead. He thought only the Dirty King would be present, but he was surprised to notice 2 places, suspecting that something important was being prepared or that something unexpected was about to happen. Everyone was told they had to leave, and they immediately headed to the designated location, preparing for the evening's further events. Those present instantly turned their heads towards the aisle, expecting the appearance of an important person or an unexpected guest who was supposed to change the course of events. Lord Theron appeared in the room, whose appearance immediately caused silence and tension among everyone present. All present bowed in respect and greeting, honoring the chief magician for his status and authority in this gathering. But suddenly Ruin realized that the Dirty King had addressed another person with respect, which caused him surprise and suspicion. A young man appeared and politely asked his godfather if he had disturbed the meal, demonstrating respect and caution in his words. The stranger's gaze, directed at everyone present, was full of confidence and inner strength, which immediately attracted attention. He looked quite elegant and restrained, radiating confidence while remaining mysterious to those around him. Ruin does not understand who this person is, and his curiosity grows as the stranger has an aura and behavior that seem extremely important to him. But suddenly, everyone bowed and announced that they welcomed the Crown Prince, whose appearance filled the hall with respect and grandeur. Sweat was running down Ruin's face, testifying to his inner excitement, tension, and responsibility for the moment that had come. The mood at the table was tense, as if an invisible curtain of anxiety had wrapped itself around everyone present, forcing them to avoid glances and words. The students sat trembling, as if a cold breath of fear was penetrating their bodies, forcing them to hide their hands under the table. Not knowing what to say or do, they stood helplessly, like doomed observers of events. Ruin waited for the Lord to say something, holding his breath and listening to his every move as if the fate of the entire world depended on it. And the Dirty King said that none of the 11 chosen could defeat Ruin, for the gap in skill seemed so vast as to be despairing. The Lord is disappointed and does not even want to call them his children, because in his eyes they have lost their honor, dignity, and the right to bear his glorious name. The young man says that he will never dare to show himself from a bad side again, vowing to correct every mistake and prove his own loyalty and strength. The king says that second place is nothing more than an illusion created by incompetent people, and this festival proved that even a small river can produce a dragon. Ruin understands that he is uncomfortable because this banquet resembles humiliation for 11 children, and he was chosen only as an excuse for this cruel spectacle. But the Dirty King isn't the only one who has the boy on edge, as another person burns a hole in him with his piercing gaze. Shomerton Rainek watched Ruin carefully, never taking his eyes off him, and feeling how his every move and word might be hiding something. Even with the disadvantage of being the third son, using his intelligence and cunning, he successfully threw his brothers to the edge of the empire and became the sole heir. Shomerton and a man with near-perfect verbal and martial skills watched the events unfold together with unwavering attention. The powerful person Irene spoke of may turn out to be the Crown Prince, whose power and influence are hidden behind a mask of mediocrity, but are capable of turning the fate of the empire around. The Lord asks Ruin how he feels after the festival, watching his every reaction as if trying to unravel his innermost thoughts. However, the young man thought, holding his breath and feeling his thoughts intertwine in his head, searching for the right words amidst the chaos of emotions. But then he replied that he felt uncomfortable because the atmosphere of the festival and the behavior of those present put pressure on him, making him feel insecure. The results are satisfactory, but the young man is uncomfortable with the fact that his victory is being used to humiliate other participants, causing doubts and inner unrest. Everyone sat shocked that the young gentleman dared to say such a thing, not expecting him to have the courage to speak out against the established rules. The Dirty King watched intently, studying every movement and word of those present. But he explained that this very feeling of inferiority is the best food for growth, and Ruin probably doesn't know about it. Ardell explains that he sees this as merely an attempt to incite hostility towards him, comparing pointing out weaknesses to a heightened desire to become better based on feelings of inferiority. And doesn't it seem to the Dirty King that these are completely different approaches, because some seek to incite hostility, while others stimulate development? But he adds that he does not come from a small river, but his homeland is Ardell, a small but beautiful country. And also, the Ignite Academy should not be belittled by calling it that, because it educates masters and forms true warriors and thinkers. The Dirty King looked angry and confused, his gaze narrowed with anger, and his face betrayed an internal struggle. The king continued to watch Ruin, closely monitoring his every move and considering his next possible actions in this dangerous game. When Shomerton suddenly began to smile, his eyes sparkled with a sly light, and a mysterious, playful smile appeared on his face. And then he burst into laughter, loud and ringing, filling the room with an unexpected and strange energy. Ruin was surprised by this, causing him to freeze for a moment and carefully watch every movement. The prince says that she is a young man and a headache, and besides, she has the audacity to snap at her godfather, causing his indignation. He found it so funny that tears began to roll down his cheeks, and he could barely hold back an explosive laugh that shattered the silence around him. They mocked Ruin and the name he had given his city, mocking his seriousness and naive pride at the same time. Irene took a deep breath, feeling the tension gradually leave her body. She asks if Ruin is going to say something again, and he calmly replies that he is not, and silently observes his surroundings. The Lord says that the young man gave a good victory speech, but since he has already heard something similar from the head of the academy, Tyrion, it will not change his mind. That is, the words sounded fresher than Ignat's, so the king is looking forward to what the future will tell him. Ta announced the end of the banquet, forcing the guests to stand up and slowly leave the luxurious hall. But the prince asked for a moment, thoughtfully contemplating the surrounding splendor and pondering the events of the evening. But he invited Ruin for a cup of tea, suggesting they continue the conversation in a more calm and relaxed atmosphere. He stated that refusal was not acceptable, emphasizing the determination and authority in his voice. So they sat at the table, just the two of them, exchanging glances and words in the silence of the surrounding hall. Ruin didn't understand what exactly the crown prince wanted to say, because he definitely wasn't going to congratulate him on his victory, and this caused him a little concern. The young man became alert, listening to every word and movement, feeling the heightened tension in the air. But Shamartan Rainak offered him a job, promising favorable conditions and opportunities that could change his future. But he gives Ruin a month to complete all his affairs, after which the prince will organize his transfer to the best specialized school. And of course the young man needs to think about naturalization, because it is not fitting for a prince's servant to remain a foreigner in his country. Ruin doesn't understand why he needs him, because Doom Prime alone is worth anything, and this makes him doubt his intentions. But the prince explains that in the end he still lost to him, emphasizing his own superiority and strategic ingenuity, and as soon as Ruin regained his composure, he offered to take that loser to his place, trying to hide his surprise and uncertainty. Shomertan says that there are some things to keep in mind when talking to him, because every word can have significant meaning and consequences. Because he prefers to be answered with just the word yes, rather than with counter-questions or dubious clarifications. Ruin watched carefully, analyzing every gesture, word, and intonation, trying to decipher the true intentions of his interlocutor. However, Showertan said he would respond, leaving a sense of anticipation and tense uncertainty in the air. The first reason for his decision was the Lord's personal recommendation, because a few years ago, the prince asked to be notified when a strong magician appeared. And the second reason is that Shomertan likes the young magician's courage, his determination, and his willingness to take responsibility. After all, Ruin put on these rags to meet them, while others climbed out of their skins to impress those in power. The courage to stand up to his godfather and openly state his own position is impressive and demonstrates his independence. So this struck the prince, causing him to appreciate the young man in a new way and become interested in his true potential. And finally, this courage, when Ruin continues to ask questions despite the warnings, finally won. In matters of politics, sometimes it is necessary to have someone nearby who will express an interesting position and make even the most experienced think. Ruin asks if he can give advice in this case, but the prince replies that first he needs to be protected from his brothers, who are unable to accept his choice and position. The guy thought, pondering the words and trying to understand how to act in such a difficult situation. But he says he doesn't want that, openly expressing his unwillingness to participate in intrigues and conflicts. So the prince said that he would not accept the refusal, emphasizing his determination and authority in this matter. The highest power in the empire belongs to the crown prince, and the opportunity to become his close ally is a once-in-a-million chance. Most magicians team up with influential people even in the magic tower, so missing this chance can seriously regret it in the future. But Ruin says that he still has many plans and things to do before taking on new responsibilities. Shomerton says he thought the young man was a reasonable man, but he turned out to be unexpectedly idealistic. And this opportunity only comes once in a lifetime, so Ruin has to think about whether he will regret it in the future. So Shomerton ordered them to pretend that this conversation had never happened, leaving everything to their own consideration of their choice. Reports that Ruin is called the brightest gem of the past festival, emphasizing exclusivity. After all, collecting stones was the prince's passion, and there was not a single one he would miss, so paying attention to the Ruin was of great importance. Because the Shomerton destroys everything he cannot possess, leaving no chance for anything that does not meet his desires. Ruin grew wary, sensing the hidden threat in the words and watching intently for his reaction. But he left the room, leaving behind a feeling of silence and tension hanging in the air. He stood in the hallway, lost in thought, pondering the events and words he had just heard. But he understood that the Crown Prince's last words were a threat, and he felt a chill of fear run down his spine. Suddenly, Jason calls out to his friend, speaking loudly and drawing attention to himself in the hallway. He asks where he was, and maybe Ruin went on a date, expressing slight surprise and curiosity. Showerton tells his godson that it was interesting to find out who this young man who had been recommended was, but the Lord realized that their conversation had led nowhere. So he asks if his son will surrender, but the prince replies firmly that he will not, emphasizing his steadfastness. Because there is nothing stronger than the passion for collecting, which guides the actions of even the most powerful people. And Ruin Ardell will become his, belonging completely and becoming part of his plans and influence. Because Shomerton Raynak so decided, and his will became the final and indisputable law in this matter. Ruin trained hard every day, honing his skills and strength to achieve the maximum level of mastery in his craft. But I saw in the window that today I had successfully completed my task and achieved the desired result. Strawn watches his master and realizes that his body is becoming stronger and healthier with each passing day. The young man denies that he wants to hear such things from another man, but the little bear calmly replies that he is actually a woman. The hero was simply shocked and never thought that a person's gender could be determined in an incarnation, which completely changed his view of the world. Strawn shouts loudly that the owner never even asked about it, and his indignation is felt in every word. He realizes that they took a bath together, and this memory evokes in him mixed feelings of surprise and embarrassment. So did Strawn really see everything, and the guy was just furious and couldn't hide his indignation over this incident? The guy abruptly ordered to forget everything, trying to restore calm and erase any unpleasant memories. The bear ran after him, and the hero sternly said that this was not something to joke about and that the situation should be taken seriously. The train was already waiting at the station, ready to depart as the passengers took their seats and prepared for the journey. Jason is already saying goodbye to his friend because it is time for him to leave and continue his journey. So the train pulled away from the station, slowly gaining speed and leaving behind smoke and the noise of wheels, leaving Ruin alone on the platform where he stood, feeling the silence and emptiness around him. The man nearby told the young man that it was time for them to leave too, reminding them of the need to keep up with the plan. After Ruin's friends head home as the winner, he first needs to visit Revodane to complete all the items on his schedule. The attendant says that the guy can call him a street cat, adopting a humorous form of communication between them. He turned out to be a high-level mage whose characteristics could not be viewed even with the player's eye. So Ruin understood that the attendant was on the same level as the Academy's teachers, yet outwardly he was barely 30 years old. Street Cat says that according to the schedule, the boy is supposed to go to the Imperial Palace for official congratulations. Ruin apologizes, but it is not necessary to address him as you can speak more casually. After all, he is only 16, but this does not create any inconvenience for the man in communicating with him. Ruin understands that he is quite scrupulous and businesslike, always attentive to details and matters. So the young lord must go to the Magic Tower, where he will be chosen by an artifact that will determine his further path. and it is possible that Ruin will leave without him at all, because it is the object that must choose its owner. This means that the artifacts in the tower can have their own self-awareness, similar to Kingram, and independently choose who to give their power to. Street Cat was looking through the papers and said that Ruin would finally be assigned his mission. Generally, due to his student status, he cannot receive missions, but an exception is made for the winner of the festival. So it turns out that this is something of a debut for the boy, his first official step into the big world of magic. Now, he needs to choose the mission from the list that he likes the most, and that will match his abilities. Suddenly, Strawn whispers something, and his quiet voice barely reaches Ruin's ears. The young man thinks and points his finger at the mission, making it clear that he wants to choose it. They arrived at the scene, surveying the surrounding area and preparing for further action. Arriving at the Payan Palace, the residence of the Crown Prince, Ruin was already waiting for an official reception. Street Cat will be waiting outside the door, so the hero understands that he must enter himself and act independently. The doors open, and the hero is presented with a majestic interior of the palace with luxurious decorations. And before him appears the Crown Prince, majestic and confident, carefully watching the hero's every move. He says that he kindly requests his empire, inviting the hero to enter with respect and honor. The boy stood motionless, carefully observing Shamartan and all the surroundings. But then he received 10,000 gold prize pieces from the Crown Prince, which exceeded the annual budget of the Ardell territory. Shamartan says that if that wasn't enough, the palace doors are always open to Ruin, so the prince still hasn't given up on him. So the hero hurried on, realizing that the people in this room had tremendous stamina, as they could walk around the palace all day. Street Cat ordered to refrain from joking comments because the hero will meet with the Tower Master. The young magician thought that he simply had no sense of humor and took everything too seriously. The man asks if Ruin really decided to choose the mission too, but the hero answered affirmatively and confidently, confirming his choice. Street Cat thought that the hero had chosen the most difficult task, and wondered with interest what the Lord would say to that. The door to the room opened, opening the way for the hero inside. But Ruin entered the Tower Master's room, carefully examining the surroundings. The Dirty King, watching carefully, asked the disciple to come closer. Over tea, Theron said that the subjugation mission would be easier than the one Ruin had chosen. He would go with the guards of the Imperial Army and destroy several groups of bandits that appeared near Siciliano. But the boy preferred to go there, to the deserted wasteland, where danger and the unknown awaited at every step. Earlier, Strawn asked to choose this particular mission as the first, but the tower owner had no idea what she meant and was surprised by the choice. So the bear explained that this mission was connected to Kingram's homeland, revealing the true importance and danger of the chosen path. This caused the hero to go into shock as he realized the scale of responsibility and risk that awaited him. But she didn't know how to continue the story and find the words to explain everything without causing unnecessary panic. So she quietly said that this was the place where Draca had lived for 100 years, emphasizing his vast experience and strength. The Sky Mountain is a remote area located north of the majestic kingdom of Radian, where, according to ancient rumors, powerful ogres once lived. But now there is not a single living creature there, and the place is completely empty and abandoned, leaving only silence and memories of the past. Because apart from one living artifact, which is kept in the majestic Kingram Academy, there is nothing left on the mountain. Other representatives of this species died during the Great War, leaving behind only legends and memories of ancient generations. And this place has turned into a desert, making any mission there extremely difficult and dangerous due to the harsh conditions and historical implications. And this reason serves as a serious barrier that prevents even the most courageous travelers from reaching their goal on the heavenly mountain. This barrier cannot be dispelled by any spell, and to this day no magician has been able to unravel its ancient secret. So, this mission is to uncover the true essence of the barrier and reveal its nature, which has remained unknown for centuries. The Lord wonders why Ruin liked it, Perhaps he was intrigued by the hypothesis that the wrath of the ogre god turned this place into a sanctuary. Ruin knows that the others have no reason to go there, but he has his own motivation that compels him to set out for Heavenly Mountain. For this is the land where the destroyer of worlds, Dracogonius, lived for 100 years, leaving behind traces of incredible power. But there is no reason to voice this, so he replies that the reason is simply that the task has the highest level of difficulty. He is offered to choose another task, because the reason for the increased difficulty lies not in high activity, but in a riddle that no one can solve. Ruin says that if a 16-year-old magician discovers this secret, it will be an extremely impressive achievement that will surpass all expectations. The Lord replies that he could become the first winner in history to simultaneously fail this extremely difficult mission, and observes the student carefully following his every step and decision when choosing a task. He asks if he knows why the king recommended him to the crown prince, curious about the monarch's true motives. He says that he wanted to leave the young man in Revoidain so that he could closely observe his development and decisions. The hero does not answer anything, listening silently, not showing emotions and maintaining inner restraint before the words of the interlocutor. He continues that Ruin has a unique ability, and perhaps it is this ability that is the reason for his interest in completing this extremely difficult task. The Dirty King orders that he will watch Ruin throughout the mission, not interfering, but closely monitoring his every move. Later, the guy was no longer confident in his own abilities, but Strawn reassured him, saying that there was nothing wrong with it, and everything could be overcome. The place has not been visited for many years, and the question remains whether Ruin will be able to discover anything during his dangerous journey. Strawn says that so far no one has managed to get something in a human way, but she is sure that the owner will definitely succeed. After all, he has superior human capabilities, and at this very moment, when Strawn says this, someone knocks on the door. The young magician was visited by Woka, unexpectedly appearing in the room and bringing an atmosphere of tension and curiosity. Ruin greeted a wonderful wild boar and a street cat, demonstrating his friendliness and calmness even in unusual company. After all, this is the Dirty King's advantage, and all the magicians in the Magic Tower have similar nicknames, but Strawn couldn't understand when they ended up on the farm. The men ask if it's time for them to go, carefully waiting for the answer and trying not to miss the moment. They enter the artifact room, where Ruin will receive his final reward for completed trials and achievements. The artifact room is divided into zones C, B, A, and X, with Zone C housing the most common artifacts, and Zone X housing the rarest and most expensive. But Ruin will be taken to Area A to familiarize himself with those items first. When the hero asked about Zone X, they explained that entry was only allowed in special cases, and even the Emperor had no right to do so. Ruin did not understand what exactly a special case meant, and why access to Area X was restricted even to the highest authorities. He followed the guides and began to explore the artifact room, starting with Area C, carefully examining all the items on display. He immediately found a magical sword, preserved from the times of the Great War against demons, which served as a symbol of power and heroism. The guy realizes that he is no worse than Doom Prime's shining sword, which is quite in line with expectations from a high-level artifact room. Ruin also found the book of the transformation specialization, believing it to have been lost, although in fact it had been kept in the artifact room all along. There was also a book by Maxim Cruz called Beyond the Walls of the 7th Grade, which Ruin looked at with interest. Found a manuscript about exploration of unknown lands in search of ancient creatures. Ruin asks if they can read these books, to which he receives the answer that sometimes it is possible, but taking them for yourself is strictly prohibited. The zone was supposed to be a real treasury of knowledge, because everything from magical books to legendary works of past eras was stored here. None of the artifacts responded to Ruin, so he decided to head to Area A, where more powerful and rare items were stored. The hero asks if there were any people who were not chosen by any object, and the men answer that this happens very rarely. If you are a mage who is allowed to visit Area A, This means that you have the ability to attract the attention of several powerful artifacts at once. But the young man was denied all the items, and this truly upsets him, because he had hoped that at least one artifact would recognize him as worthy. Strawn says that you shouldn't get upset about trash, reminding you that the real value is yet to come, and not every item matters. Because to ordinary people, these items would be considered treasures, but the true value of things actually lies elsewhere. And she points to the door, saying that the real values are right there, behind this door, where it is worth paying attention. This was the entrance to Area X, explaining that it was there that the rarest and most valuable artifacts were stored. Strawn thinks there must be at least one artifact created by a dragon there, because there is a strong pungent aroma from there, which betrays its magical nature. Ruin understands that even if there is a dragon artifact there, he cannot get there yet, so he carefully examines the available items in Area A. But suddenly a green light appears behind him, which attracts his attention and fills the room with a mysterious atmosphere. The attendants look at it in shock, not understanding its origin and the power that has arisen suddenly. After all, some powerful force breaks out from behind the doors of Zone X, enveloping the room with a mysterious energy aura. The men understand that a special event has just occurred, the first time in 56 years. Lord Theron could not believe that Kunhan's tooth reacted to the hero, for it was an incredible and unexpected event. But Street Cat replies that it is indeed so, confirming the artifact's incredible reaction to Ardell. The king doesn't understand if this means Ruin is so talented that he could be the next to take the throne. After all, in Zone X there are 3 artifacts that are distinguished by a special level of power, and the first among them is the Staff of Al-Gal. The second artifact is the Morsha armor, which is distinguished by its extreme durability and magical properties. And the third artifact is the Tooth of Kunkan. All 3 items have one feature: they allow their owners to stand at the pinnacle of power and authority. The Staff of Al-Gal belonged to the first magician of the human race. This object can enhance the destructive power of its master and serves as a symbol of the king of magicians. 56 years ago, the staff chose its master, Theron, and before that, everyone chosen by this artifact held the highest position in the Tower of Mages. Morshi armor guarantees absolute protection against any physical and magical attack, chooses its master once a century, and each becomes a legendary knight. However, the molar tooth of Kunkan, the first leader of the ogres, is the most mysterious artifact, which has not been chosen by anyone for several hundred years. Theron realizes that the artifact has chosen Ruin today, and cannot believe that this boy could possess power worthy of the throne. Street Cat reports that the hero lifted Kunhan's tooth with ease, demonstrating extraordinary strength and potential. The Dirty King knows that this object is so heavy that it would take more than 5 grown men to move it, and it is virtually impossible to lift it by himself. Ruin seems to possess the strength of an ogre, displaying incredible power that exceeds normal human capabilities. He understands that the young man has incredible ogre power, and that is why the hero chose a special search task for himself in the area of Heavenly Mountain. Also, the situation with the tooth of the first ogre leader Kunhan confirms the young man's exceptional strength and his ability to complete tasks. The Dirty King carefully analyzes all of this, pondering Ruin's power and the possible consequences of his abilities for future events. And he orders everyone to gather to discuss the exceptional events and what kind of magic the young lord possesses. That is, to bring all of Creek's magicians to witness and analyze everything with him. Ruin decided to head west to reach the legendary Heavenly Mountain, as the strict limit for completing an important task is only 1 month. So he picked up his magical ID and a pre-purchased ticket for the mana train that was supposed to take him in the right direction. The chaperone stands nearby, looking closely at the student, observing his actions and trying to understand whether he is ready for the next step. Ruin asks if he would like to say at least a few words, because he thinks he has something important on his mind, but he remains silent. The man answers ambiguously, leaving his words intentionally vague, as if trying to hide the true meaning and true emotions. But suddenly, He says that as a magician of the majestic magic tower, who is strictly not allowed to have his own opinions, he has nothing to add to the conversation. However, he adds that he has something to say as a senior mentor, because his experience and knowledge give him the right to share advice, even though he is formally prohibited from doing so. The magic tower is incredibly kind and generous to the magicians who bow down before it and worship it faithfully, but it is terrifyingly cold-blooded and ruthless to those who do not submit to its will. So he asks Ruin to be extremely careful and not to question everything, because excessive curiosity can cause anger. The guy stood still, listening carefully to every word, trying to understand their deep meaning and not miss a single detail of the conversation. Old Castle Tesharan is the closest city to the mountain, built to protect the continent from ogres, also known as the unshakable shield of the continent. In this regard, Tesharan is surrounded by high walls, equal in scale to the capital, and has a powerful army with a steely character. At least, that's how it was described in ancient books that detailed the greatness and power of Tesharan. Ruin realizes that the city is completely deserted, and Strawn replies that the reason for this is that the city has lost its former purpose and importance. After all, the city was built to deter the invasion of ogres, but now that threat has disappeared, leaving it deserted and almost forgotten. They also notice that although it is only a day, the local soldiers are already drinking, although they previously said that in this place everyone fought bravely against enemies and was distinguished by courage. Suddenly, the man abruptly tells Ruin to give him his clothes, demanding it with incomprehensible insistence and severity in his voice. But the young man simply abruptly grabs the stranger's shoulder with his hand, demonstrating determination and willingness to resist his demand. But he throws the stranger up, realizing that the real world is significantly different from what is described in books, and preparing for it requires a different approach. Arriving at the right place, Ruin notices that the man is asleep, lying motionless and completely immersed in his deep sleep. It even seems to snore from a deep sleep, making low rhythmic sounds that indicate complete relaxation of body and mind. Ruin wakes him up and quietly says he apologizes for worrying him, trying to soften the unexpected awakening. The man also apologizes for dozing off and not recognizing the magician in front of him, and Ruin simply asks where he can find a horse for his further journey. He scratches the back of his head and thinks thoughtfully, trying to remember or decide before giving an answer. He replies that there are no horses in their stables right now, and therefore they will have to look for other options for the trip. When asked, Rowena says that this is the only stable in Tesharan, so there is no other place to buy or rent a horse here. Strawn couldn't understand how it was possible to keep a stable without horses and what kind of city this was, where everything seemed illogical and strange. The groom replies that there were still 3 horses in the morning, but they were all taken away because for a long time there were only flies as guests, and today the real visitors finally arrived. Ruin asks for a moment to think about the situation and decide how best to proceed. He asks if it's true that no one needed horses until now, and today they took them all, and the groom confirms that that's exactly what happened. The young magician does not understand where other people could have come from who wanted to take horses in Tesharan, where no one usually comes and which has long been deserted. He remembers the words of his guide about questioning everything, and this makes him observe strange events even more closely. He asks if Strawn feels it too, and she explains that she understood the strange atmosphere of the city as soon as they got off the train. So, with a confident look and determination in their eyes, they turned around, ready to move on and find out the true nature of events. And they conclude that Ruin is being watched, noticing strange movements and the presence of outsiders who seem to be watching his every move. Upon discovering this, the guy immediately took action, and the first thing he did was order the hotel staff to notify him if anyone started asking questions or taking an interest in his affairs. And then he decided to take a walk around the city, hoping to lure out his pursuers and understand who exactly was monitoring his actions. It is clear that the pursuers were people from the Rainak Empire, because their mannerisms, equipment, and behavior betrayed their origin and belonging to this powerful state. Ruin is unsure whether the Crown Prince set them up due to his reluctance to follow orders, or the Magician King, who is taking a heightened interest in the young magician and his abilities. But both options are equally unpleasant, and Ruin needs to resolve this issue as quickly as possible before heading to Heavenly Mountain. He can't let them follow him because the surveillance has become too obvious, and it threatens his safety and travel plans. A hotel employee reports that no one has entered, confirming that the pursuers are either very careful or are somewhere out of the staff's sight. After all, he was standing guard, waiting for someone to ask, but that never happened, and the atmosphere remained strangely calm. Strawn says it doesn't sound like a lie, because the hotel worker's voice was sincere and devoid of any hidden intent. However, something is bothering the employee, and he is visibly worried, constantly looking around and tensely monitoring everything that is happening around him. He explains that he lost his memory for about 3 minutes, and during this short period of time he cannot remember what exactly happened. And when he tries to remember, nothing comes out, as if the memories of those few minutes have completely disappeared from his consciousness. Ruin understands that this is mind control, a high-ranking 6th-class spell capable of subduing consciousness, in which a person does not even remember that he is under control. The guy knows that they turned out to be much stronger opponents, and Strawn adds that if they cast a spell on the man's memories, they probably also learned that the master knows about the surveillance. The hero enters the room, carefully looking around and listening for any sounds, so as not to miss any suspicious details. But he sees that there is a piece of paper pinned above the bed with a neatly written message or warning on it, which catches his attention. It says that they mean no harm, so Ruin shouldn't waste time trying to understand their personalities and should focus on continuing the mission. He understands that this is a threat because those people entered the room and brazenly ordered him not to try to reveal their identities, demonstrating their power and control. Ruin agreed, deciding to act on their terms to avoid conflict and not expose himself to unnecessary danger. But he decided to move on, focusing on his mission and ignoring his pursuers' attempts to influence his actions. Moving quickly through the city, he carefully scanned the streets and watched for any signs of pursuers. Like the wind, it flew by instantly and silently, leaving behind only a sense of speed and elusiveness. Strawn asks what the host plans to do next, interested in his further actions and strategy in this particular situation. So Ruin decides to find them and opens the mini-map, carefully studying the routes and possible points where the pursuers may be hiding. He mentally addresses his pursuers and tells them to try to keep up, testing their agility and willingness to keep up with him. Imagining it as if it were a triathlon competition, where Ruin recently won first place. The pursuers ask the elder if they should continue following the young man, seeking confirmation. The man understands that the little one, the winner of the great festival, wants to play with them, testing their abilities and checking their reactions. So he orders to run after him, but not to kill him, in order to observe his skills and actions without causing serious harm. And the two enemies tried to catch up with Ruin, quickening their pace and intensely following his movements so as not to lose sight of him. Having caught up, they immediately began to actively attack him, using all available skills and strategies to achieve victory. But suddenly the Creek mages felt and understood that Ruin's trail had suddenly ended, leaving them in complete uncertainty and surprise. They quickly realized that this was not the case, and that in fact he was simply quietly waiting for them, watching their every move and preparing for action. So they froze in tense anticipation, not daring to move or take any step, lest they betray their fear or intentions. And suddenly, the young magician unexpectedly appeared before them, instantly launching a decisive attack that made everyone around tremble with surprise and fear. He began eliminating his enemies one by one, moving swiftly and ruthlessly, leaving no chance for resistance or escape. He struck with incredible speed and precision. Every move was planned. The enemies were completely confused by the unexpectedness. Their actions became chaotic, and they were unable to gather for organized resistance. So the boy didn't waste a minute, instantly reacting to any movement of the enemies and continuing his ruthless attack without pause. And already in front of him on the floor lay his pursuers, defeated and helpless, unable to get up. However, their leader stood aside, calmly waiting, watching everything and preparing for his moment of intervention. Suddenly, he laughed mockingly and said that Ruin turned out to be a real monster, whose strength and ruthlessness exceeded all expectations. The guy calmly asked who they were, trying to understand their intentions and assess the level of danger they posed. The man said with irony, "Doesn't the hero know that they were sent by the head of the tower," and added that he wanted them to become observers for the younger comrade. He says that in any case it was nice to see his abilities, noting the skill and speed with which the guy dealt with them. So, as he ran away, he said that they would definitely meet again, leaving a sense of future danger and unresolved issues. Strawn saw the skull tattoo and instantly realized that she was facing a vicious magician, full of dark power and evil intentions. She explains to the host that this is a mysterious group, and the only thing known is that the magicians of the Mage Tower are engaged in exclusively dirty and dangerous work. He adds that this is a secret organization of vicious magicians, and from the available information, only their name and the presence of characteristic tattoos on their bodies are known. What exactly they do, how strong they are, and who their leader is are further unknown, leaving only guesses and fears. Strawn asked what the host was thinking after the clash with them, trying to understand his assessment of the power and danger of this secret organization. Ruin replies that the feelings are twofold, and it seems to him that they are even weaker than the festival representatives, although their mystery causes some alarm. But the abilities of one of them could not be determined, because he used 6th grade magic, so he was definitely not an ordinary person, and, moreover, this person continues to pursue them from a distance, remaining invisible. So the bear asked what the plan was, trying to figure out how to proceed and what ways to confront the opponent. Ruin replied that he would first make the man appear before him, planning to force him to come out of the shadows and reveal his true intentions. So the next day, the boy immediately set off on horseback to Heavenly Mountain, determined to meet his pursuer and clarify the situation. The path to it was an endless, barren land, abandoned by all life, but Ruin knew that he was approaching his destination. Holding his hand to his sternum, he felt a pulsating energy and inner excitement that warned him of the approach of an important event. The guy realized that his power circle still couldn't calm down. The energy was raging inside, reminding him of inexhaustible power and tension. So they knew what it meant and felt the approach to their destination. Namely, that before them is the Heavenly Mountain, or rather its interior, where secrets, dangerous forces, and uncharted trials are hidden. Ruin asks Strawn if Drac really lived here, and receives confirmation that this place was indeed once his home. Sitting at the barrier, the boy did not understand how to get inside, feeling a mysterious obstacle that blocked the path and caused him to doubt his own abilities. And what is this mindset, unlike a human one anyway? Because she said it was the only way to get through. She explains that if she were human, she would definitely try to destroy the barrier, but Ruin cannot, because it cannot be overcome in this way. But what about the ogres, he wondered, trying to understand if their strength or approach could help overcome the barrier in another way. Ruin thinks he could call on the ogres to help open the door, using their power to overcome the impassable barrier. Strawn is happy, because now they have at least achieved something, feeling a small success after a long journey and difficulties. Ruin says that almost all of the ogres of the Heavenly Mountain died, trying to understand the scale of the past battle and the remnants of power. To which Strawn replies that this is just people's opinion, and the real situation may be completely different, because no one has seen all the ogres with their own eyes. But he tells the master to remember that his ability is not intended to confirm or convince anyone. And in order to destroy, using force only as a weapon against enemies and obstacles, without wasting it on proof or convincing others. So the hero touched the barrier with his hand, feeling its energy and the unusual power that pulsated. He turns to the ogres and asks if they can hear him, realizing they are playing dead, and explains that he has come to deliver Kunkan's tooth. And if they hear him, let them open the door, allowing him to go inside and complete his task. But nothing happened. The barrier remained unbroken, and the ogres continued to remain silent, as if not reacting at all to his words. Suddenly, a bright light shone around Ruin's hand, enveloping it in a radiance that radiated powerful energy and reacted to his touch against the barrier. It was so powerful that it made the air tremble, and the barrier itself seemed to feel the pressure of energy, which blinded the hero's eyes, forcing him to blink and feel the bright heat of light that permeated everything around him. The pursuer saw that Ruin seemed to have passed through the barrier, and realized that an incredible force had appeared before him. After all, the guy was nowhere to be seen, so it's not clear where he went or what happened. And the man couldn't understand how this little girl was able to do this if no one had ever reinforced a similar mission before. But when he approached the barrier, he saw that the entrance was closed again, as if nothing had happened, and the obstacle remained impassable. However, instantly a fist flew from there straight into the pursuer's face, exploding with a force and surprise that stunned him. Ruin struck so powerfully that the enemy flew several meters away, losing his balance and finding himself defenseless against its force. He said that this time the enemy would not escape, emphasizing the determination and inevitability of punishment. Called an earthquake spell, causing the ground beneath the enemy to shake and split, creating chaos and destructive force. The man lay beaten, unable to rise, his body mangled and his face filled with pain and shock from the force of Ruin's attacks. So the young man decided to use a binding tree to pin down the enemy and completely deprive him of the ability to escape or resist. He directed magic at the enemy, concentrating the energy to activate the binding tree and completely disarm the enemy. And he remained lying on the ground, but now he could not move, completely under the control of Ruin's magic. Ruin says the man decided he could only get the young man at such a moment, hoping to take advantage of his distraction or vulnerability. But he fell into a trap, so the young man suggests ending the game of catch-up, demonstrating his superiority and control over the situation. An ogre flies above the Ruin, its huge legs cutting through the air, its gaze directed straight ahead. He launches his attack at the man, directing incredible force directly at the target to neutralize him as quickly as possible. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the unexpected power and speed of the attack approaching the enemy. The ogre looked at him, carefully assessing every movement and reaction, as if deciding something. He asked the man to tell him who he was, carefully watching the reaction and trying to understand his intentions and power. Strawn says that the owner should keep in mind that they have the mindset of a beast, and their actions are guided by instincts, not human logic. Fortunately, Ruin managed to pass through the barrier of the heavenly mountain, and as soon as he did, he felt as if he had entered another world. The ogres could not understand what a person was doing here, but after sniffing, they realized that the smell coming from the Ruin was the same as from them. Strawn quietly warns his master, ordering him to be careful, as human morality is unknown to these creatures. So far, the young pack feels like they haven't done anything to him because of Kunhan's tooth, but it's unclear when the ogres will want to take his life. So, as he headed after this large creature, the boy continued to ponder his plan of action. He didn't even realize how they ended up on the top of Heavenly Mountain. The young magician asked if this was really the place, because it seemed to him that there was another peak. However, he began to look around and study the terrain of his new place of residence. He realized with shock and fear that in reality, what was in front of him was not a mountain, but a very real huge ogre. The ogre said that his name was Chieftain Karkan, and that he had long heard many different stories and legends about the mysterious relic of Kunkan. Ruin realizes that his physical size and strength far exceed the size and abilities of everyone else around him. Harkon states that they welcome him as an honored guest, and has not yet made a decision to tear the young man into pieces and throw him to be eaten by the eagles. He asks who he is, and Ruin replies that he was chosen by the Tooth of Kunkan himself, giving him a particularly important role among all. The ogre thought that this was an impossible lie, as an ordinary person would not be able to handle or control such a powerful and dangerous object. Ruin simply demonstrates the artifact, and the chief immediately believed in its power, not doubting the truth of what he said. Harkon found this person extremely interesting, and felt that her scent was filled with incredible strength and energy. The guy agrees with the assessment and confidently declares that he is strong enough to handle any challenges ahead of him. Then Chieftain Karkan, with interest, wanted the young man to tell him directly who he really was and what role he played in this whole situation. Ruin looked at Strana carefully, studying his expression and trying to decipher his intentions and thoughts. I asked the ogre if he knew the name Dracogonia, which once belonged to a mighty dragon that lived here long ago. The chief could not understand how the young man knew about this, and he replied that he had learned it from Kingram himself. The ogre was shocked and stunned that Kingram was still alive and apparently still had the power to influence events. Ruin explains that he is at the academy as an artifact, fulfilling a role similar to one of the professors, observing and influencing the students. Smiling, he says that they were interested in finally finding out who he really was and uncovering the secret of his true identity. Another ogre claims to be a loyal friend of Kingram, the former leader of Sky Mountain. So Ruin declares that he is the man chosen by the Tooth of Kunkan, and at the same time the one who inherited the mighty power of the Destroyer of Worlds, Drak. And he adds that his real name is Ruin Ardell, emphasizing the importance of his identity and heritage. He asks if, knowing all this information, they still want to send him to be fed to the eagles, doubting their intentions. But Harkon assures him that he is not, and they greet him with all honors, recognizing his status and greatness. But the hero's eyes widened in surprise and unexpected delight as he realized, after all, they brought him and put him in some deep hole, which surprised him. Strawn explains that ogres undergo initiation when they come here, and if a master wants to be treated as an equal, he must prove it through his actions. This is exactly what Draco once went through, and now the young man also needs to prove his worth and strength in order to gain respect. And he has to do this through arm wrestling, competing in strength and endurance with other initiation participants. Omeruhan's son, named Omerush, appears before Ruin, attracting the attention of everyone present with his appearance. The hero could not believe that his opponent would be this huge giant, and felt both fear and surprise. All the ogres shouted loudly, calling on Omerush to crush this man and prove his invincible strength. The boy realizes that if he loses, he could be thrown as food for huge birds, and this adds to his fear and tension. So he gathers all his strength, tensing every muscle in preparation. He understands that his opponent has a huge physique, but the young man does not rush at him blindly, considering his every move. A match between an ordinary human and an ogre seems almost pointless, but thanks to the artifact, Ruin also possesses extraordinary strength and a chance to win. And from the moment he received the Tooth of Kunkan, his strength began to grow 1,000-fold, granting him extraordinary abilities. So now, the young magician has 3,520 units of strength, and thanks to this, his victory becomes quite possible. Omerush says that at first he thought Ruin was an ordinary person, but his hand feels different, and even so, he is not going to give up. So Ardell shouts, urging him to try to defeat him once and for all, testing all his strength and determination. So the start of the competition is announced, and all the attention of those present is focused on the upcoming duel. And suddenly they began clasping hands and feeling an incredible tension. Ruin was tense, feeling every muscle tense and his heart beating fast with excitement and concentration. However, Omerush carefully watched each move, analyzing its strength and strategy. Their battle was incredibly intense, full of power, tension, and a constant struggle for superiority. Ruin could not wait for the fight to end, feeling impatient and wanting to prove his strength as soon as possible. After all, he felt his strength waning, and he realized that this was his last attempt, using the ogre's fury spell. But Omerush suddenly pinned his arm to his side, demonstrating incredible strength and control in the fight. Ruin could not understand how this had happened, and his mind was filled with surprise and uncertainty at the unexpected turn of events. So the victory went to Omarush, who confidently proved his superiority in strength and endurance. The hero realizes that he has spent all his strength and made every effort, but still suffered defeat. And he couldn't believe that he was really going to be sent to be food for the huge birds. But they ordered him to rise, which surprised him and gave him hope for an unexpected turn of events. Omarush says that Ruin is incredible, having held his own against the strongest warrior of the Heavenly Mountain for a long time, demonstrating impressive endurance. And the young man also has a new task that will require even greater strength, intelligence, and determination from him. Strawn congratulates the host on the earned respect of the ogres, but Ruin asks if she knew in advance that everything would turn out this way. The boy realizes that Draca had 17 years to defeat Omarush, and he plans to do it in just 1 month. After the match, a large-scale banquet was held on Mala Vershina, where the victory was celebrated and respect was shown to the participants. The young man realizes that the food is truly delicious, but wonders why the local ogres live locked up in this shelter. After all, he was overcome by a strange feeling, as if there was something hidden or mysterious around this place. That the young man will have to face something much more important than simply completing his mission, and it will truly test him. Omarush turns to the young man, fixing his gaze on him and preparing to say something important. He asks what the young man intends to do with the tooth of their first leader and what plans he has for its power and significance. So he offers Ruin his help because he can create a weapon that is suitable only for a person and reveals his power to the fullest. Ardell was shocked after these words, not expecting such an offer and huge opportunities. Ruin remembers how the subject chose him and they entered the room. Holding the tooth of Kunkan in his hands, the boy simply didn't know what to do with it next, because it wasn't a weapon, nothing. Strawn said that this was a source of primordial power, a symbol of great power, because the ogre's tooth imitated the strongest willpower, but the young man said that he did not know how to use it. After all, those other items, such as Algal's staff and Morsha's armor, have clear uses. Ruin, out of desperation, starts joking and offers to make himself a mace using a tooth, but Strawn says that he can just take it with him, and they'll figure out everything else later, because his strength is increasing anyway. So, returning to reality, Omarush really offers his help in creating a weapon from an artifact. Ruin understands that he brought it with him, but he doesn't know how to use it, and such a proposal will only benefit him. The ogre says that the chief's tooth is hard enough, and not everyone can make something out of it, but for him, who works with iron, it is possible. Analyzing the words, the guy understands that their name means wrought iron. In human terms, it is the profession of a blacksmith. Omarush asks his strong man friend if he has any specific weapons in mind, and he ponders. But he asked if the ogre could really make a real weapon exactly according to his idea, because it required extraordinary skill and experience. Half a month has passed since Ruin arrived at the majestic heavenly mountain, where he daily observed the changes in nature and his own feelings. During this time, the young magician was close to the ogres, carefully studying with them, observing their customs. He helped them hunt, using his magical abilities and cunning to enhance their strength. He also performed training that he had previously been unable to master, overcoming his own weaknesses and gradually strengthening his body, spirit, and magical abilities. But he achieved the task, making every effort to show his progress, prove his endurance, and earn the respect of the powerful ogres. But something took up most of his day, as he devoted himself entirely to a task that required concentration. It was arm wrestling, and Ruin won 15 matches and 15 defeats, but each time he became stronger and did not lose faith in his own strength. So these were the results of the matches with Omarush, and this began to irritate the hero more and more, fueling his stubbornness and thirst to prove his own strength. But Strawn supported him, as the owner became better and better, gradually improving his technique, strengthening his muscles, and learning to control his own strength. Omarush agreed, as Ruin began to use all his power wisely and began to waste it less, demonstrating significant progress in controlling energy. Thanks to Omarush's advice, Ruin gradually understands how to properly use his power, and thus the time he can maintain it gradually increases. The young mage's goal was to defeat Omarush, but he constantly reminded him that there was no chance, encouraging Ruin to train hard. A few days later, the ogre's eyes expressed confusion, as he could not fully understand the young mage's rapid progress and unexpected actions. He and Ruin had 17 matches and 16 losses, which surprised the ogre and made him reevaluate the young mage's abilities. So Strawn said that the host only had one victory, emphasizing how significant the young magician's progress and his stubbornness in training had been. And the young man shouted loudly that he had won, filled with joy and pride at an achievement that demonstrated his perseverance and growth in skill. Omarush said that the boy had truly surprised him many times, acknowledging his perseverance, growing strength, and unexpected tactical moves during matches. Ruin realized that the ogre had first called him by name when he was defeated, and it filled him with a sense of pride and special respect. And then Omarush announced that the hero was ready, recognizing his strength, endurance, and ability to control his own abilities at a high level. But he ordered to follow him, indicating the path that would lead the hero to opportunities to demonstrate his strength and skill. He says that he finished what he promised a long time ago. He was just waiting for the right moment to pass it on so that the young man could fully appreciate the importance of this matter. He was waiting for the day when Ruin would defeat him, and he wasn't going to give up until that moment, because he wanted the hero to fully prove his strength and deserve the reward. So he holds up a weapon made specifically for a person, demonstrating its weight, balance, and strength so that you can immediately feel its true potential. These were the Kunkan tooth gloves, crafted from rare materials and magically enhanced to maximize the wearer's hand strength and speed. It was in this form that the artifact, created by dividing a tooth into 10 pieces that were attached to gloves, was ideally suited as a weapon for a mage like Ruin. Strawn and Omarush ask how his gloves are, because the master tailored them exactly to the boy's shape so that the weapon would fit perfectly and maximize his abilities. The young man says it's flawless, and he feels much stronger, with an additional 2,000 to his strength, greatly enhancing his fighting capabilities. Ta asks Omarush to gather all the warriors of Heavenly Mountain to demonstrate his new power and test himself against true martial arts masters. The ogres did not understand why they needed a man, and doubted whether Ruin could really defeat 100 warriors. But they decided to participate with joy, interested in observing Ruin's abilities and supporting him in this exceptional test. From the ogre's perspective, such a proposal sounded impudent, but the atmosphere was pleasant, and they seemed to appreciate the young mage's fighting spirit. Everyone was rooting for their team, loudly supporting and encouraging the participants. Strawn realized that this reminded her of the days gone by, when Draca had also enjoyed doing this, and it stirred warm memories and a slight nostalgia in her heart. But after 30 years of being here, he has only been able to defeat 17 ogres in a row, so the young man will show something new, explaining that humans do not live as long as dragons, so he must act quickly and effectively. Ruin knows that if he were yesterday, he would agree that this is simply impossible, but now his strength and experience allow him to believe in his own abilities. With the feel of these gloves, it seems to him that he will never lose, because they significantly increase his strength and confidence in his own actions. So they were ordered to prepare to meet the challenge, gear up for battle, and maximize their skills and fighting prowess. And they began the match with arm wrestling, focused on strength, technique, and endurance, ready to test their capabilities to the limit. Ruin defeated all 100 warriors, demonstrating incredible strength, endurance, and skill. Later, the ogres realize that the young mage needs to return to Revadane, as his mission and duties await him in his hometown. Omarush says Ruin gave them incredible memories, expressing gratitude for his courage, strength, and unforgettable moments together. The boy smiles, feeling joy and satisfaction from the trials he has overcome, and sincere gratitude. He extends his hand, but the ogre wondered if he really still wanted an arm wrestling match after 100 victories. marveling at the young mage's irrepressible energy and confidence. But Ruin doesn't want this, calmly rejecting the offer and showing that he is satisfied with the results achieved. He takes his hand and explains that it is called a handshake as a sign of respect, friendship, and the end of the competition without further rivalry. That is, a human way of greeting each other, demonstrating mutual respect and friendliness without words or formalities. When you are happy to see someone or when you meet a friend, shaking hands becomes a way to show your affection. And it's also a way of saying see you soon, so Ruin said goodbye and left. In the Magic Tower, the Lord asked if there was any news, expecting a report on the events and the young mage's progress during his trials. But they still hadn't arrived, and Theron began to feel a slight unease as he waited for news. The Dirty King understands that there are no rumors from the magicians of the creek, because enough time has passed since the return of the two magicians with serious wounds, and nothing has been heard about the magician of the creek. Even the pursuit team that the Lord sent after him reported that they did not sense any human signs near Heavenly Mountain. Concludes that they were deceived, realizing that the information they relied on turned out to be false. But suddenly, a servant enters and says he has something to announce, attracting the attention and anticipation of the Lord and everyone present. Because Ruin Ardell had recently arrived in Revadain, so this meant his return from the Heavenly Mountain after his mission. Theron frowned, feeling a sudden excitement and curiosity about what exactly the pet was going to do. But he ordered the student to be immediately summoned to him to hear all the news in person and assess the situation directly. So, upon arriving at the Magic Tower, Ruin said that he had failed his mission because there was nothing he could do about it. As Theron said, there is a reason why no one does it. Because when the young man arrived at Heavenly Mountain, he realized that the task was beyond his capabilities. He explains that the barrier was so strong and powerful that it was unthinkable to pass through it. When the boy finished, Theron said that the student wouldn't make a good enough liar, so he confidently orders Ruin to be honest with him, as he is the same mage chosen by Kunhan's Tooth and continues to observe the emotions. He adds that the pupil also chose for himself the mission that concerned the homeland of the ogres, and there are probably too many coincidences here. Ruin finally understood, and asked if the Lord had really been following him all this time that the boy was carrying out his task. But Theron replied that this was not an oversight, but simply that the man was afraid that the young magician might become the same magician who opposes the tower. The guy smiled a little and said, "Don't all those who go against the will of the King of Mages become enemies of the tower?" And he said that anything is possible. In a harsh voice, the Dirty King ordered Ruin to stop talking nonsense, get to the point, and tell him what he had seen on the Heavenly Mountain. The Lord's eyes lit up with anger and excitement as he asked the Academy student Ignit whether the first ogres were still alive or not. But the young man remained silent, not uttering a single word, maintaining a mysterious posture and a deep, thoughtful look on his face. When he finally emerged from the tall stone tower, he took a deep breath, feeling the coolness of the surrounding air. But he realized that he was incredibly lucky, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings of fear and relief at the same time. After all, the Lord had sternly said then that he didn't need any lies because he could always look into Ruin's memories and find out the whole truth. But the young magician knew very well that he would not do this because his character and principles always kept him from rash actions. The great magician king would never stoop to such a low level, especially when it came to a simple request from an ordinary disciple. Theron said that the word ordinary does not fit Ruin at all, because it is too modest for his abilities and true greatness. But he agreed and said that Ruin's first official mission had failed, so let the young man immediately return to the academy for further training. The guy understood that he had played on the pride of the magician king, and fortunately it worked, because the Lord limited himself to words and did not resort to extreme methods. Being even a little reckless as a king, the Lord could catch the hero, and then the end of his adventure would be incredibly terrible and tragic. But this was not the end, because the artifact of Zone X had chosen him, and it was clear to both of them what the title of Master of the Throne meant and what responsibility he bore. Although it was not said out loud, the Sorcerer King would continue to watch the apprentice, closely monitoring his every move and decision-making. Ruin wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, feeling impatient and wanting to be away from all the problems as soon as possible. So he boarded the train towards Ignite Academy, feeling a little excited and hopeful for new adventures ahead. There he was, congratulated on his victory at the great festival, and every congratulatory message filled Ruin's heart with pride. They were throwing him up and cheering him on, but the young man asked them to stop because it had been 2 months, and he was feeling a little tired of the attention. Jason was already in the room and brought his friend a large box full of interesting things and surprises for him. These were letters for the winner of the main tournament of the year, so the guy was very popular among all the participants and spectators. Ruin noticed that there were too many letters, but his friend quickly replied that this was only the last part, and the rest had already arrived earlier. And the rest of the letters were neatly stored in a closet, waiting for their time to be reviewed or delivered to the recipients. So, opening the door, the hero saw a pile of messages suddenly spill out onto the floor, creating real chaos in the room. Ruin was simply shocked by so many letters, unable to immediately understand how to deal with all this accumulation. As I read, I realized that among the letters, there were even messages from princes addressed to the dear, brilliant magician and true patriot Ruin Ardell. Jason explained that the word dear is not used here for close people, but to create a sense of closeness and trust between them. He asked his friend what Ruin planned to do on vacation, curious about his plans and possible adventures during his vacation. The young man smiled, feeling a slight joy and warmth from the pleasant conversation and attention of his friend. But he replied that this time he planned to spend his vacation differently than usual, looking for new experiences and unusual adventures. So, taking a horse, he set off on vacation to that famous place, full of anticipation of adventure and new discoveries. It had been more than 5 years since the young magician had last been to his homeland. Until last year, he had always stayed in the dormitory, even during vacations. After all, he lacked the courage to look his people in the eye, because he could not smile sincerely when asked about his studies and successes. But now he can proudly appear before them, feeling confident in his own achievements and gains. And finally see your family, feeling the warmth, joy, and long-awaited relief of meeting them. The residents were shocked when they saw Ruin, not expecting to meet such a prominent magician among the usual inhabitants of their town. They asked how the young gentleman was doing, showing genuine interest and a desire to learn about his life and adventures. Saying that they had been waiting for him for a long time and were interested in his progress at the academy, the boy sincerely apologized for his long absence. Suddenly, the girl ran up to Ruin and shouted loudly, "Brother!" her face beaming with joy and the unexpected meeting. Ruina said that in all this time they had not received a single letter, and now he suddenly appeared himself, causing surprise and joy. The young man realized that his sister had grown so much that he barely recognized her, feeling surprise and warm excitement at the same time. But she remained just as sweet, evoking warm feelings and pleasant childhood memories in Ruin. They talked until late into the night, sharing memories, laughter, and plans for the future, enjoying their long-awaited reunion. Ruin told his family and the inhabitants of the estate about everything that had happened recently, describing in detail the events and his achievements. The hero and the maid said that the boy had indeed come a long way, and they were sincerely proud of his courage and achievements. Uncle Baggins understood what was going on. His nephew had won the festival, and even had the opportunity to see the crown prince of the empire, causing surprise and pride. 2 months had passed, but for their remote settlement, this news remained a real sensation. And then they understood why the ruling family sends such letters, because it is a way to stay in touch and show attention to the young magician's successes. Despite the news from the noble families, they understood that the main thing was the attention and recognition of Ruin's achievements. Baggins said that Ruin needed to know something, but the boy's father sternly replied that the subject was completely off limits. The young gentleman could not understand what was going on, feeling a slight surprise and misunderstanding about the adult's behavior. So he asked his father to tell him about it, because he was afraid that if he found out from someone else, he would be very disappointed. The elder Ardell realized that there was nothing he could do about it and resigned himself to the need to keep the secret, despite his son's requests. He said that, as he had said before, many letters had already arrived at their estate, all addressed to their son, among which were monetary subsidies for the territory and offers of high positions for the magician. Of course, all the proposals were rejected, but there was a small nuance that could change the situation and affect everything. Surprised, Ruin asked what nuance was meant, trying to understand what could change the situation. And the father replied that Pilkos Monzo was using the young magician as a lever to put pressure on the Ardell family to achieve his own goals and influence. Monzo is the only trading city near Ardell. Most of the goods produced in Ardell pass through trade routes through this city, so they depend on it. Ruin did not understand why the price for the goods was so low, so his father explained that they wanted to get his son as a mage protector of Monzo, threatening problems for the Ardell territory. Senior Ardell, holding his head, realizes that at this rate, his territories will soon simply run out of money. He tells his son that they haven't come up with anything yet and don't know how to solve the problem, so it's pretty sad. The guy remembers how the residents welcomed him and offered to treat him with everything they could, from goat's milk to what grew in the field. Ruin closed his eyelids and thought, because there had to be some way out of this situation. But he said that as you sow, so shall you reap, causing misunderstanding and confusion among those present. Clutching his new glove, he explains that if Monzo is so eager to see him, then of course he needs to show himself. Uncle Baggins sees off the young man and asks him to be careful, packing food and water for the journey in his bag. He apologizes for blaming this situation on his nephew, but he says that there is no need for this because he is also a young lord, so he will do everything. Uncle sadly followed him, feeling a heavy burden of anxiety in his chest, as if his every step were a painful echo in his heart. But he asked the boy not to let the horde's efforts go to waste, reminding him of the responsibility that had fallen on his shoulders. After all, the owner did everything he could, and even covered the costs out of his own pocket, while most estates are not even aware of the existence of serious problems. The current peaceful situation was achieved only through the sacrifice of the Lord, who consciously put his own well-being on the balance for the sake of the peace of the land. Ruin understands that he is uncomfortable with his impudent thoughts, which stubbornly arise in his mind and undermine his peace, like poisonous sparks of shame. Because he was confused, wondering why his father simply endured, silently enduring all the difficulties, instead of resisting at least once. But the thought that he could solve everything himself twisted his head like a tight knot, depriving him of clarity of thought and peace of heart. Although since childhood, the young man knows that his father cared for and loved these lands more than anyone else, as if they were his most precious treasure. Uncle listened to everything, carefully catching every word, as if trying to read the hidden meaning between the lines. Ruin holds out the box and asks to give it to his father, full of hope that this gesture will convey an important message and the treasure he has saved. After all, there were 10,000 in gold, and the man's eyes widened with unexpected joy and a sense of incredible surprise. The young man explains that this is a prize at the festival, and hopes that these funds will be spent on truly necessary things, bringing benefit and joy to everyone. He himself believes that it is best to buy land for them, because in the future, they should become self-sufficient and not depend on anyone, gaining their own independence. Uncle Baggins knows that buying land is problematic because no one wants to sell it, and finding suitable plots takes a lot of time and effort. So the guy asks, what if they just take the land, not realizing the consequences of such an act and the risks? But it is necessary to clean to remove everything unnecessary and unwanted, ensuring order and safety in the future. They can claim rights to the problematic territory of the Wolf Hills, despite the risks and difficulties associated with its protection and defense from outsiders. As well as the Chinhin Plain, which is occupied by the Mud People, Ruin believes that this is not a bad idea, as controlling it can bring a strategic advantage. With these funds, you can hire people to clean up and then cultivate the land and rent it to visitors, which will allow you to receive even greater amounts of profit. Uncle Baggins thinks that if they can get mercenaries for a good price, it will be worth the effort. So the young man leaves this matter to his father and uncle and sets off on his journey, full of determination and hope for new adventures and encounters. He rides his horse to the trading city of Monzo, overcoming long paths and obstacles, determined to reach his goal quickly, which is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom, where all the resources of neighboring regions are accumulated, providing the city with strategic importance and wealth. The landlord is Pilkum Monzo, about whom there are many bad rumors, including that he bought his title and rose to power dishonestly. The guy understands that you need to be prepared for everything, because unknown dangers and unexpected events can appear at any moment. So he approaches the landlord's house, treading carefully through the yard and carefully scanning the surroundings, preparing for possible surprises. He tells the guard that he is the young lord of the Ardell family, and asks if the lord is at home, trying to appear confident and gain trust. They seem to not react to him, standing silently and unwaveringly as if testing his patience and confidence in his words. Asking if Ardell has really come again, they cast keen glances, demonstrating both surprise and alertness at the same time. They talk among themselves about why this family can't just leave and always make a fuss, demonstrating their discontent and suspicion. They begin to mock Ruin, asking if he will be polite, trying to test his patience and make him feel awkward. The boy understands that his father faces this attitude every time, feeling constant pressure and disrespect from those around him. The guard addresses Ruin as a child and asks him to go and see for himself where the Lord is, belittling his status and experience. Ruin can't take it anymore and says that this time the circumstances are different, demonstrating determination and willingness to defend his position. He thinks that he is here not as a student, but as a son of the Ardell family, and if he accepts rudeness as the norm, what will people think of their territory and the authority of the family? So he approaches the men, and they don't understand what this young man is up to, not suspecting his determination and intentions. Ruin explains that they need to be taught respect by standing their ground and showing that they are not going to tolerate disrespect. Strikes, decisively demonstrating his determination and willingness to defend the honor of the family. Suddenly, Pilkum Monzo appears behind, watching the events with cold and unwavering attention. The hero who won the festival and the mage of the next generation, the young Lord Ruin Ardell, speaks before him with a mixture of surprise and appreciation. The Lord says that someone of such status as the young man has come all the way to his humble town, so embarrassed that he can't even lift his head. So Ruin said not to raise his head if so, demonstrating control over the situation and demanding obedience from those around him. If Pilkos is so embarrassed that the young man had to come here, then let him continue to stand like this, head down, showing respect for the young lord. The lord's face turned crimson, reflecting anger and embarrassment at the same time, which made his appearance even more formidable and unwavering. But suddenly the man smiled and his face softened, as if suddenly changing. But he said that the rumors about the guy's straightforwardness were true, and in that case, despite the inconvenience, he would still straighten up. Ruin says that Pilkos needs to retrain his guards, but he doesn't understand what the mistake is, remaining surprised and confused. The hero explains that the mistake was that they treated his family like rootless goblins, so a warning had to be issued. Pilkos sees his guard lying on the ground and feels shock and surprise at the unexpected events. The landlord was angry, his face blazing with anger, his eyes radiating fury and unwavering determination. But Ruin asks if he has any objections, calmly and confidently asking the question, testing the reaction. The man, gritting his teeth, told the young gentleman to treat them as his subordinates, trying to hide his anger and save face. Ruin smiled, calm and confident, demonstrating control over the situation and his own superiority. And he struck another blow, decisively showing his strength and steadfastness in defending the honor of his family. But he was thrown back, and he found himself on the ground, stunned by the young man's unexpected strength. Ruin explains that this is enough, and this person also needs lessons in good manners to understand respect for others and restraint in behavior. Asks if Pilkos Monzo is going to keep him outside, showing confidence and defiance. But he asks the Lord to invite him to his place, showing courtesy and a desire to resolve the situation peacefully. Pilkos asks with admiration if these amazing statues don't look extremely beautiful. After all, he enthusiastically collects these exquisite and rare works of art, perceiving it as his favorite hobby. As he says this, you can tell he feels deep pride and satisfaction in his collection. Ruin feels that just looking at these majestic statues makes him feel eerie and anxious inside. Pilkos understands this completely, because each person has their own preferences and individual taste in art. The guy believes that collecting such things and considering them beautiful is a rather unusual and unpleasant hobby for many people. Most likely, this was created for the purpose of intimidation, and he cannot believe that the Lord really seeks to scare him. Looking closely at Pilkos, he said that it was a rather rare variety from the south called perimi, and he kindly asked to taste it. But the young man refused, and then the owner of the house decided that he didn't like tea, so he could offer a cold drink. Strawn thought the man was acting like a real fool and trying to make fun of the situation with his words and actions. Ruin asks with displeasure if he really doesn't understand why he refused the tea and looks irritated. He takes the cup in his hand carefully and decisively pours out the liquid, without hesitation or looking back at the others. Looks the enemy straight in the face with determination and cold confidence without looking away. Pilkos Monzo smiled softly and warmly, showing a slight joy and unforced pleasure in the moment. But he said that it seemed that Ruin considered the tea to be poisoned, but at the same time, the man did not seek to become his enemy and conflict. Wanted to be a true friend, but the hero asks him in disbelief if friends actually threaten each other in a quarrel. The Lord does not understand what is being said and says that it is just a suggestion made with the best intentions and wishes. Ruin asks angrily if he really calls this a nasty trick aimed at bringing Ardell to ruin with simple intent. And the young man is absolutely not interested in such an offer, considering it completely unacceptable and useless for himself. Pilkos frowned deeply, expressing his displeasure and slight irritation at the situation around him. He said it was sad, but if Ruin refused to be friends, then he had to respect his choice and not insist. However, the value of goods from Ardell remained unchanged. At the level, they were sold extremely cheaply and almost priceless. Ruin says it would be much better to restore prices to their original levels to restore the fair value of the goods. Everyone stood their ground, not giving in a single step and firmly defending their own position before others. Pilkos calls the boy just a village gentleman who understands absolutely nothing about business and the complex issues of life. He announces firmly that the one who should kneel is Ruin, not the others present around. The guard steps forward resolutely, ready to carry out the order and take control of the situation. Pilkos strictly states that students at the magic school cannot use magic during the holidays and must follow the rules. So he decides to teach him humility by showing him who really has the power in this situation and how to behave. Ruin understands that the enemy had no plans to let him go at all, keeping the situation under complete control and tension. The Lord orders the hero to be killed, and his body turned into a scarecrow to be displayed in a gallery as a sinister display. The boy knows that turning him into a trophy is the idea of a man who is even more insane and terrifying than he could have ever imagined. And it's a good thing he didn't expect anything from the conversation, because the Lord turned out to be just a conceited pig who had fallen into a trap himself. So he suddenly attacks the guard, acting quickly and decisively, leaving no time to react. He raises his hand in front of the guard, demonstrating determination and willingness to use force if necessary. But it reports on the goldfinch, specifying the details and drawing attention to its significance in the current situation. And the opponent flies away a certain distance. The hero carefully assesses the situation and prepares for the next actions. So one by one, Ruin eliminated almost everyone, acting quickly, cold-bloodedly, and without any pity for his enemies. The boy has acquired a new skill, thanks to which the first leader of the Heavenly Mountain tribe, Kunhan, will support him in all his endeavors. Pilkos Monzo shouts in surprise and annoyance, "What did this young man do, and what did it lead to?" Kunhan closely followed his master, staying close and ready to support him at any moment. Ruin warns sternly that his life is in danger even during the holidays, and he must be careful every minute. So he can use magic, using it to protect himself and fight the dangers around him. Some opponents were shocked by Kunhan's powerful aura and plunged into deep fear, not daring to take a step forward. They instantly decided to flee, trying to escape the dangerous force and unforeseen events. But Ruin said firmly that even if they ran, it would not help them escape the consequences and punishment. His gaze was confident and cold-blooded, radiating determination and strength that frightened everyone around him. The boy used explosive burning mana, and as a result, the house instantly caught fire, burning with incredible force. Residents began to flee in panic, trying to escape the fire and chaos that engulfed the main house on the outskirts. Pilkos wept over the loss of his collection, and portrait worth 2,000 gold pieces, feeling deep sadness and despair. Ruin coldly asks if he really still has time to worry about his collection when there is chaos and danger all around. So the time had come to worry about the Lord, given all the actions and decisions he had made before. Ruin orders him to bring the price of goods from Ardell back to normal and compensate for all losses tenfold, and makes this offer resolutely. Pilkos does not understand how huge this amount of money is, and is in shock trying to comprehend the scale of the losses and obligations. Ruin orders them to be carried immediately, demanding that the order be carried out without any delays or procrastination. Sweat was dripping down Monzo's face with fear, reflecting his deep excitement and horror at the situation. As he left the place, the boy thought about how surprised his father would be to learn that the problem had finally been solved without any complications. So in this way, the young gentleman successfully resolved all issues with the sale and set off towards Ardell, satisfied with the result of his actions. And there he was suddenly stopped by a familiar voice that sounded around him, forcing him to concentrate and listen. Ruin was waiting for a rather unexpected guest, whose appearance completely changed the mood and the situation around him. It was Mrs. Irene, who appeared unexpectedly, arousing the surprise and curiosity of her companion. The hero recalls the events of 2 months ago, carefully recreating every detail and emotion that filled his mind at the time. After the festival ended, dinner had had its fill of him. He felt tired and irritated, and only dreamed of returning home as soon as possible. Irene spoke up, asking if the hero was referring to the small and beautiful territory of Ardell, watching his reaction with interest. She is glad that the banquet ended without incident, because she was afraid that something terrible might happen and ruin the entire atmosphere of the holiday. Ruin says he couldn't do anything because they not only humiliated the students, but also spoke badly about his name, causing him anger and despair. Irene asks if his city is really that beautiful, and with curiosity and admiration wants to learn about the surrounding landscapes and buildings. The guy replies that this place brings peace and advises her to visit it at least once to experience the same harmony. The blonde warned him not to go back on his words later, warning him with a slight smile and an expectant tone. But at that time, the young man didn't even have the thought in his head that the girl would actually come, and he perceived her words more as a joke. So everyone sat together at the table, exchanging conversations, laughter, and warm glances, enjoying their time together. Ruina tried to get an explanation from her brother, asking him many questions and carefully watching his every reaction. She asked about their relationship, wondering if Irene was his girlfriend and where they met, trying to understand all the details. She was offered to show the area, and her father noted that the sister did not want to lose her brother, whom she had not seen for 6 years. The man asks if Irene is really his son's girlfriend, to which the boy replies that she is not, calmly explaining the truth. Ruin sees that this answer has disappointed his father, and notices a slight sigh and a sad look on his face. But the man suggested putting aside personal issues and talking about something else, trying to change the mood and reduce tension. Baggins enters the room, carefully crossing the threshold and looking around with curiosity and caution. He places the box in front of them, carefully placing it on the table and watching their reactions. The father tells Ruin to take his money because he cannot accept it, politely explaining his position. The guy is shocked, not believing his ears, and with his eyes wide open in surprise and amazement. But the head of the family says it is his son's money, not the Ardell territory, emphasizing that it does not concern inheritance or land. No one will argue that the young man is the heart of the territory, but perhaps he has matters beyond its borders that require attention and action. The young man thought, staring into the distance and considering all the possible options and consequences of his actions. After all, he perfectly understands the concern about him and knows that his father is a righteous man who respects these qualities in him. But he is hurt that his father discusses the issue of governance without him, causing feelings of resentment and underestimation. And he wants to use this money for the benefit of Ardell, planning to improve the lives of residents and develop the area, just like his father does, striving to care for the well-being of the people and maintain order in the territory. Baggins explained that he thought Ruin should know that all this time the man had been maintaining the territory at his own expense, without relying on others. Milord asks that in the future everything be discussed with him rather than making decisions himself, emphasizing the importance of mutual agreement. The head of Ardell says that he still cannot accept the funds because he is not yet ready to put such responsibility on his son's shoulders. And he still has 3,600 gold, it's legal money, but getting it under the current circumstances is like opening a long-forgotten treasure chest. The boy understands that he gave 3 times as much, but Baggins quietly explained that the Lord refused to accept anything else and was even against it, so he didn't even raise the topic of lands. Ruin asks why his father is so adamant, but he himself doesn't know the answer and only ponders his decisions. The young gentleman looks at his uncle, carefully observing his facial expressions and gestures, trying to understand his thoughts. And he calmly says that this is their lord, accepting his decisions with respect and without reproach, and he himself is lost in thought, pondering what was said and trying to make sense of his own feelings and next steps. Ruin looks at his father carefully, trying to read his emotions and understand the motives behind the decisions he made. But he says that the words are true, confirming what was said earlier and encouraging trust. Going outside, he breathes fresh air and surveys his surroundings, taking in every detail. The young man sees his sister and Irene, carefully observing their actions and exchange of glances. So he calls them, loudly and politely, asking them to come closer. Asks Mrs. Irene if she liked the grounds and the estate, watching her reaction with curiosity. Rowena calls the girl her sister and announces that she is leaving, saying goodbye with a gentle smile and warm intonation. She asks to be friends with her brother because he seems like a good person and deserves his friendship. Irene didn't understand why the girl was saying such strange things, tilting her head in confusion and looking at her with curiosity. Ruin asks if his friend would like to go for a walk, looking at her with a slight smile and hoping for a positive answer. Walking down the street, Irene says that Rowena is a good girl, and that she too would like to have a younger sister, feeling warm feelings. The lady asks if Ruin is worried about anything, as he seems far away in his thoughts and detached from the conversation. The young man explains that, as a descendant of the family, he would like to do something for the territory, but nothing comes to mind, leaving him confused. After all, if you count the prize money and the money from Monzo, it comes out to 40,000 gold, and the father said that his son could use it as he pleased. Irene understands that her friend can't stop thinking about his region, and notices his serious and focused gaze. Despite the fact that she has come this far, he still remains focused on the problems. And then the young man realized that he hadn't really talked to her, so he asked how she got to Ardell, trying to make the conversation interesting. Irene replied that the journey had taken little time, and she had reached Revadyne in 2 days, describing the journey calmly and confidently. The girl points with her finger and explains that all you need to do is overcome the mountain range, and Ardell is just a stone's throw away, emphasizing the proximity of the path. The southern mountains, despite being part of the Ardennes territory, look isolated and majestic on the horizon. Such areas have harsh terrain, which makes the process of cultivating the land almost impossible and requires great effort. Also, the reason why those territories are deserted is due to local monsters that make them dangerous for people and economic activities. But given their proximity to Eat Lake, their geographical significance is high, as they are strategically located and important for the region. And they can take advantage of the neighborhood by laying trade routes through the southern mountains, which will facilitate communication and development of the region. To improve communication with them, to establish itself as an independent territory, and to become the only powerful estate in the south with a trade route leading to the Rainak Empire, that was what Ruin had in mind. He doesn't understand why he didn't think of this before, because it could be a significant help for the development of the region. So he takes Irene's hands and thanks her for her help, because thanks to her, he found an important solution. The girl blushed, lowering her eyes and blushing slightly from the unexpected attention. Ruin said that they would see each other again, saying it with a slight smile and a warm look. But he began to run errands, moving quickly forward with determination and purpose in his eyes. Leaving Irene alone, he hurried away, while she stood still, watching his receding figure. The young lady realized that Ruin was a rather interesting person, and she was interested in his thoughts and behavior. The father said that this was impossible, because he knew well the limits of his capabilities and understood that such a task was beyond his strength. Ruin was surprised because he did not expect to see such a picture in front of him, because everything looked completely different from what he had imagined in his thoughts before. The man explains that he tried to do this, but 8 trade guilds refused to cooperate with him, considering his proposal too risky. After all, from their point of view, Ardell would not bring any profit, because the city had declined, lost influence, and had no resources that could interest merchants. Baggin says that even the Lord knows about this possibility, because it seems very good, but attempts to implement it have repeatedly failed. Ruin understands that a lot has changed, and although they are small, they are developing, and the refusal of traders does not mean that we should give up and lose hope. Who knows? Maybe an offer from the winner of a major festival will be perceived differently, because fame and recognition can change the minds of even the most influential. The men thought about it, because the words they heard made them reconsider their own beliefs and assess the situation from a new perspective. The father understands that this can work, because his son has already managed to resolve a difficult issue with Lord Monzo, showing his wit and ability to negotiate. So he says to go and try, because he believes that even a small attempt can open up new opportunities and bring unexpected success in business. Irene asks if the guy is going to Eat Lake, because it's important for her to know his plans and understand if there will be a chance to meet or support him on the way. She says that Ruin is in the same boat with her now, jokingly calling him Mr. Illegal because they found themselves in a difficult situation together. And then the young man realizes that the girl crossed the border without permission, and this is illegal, because violating the rules can lead to serious consequences. But crossing the border through the abandoned lands is also very dangerous, and he wonders if Irene has always been brave enough to risk her life for a cause. The young lady replies that this is not to be compared to his actions, because her courage pales in comparison to his decisive and dangerous actions. He would always enter someone else's dormitory and, without any fear, use unconventional methods in competitions, proving his own ingenuity and courage in difficult situations. But he won at every stage, thanks to his strategy, courage, and ability to predict the actions of his opponents. And when compared to Ruin, it seems that her act looks like a petty prank. His courage and determination have always surpassed any displays of courage. The guy was silent, because it was difficult for him to find words to express the thoughts and feelings that arose after her words and the comparison with his own actions. He explains that he plans to go even further, and Irene warns that she will go with him, because she does not want to leave him alone and is ready to share the risk and adventure. Thus, they set out for Eat Lake, deciding to cross the southern mountains to reconnoiter the situation and assess potential difficulties on the way to the city. Due to the uneven terrain, it was difficult to navigate even with a compass, so they decided to find the right place using search magic, hoping for its accuracy. But there was also a rule that students were not allowed to use magic during the holidays, and Irene had already broken this rule when she arrived in Ardell, as she used magic without permission, demonstrating her determination and willingness to act despite the prohibitions. The search magic tracked the monsters, and because of this, they found themselves in the werewolf's lair, where danger hung over them, and every step could be decisive. So they began to fight back, defending themselves from the attackers, using agility, courage, and limited resources. When casting spells, they tried to direct magical energy precisely and effectively to maintain defenses and prevent enemies from gaining an advantage. But having learned that the pack depends on the leader, they destroyed him and were able to escape, because without a leader, the monsters lost their organization and strength to pursue. Ruin also received an unknown task that required determination and ingenuity from him, as its essence and consequences remained a mystery for the time being. It was about the mane of a silver werewolf. The task was to study or obtain this rare part of the creature, which had special magical value and power. Then, using the magical trail, they approached their destination, moving forward carefully so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Fortunately, they did not encounter any more monsters, which allowed them to move freely, focusing on achieving their goal and carefully exploring the area. So the comrades arrived in Eat Lake, relieved after their perilous journey, ready to begin carrying out their plans. It is a large state with 8 large lakes, and like Alten, it is a neutral country under the control of the Empire, providing stability and influence in the region. Instead of a king, a council of 8 representatives of the merchant guilds operates here, and the city dominates trade on the continent, determining economic flows and influence in the region. Rumor has it that 8 Lake even trades with pirates if the deal seems profitable, as the city values money above all else and places profit above any rules. Ruin tells the girl that they are now heading to the Hall of Gold, because important information and resources are concentrated there that could be the key to carrying out their plans. This is a small estate where representatives gather for lunch, so it is an ideal place for negotiations, information exchange, and making important contacts. The security guard explains that before entering or transferring anything, you need to submit documents for review, and this will take some time. But the guy asks to simply tell them that Ruin Ardell has arrived, hoping that his name and reputation will open the door for them faster than official formalities. And also adds that Irene Prius is with them, hoping that her presence will help the cause and emphasize the seriousness of their visit. The security guard opened his mouth and asked if the young man was really the same winner of the festival, because his achievements could have significantly influenced his attitude towards them. He apologizes and says he'll tell them everything now, trying to correct his surprise and quickly carry out the order without delaying the guests. Fortunately, they arrived at the Hall of Gold, relieved after the wait, ready to begin negotiations and discuss important matters. Irene understands that the environment fully corresponds to the name, as wealth, luxury, and gold decorations surround them on all sides. They are asked to pass on, inviting them to the heart of the Hall of Gold, where important meetings take place and fateful issues of the city and guilds are resolved. Ruin asks himself not to worry, because they are here for an honest deal, not a request, and he is confident that justice and arguments will be on their side. He opens the door and says he's glad to see everyone, introducing himself as Ruin Ardell, hoping to make a good impression on those present. Representatives looked at them, assessing their appearance, demeanor, and confidence to understand how serious and trustworthy the new guests were. Sitting at a round table, they watched each other, discussing the details of the future agreement and trying to understand intentions. Not one of them missed an opportunity to look around, carefully observing the guests, analyzing their reactions, facial expressions, and behavior. The representatives realize that what they thought was a rumor turned out to be true, and they are faced with the true winner of the festival. They ask what brought the next generation magician here, interested in his goals and intentions, because they want to understand what role he plays in future events and deals. Ruin understands that the status of the winner matters here, because he was previously worried that coming without an invitation could cause problems for him. The representatives did not care what the issue was, but rather what it would be beneficial to them, because each decision was evaluated through the prism of their own benefit and influence. Ruin explains that he has arrived to discuss trade issues between Ardell and Eitleik, emphasizing the importance of cooperation. They quietly lowered their heads, showing respect for what was said and understanding the seriousness of Ruin's intentions, as well as the possible consequences of his proposal. It was as if they were pondering something, exchanging views and assessing the situation, trying to decide how profitable and realistic the offer was. Strawn says that it seems that the host has cooled their ardor, as the representatives no longer show impatience or aggression. It was whispered that the name Ardell sounded familiar, and it seemed to be in the south of the small kingdom of Radian, evoking associations with past events. They remembered that the Lord had already come to them before, and then they had only refused loudly, so now they were considering whether to change their decision and take the risk again. After all, it was unprofitable, and the Lord's proposal seemed one-sided, so they decided to act cautiously and assess all possible consequences before making a decision. Ruin listened to everything, carefully analyzing every word, gesture, and look to understand their intentions and prepare for further negotiations. But the man said that in that case they had nothing to discuss, because without mutually beneficial conditions, any negotiations would be meaningless. The young man understands that these are dealers to the bone, and as soon as they hear something that contradicts their interests, they immediately change their attitude. The boy is both a magician of the next generation and a young Mr. Ardell, but in the eyes of the representatives, he remains only the future Lord Ardell, not a rich young gentleman from the countryside trying to steal their money. The hero asks if they will really come to the same decision, trying to understand if the representatives are willing to change their position. He says that it is sad to see such a reaction even before he voiced his proposal, because he was hoping for openness and willingness to discuss. He takes out a bag and says that there are approximately 30,000 gold pieces here, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions and his willingness to make a profitable deal. Those present were shocked, as the amount exceeded their expectations and demonstrated the young man's remarkable determination and capabilities. Ruin asks if they are now more motivated to continue the conversation, hoping that bribery and gold will quickly change their attitude. The young man came here to establish profitable trade relations with Ardell, overcoming the dangerous and steep southern mountains under the scorching sun. Along the way, he encountered many unexpected challenges, including the difficulties of the local landscape, harsh weather conditions, and unpredictable obstacles. But he understood that in the event of successful negotiations, all the difficulties and risks he faced would be worth the result. Ruin declared that he would purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from the city, the beneficiary of the Ardell territory, in exchange for permission to trade in the products, and the man could not understand whether this meant they were preparing for war. Their reaction did not seem at all surprising to the young man, as he had already expected a serious attitude and caution from the local residents. 30,000 gold pieces constituted the 3-year budget of their territory and was equal to the annual budget of an average city, so such expenses were a real shock. But after the events in Monzo, Ruin realized something, and realized that true power always attracts wealth and influence, and this became an important lesson for him. Which in turn generates peace, because wealthy and strong territories are less likely to fall victim to attacks and seek to maintain stability for their own benefit. And if he needed weapons to gain power, he would be willing to invest his own money here without hesitation, considering it an investment in the future. Ruin says that he knows that each representative has his own area of responsibility, so he is interested in who exactly is responsible for the supply and disposal of weapons. He was told that this was the business of the first representative, because it was their family that took care of weapons, iron ore, representatives of flora and fauna, and even ships. It seemed to Ruin that this girl was younger than him, because her features still showed youthful spontaneity, although he already felt a sense of responsibility. But there was no childish naivety left in her gaze, and at the same time, there was an incredibly strong presence that made those around her treat her with respect. The girl asked what he planned to do with so many weapons, because as a supplier, she couldn't help but feel uneasy, and Ruin explained that he intended to organize large-scale monster hunts. He further planned to pave a new trade route that would safely connect Itleek and Ardell, opening up new opportunities for exchange and growth for both sides. And this trade route was to stretch through the harsh southern mountains, overcoming their dangerous passes and creating a direct connection between the two lands. The boy was sternly told not to mention these mountains here again, as their very name caused tension and unwanted memories among those present. Irene didn't understand where the tension was coming from, because the atmosphere had suddenly become heavy, and the people around her were acting too cautious and wary. Ruin didn't know what had happened, but he immediately noticed who was causing the tension by carefully observing the behavior of the people around him. After all, the first representative, Cecilia Valtrash, suddenly turned very pale, which clearly indicated their inner excitement and unexpected shock. She said that this was impossible, because that demon lived in that area, and no security measures could guarantee complete safety. The young gentleman did not understand who exactly he was talking about, and his face showed surprise and slight concern. He said that he had personally crossed the mountain range the previous night, but she did not believe him and remained wary. So Ruin pulled an object out of his pocket and announced that he had received something, hoping that this would convince her of the truth of his words. He handed her the silver werewolf's mane and asked if it happened to belong to that demon, watching her reaction. Cecilia Valtrash was confused, not knowing how to react to the unexpected object and its meaning. Ruin's task was accomplished successfully, and he was rewarded with the sincere respect of the Valtrash family, who recognized his determination and courage. The girl, with tears in her eyes, finally spoke, expressing mixed feelings of joy, relief, and surprise at the events. She whispered that finally that monster was dead, feeling relieved and a long-awaited victory after so many fears and dangers. 3 days passed, and Ruin walked with her through the dense forest, enjoying the silence, the fresh air, and each other's company. The girl admitted that she never thought she would find herself at the foot of these mountains again, but the heaviness in her heart still hadn't disappeared and was weighing on her. Because the monster had taken her father's life, and although it no longer resided here, the pain of loss still weighed heavily on her heart. And this happened only thanks to the skill and courage of the mage Ruin, who overcame the danger and ensured safety for her and her family. If they could pave a path through the mountain road, they would be able to establish trade with the Sand Kingdom of Oyet through Ardell, avoiding unnecessary waste of money and time. Regarding the construction of the new path, the Valtrash family promised to actively cooperate and provide the necessary support and resources for the success of the project. Ruin thought that they would begin to develop trade relations through the purchase of weapons, and the issue of roads would be resolved later. He even imagined that the construction would be carried out at his expense. The girl said she accepted the offer, and all products made in Ardell would be purchased at a price above market value, providing additional income for the region. She explained that traders are ready to act for profit, but they are not alien to humanity, and they are able to take into account the needs of others, not just their own benefit. Cecilia Valtrash promises to express the gratitude and trust that would belong to a true benefactor, recognizing the importance of his actions and support. The young man smiled, feeling inner warmth and satisfaction from the recognition of his merits. They shook hands, confirming mutual agreement, trust, and the beginning of a new collaboration between them. And thus, the agreement between Eithlake and Ardell was successfully concluded, opening up new opportunities for both lands and strengthening their trade ties. Irene is glad that everything ended well, feeling relief and happiness from the successful completion of a difficult case. Ruin says that Cecilia has shown herself to be a more than worthy person, despite her young age and the severe loss of her father. It is easy to feel compassion for those who are nearby in a similar difficult situation, feeling their emotions and pain. And no matter what, let Irene prepare for changes, because when she comes to Ardell again, she may not recognize it at all, renewed and different. The young lady understands that her friend truly loves her homeland, and she would like to feel the same sincere devotion and attachment to her land. Ruin asks if she will invite him to her place one day, hoping for a warm welcome and the opportunity to get to know her even better. Irene replied that she didn't know, leaving the answer open and a bit mysterious, not wanting to make a concrete promise right now. The young man understood that the girl did not want to talk about it, but he remained confident that he would definitely visit the Prius someday. They arrived home feeling relieved and at peace after a long journey and difficult trials. And the father was shocked because he did not expect their return and the results they achieved during the trip. Uncle did not understand how they dared to take the initiative to open a new trade route, watching in amazement at their determination. Ruina couldn't understand how her brother and Irene could live in different rooms, because it seemed natural to her that they should be close together. So the hero covered her mouth with his hand to stop the words that could reveal unnecessary thoughts. He said that Cecilia had given her word, emphasizing the importance of the promise and the reliability of her intentions. What impresses Uncle most is that the cold-blooded Valtrash family promised direct cooperation in supplying weapons, showing unexpected determination and trust. The father understands that a direct trade route with the Empire will simply enrich their territory, opening up new opportunities for trade and economic development. He also saw that his son had already grown up to such important tasks, showing determination, wisdom, and the ability to take on responsibility. Thankful that the child has grown into such a wonderful person, full of strength, courage, and kindness, of whom one can be proud. Ruin asks if the Lord will entrust him with another important task, hoping for a new opportunity to demonstrate his abilities and devotion. He explains that this case will concern the survival of local residents in the Ardell territory, but they still don't understand what he's talking about. The hero tries to gather his thoughts, considering the possibilities and consequences before specifically explaining what he is talking about. He says it's also about revenge for his mother, emphasizing personal motivation and deep emotional involvement in the case. He sharply states that this is a hunt that will take place on the Chinhain Plain, where the local landscape and monsters create dangerous conditions. Everyone looked at him in confusion, not expecting such a decisive statement and trying to understand his intentions. The day the hero turned 6, which should have been a holiday filled with warmth, joy, and smiles, unexpectedly turned into his worst nightmare. The filthy people who had ruthlessly taken over the Chinhain Plains stormed the peaceful village, leaving behind death and the loss of many innocent lives. The worst thing for the little boy was that his mother was among those killed in that terrible massacre. Now he can't recall the delicate features of her face at all without a prompt, and only an old portrait allows him to see her again. Many defenseless people died on that bloody day, and no fewer unfortunate people received serious wounds that changed their lives forever. Then, the little boy made an unwavering promise to himself, for the first time, that he would grow up strong and be able to protect his loved ones from such horror. As a young lord of Ardell, he solemnly promised that he would never allow such a horror to happen again on his lands. So, walking next to Irene, the young man carefully watched as everyone around him diligently trained, perfecting their skills. After the order to destroy it was given, the villagers began to tirelessly train with spears every day, honing their strength and courage. Everyone around was deeply focused, completely immersed in training and not distracted by anything else. Irene notices that the atmosphere in the manor has noticeably changed, and Ruin feels joy as he sees everyone working tirelessly. The girl says that the technique used looks quite unusual and different from anything she has seen before. Ruin explains that their teacher is a local warlord known for his severity and skill in combat. In the past, he earned the nickname Flash and fought bravely on the front lines for the kingdom, an experience Mr. Bolvar Peyton had. If it weren't for his courage and strength, the invasion of the dirty people would have caused much more damage, because the moment when the man cut down 5 monsters with one blow is still vivid in the memory. Although Sir Peyton now uses a fishing rod more often than a spear, Irene curiously asks why he prefers such an unusual tool. But suddenly the man noticed Mr. Ruin among the students, and his gaze instantly stopped on him with curiosity and attention. The guy explains that he planned to say hello to him right after the workout so as not to distract him from his classes. Sir Peyton notes that the young man has truly made a splash, first winning the festival and now leading the hunt, demonstrating remarkable courage. The girl politely says that she is very pleased to meet you and introduces herself, giving her name as Irene Prius. It is a great honor for her to meet here the saint with the spear, the legendary Sir Bolvar Peyton, whose name has long been known to everyone in the kingdom. Ruin was left confused and completely unable to understand the meaning of these words and why they were so important. The girl explains that they were told about it during the presentation of the knights for the training of 11 children, and seeing the mastery of the technique of the capital's residents, everything became obvious. He was the only knight of the Spear of the Radiant Kingdom who suddenly retired and disappeared from everyone's sight at the age of 30. He was considered a true legend among legends, whose fame and courage surpassed all known stories about heroes. Mr. Peyton never expected that anyone would still remember those ancient, almost forgotten, and incomprehensible stories about his past exploits. Irene explains that the stories were so captivating that she read them all the way to the end, without looking away for a minute. And the story of how the knight broke through 10 high-ranking magicians in the Fern Confederation became truly legendary and was remembered by everyone for a long time. Mr. Peyton was once extremely respected in the girl's eyes because of her admiration for his exploits, but now he appears to her as an ordinary old man. Ruin asks why the man hid this information, but is told that he was simply never interested in such things. The young man says he still feels disappointed because he only heard about his exploits from others and remained in complete ignorance. The old man says that Ruin knows much more about him than anyone else, and this causes him some surprise and respect. After all, he is the one who loves fishing and leads a quiet life in a small house at the foot of a hill, far from the hustle and bustle of the kingdom. I often walked with them when they were little, and now I enjoy watching them grow and become strong. As if that was enough to fully understand who he really was, and his true essence remained a bit of a mystery. And indeed, Ruin realized that he knew him much better than anyone else, recognizing habits and traits that remained invisible to others. Bolvar Peyton will be helping the young lady master the sword and asks if the young man would like to join in and watch the training. But this will not be just observation. The young man is invited to actively participate in the process and learn at the same time. After all, Sir Peyton planned to arrange a real sparring match so that the magician could see the fighting technique with his own eyes and test his strength. Late into the evening, Ruina stayed busy training, diligently honing her skills even after a long day. Irene was pleasantly surprised that at 12 years old, the girl already had such impressive and skillful fighting skills. Ruin also agreed with this, admitting that her abilities were truly impressive and worthy of respect. Perfect balance and consistent movements were proof of her deep understanding of the basics of martial arts and natural skill. Mr. Bolvar uses only his left hand against the young lady and does not use the spear technique at all, limiting himself to blows with a wooden sword. The man turns to Ruin and remarks that his sister's skills have advanced so much that now even her brother cannot match her in swordplay. Ruin recognizes that his sister is truly an outstanding person, whose abilities and efforts deserve sincere admiration. Mr. Bolvar announces that it is time for the young magician to demonstrate his abilities and move on to the next stage of training. The guy remembers that at about 9, they already had sword matches, because even a magician must understand these techniques to fight with knights on equal terms. Ruin realizes that his time has come, and he must demonstrate what he is capable of by showing his skills and strength. But the next moment he was on the floor, unexpectedly struck by the force and accuracy of the blow. The man notices that his movements have improved significantly in 7 years, and the old man is more than happy about it. But Ruin is not at all relieved by this. He asks how Bolvar's current skills compare to what they were before, but understands that after the retirement of long ago, no one can be sure. Is there really no example by which one could compare Bolvar's current abilities with his past achievements? But Ruin remembered that he knew of one knight, Sir Halter, who was the only 6-star knight in the Radian Kingdom and had an impeccable reputation. Mr. Bolvar replies that when he left the Order 20 years ago, he had the status of a 7-star knight, which made him exceptional even among legends. So the young man could not understand why someone like him ended up in Ardell, because this atmosphere is not at all suitable for such people. But suddenly, Ruin had an important task regarding Mr. Bolvar that needed to be completed within 3 days, which immediately added to the tension. Irene notes that her friend has a unique opportunity to train with a 7-star knight, which happens very rarely in life. After all, Mr. Bolvar is the only knight in the Radian Kingdom who has participated in the Knights Tournament, and such invaluable experience cannot be purchased even for a lot of money. Ruin realizes that his fear of failure almost caused him to miss out on this incredible once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The old man says he likes the expression on the young gentleman's face, which reflects a mixture of surprise, admiration, and determination. Ruin is now feeling angry, as he is impatiently and anxiously awaiting his next sparring match with an experienced teacher. To successfully complete the task, the young magician had to fight Mr. Bolvar every night, as he had 68 hours left. At first, the guy thought for a long time whether there was any point in this, but he continued because there was a reason for the appearance of this test. 42 hours remained, but Ruin failed every time, unable to gain victory. And finally, when enough time had passed, the guy realized that he had completed almost all the points. Sweat was dripping down my face. It was scratched from the battle, but I could breathe. Ruin understands that all the efforts are starting to bear fruit. Mr. Bolvar says that they tried hard. Time passed, and the last day came. The man asked the young man if he was tired, but he wasn't. It would be dawn soon. There was no need to overwork himself. The guy thought about it, because he really spent a lot of time with Mr. Bolvar. But there is one thing, namely the critical blow, which has still not been carried out. And this after so many sleepless nights. Would Ruin really not be able to deliver a critical blow to a 7-star knight? And this was impossible from the very beginning. There is very little time left, and suddenly their relatives come running, not understanding what happened and why they haven't slept all night. Rowena asks to stop because her brother has already fought enough. Uncle Baggins left by chance, but he didn't understand why the young gentleman was trying so hard. The sister says in a trembling voice that Ruin also has a limit, so he needs to rest at least today and then continue. The guy seemed oblivious to his surroundings, lost in his thoughts, because there was only half an hour left. He asks his family to give him only 30 minutes to finish what he has already started. However, Ruin himself understands that in this half hour he is unlikely to be able to complete the task that was unattainable. He addresses his opponent in a calm but decisive voice, emphasizing that this is his last attempt, and promises to try a different approach. The sister was shocked, her eyes wide open, her heart beating fast, and her hands shaking from the unexpected shock. Uncle and father were also shocked, their faces pale, and their gazes filled with surprise and anxiety at the same time. Bolvar Peyton asks in a tense voice if the student is really serious about saying this, watching his reaction with a careful gaze. Ruin answers decisively and confidently, his voice firm and his gaze unwavering, demonstrating the full seriousness of what he said. During those few days of sparring with wooden swords, He learned to anticipate his opponent's movements, so now he can achieve victory using his specialized skill. Bolvar found it strange that Ruin fought him all night long, but now he realizes that it is necessary to achieve his goal. He asks the young gentleman to add just one rule, expressing it in a calm but insistent tone. So for the next 30 minutes, the young man can use magic against him, testing all his abilities and strategies. But he warns that he will also act seriously, because he is interested in observing the opponent's real skills in action. He warns that he is beginning to advance, filling the air with a sense of tense readiness for battle. Without a sword in his hands, he is forced to shorten the distance, but his body becomes lighter and his balance noticeably improves. As he gets so close, he realizes that the sword is becoming an obstacle due to the blind spot that limits his field of vision and reaction to blows. However, there is one but that can change the course of events and force him to evaluate each next step more carefully. The opponent approached quickly and confidently, his steps were clear, and his gaze focused on his opponent's every movement. Ruin understood that the enemy would not give him any chance to get close, so his every move became careful and thoughtful. The way the guy dealt with Doom Prime at the festival, namely destroying the sword, is not a universal strategy because it doesn't work for everyone. Knights of Mr. Bolvar's level possess extraordinary skill, strength, and experience, making their actions quick, precise, and dangerous. They do not engage in direct confrontation, but skillfully redirect the enemy's attack power, using it against him. The plan to get out of the sword's reach is a good one, but once it's guessed at, it becomes almost impossible to implement, as the opponent will constantly try to keep their distance. Mr. Bolvar is right, and sees through all of Ruin's strategies, anticipating his every move and ready to react to any maneuver. But the man overlooked something that left a small gap in his caution that could be exploited for an unexpected move. The young magician uses light, creating flashes to disorient his opponent and gain an advantage in battle. Thereby he blinded the knight, who momentarily lost his orientation and could not clearly react to his movements. Those present also saw nothing. Their eyes reacted to the bright light, and they were left in complete darkness and amazement. So Ruin cleverly put his opponent to the ground, using the moment of confusion and his speed to take complete control of the situation. Bolvar expected the young man to use some frightening magic, but it was only the light that blinded him, and thanks to this, the young lord gained victory. Ruin says it's the only thing he could think of and apologizes for catching the man off guard, expressing sincere regret in his tone. So finally, the critical blow was delivered, ending the sparring with a decisive and impressive move that changed the course of the fight. And the hero received a reward in the form of the Steel Destroyer skill, which significantly increased his combat abilities and opened up new possibilities in battle. Suddenly, Ruin hit him in the shoulder, causing him to feel sudden pain and react instantly to the unexpected attack. He says that even if it was just sparring, how could he have thrown Mr. Bolvar to the ground, expressing doubt and slight indignation at the same time? But the man reassures that everything is fine and adds that if the match is over, he would like to wash up, demonstrating his calmness and habit of order. Ruin extends his hand and says that although it took a lot of time, he also learned a lot of new things, recognizing the value of experience. It was a pleasant experience for Peyton, too, so they shook hands, feeling a sense of mutual respect and the end of the sparring. The student's vacation is coming to an end soon, and he will have to spend 10 days traveling to the academy, preparing for new challenges and adventures. The holidays have come to an end, and it's time to leave our native lands, setting off on a journey to unknown adventures and new challenges. The son and father watched the workers, carefully perceiving their every movement and the details of the work being performed before them. They were sent by the Valtrash family because they are building a base in Ardell, and this requires a large number of workers and coordinated work. While these routes will deliver weapons, they will also be used to destroy monsters, and workers will visit restaurants and hotels, bringing significant benefits to the region. So Ruin says he wants to say something to his father, preparing to express his thoughts sincerely and seriously. He holds out a chest, and asks to contribute 12,000 gold pieces for the development of the city, demonstrating concern for its welfare and future. He left himself 400 gold pieces, so there's no need to worry, because the main amount will go to the benefit of the city. The father felt ashamed, as if he were indebted to him, feeling restless and internally confused. They say goodbye, and the hero concludes that the vacation was productive, leaving behind a wealth of new knowledge, experience, and pleasant memories. So, having set off with Irene, he enjoyed the journey together, and when it was time to part ways, each of them was supposed to go their separate ways, but they were delayed. The girl says that her friend heard everything correctly, confirming his understanding and perception of what was said without any doubt. Irene is ready to help destroy monsters after graduating from the academy, as she previously promised to follow Ruin until she defeats him. Thus they parted, promising to meet again, preserving warm memories and hope for a future meeting. Ruin had been on the road for a week, and after crossing the border, he set foot on the lands of the eastern region, full of new adventures and unknown opportunities. Unlike Pivdeni, there are significantly more people here. The streets are lively, and the city is full of noise, traffic, and active life. But suddenly he noticed some kind of fight happening nearby, attracting his attention and forcing him to stop. The hero did not understand what was happening here, watching the chaotic events with a sense of surprise and anxiety. The beaten boy, barely able to stand from pain and exhaustion, begged his attackers to show mercy and let his sister go alive. After all, he was also a knight, and an oath of honor burned in his heart, so if he was not released, he would never let it go unpunished. Ruin carefully watched this action, trying not to miss a single detail. Every movement and word could betray the true intentions of the participants. From the conversation, Ruin understood that this warrior had been brutally beaten for not paying the dues, and now he was the victim of ruthless cruelty. So the offender decided right now to take everything that the warrior's father owed, regardless of his sister's tears or his own plight. Even if it meant selling his sister, he was willing to take such an inhuman step just to collect the debt and show his power. The beaten young man, gathering the remnants of his strength and dignity, resolutely declared that he would not allow this, even if he had to give his own life. Despair trembled on his lips, reflecting his powerlessness in the face of the cruel fate that hung over him and his sister, whom he sought to protect. But the offender, without hesitation for a moment, delivered a powerful blow to the young man's face, causing him to stagger and taste the bitterness of blood. Starting to beat him again, he didn't stop while his sister was being brutally held close by, her desperate screams tearing the air. Ruin watched everything carefully, focusing every glance on the offender's actions and the young man's reactions so as not to miss a single detail. The boy spoke through his teeth, full of anger and determination that he would only dare to touch or sell his sister, and he was truly ready to kill one of the gang if they dared to carry out their inhuman plan. Strawn couldn't understand how such brutal violence could happen in broad daylight, with people walking by and no one intervening. Ruin realized that the beaten warrior looked similar to a knight from neighboring territories, but his condition was extremely weak and exhausted. But you don't see eyes like that every day, and they belonged to someone who had something truly important, something she was ready to fight for until the end. The young man walked forward resolutely, but suddenly he was stopped by a strong hand that grabbed his shoulder, forcing him to freeze in place. The guys begged him not to interfere in other people's conflicts, because if the hero contacts representatives of Anji Lambert's gang, then troubles will definitely not be avoided. The hero asked, full of surprise and anger, "Then what are they all doing here if they aren't even trying to help the injured warrior?" So it should be a shame, because in their indifference they were no different from the abusers themselves, and actually supported them. The young magician understood that these eyes belonged to a person capable of becoming much stronger if he found within himself the determination and will to fight. He became acutely curious about this guy's true value and what exactly made him worthy of attention among all the people around him. Ruin moved closer, approaching cautiously so as not to provoke a conflict, and at the same time to get a better view of the entire situation. One of the gang members did not understand Ruin's intentions and watched in surprise as he unexpectedly approached, preparing for a possible attack. He asked rudely who he was and if he wanted to get his nuts on too, threatening with his fists and tensing his muscles for a fight. But before he could finish, Ruin instantly launched his attack, moving with incredible speed and precision that made him feel embarrassed. The enemy's eyes widened in surprise and fear as he realized the mage was attacking him without any delay. Ruin was concentrated, completely focusing every muscle and nerve on the precision of his movement, ready for any reaction from his opponent. Those present in the square were shocked, watching the sudden attack and the speed with which the threat was neutralized. Even those who were holding their sister opened their mouths in surprise, not expecting such determination. The hero prepared the next attack, tensing his muscles and controlling every movement to deliver an accurate and decisive blow. But he struck again, applying all his strength and precision so that his opponent would not have time to react and would suffer the final pain. Suddenly the enemy, surprised and frightened, said he surrendered, admitting superiority and refusing to fight further. The beaten boy, barely holding back his pain and surprise, asked Ruin who he was. The young magician replied calmly that his name was Ruin Ardell, and his name already had weight. That was his name, and it inspired respect and fear among those who knew of his abilities and past exploits. The boy introduced himself as Hans and invited Ruin to his place, telling him that he and his sister were in debt because of their drunken father, and he himself, grabbing his sword, sought to protect his sister from being sold into slavery. Ruin asked what kind of gang this was and where it was located, because its name sounded funny, and its actions were disgusting and cruel. Hans explained that if these bandits are provoked, they will tie people to trees and brutally kill them, showing a complete lack of any mercy. He added that their boss has personally killed 4 people already, so no one dares to touch him and everyone lives in constant fear. The gang is only active in his village and a few neighboring areas, and all of these settlements are too small to have their own security. Ruin realized that the situation was much worse than he had imagined, and he would have liked to deal with it personally, but there was absolutely no time for that. Hans sincerely thanked Ruin for his help, feeling relieved and hopeful that the situation could now change for the better. He also mentioned that he had heard that the hero was the winner of the great festival, and this further strengthened his respect and trust. Ruin asked if the knight had heard of Lord Halter, curious about his connections and influence in the region. The mage learned from the bandit that the boy was a knight of the Faldrin territory, and if he was familiar with Mr. Halter, then his name was definitely mentioned among these people's deeds. Hans said that the captain talked a lot about Ruin and mentioned that strong magicians study at the academy, but they are still not stronger than him. But the hero realized that he had once defeated him in arm wrestling, and this confirmed his own strength and superiority. Hans sought to become stronger as quickly as possible, dreaming of reaching the level of captain and having the same power and authority. The young man understood that it was good to have such a reference point, but reaching the level of captain required incredible strength, experience, and endurance, which he still lacked. Hans was too weak, and it was becoming unclear whether he would be able to graduate from the academy at all, as his strength was far below the required level. The boy explained that he was the last in the class, so he was bullied every day, questioning his abilities and asking how he could stay with such weak skills. The captain said that the student had talent, and he just needed to wait a little longer, because one day he would be able to shine and show true strength. Professor Heidel and the head of the academy believed in Ruin until the very end, not doubting his abilities and future success. At the same time, Sir Halter believes in Hans, hoping that his perseverance and ambition will be the key to true strength. Ruin explains that even if a student moves slower than everyone else, their persistence and enthusiasm will definitely bear fruit over time. Hans apologized for the fact that his sister's cooking skills were not fully developed, so dinner wasn't exactly delicious. But suddenly they heard a strange sound outside the door, which made everyone alert and prepare for the unexpected. The gang arrived at the house, intending to capture the residents and sell them, increasing the fear and tension inside. The door is knocked off its hinges with a loud crash, and chaos and menace immediately invade the house. But suddenly one of the robbers did not understand where they had gone and looked around in surprise, looking for traces. After all, only Ruin stood before him, calm and confident, ready to face any threat alone, who calmly said that he had thought everything through, but thanked them for making his task much easier. He instantly delivers a powerful attack, and the enemy flies a long distance, hitting the ground with a loud thud. They realize that it was the same nobleman before them, and were astonished to find him here at all. Ruin warns Hans that it is extremely dangerous here and orders him to protect his sister at all costs. A slight smile played on his face, reflecting calm and confidence even in a dangerous situation. But Ruin explains that this is how he wants to thank for the prepared food, showing his gratitude with actions, not words. The chief orders his soldiers not to be afraid because the young magician is alone and there are about 20 people against him. So instantly, they all decide to attack Ruin together to defeat and achieve their goal. Then the young man prepares his attack and says that it is the right decision to attack all together, that way you can cope faster. The guy mentions that in a sparring match with Mr. Bolvar, he gained a new skill, namely Steel Destroyer, so this will help the magician at the moment. This means that in a battle where the enemy will attack, the moment the guy's fist touches their sword, something grandiose happens. So when they launch their attacks, enemies see Ruin eliminate their weapons because they break in the blink of an eye. They were shocked, unable to believe their eyes and feeling their hearts beating too fast from surprise and fear. In such a situation, they would have gotten off with a light punishment, but it was quite obvious which of them was the real thief and the culprit. Therefore, there could be no mercy, and they felt a cold horror, realizing that now their fate was finally decided. The enemies were terrified, their faces turned white, and the trembling of their bodies betrayed fear of an unknown, dangerous force. But they begged Ruin for mercy, pleading with tears in their eyes and feeling the hopelessness of their situation before his power. The guy understands that now they have to reach a point where continuing the fight no longer makes any sense and is a waste of energy. But the hero saw the main thing. His gaze instantly stopped on a figure that radiated power and danger at the same time. Nozel held his sister tightly, not letting go even for a moment, feeling fear for her safety and his own responsibility. He orders his subordinates to stand up and tie up the noble bastard, demonstrating determination and control over the situation without any weight. Ruin understands that they have obeyed, noticing how his subordinates quickly carry out orders with precision and unquestioning obedience. He asks if he is really the leader and receives confirmation that he is, and that his name is Nozel. So he orders Ruin to kneel, emphasizing his authority and forcing him to submit unquestioningly. The boy does not understand what happened to Hans, feeling confused and afraid due to his sudden absence and inexplicable behavior. Did he really get hurt trying to protect his sister? The boy thought, feeling terrified and powerless before the possible consequences. So there is no choice, and it is clear that you will have to decide everything on your own, relying only on your own courage and intelligence. Nozel shouts for no one to come near, his voice echoing throughout the space, filled with anger and threatening power. After all, he could kill the girl at any moment, and fear for her life grips the hearts of everyone standing nearby, not daring to act. If Ruin comes even an inch closer, the girl will be finished, and he realizes the mortal danger that hangs over her. The young magician understands that the academy does not teach how to act in such critical situations, when another person's life hangs in the balance. There is no time to create the magic of illusion, and one feels the pressure of the moment when every second can decide the fate of everyone present. But suddenly Hans appears behind them, appearing unexpectedly and changing the course of events with just his entrance. When dealing a lethal blow to an enemy, he acts quickly and accurately, every movement full of determination and deadly force. Ruin addresses him, his voice full of tension and anxiety, trying to convey an important message. But those shocked, seeing their leader fall to the ground, are unable to understand what happened and what to do now. Hans walks towards them, moving decisively and relentlessly, radiating strength and confidence that intimidates his enemies. But he says that if they don't want to end up in Nozel's place, they should leave here forever, realizing the seriousness of his words. And they ran, fleeing from the wrath, their bodies swiftly leaving the place, filled with fear and panic. The sister approaches her brother, her steps cautious, her eyes full of anxiety and relief at the same time. The guy didn't understand how he could kill a person, feeling shock, guilt, and confusion over the terrible consequences of his actions. Ruin explains that this was a necessity, emphasizing that otherwise the consequences could have been even worse for everyone present, and congratulates him, expressing respect and recognition of the courage the boy showed in a critical situation, and also with the fact that Hans has a new aura and his sword Perito emits powerful energy that amazes everyone around. After all, the young man saw a blue aura emanating from him, illuminating the space and giving a feeling of incredible strength and power. And this means that the knight has reached the 4th level, demonstrating new strength and skill that sets him apart from previous trials. After all, the release of blue energy means that a person has reached the 4th stage, the highest stage for an apprentice knight. Of course, he can't control it yet, but it's undeniable proof of his growth and potential, which awaits further development. Hans thanks Ruin, his voice full of sincerity and gratitude for his support and help in a dangerous situation. Thus, the young man's problem was solved, and the magician set off for the academy as soon as morning came, full of new thoughts and determination. So he soon returned, having traveled the path quickly and confidently, ready for new challenges and tasks. Before leaving Ardell, Ruin wished the vacation would never end, but upon returning to the academy, he realized the importance of study and duty. I really missed it, feeling nostalgic and warm memories of my time in Ardell. Jason asks how his friend spent his vacation, his voice full of curiosity and friendly attention. The boy realizes that many events have happened, and memories of dangers, adventures, and important decisions come flooding back to his mind. He reminisces about his moments with Irene, feeling warm memories and a slight sadness from past adventures and encounters. But he also remembers how he killed the monster and realizes that it cannot be discussed just like that, because the event left a deep mark on him. So he replies that he was just training, trying to hide the real adventures and dangers he had to face, the art of the sword, and the friend explains that vacations are needed to rest and regain strength in order to be ready for new challenges. And besides, swordsmanship is studied in the 2nd semester, so why run ahead of the train and rush when everything has its time and order? Suddenly, a man answered the young gentleman, his voice loud and urgent, drawing attention to himself. It was Professor Heidel standing before him with a serious expression on his face, ready to deliver an important message. Ruin did not understand what had brought him here, feeling confused and surprised by the unexpected situation. But the professor asks to look out the window, his voice calm but filled with importance. After all, guests had arrived, and their appearance aroused curiosity and mild excitement. Many knights stood before them, and on their banners was an emblem with a golden nectarine, which shone in the sun, striking everyone present. It must be them, Ruin thought, feeling excited and curious about the unexpected appearance of important guests. Ruin knows that they exchanged letters, but he did not expect their arrival, feeling surprised and slightly excited. So, as I approached, I saw the carriage doors open, revealing a path into a space filled with anticipation. From there they emerge, confidently stepping forward, their presence radiating strength and importance at the same time. 2 princes appear before them, their figures majestic, their gazes confident and full of dignity. Croster Radian orders his brother not to interfere while communicating with Ruin, emphasizing his seriousness of intentions. Foster Radian replies that the young gentleman's choice will fall on him, his voice calm but full of confidence. The guy approached and greeted me, his voice calm and his posture polite and respectful. Each brother immediately began to attract attention, talking about the gifts they had prepared, trying to impress the young gentleman. so their intentions are fully known to the young man, and if he chooses one of them, it could contribute to their promotion to the role of Crown Prince. So Ruin replies that he has a better idea, his voice full of confidence and light humor. Confidently offers his option, demonstrating determination and desire to resolve the situation in his favor. Discuss all three, that is, together, so that everyone can express their opinion and reach a joint decision fairly and peacefully. The Kingdom of Radian, home to the Ruin Manor and Ignite Academy, is currently known as the weakest state on the continent. Despite this, a deep and lingering internal split continues to exist in the kingdom. Due to the confrontation between the monarchist faction of the first prince and the influential reformist faction of the second, there is constant tension among the inhabitants. The kingdom's mages are not independent. In fact, they are no more than pawns in a large and dangerous struggle for power between factions. Ruin watched them from a quiet corner of the room, not revealing himself and carefully monitoring the brothers' every movement and reaction. As the two princes decide who will sit where, the tension in the room grows, and Ruin silently watches their slightly irritated movements. Sitting on the same chair, they continued to argue loudly and incessantly, oblivious to those around them and their own comical appearance. Ruin sees that with such infantile rulers, it is not at all surprising that the country is in a chaotic and declining state, mired in constant disputes. Suddenly the two princes fell silent, stopping unexpectedly in the middle of their argument, as if sensing the presence of something more important. The young magician said he was surprised by their arrival, but the statement seemed only partially appropriate now, given the tense atmosphere in the room. After all, he also has something to say, and he is waiting for his turn, carefully watching the prince's reactions so as not to miss the right moment. He explains that he has no intention of choosing any of them as his master, remaining independent and guided only by his own beliefs. They stood up and smiled at each other, showing a sudden moment of understanding and ease after a long argument. But then they realized that Ruin was not choosing anyone, and this was no surprise, because even the strategist Jaegis had refused to accept a similar choice 3 times before. Jaegis, who refused the emperor 3 times, ultimately sided with him, and this makes one wonder whether the princes really put themselves on the same level as the powerful emperor. Ruin says that even if they continue to suggest, his answer will remain the same, as he must act according to his duty. He is about to return to his homeland, to the territory of Ardell, where duties and peace await him, unattainable for the intrigues of the royal court. Of course, he will not leave the kingdom, but will remain its power, influencing events and maintaining the balance between factions from his position. Croster and Foster were pleased to hear this, and they felt a certain relief and confidence that Ruin would remain on the side of the kingdom. But Ruin explains that the situation in Ardell is far from ideal, and hopes that they will understand his desire not to leave his native lands. Their eyes widened in surprise reflecting their deep impression. Croster Radian said that the future strength of the kingdom should not suffer from worries, so he is ready to provide support in any matter. Foster insists that they first ask for his support, demonstrating his desire to be heard and have an influence on decisions regarding the kingdom. The brothers began to argue again, raising their voices and interrupting each other, despite Ruin's presence. Ruin made sure that he definitely would not choose any of them, because it would be much more profitable for them to compete for his favor and support themselves. The princes were eager to send the magician gifts, but the hero asked them to first take care of fulfilling what they had previously discussed. Fortunately, the princes were pleased that the boy did not take sides, and temporarily decided to leave him alone, respecting his independence. But the hero did not do without benefits for himself, because the situation brought certain advantages and satisfaction from controlling events. First of all, Ruin asked for approval of the plans currently being considered in the territory of Ardell, wishing to ensure their implementation and the support of the kingdom. He also requested military support for the duration of the cleanup, and everything is proceeding smoothly, according to a planned and effective plan. But Ruin's thoughts were interrupted by the guests, unexpectedly intervening in the conversation and forcing him to distract himself from his own plans and calculations. Croster and Foster have declared that the hero Ruin Ardell is the future and treasure of the kingdom, so they appoint him as the protector of the royal family and order everyone to show due respect. The guy understands that this was not part of his plans, but decides to accept the situation and come to terms with the new situation. The closest person in the royal family destined to protect it, and no one in the entire territory dares to look down on him, although the title was given to Ruin unofficially, but only formal confirmations remained. The guy is glad that everything was resolved without unnecessary problems and unnecessary conflicts, allowing him to calmly focus on his duties. All the students greeted the young magician with respect and admiration, demonstrating sincere joy and recognition of his merits. The princes have left, so it's time to prepare for lessons and focus on studying without distractions. But the students discussed that up until this point, the role of protector had always been held by members of the Garikil family. Mikkel walks down the corridor, walking confidently and observing everything that is happening around him. He was too angry, and his face reflected the tension and anger that barely restrained his actions. I asked what they were all talking about, trying to understand the gist of the conversation and the reason for the increased noise. Have they forgotten that the student is from the Garikil family, and after graduation, everyone will still remain under his influence and control? Ruin listened attentively, intently observing the words of his interlocutors and analyzing their intentions. After using a prohibited potion during an exam, he was considered for expulsion, but the worst was avoided, and he was only suspended from classes for a month. All thanks to his family's influence, the magicians of this kingdom are effectively under the control of the Garikil family and are forced to reckon with their will. But it seems that the princes have a completely different opinion and are not going to consider the influence of the Garikil family in their decisions. Ruin turns to Mikkel and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, trying to maintain a calm and polite conversation. The student was not happy and showed obvious irritation, restraining his emotions but not hiding his discontent. He asks the young magician if he really thinks he's won, his voice radiating doubt and challenge. And he adds that they will see who will have the last laugh, threatening and emphasizing their confidence in their future superiority. Jason says that Mikkel is just jealous, and adds that it should have been worth seeing his face when Ruin won the festival. The guy understands that this is definitely not what he needs to pay attention to, and tries to ignore the provocations, focusing on what is important. After all, at the moment, Mikkel's reputation has deteriorated, which directly affects his family's honor and makes him nervous and act more cautiously. Later it turned out that the graduates had come to the academy to teach lessons, and their comrades were curious to find out which of them would become their teacher. In the end, the frightening premonition, as always, justified itself, confirming the fears and expectations of those who felt it. Upon entering the classroom, Ruin's eyes widened in surprise, as he had not expected to see anything like this. The students watched with interest, carefully following every movement and reaction. Sitting in their seats, the students radiated excitement and impatience, waiting for the lesson to begin. Jason asks what the problem is, trying to understand the reason for the tense atmosphere in the classroom. Not understanding what had happened and why everyone was so tense, they tried to diffuse the atmosphere and find out the cause of the anxiety. The new teacher asks if this is the same Ruin Ardell, expressing surprise and recognition of his reputation. The young magician knows this guy and instantly recognizes him, recalling previous meetings and achievements. After all, it was Chakil Garikil, known for his family and influence in the kingdom, which instantly attracted the young man's attention. The second semester of the graduating class is focused on practical work, meaning, as mentioned earlier, there will also be classes related to knights. In connection with this, graduates came to the academy to share the current situation among magicians in the form of lectures. Of course, they all wanted the best, and their intentions were good, but again, Ruin's premonition was not without merit. Considering that the invited graduate at their lectures was Mikkel's older brother, Chakil Garikil, who immediately gave a promenade about the relationship between his family's magicians and the courtiers. He said that as soon as everyone knew, among the 14 court magicians, 11 of them came from the Garikil family. And as an elder, he asks to be allowed to share the knowledge that needs to be learned, because nothing in this world can be claimed as one's own. This applies even to him, so the students, the weaker ones, need to stick together, and from this point on, it's better to focus on the accepted reality. After all, just because all the students glorify their representative, Ardell, doesn't mean that their lives will turn out the same as the young magicians. Shaquille, slightly squinting his eyes and peering into the expression on his interlocutor's face, asks what Ruin thinks about his long and pompous monologue. The guy slowly got up from his seat, realizing that his heart was beating faster and Jason was on the verge of anger next to him. With a cold smile, he says that even if 10 pieces of junk are combined in one go, a masterpiece will not be born, but only a big pile of garbage will appear. Shaquille looks intently into his interlocutor's eyes and wonders if his words were a hidden reproach directed specifically at him. The young man calmly straightens up and explains that absolutely not. His words did not contain any hidden hint or insult towards Shaquille. The elder admits that he has heard a lot about Ruin from Mikkel, in particular that he is supposedly a loser, but the young man has come to the conclusion that his brother has deliberately kept quiet about the other part of the story, the one where this same loser beat him up badly. Shaquille said with a barely perceptible sneer that the hero was too impudent, allowed himself too much, and didn't care at all about the opinions of others. And at that moment, they both suddenly realized that the rivalry between Ardell and the Garikil family was not accidental, but deeply rooted in their fate. That the matter will not end so easily, and no one will retreat without a fight or intervention. With the arrival of Shaquille, the atmosphere in the academy instantly began to change rapidly, filled with tension and an invisible sense of anticipation. As soon as the suggestion was made that anyone could join his family, some of the students with poor grades fell under his influence, because his realistic rhetoric proved effective. The elder calmly remarked that if the pupils worked hard for the family, they too would be able to achieve significant success and earn recognition. Ultimately, the academy split into 2 distinct camps, with some supporting the Garikil family, while others sided with Ardell. Along with Shaquille's attempts to humiliate the young man, his growing anger in response to this, the atmosphere in the academy became increasingly tense, filling the air. But the opportunity to put them in their place was not long in coming, and Ruin resolutely entered the office of the head of the academy, full of determination. He politely asked how the head of the academy had been doing all this time, trying to hide both curiosity and a slight irony in his voice. Tyrion noted that since the boy was the student representative, they could discuss all pressing issues, and asked what the current situation was at the academy. Ruin replied that everything is going on as usual, but there is one element that creates problems and complicates the usual order of things in the academy. The man nodded thoughtfully and thought he understood what was being said, trying to grasp the essence of the problem. He's not thrilled with the Garikil family either, but there's nothing he can do about it, because every magician in the kingdom is somehow connected to them, and the academy is no exception. Ruin carefully asked what exactly the elder was, seeking to understand his true intentions and position. Tyrion explained that the elder was popular for his looks, got along easily with everyone, had impeccable results, and at the age of 23 had become the youngest chief mage. But behind all this facade, a huge snake hides, because Shaquille has an incredible thirst for power, and achieving his goals at any cost is completely natural for him. On the outside, he seems like a decent person, but in reality, he's completely rotten inside, ready to use anything to achieve what he wants. Ruin realized that there were many reasons to enter the battle, but he still had to figure out which reason to use for action. Tyrion reported some special task that required attention and caution, leaving a sense of mystery and importance. And the hero instantly had a brilliant idea that could change the course of events in his favor. After all, this is exactly what one can ask the elder directly, receiving an accurate answer from the original source. Upon entering the classroom, the young man instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and the eyes of his classmates were directed only at him. Shaquille noticed him immediately, too, and his gaze rested on Ruin, with a hint of curiosity and undisguised appreciation. The young magician said that he had come to ask a few questions and clarify important points for himself. Mikkel smiled softly, feeling a slight satisfaction with the situation and an inner peace. He said that it was only a matter of time, emphasizing the predictability of events and the inevitability of the situation. But Ruin replied, lest he be misunderstood, by explaining that this was not a request of that kind at all, but a completely different matter. He heard that they had received an offer from the head of the academy to invite him to the next night's class, but the lecturer flatly refused. Therefore, the young man decided to come himself and personally ask, demonstrating determination and independence in his actions. He requested that the graduates be allowed to hold a joint class, seeing this as beneficial for both them and the academy. As part of these classes, graduates who came as lecturers can participate in the training on an equal footing with other students. In other words, this is an official opportunity for both of them to compete on the same level. The students finally realized that they would now be able to observe Chakil Garikil's skills with their own eyes and appreciate his mastery. And now that he and Ruin could fight, the hero realized that the die had been cast and a fight was inevitable. Now the entire decision depended entirely on the elder, and his choice could determine the further course of events. Tai explained that the students were already experienced magicians with many years of practice, so there was no particular need for such an activity for them. Ruin noted that this was strange, because the purpose for which the elders came was precisely to teach the younger ones something. Jerihill's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, reflecting his unexpected emotions and shock at what he heard. The young magician explained that the older one was refusing a joint lesson, even though it would be an ideal chance to put new knowledge into practice. After all, he himself insisted that Heracil should remain a single group, defending its position and order in education. So Ruin wondered why the elder was acting contrary to his own words, and whether he was actually afraid of this situation. Chakil said that although the young man had won the great festival, he was still a student with little experience and had much to learn. And he added that the young man wouldn't be able to do anything against a real weapon, so why create such problems during class? But the students insisted that they wanted to see with their own eyes his skills, acquired in real battles, to assess the true level of skill. Mikkel asked what his brother was really waiting for, watching his reaction with curiosity and impatience. After all, this is the perfect opportunity to defeat Ruin in front of everyone and demonstrate your superiority openly. Mikkel warned the young man that he would regret his proposal for a long time because his brother was a truly powerful magician and did not forgive frivolity. Chakil thought that if it was a joint lesson, then most likely the Knights of Foldrin would come to it, given the traditions of the academy and their authority. He gave up on it so Ruin could prove himself as a class representative, but if he really wants to shrug it off, then his decision should be respected. And indeed, the guy resolutely asked to do this, demonstrating his confidence and determination in his intentions. Since the younger one wanted to see the older one's skills with his own eyes, he persistently asked to be given such an opportunity. Finally, they shook hands, establishing a tacit agreement and mutual understanding between themselves. But Ruin squeezed his opponent's hand a little tighter, showing determination and the hidden strength of his character. Shock instantly froze on Chakil's face, reflecting his unexpected reaction to the student's action. But the young magician smiled softly, feeling pleased with his confidence and control over the situation. He spoke so that the enemy would prepare to be surprised, hinting at the strength and skills he would soon demonstrate. In 3 days, the Knights of Foldrin were to arrive at Ignite Academy for a joint lesson with the graduates. Ruin remembers talking to the principal about the fact that students and graduates should unite on this day, but he was refused this proposal. But there was a possibility that if Ruin Ardell himself came in and asked the elder about it, he wouldn't be able to refuse. And it was then that the young magician realized that the voice of the academy, Tyrion Ignat, had come up with a plan, quite cunning, in which Check would have to take part. So finally, all the students waited for this moment, and on the threshold of the educational institution, to see that the knights had arrived. They were quite reserved and stood straight in front of the students, so the joint lesson would be held with the trainee knights of Faldrin. Martial arts professor Halter Perante, upon seeing Ruin, asked how the ogre was doing in the child's body, saying this with a slight sneer. Ruin stepped forward and replied that everything was fine, and asked what about the knight himself, but everything was as usual with him, but he had heard about winning at the festival. Halter Perante was now supposed to send Tyrion to the head of the academy, so he asked the young mage to keep an eye on his boys. So the young man approached and decided to introduce himself, explaining that he was Ruin Ardell, a representative of the academy's students, so he wanted to find out who was in charge on the other side. But in response, he received that their representative was busy at the moment, and it was then that the young gentleman heard someone trying to insult someone. It was exactly like that. A group of students stood around one knight and mocked him, saying that no one would care if he died. A second passed, and Ruin realized that the beaten boy's face was familiar. Looking closer, it was Hans, who also recognized his comrade. So, decisively approaching, the young magician with a confident voice asks what they are doing here, but they say they have heard about the famous ruin of Ardell. The guy approached the young man and said that his name was Maltev Gagan, who was the representative of Faldrin, whom the young man had been looking for earlier. Then Maltev asks if Ruin has heard of the 7th rank knight, Vengrasi Gagani, who was the commander of the Gold Knights. This person, who always stood by him during difficult moments in his life and supported his advice, was his father. The guy doesn't understand what this information is for, so he says that he would be grateful to get an answer to his question, rather than hear about his family tree. After repeating the question of what was going on here, the hero heard that Hans had recently completely stopped obeying, so Maltov decided to conduct individual training. But with anger in his voice, he asks what kind of rudeness it is to show interest in commoners during an exchange of greetings, whether they really know each other. Ruin confidently said that this person was his friend, and those around him couldn't help but laugh, laughing loudly and in surprise. Maltov said that the Ardell family wasn't particularly influential anyway, and the academy representative had chosen a man with such a pedigree that it suddenly became disgusting to talk to him. The young magician stood astonished, not understanding how to correctly interpret what was said and what consequences it could have for him. But suddenly he heard a voice that echoed his brother's, and his heart shuddered sharply with surprise. And then everything fell into place, and the answer to Ruin's question about why this stranger, a representative of Faldrin, was so hostile appeared. After all, Check was walking ahead, asking his friend Maltev Gagan what he was doing here, so the fisherman sees the fisherman from afar. Here Ruin suddenly understood the essence of the situation and felt a realization permeate his thoughts and emotions. Even if the young magician had never met Hans before, there would still be a strange sense of familiarity. They still wouldn't be able to find a common language with the Faldrin representative and establish any normal relationship. After a while, Professor Halter orders everyone to gather together because, as you know, they are going to have a joint class today. And before the main part began, they had to break into groups so that everyone could perform their task more efficiently. Each team should have 2 Ignite Academy students and 1 Knight trainee, so in total there should be 54 groups. Maltov said that he didn't want to take part in this at all, and why did he need to train with these young students? Check also graduated a long time ago and doesn't understand what he's doing here. They agreed to unite and get through this situation together, because obviously they will win this way. It might work. They will add Mikko and the team will come out. Hans was worried and sad because he understood that no one wanted to join him because the student was at the very end of the list. Ruin approaches him with confidence and suggests teaming up to more easily cope with future difficulties together. After all, he was his friend, so why not accept the offer and join forces for a common goal? Hans smiled softly, feeling light in his heart and an effortless joy from the moment. Jason said that if they unite on the basis of friendship, it could become a solid foundation for their cooperation and mutual support. So he needs to be added to the team too, Ruin explained, noticing his comrade looking upset and deciding to go first. So Jason also became friends with the guy, feeling a real mutual connection emerging between them. The young magician says their goal is to get a good score and show their skills at the highest level. But he adds that there are still some things to consider in order to achieve success and not leave any gaps in preparation. And that means dealing with Shaquille's team to avoid conflicts and ensure peace of mind during the competition. Once the group formation was over, there was a short break during which all participants could rest and consider the next steps. Ruin asks if Hans needs medical attention, but he calmly replies that he doesn't need anything. He says he's very happy to meet the guy, but it would probably be better to pretend to be strangers to avoid misunderstandings. After all, Ruin himself had seen how unloved Hans was, and he understood that it was better not to draw too much attention to his presence. But the young man said that he was his friend, so there was no need to worry, and he could continue talking calmly. The guy bullying him on the training ground looked confident, but his behavior only irritated observers. A knight of the 4th rank and most likely a very skilled warrior, he impressed Hans with his skill and inspired fear. But there is one, but that makes you think about possible difficulties and unforeseen consequences. The moment Hans struck the gang's head with one blow, his body was surrounded by a bright blue aura indicating incredible power. His status was only the 3rd rank, but his abilities corresponded to the 4th, and he had enormous potential for further development. Ruin says he wants to deal with this Maltivo and leave nothing unresolved between them. Hans wants this too, but doubts his victory and feels a little anxious about the upcoming fight. Maltov said firmly that he no longer wanted to hear this senseless nonsense and demanded that the conversation stop. But he asks the young man to come to him to personally discuss the situation and clarify the misunderstanding. The comrades stood there, watching the events with cautious alertness and silent curiosity. Then Hans said firmly that he did not want to come, feeling inner restlessness and unwillingness to get into trouble. Maltev didn't understand how he could feel special standing next to Ruin, and it surprised and irritated him. He orders them to come back, warning them that otherwise they will face inconsistencies and serious problems. Hans was on the alert, ready for battle, but the young mage quickly said not to fight to avoid conflict. After all, he is not like the enemy, and you don't need to stoop to his level while maintaining your own dignity and peace. You need to wait for the right moment to crush your enemy and leave him without any chance of recovery. For now, Ruin needs to leave this task aside so he can carefully consider his next steps and prepare. And then the blow hit Maltova right in the face, making him feel the full force and surprise of the attack. Professor Halter appeared before him, observing the situation with a serious and unwavering expression on his face. Ruin's eyes widened sharply, reflecting his surprise and unexpected tension at what he saw. After all, it happened quite unexpectedly, forcing him to instantly assess the new situation and make a decision. The teacher, with a serious expression on his face, looks up at the student and in a calm voice asks how exactly this action should be understood. Maltov confidently replied that they were the ones who started the fight first, and that the student was only defending himself and had not committed any bad or offensive actions. The professor, in a cold and impassive tone, proclaims that from this day on, Malta officially loses the right to be considered a representative of the trainee knights. And these responsibilities are now being taken on by his deputy, and when they return to the educational institution, disciplinary action will be taken against Maltiv. The student anxiously remarked that they would all get it from their father, but Holter explained that this was not true because his son had attempted murder within the walls of the academy, and something like that could leave Vengrasgegen speechless. Ruin notices that his opponent is trying to act arrogant and haughty, but at the mere mention of his father's name, he begins to tremble with fear. But no matter what, the decision has already been made, and it is impossible to change it, so everyone will have to obey the established order. It seems that the young magician has finally been given special attention, as his behavior, words, and determination have begun to attract attention and arouse curiosity. The first stage of the joint classes was a carefully organized close combat and defense training designed to test the students' endurance and skills. Professor Halter taught in detail how to effectively neutralize the magician's main weakness, namely, the time required to prepare and cast a powerful spell. Professor Heidel, using his own example, demonstrated in detail how to predict a knight's movements and leave the attack zone in a timely manner, minimizing any threat. And each group of students actively practiced these techniques, repeating movements and techniques until they became automatic under the close supervision of their mentors. Maltov angrily says that he is incredibly angry with Ruin and asks how he can even train here when there are so many people like him around. Chakil suggests sitting aside, noting that they already know everything well and can do without unnecessary intervention. But others are also eagerly waiting for him to demonstrate his skills, but this cannot be allowed to happen, so as not to put him in danger. His comrades gently ask Ruin to rest a bit, emphasizing that regaining his strength will help him continue more effectively. But the young man firmly replies that he has only just started warming up, and it is too early to rest because the real training is only gaining momentum. Professor Halter politely asks to spare him a few minutes to calmly explain the important points. After all, I wanted to see for myself, checking the details and making sure that everything was going according to plan and rules. He explains that it is impossible to master such skills on your own, and they can only be achieved through persistent training under the guidance of an experienced mentor. Ruin realizes that the teacher is extremely attentive and vigilant, noticing the smallest details of his actions and reactions without any effort. So Halter politely asks for a favor, hoping for Ruin's willingness to help and fulfill his request without further questions. He wants to have a sword duel with Ruin to test his skills and hone his fighting skills in real combat. The young magician looks on in confusion, not understanding what this sudden offer means and why he was chosen for the sword duel. Ruin says in surprise, "Is this some kind of joke? Because he's not even a knight and has only been mastering the skills for a week, doubting his own abilities." But Halter emphasizes that he does not expect him to win, but only wants to evaluate his abilities and the way he applies the acquired skills in battle. And also, he simply seeks to teach everyone present here by setting an example and demonstrating techniques that they can then apply on their own. He explains that among all those present, there is no one who wields a sword better than the boy, which is why he was chosen for demonstration and training. Ruin realizes that this is an extraordinary opportunity to demonstrate his abilities and gain invaluable experience under the guidance of an experienced mentor. And if he performs well, he will have a chance to put some people in their place. So the idea looks promising and not bad at all. So he resolutely agrees to the fight, realizing the importance of the moment and the opportunity to demonstrate his skills in front of everyone present. Halter immediately notices his strong and balanced stance, indicating natural talent and proper preparation for the fight. He instantly goes on the attack, making a quick and precise movement to test his opponent's reaction and skills. Hans is surprised to ask if the commander took the sparring too seriously, noticing his alertness and tension during the fight. After all, if he were attacked like this in a real fight, it would be impossible to collect the bones after such a blow, hinting at dangerous seriousness. Ruin instantly realizes that the professor has blocked his blow, feeling the strength and precision of the defense, which immediately makes him evaluate his mentor seriously. So they resolutely continued sparring, carefully analyzing each other's movements and honing their technique in each subsequent blow. Halter says with a smile that even when he sees the student's skills with his own eyes, he finds it hard to believe their level, and immediately asks where he learned to wield a sword so skillfully. "Is it possible that the mentor's name should remain a secret?" asks Halter, emphasizing that he respects the student and his personal life. Ruin understands what needs to be said, choosing his words carefully to properly explain everything about the mentor and avoid trouble. But he realizes that most likely nothing bad will happen, because his words will be thoughtful and not break the rules. So he calmly says that this person is Mr. Bolvar Peyton, carefully guarding the details and not revealing anything unnecessary. Everyone present instantly realizes that this is the legendary spearman, whose fame and skill have long been discussed among the students and mentors of the academy. But everyone remembers that there were rumors of his death a long time ago, so now they are trying in amazement to understand how he survived and where he is. Professor Halter persistently asks Ruin to tell more specifically how they met, wanting to understand all the details of the meeting. Ruin explains that Sir Bolvar has retired and has been living in Ardell ever since, but suddenly Maltev abruptly interrupts him, ordering him not to lie. Because according to Maltev, all of this is untrue, and he is convinced that Ruin is either exaggerating or completely making up this story. After all, his father firmly claimed that Bolvar had been dead for a long time, and it is this information that makes his son doubt the student's story. Ruin doesn't understand why he has to prove anything, because he has no reason to call the dead living and is only telling the truth as he knows it. Maltov said that even if it was true, nothing would change, because the most powerful person in the kingdom still remained his father, and this was an unshakable fact. Here the young magician suddenly understood what the real issue was, realizing the meaning of the words and the reason for his stubborn behavior. The strongest knight in the kingdom is officially recognized as Vengarus Gagan, Maltiva's father and commander of the Golden Knights, whose fame inspires respect and fear. But if the legendary knight Bolvar Payton turns out to be alive, it could seriously affect the current order and change the balance of power in the kingdom. So he tells the student to think whatever he wants, because words alone will not change the established order and positions in the kingdom. Because Mr. Bolvar is indifferent to any regalia and titles, because his fame and skill far exceed official ranks and formalities. Maltev looked furious, his face burning with anger and his eyes shining with determination to prove himself right or defend his own honor. He did not understand how an ordinary student could dare to insult his father, and this thought only fueled his indignation even more. So he decisively declares that he is challenging Ruin to a duel with a real sword, wanting to test his skills and put him in his place. He strictly orders to attack immediately, demonstrating determination and readiness to immediately test the opponent's strength and reaction. But Professor Halter instantly strikes him in the ear, forcing Maltiva to retreat and lose the initiative for a moment. She says that the first match of tomorrow's group classes will be a duel between students, which will show off their skills and prepare them for further training. This battle between Ruin's group and Maltiva's group promises to be an intense and exciting fight, as well as a test of skills. So the day has come with both teams fully prepared for battle, armed with the determination to demonstrate their prowess. Shaquille turns to Ruin, calmly, but at the same time with a look as if he doesn't perceive him as his rival. But he jokingly asks if he really prepared well, emphasizing slight contempt and a desire to test his resolve. The lecturer suggests that the student try his best in this match, encouraging him and reminding him that the result depends on his efforts. So they began, both groups geared up for battle and ready to demonstrate their skills and strategies. The hero looked at Shaquille in shock, not expecting such a turn of events, and lost his concentration for a moment. He moved extremely quickly, changing positions and attacks almost instantly, which made it difficult for enemies to react in time. And Ruin could not understand how this was even possible, watching the incredible speed and precision of his opponent's movements. After all, no one can be so fast that every movement seems instantaneous and practically unpredictable to those around them. I decided to use the player's eye, allowing me to anticipate everything that is happening and react almost instantly. And I saw that Shaquille Garikil had brought as many as 6 artifacts with him, realizing how much one had to strive for victory to take it all. Last night, at the estate, a meeting was held between Mr. Vengaras and Commissioner George to discuss the issues of concern. Namely, about Shaquille, because he was invited to a special lecture at the Ignat Academy as a representative from the graduates. George Garikil says it's amazing that he was invited by the head of the academy himself and asks how Maltev is doing. The student's father says that although his son is a troubled boy, so he sent him to Mr. Holter to teach him discipline. But now the student should be at the academy. But George Garrickhill, the authorized advisor, admits that in fact, having come through a representative of the academy, Vengras asks if this is about Ruin Ardell. The man suddenly concluded that the rumors had spread so far and wide that even someone like him could remember the name of the winner of the great festival, who even attracted the attention of the empire, but is an ordinary upstart from the province, and should not have made this path so easily. The authorized advisor agrees with his colleague, but says that it is necessary to ensure that the princes do not switch to Ruin's side, but remain with them, of course, as people who care about his well-being. It so happened that his sons and Maltev were now supposed to fight against Ruin, so George thought why not pass on the artifact to Vengras' son. The man agrees, but if they give him the pendant, he will definitely give it to his child, but that would mean they are making a fake. But George Garrickhill explains that there is no need to focus on this now if they want to tame Ruin before he causes even more trouble and has already passed the artifacts on to his children. The commander of the Golden Knights still doubts whether it is necessary to take such measures, because it would be against the rules and there could be consequences, but the advisor asks if he is familiar with the name Bolvar Peyton. Vengras Gagan's eyes suddenly widened when his colleague, as if by accident, remembered his enemy, but gathering his emotions, asked what this man was mentioned for. George Garrickhill explains that he recently heard that he was still alive, and as it turned out, he was teaching the sword arts to the previously mentioned Ruin Ardell, right on his territory. It wasn't enough to get attention from the princes. He received lessons from the legendary knight Bolvar Peyton, and if he defeated their children in the duel that was to take place, their situation would worsen. So, after analyzing everything, the two colleagues decided to shake hands, because the situation for them was getting worse, and there was hope that everything planned would bear fruit. Commissioner George Garrickhill smiled and agreed with his friend, because his entire plan should be implemented soon. The men stood there comforting themselves with the fact that this vile act would benefit their kingdom, for there would be no other chance. Shaquille narrowed his eyes mischievously and, as if playing, asked exactly how Ruin was feeling, expecting to see the slightest sign of weakness. He says that the young magician is brimming with excessive audacity, but all his skills seem too weak and unconvincing. That a whole feeling of disappointment envelops him, as if he had not expected to see such a helpless and pitiful opponent. The young man's team now seems to be chained to the ground by invisible chains that squeeze their bodies and prevent them from even moving. Ruin expected him to do something truly terrible, but he could not even imagine that his opponent was capable of stooping so low. Shaquille, with barely concealed mockery, asks his opponent to show his true strength to prove that he has even a drop of dignity. Because what kind of duels are these if Maltov can shake his entire soul out of him without any difficulty, leaving only an empty shell and memories of defeat? Jason persistently asks his friend to dodge the attack as quickly as possible, because every moment of delay could be fatal for him. The guy exerts all his strength and desperately tries to do it, realizing that his life and chance of surviving the battle depend on it. At that moment, Maltev suddenly delivers a powerful blow that cuts through the air with a deafening whistle and leaves no room for evasion. Ruin could not understand how an ordinary wooden sword could be so powerful and deadly that every blow felt like a real curse. However, he quickly guessed that Maltov had received an amulet of resilience from Mr. Vengras, which made his blows incredibly strong and almost invincible. This artifact has a compact pendant shape for easy carrying and enchants any weapon, making it significantly sharper and extremely durable. Maltev realizes that he missed last time, but this time he will definitely hit the target, directing the full force of his blow without a single mistake. In this case, Ruin quickly analyzes the situation and realizes that his sword has become almost like real steel, ready to withstand even the enemy's super powerful blows, and instantly uses his Steel Destroyer skill, directing its power at the sword to break its penetrating ability and counter the dangerous blow. The opponent absolutely did not expect such a turn of events and froze for a moment, watching as the situation changed dramatically in Ruin's favor. Shaquille was also confused, unable to hide his surprise at the young man's sudden display of strength, which exceeded all his expectations. After all, his teammate flew several meters away from the powerful blow, and Shaquille could not hide his shock from such unexpected force. The elder could not understand how this was possible, because they had powerful artifacts that should have made them almost invincible, but the reality turned out to be completely different. Ruin says that he wanted to avoid bloodshed if possible, but now it has become obvious that a serious conflict simply cannot be avoided. And if it comes to this, he will approach it as seriously as possible, preparing to use all his strength and skills without any hesitation. So he activates the will of the leader, and the powerful spirit of Kunkan instantly appears behind him, ready to support him in battle with his invincible strength. Everyone around froze in shock, unable to believe that such an incredible display of power and magic was unfolding before their eyes. Suddenly, a huge ogre appeared, his powerful figure and menacing appearance making everyone around him hold their breath in fear and surprise. Shaquille even lost his balance, unable to cope with the unexpected appearance and the immense power raging around him. Ruin approaches decisively and sternly asks for the fight to end, demonstrating that he will no longer tolerate any provocations or prolonging the fight. Because even 6 artifacts could not help them defeat the young mage, and this fully highlighted his extraordinary skill and strength. So the hero resolutely pointed his hand towards the enemy, preparing to use his power and end the conflict with one precise and powerful action. And suddenly, in front of Shaquille's face, a huge ogre's hand appeared, threatening to crush him at any moment, leaving horror and shock in his eyes. The artifacts fell to the ground, and everyone present could not believe what the lecturer could use, demonstrating power with their help. And also against a younger magician, which made this act even more shocking for all witnesses, because no one expected such baseness. Ruin understands that Gary Heel will not allow him to survive, because first there was Mikkel, then the eldest son, and now the question is who will be next. Perhaps it will be George Garahil, and his own persona will become the threat that will put Ruin to a mortal test. Shaquille shouted, unable to hide his shock, asking how Ruin could speak his father's name with such confidence and knowledge that it frightened him to the core. But the hero resolutely launched an attack on his opponent, giving him no chance to retreat and demonstrating complete determination in battle. He explained this by saying that Shaquille was making too much noise, and suggested that they take the moment to lie down. Strawn asked if the host was truly confident in his actions, watching him with a watchful and somewhat wary gaze. Hinting at the ogre behind him, she wondered if it was really necessary to show him, as it could have been too risky and provocative a move. The head of the academy was in complete shock, unable to believe his own eyes and watching what was happening with deep astonishment and fear. Ruin realizes that he cannot hide it forever, and sooner or later the truth will come out, forcing him to act openly. And no matter what, he is ready to accept the consequences of his actions and act decisively, without hesitation in the face of any difficulties. Shaquille Garakil is overthrown, and upon seeing the ogre approaching him, Mikkel, seized with terror, loses consciousness, unable to cope with the shock. This means that the winner has finally been determined, and everyone present is forced to acknowledge his unparalleled strength and skill in combat. And just as Professor Halter was about to say this, he was suddenly interrupted, preventing him from finishing his speech and forcing him to be silent for a moment. Hans asked for a moment to collect his thoughts and prepare for the next words or actions that could change the course of events. He said that the duel was not yet over, emphasizing that the fight was ongoing and the final outcome had not yet been determined. After all, Maltiva's sword simply broke, and he urgently needs to get another one to continue the fight and show himself. So he threw the weapon right at his feet, showing confusion and trying to quickly switch to a new sword so as not to lose control of the fight. But at the same time, he ordered to rise, demanding from his opponent a real fight and concentration in such a situation. The enemy was seething with anger, his face was blazing with rage, and every movement betrayed a desire for revenge and an inability to contain his emotions. After all, how could a commoner so openly humiliate him, causing rage and humiliation in the heart of the enemy that he could not tolerate? But suddenly a blue aura appeared in Hans's hands. It was Perito's sword, radiating powerful energy and inspiring respect and fear at the same time. Perito's sword belongs to a knight who is at least 4th rank, and therefore able to fully control his own aura during battle. A 4-star knight manifests a bright blue aura surrounding his body during combat and magical actions. A 5-star warrior's aura glows bright red, reflecting incredible strength and fighting spirit. In a 6-star warrior, the color of the aura approaches purple, and at higher levels it becomes unique and reflects the individual traits of the owner. The approximate level of a 3-star trainee knight corresponds to an average level of combat training and basic skills. So Maltev couldn't understand why such a weak Hans could control an aura, while he himself couldn't do it. Strawn asked the host if he shouldn't stop him, because the duel was already effectively over, and continuing was pointless. But Ruin decided to stay and observe events to better understand how the situation would develop further. After all, finally the same look of his friend, which he remembered so well, and which reminded him of so many things, appeared before him. Gigan decided that he could not accept this and immediately rejected any possibility of agreeing to such a situation. So he grabbed his weapon and resolutely rushed into the attack, without hesitation, and completely giving himself to the fight. After all, he couldn't understand how everything was happening and why events had taken such an unpredictable turn. As an ordinary commoner, he could master an aura that was usually only possible for experienced and highly ranked warriors. Because it's simply impossible, because such strength requires years of training and natural talent, which is beyond his reach. Such a weakling cannot be on the same level with him and compete in strength or skill, because the difference is obvious. So he decided that Hans should lie on the ground, demonstrating his absolute humiliation and defeat. But the young man said that the representative was still trying to cling to status, despite the obvious difference in strength and skill. And he was just lucky to be born into a good family while being selfish and overly narcissistic in his behavior. Maltov thinks that the boy has completely lost his fear and no longer feels any anxiety in the face of danger. But still, he agreed, although he did not fully share this opinion and remained cautious. After all, if this is his dying wish, then it will definitely have to be fulfilled, despite any doubts. He attacked from the air, using speed and height to maximize the effectiveness of the strike. When Hans found himself on the ground waiting, tensely preparing for the next move or possible attack, Ruin shouts for his comrade to immediately run away and escape the impending danger. Even professors rushed to help, quickly intervening to support and protect those in danger. But suddenly the young magician froze in place, overcome with shock and surprise at what he saw. Hans stood before them, and next to him lay an enemy sword, evidence of a recent battle. When Maltov himself was thrown into the air by the impact, his body was thrown up sharply, and a cloud of dust and debris rose around him. At the same time, he shouted in surprise, his voice echoing loudly over the battlefield. Hans was confident in his work and acted decisively, accurately carrying out all planned actions without any doubts. Gigan's comrades ran up and quickly realized that he had lost consciousness and needed immediate help. Those present did not understand what exactly happened, because everything happened too quickly, and it was obvious that Hans had won. Ruin runs up and asks worriedly if his friend is okay and if he has sustained any serious injuries. But his eyes widen in shock and surprise when he sees what has happened before him. The young man asks him to look at his sword, showing surprise and pride at what happened. And then it became clear that the knight's aura had changed color to bright red, testifying to his incredible power. That night at the academy, the headmaster was saying that this student was incredible and exceeded the expectations of all the mentors. He hoped, but he couldn't believe that Ruin was capable of defeating an academy graduate with such experience. The student asks if the mentor was really just hoping, not expecting everything to actually work out. After all, he himself invited Chakil Garihil to the academy, and could Tyrion have foreseen such an unexpected end to events? The pupil revealed his plan, while rumors had already reached the capital, and since Garihil's eldest son turned out to be the loser, the nobles began to discuss that this could be the downfall of their family. And George Garihil will do everything he can to restore the dignity of his family, and therefore ruin may soon be in serious danger. As the head of the academy, he cannot allow any of his students to get hurt, so they came to this place to intervene. Next are the stairs that lead to the academy's basement, dark and mysterious, where old and important artifacts are stored. Because a few days ago, Kingram woke up from a long sleep, and his strength and consciousness returned in full. And the first thing he said was that he could smell his relative, which was evidence of his keen sense of smell and his connection to his family. And all they had to do was go down the stairs to reach the basement and meet the ogre. Ruin asks why Tyrion doesn't ask anything and why he remains silent in this unusual and tense situation. About the fact that an ogre suddenly appeared behind the student's back, because there is no such magic in this world, and it was a complete surprise. But the head replies that it doesn't matter whether Ruin appears before him with an ogre or a goblin, he will still remain the one he trusts. The student smiled and sincerely thanked him for the words of support and the trust shown. But he went downstairs, because Kingram was already waiting for him in the basement. Ruin opened the large door, which creaked, opening the way into a dark and mysterious room. He walked down the corridor, thinking about the recent conversation and its significance for future events. Suddenly, Kingram said that he hadn't seen the young destroyer for a long time, and was very interested in his current abilities. The mighty ogre sat in his place before the hero, majestically watching him and radiating strength and confidence. The ogre still can't believe it, because he can smell from the young man the scent of his own kind, who live on the heavenly mountain, and he even smells his father, Munkin. But he begs the young magician to tell him everything, down to the last detail, that happened while he was in hibernation, so the boy agrees. And in a short time, he told Kingram about everything that happened to him on the heavenly mountain, even about how he created the artifact using Kunkan's tooth. But the mighty ogre started laughing like a child when he heard the part where Ruin had an arm wrestling match against 100 ogres, because that was reckless. However, the young man interrupts his interlocutor and clarifies that he not only won, but also beat everyone. And Kingram agrees that this is like a hero, and his relatives had fun. He thought he would be locked in this artifact forever and simply disappear forever, but he was very happy that he heard about his loved ones again after such a long time. His eyes were full of pity and gratitude to the young mage for these feelings, so the ogre says that Ruin is his blessing. And suddenly a window opened before the young man's eyes, indicating the unlocked achievement for the ogre lord, plus 1,000 powers. Kingram says that the young man is the incarnation of Drac and his benefactor, as well as the only person who was worthy of the trust of the ogres of the Sky Mountain. So this is an ogre's gift to the apprentice. At that second, the guy analyzed everything and concluded that now his strength had increased to 7,000, and most importantly, Strawn had received 5 stars. So the girl said it was an incredible dinner, and she was able to reach 5 stars much faster than she expected. The guy carefully followed every movement, not missing a single detail, preparing to instantly react to any change in the situation. And the little bear jumped to the floor and said that she had been in this useless and small form for too long. She addresses her master in an overly emotional voice, because he couldn't imagine how bored she was all the time. So a bright light suddenly shone before the young man's eyes, blinding him for a moment and making him feel a powerful magical presence around the sword. The young man could not understand what was happening, because an incredible scene, full of magic and unpredictable power, was unfolding before his eyes. In front of him and Kingram, a beautiful girl with red hair appeared, and Ruin asked with a smile, "Isn't this wonderful?" Strawn waited for her human form for a very long time, tensely watching the events and feeling that something extremely important was about to happen now. From Kingram, Ruin received 2 more gifts: the power of the chieftain, which allows him to command the ogres as a lord. It is also a special privilege to summon Kingram to your side, bound to the academy for life, but can only be used once. Before leaving, the ogre said that he should only be called if there was a real threat to life. But this will become known a little later, because right now, everyone's attention is focused on the events unfolding right in front of them. The girl was jumping in the air and smiling, unable to believe that she was in human form, because this was the best transformation. The boy watched this, but Tyrion Ignite asked the pet who the young lady in front of them was. He knew that once Strawn transformed into a human, anyone could see her, but even then, he wondered if she had really been a girl all along, doubting until the last moment. The head of the academy, Ignat, said that only 1 person had gone down, and now 2 had come out, so he asked the student to explain this. But he himself draws a conclusion based on his knowledge, makes the assumption that she is a spirit, but Strawn, putting her hands on her hips, replied that she is an incarnation. He says that they are connected by Ruin in a symbiotic relationship, so they cannot be apart from each other. The young man asks to speak with respect to his man, but the girl replies that she lives much longer. Tyrion concludes that since she came from Kingram's premises, a respectable embodiment of Ruin, he will arrange for her to stay at the academy. Because a man has a clear plan, and he calmly observes everything, knowing that his every step leads to the desired result. Strawn stood before Ruin's companions, and they couldn't take their eyes off her, because the young man said she was his cousin. And also, that today she transferred to them, to the graduating class, and then the lady said that Strana Ardell was at their service. The friends couldn't believe that the girl was in their class, but a few years younger, but the guy explained that she had skipped several stages because she was a genius. Jason extends his hand as a sign of acquaintance, demonstrating friendliness and willingness for mutual cooperation. He announces that he is Ruin's best friend, Jason Damon, and offers to take a tour of the academy, showing her everything she hasn't seen. The young man understands that he has managed to create a working legend that can impress and convince even the most skeptical witnesses. Suddenly, Hans called out to him, and the boy reacted instantly, feeling that important actions or decisions were now expected of him. The young magician remembered that today was the day his friend was leaving, so he came to say goodbye. Ruin says that he is very sad that his friend has to leave the academy, but promises that he will definitely come to visit him in Faldron again. Hans asks if he can come to Ardell after graduation, and the gentleman replies that of course let him come at any time convenient for him. But the comrade adds that he doesn't just want to visit, but wants to become a true knight of Ardell, dedicating himself to service and duty. Ruin asks if this is meant seriously, checking how sincere his comrade is in such responsible intentions. Hans explained that he wanted to do something that made sense, such as protecting the territory that his friend would be in charge of, and so he was asking permission to do so. Ruin agrees and thanks him, recognizing the sincerity of Hans's intentions and supporting his desire to serve and protect. Jason doesn't understand why they're deciding something without him again, feeling irritated and a slight sense of alienation from the team. He says that he will also go to Ardell and will help wash the dishes and everything else, but he clarified that he needs to be close to Lady Strawn. Ruin jokes that he doesn't remember when he gave permission for this, emphasizing the situation with a slight smile and irony. And suddenly everyone laughed, and the young man realized that his friends would come to Ardell after graduation, and that was wonderful, because the future promised to be exciting and interesting. At that time, the situation in the Radian capital, D. Radian, remained extremely tense, as every move by the authorities had serious consequences. The commissioner shouts that it's all over, and does Mr. Vengras know how much money he invested, but still, the novice knight defeated Maltiva. The same thing happened with Garikil. Even their eldest son, Chakil, was defeated by Ruin Ardell, so the era of this family was over. Reed Garyhill has always carefully maintained her high status in the House of Magic, caring for her family's influence, reputation, and prestige. At that time, Vengras Gagan was treated as one of the strongest knights in the kingdom, showing respect, fear, and recognition of his unsurpassed skill. This status was maintained through the continued support of the nobility, who recognized its power, influence, and importance to the stability of the kingdom. The man says that for now she remains on top, but when their sons become adults, the fall will be inevitable and irreversible. So the solution is to change sides in order to maintain influence and prepare for the inevitable shifts in the balance of power. The solution is to change sides in order to maintain influence and prepare for the inevitable shifts in the balance of power. But the current head of the family, Delin Ardell, does not accept the funds, but the commissioner does not understand who could not like them after all, Garahil, and then he enters the room. George Garhill tells Commissioner Josh that they are having an interesting conversation, so who did they decide to join? But he quickly clarified that it was just a warning, not implying a serious intention to change plans or decisions. The man says that the Garahil family has been in power since the formation of Radian, maintaining influence and prestige for many generations. History does not tolerate lies, so their experiences and fears will never come true, remaining only useless worries. George mentally understands that he wanted to use the ruin of Ardell as a stepping stone for Chakil and Mikel, but this man trampled their dignity into the swamp. So he resolutely decides to kill him, no matter how high the price, ready to do anything to achieve his goal. Another important task that falls on the second semester is related to the fact that everyone has to visit the capital. As part of the lesson, they must climb the magic tower and the royal palace, where they can see new magic and learn something from practicing magicians. Of course, the goal of this mission is important, but Ruin and Strawn realize that they will finally be able to meet George Garahil face to face. The head of the family, Garahil, most likely simply hates the young magician and harbors a great grudge against him. Now, visiting the capital for Ruin is like visiting an enemy's lair, where you will need to meet with the court magicians. There will be plenty of opportunities to target the young man. Strawn asks how strong George is. Ruin replies that according to rumors, he is a 7th-class magician, like the head of the academy. The girl understood that if she had her previous strength now, she would have defeated this man with one finger. The boy knows that a 7th-class magician should not be underestimated. He also checks the information about Tyrion Ignite with his eye, but the man is at a level where the data cannot be viewed. The guy is well aware that in a crowded capital, where every careless step can turn into danger, he has no right to let his guard down. So their next stop is Dai Radian, the capital of the Radian Kingdom, and finally, they have arrived at their final destination. The students were in awe of the majestic city, its bustling streets, tall buildings, and the many lights shining around them. Ruin didn't understand what was so special about her that made others look at her with admiration and see things he didn't notice. It was only a brilliant external grandeur, which, in his opinion, was completely unbecoming of such a small kingdom with its weak foundations. Suddenly, someone from the crowd loudly addressed the head of the academy, breaking the general silence and attracting the attention of everyone present around. Ignis asked what exactly had compelled the venerable Heracil to appear here in person, leaving his affairs behind and coming despite all obstacles. The commissioner looked extremely arrogant. His posture and manners radiated arrogance, and every gesture reminded him of his own importance. I asked the man if this wasn't too stupid a question. When young talents come to the capital who will one day lead the kingdom forward, he, as a defender, needs to welcome them. But today this was far from the only reason, because behind the external pretext, there was something more hidden that he was in no hurry to reveal. However, he said that he wanted to look at how the children had grown up, and also understand how they were able to defeat his sons. He slowly approaches the young man and in an ominous tone asks if he is really standing in front of the same Ruin Ardell that everyone is talking about. The hero felt strange, as if an invisible snake had wrapped itself around his body, and at the same time he realized that something had clearly gone wrong. As far as the young man knows, George Garahil is a 7th-class magician, but the player's eye says that he is facing a 6th-class magician, so how could the man fool everyone? Ruin thought, his mind lost in deep thought, trying to find logic amidst the chaos of events around him. He looked closely at his hand and saw the rings, instantly concluding that they were all powerful artifacts with unknown properties. Suddenly he realized that father and son had the same features, behavior, and views, as if their characters mirrored each other. But George turned with anger and arrogance, asking what was so funny about it that made the student smile. But Ruin bowed his head and said that nothing of the sort had happened, so he had to go now. However, suddenly the authorized advisor grabbed the student by the hand, his strength was incredible, and announced that the conversation was not over. The man's eyes were red with rage, so he asked Ruin loudly again what was so funny. There was confusion in the boy's eyes, as if he didn't understand exactly how to act at this moment, especially in front of such a magician. The head of the academy, Tyrion Ignite, asked Commissioner George to stop all this, because he had a student in front of him, but Garrikill ordered him to remain silent, explaining this by saying that the old man here in the capital has no power compared to the academy, because in this place, taking care of the students is Garrikill's business. Tyrion warns that he cannot accept a threat to an innocent student, let alone justify it, so in such a case, he is forced to immediately return to the academy with the students. George began to laugh sharply, and ordered them to return, because the noble Tyrion, the head of the academy, had always been like that. He says he knew about the old man's idea to make his son a laughingstock in front of the entire school, and lured him to an open lesson because Tyrion is still annoyed that the defender is Garrikill, not Ignis. Suddenly, the head of the academy shouted sharply, his voice cutting through the silence of the hall, causing everyone present to freeze in surprise. His aura suddenly rose above the square, filling the air with powerful energy that made everyone around feel an unprecedented power. The disciples stood bewildered, not understanding what this strange wind was that had suddenly risen and seemed to permeate everything with an incomprehensible force. George calmly declared that they would continue their actions despite the obstacles, demonstrating determination and unwavering confidence in the plan. Ruin quietly said that this was interesting, watching the events with curiosity and a slight glint of admiration in his eyes. He explains that this tells him the reason for his laughter, because he has never seen anyone wear so many rings on their fingers before. The man says uncertainly that Mikkel and Shaquille, his elders, have also always loved accessories. Perhaps this is a common trait of rich people. It's as if they're justifying that there's no reason. It's just a coincidence, because they wear a lot of jewelry. He addresses the head of the academy and orders him to leave his powers here, and from that day on, George will conduct all field trips. Tyrion was silent for a long time, observing the situation intently, as if considering every word he might say. The authorized advisor announced that he urgently needed to leave, his voice sounding official, but his face remained serious and unwavering. The trip to the capital turned out to be unusual, full of surprises, strange encounters, and unusual events that were remembered forever. George Garrikill announced that he would be responsible for the students' schedule, but disappeared without a trace as soon as the students arrived at the palace, and instead, the senior magician led the tour. However, despite the low information content of the tour, the atmosphere was not the worst. Except for one detail, when Strawn asked the host if he felt what she felt. Then Ruin realized that they weren't even hiding their gaze on them, openly observing every movement and reaction without any shyness. Late in the evening, looking out the window, the young man asked the lady to pay attention to a place he carefully pointed to with his hand. There, in the dim light, stood a man in a cloak, his figure looking mysterious and menacing, as if hiding something important. Strawn said that most likely it was the same man who had been looking at them earlier, because he had been here since they had entered their dwelling. But Ruin explained that this was only the magic of illusion, deceiving the eyes of observers and creating a bizarre image that did not actually exist. Because the hero feels a faint magic in the surrounding space, someone has created the environment around him with the help of illusory magic, that is, The landscape that opens outside the window, and even the residents who walk by, are unreal. And besides, he has put up a barrier to isolate this place from the outside world. The girl couldn't believe that she hadn't seen all this. But despite this, she managed to restore her human vision, but to its former strength, like the moon. Ruin had expected this, but he never thought that his soul would come so quickly, causing him to feel an unexpected sense of anxiety. I noticed that the man was running away rapidly, disappearing into the shadows of the streets. But no, he was trying to lure me out into the street. If they fought in an enclosed space, like the building where the hero is now, he would have an advantage, but he knows that Ruin cannot allow the students to get hurt, so they need to fight outside. Heisengerakil, a 6th-class magician, is the one who can create illusions, but illusory magic of this scale is beyond the power of one person of this level. So Ruin had at least 2 and possibly 3 opponents, if not more, standing against him, ready to attack him from all sides at once. And they all turned out to be 6th-level mages, so Ruin's chances of winning were extremely small, almost impossible. And what will happen if George Garahil himself intervenes in the battle, because his strength and skill can completely change the course of events? Ruin mused that perhaps he could use any available resource or trick that might give him an advantage in this difficult situation. Strawn asked if the host would leave now and received a positive answer, confirming his willingness to act without hesitation. Ruin realized that this evening would be too long and exhausting, full of events that would test his endurance. A few hours earlier at the council, George Garahil had slammed his fist on the table in anger. The man was so angry that he personally called everyone to a meeting, but only a few people showed up, and even then, less than half. The subordinate explained that it seemed like they were deliberately avoiding the meeting. George explained that Ruin Ardell would be finished off today, but the others were still afraid and did not come. Usually this room is so full of people that you have to stand because there's not enough space, but today only 4 people came here. The advisor understands well that the young man, with his deliberate and successful actions, has finally destroyed the entire carefully constructed plan. But he believes that everyone will regret it very soon, so he asks those present if they have been clearly explained the topic of today's meeting. They confirm that the night guards are entirely made up of their people. George Garahil asks about the task he gave the captain. Vengra replies that last night they received confirmation that the assassins had arrived in Ardell. In a serious voice, he adds that after midnight, these guys are supposed to infiltrate the estate on their territory and take Delin Ardell's head. George said more cheerfully that at least father and son would go to the other world on the same night, but Vengra explained that Delin also had a daughter. But Bolvar Peyton must also disappear, for his presence poses a threat to the plan and could undo all the careful preparations. In the territory of Ardell, the warlord, strolling around, surveying the surroundings, he realizes that there is only room in the sky for the sun. Suddenly, he realized that an unnatural and oppressive silence had settled around him, so suspicious that it caused a cold, anxious unease in his soul. The young lord's recent victory over Garahil's eldest son has drawn the attention of many of the nobility to Ardell, but George, as he knows, does not give up so easily. He remembers Delin Ardell's words that if he sees anything suspicious, he should immediately report it to him, so apparently the gentleman shares his concern, and he should remain alert. But suddenly, near the knight Bolvar Peyton, a young man passed by, carrying some kind of box in his hands. It was a construction worker who explained that the work was already completed for today, and all that was left was to put everything back in its place. Bolvar asked if the worker had seen any suspicious visitors today, and the worker thought about it, remembering the whole day. He remembered and replied that there were 5 merchants today, but they didn't sell anything, and it wasn't noticeable when they left. Bolvar understood that hired killers usually disguised themselves as merchants, and now they had disappeared from sight, having entered the territory of Ardell. The worker is shocked to remember that they all had swords with them, so he asks the military leader to be careful. But suddenly, the boy was left completely alone, feeling a sharp emptiness around him and realizing that no one else would come to his aid. because upon hearing these words, Mr. Bolvar rushed forward with all his strength and determination, as if he wanted to change everything for the better. The builder said that he must have been so worried and anxious for nothing, because the situation turned out to be much simpler than he initially thought. It was quiet outside the Ardell estate, as if the very walls had frozen in anticipation, and this tense silence seemed much heavier than any scream. The hired killers could not find Lord Ardell, realizing that the man could not have escaped, because everything was calm in the city and no one noticed anything. So they simply decide to wait without taking any further steps, hoping that time itself will reveal the truth. But suddenly, right in front of them, their comrade fell, and this unexpected blow caused everyone to feel panic and acute fear of imminent danger. And then Bolivar Peyton appeared, his figure emerging from the shadows, radiating a strength and determination that could change the course of events at any moment. The man sternly asks how they dared to appear here so brazenly without permission, demonstrating anger and unwavering determination to defend their own. The mercenaries realized that the knight was a 7-star, and no amount of stealth skills or cunning could fool his watchful and experienced gaze. They agreed with each other that it was even for the best, because he was also in mortal danger and had to be eliminated in order to survive himself. Bolvar understands that everyone currently in the area are 6th-level masters, and any careless movement could cost them their lives. But the 7-star knight himself had not held a spear in his hands for a long time, preferring a fishing rod, so many believed that his skills were no longer what they used to be. This turned out to be a fatal mistake that could have led to irreparable consequences and completely changed the course of events to his disadvantage. So, standing before them, the master resolutely ordered everyone to advance together, hoping for his strength, which could turn the tide of the battle. The knight threw back his opponents with incredible strength and agility, as if his every step was a deliberate attack that forced his enemies to retreat. His movements were extremely fast and precise, his weapon swings executed with impeccable coordination and ruthless efficiency. He eliminated the mercenaries one by one. His blows were relentless and unerring, leaving his enemies completely defenseless. The men in black cloaks fell to the ground, screaming, feeling the sharp pain and shock of the knight's unexpected and relentless attack. They couldn't figure out if this man was truly a 7-star, but they already had experience in dealings with more than a dozen 7th-level Empire knights. Bolvar asks the mercenary if he knows why the old man suddenly stopped honing his spear skills. His eyes widened in surprise and fear, reflecting complete surprise and shock at what he had just seen or realized. It turned out that Sir Bolvar was already the 8th-star knight, and no matter how much he tried to develop, the limit of what could be achieved in terms of technology had already been reached. Suddenly, an enemy attacked from behind him, forcing him to react instantly, sensing the danger and the need for lightning-fast defense. So the warlord mercilessly pierced his head with a spear, his blow precise and deadly, leaving the victim without any chance of salvation. The one sitting under the wall understood that true madness was happening, and his heart clenched with horror and the realization of imminent danger. The chief mercenary turned to Vengras in anger, because how dare he lie about the strength of the goal, because if they were paid a 5-fold increased amount, they would not have taken on it. Bolvar realized that Vengras Hagel had been the mastermind behind all these events, and the realization of this caused him cold astonishment and intense anxiety. So he grabs the enemy by the neck, squeezing, and orders him to return there and tell the commander of the Golden Knights what he says. His gaze was piercing, as if able to see the most secret thoughts and intentions of others, inspiring fear and respect at the same time. He said, to never set foot on the territory of Ardell again, realizing that any new step there could turn into a death trap. In the capital of ruin, he was already standing before the mysterious man, feeling the tension and foreboding that this meeting would change the course of events forever. He said that the young man left completely of his own free will, emphasizing his conscious choice and full responsibility for his actions. But he was not alone. He decided to send his friend to the other world as well, demonstrating cruelty and a complete lack of pity for people close to him. But Ruin resolutely replied that he was not going to die here, his voice radiating unwavering confidence and willingness to fight to the last. So other enemies began to surround him, approaching from all sides, ready to attack at any moment and force him to surrender. The young man understands that there are about 7 enemies, and the realization of this numerical superiority forces him to exert all his strength and strategically consider every step. The man asks to give advice to the student, as one who has lived more years and gained considerable experience, hoping that his words will help. The best way to prolong your life, he says, is to avoid taking unnecessary risks and not exposing yourself to dangerous situations. But now the young magician faces only one end, an inevitable and unavoidable one that threatens to engulf his life in the shadow of inexorable fate. And it was death. So they directed the attack with all their might, trying to leave him no chance of escape or retreat. Understanding that Ruin quietly accepted his death, they realized that he had brought such a fate upon himself, meeting the inevitable end with dignity. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and horror, reflecting a momentary awareness of a dangerous and unpredictable situation. After all, the pets were still standing after such a brutal attack, although by any calculation they should have died by now, which caused shock and surprise. Ruin quietly replies that there are such creatures that are able to survive even in the most dangerous situations, inspiring astonishment and anxiety in those present, who have the ability to not die, surviving even fatal blows and catastrophic circumstances, making them virtually indestructible. The incarnations are immortal and indestructible creatures, and the only way to take out the Strahn is to kill the master, i.e., Ruin, without which no attacks will have any effect. But the boy used the leader's will, and at that moment an ogre appeared behind him, ready to carry out the order. And Ruin once again calmly but resolutely explained that he was not going to die here, confirming his unwavering determination and readiness to fight. So he instantly launched an attack, every move planned and precise, aimed at neutralizing the enemies. Realizing that at such a pace he could win without even getting tired, he felt confident in his own abilities and an advantage over his opponents. But the shock instantly froze on his face, reflecting complete astonishment and surprise at what had just happened. Because the magician grabbed his leg and said that he didn't expect such incredible strength from his student, showing both surprise and hatred. But no matter how strong he is, we will all watch as Ruin endures the dark magic of the Seal of Water, holding our breath in anticipation of the test. There are those who practice forbidden dark magic, the very one that all other magicians have rejected, and these people are warlocks. The Water Seal, this is a spell cast by them, namely by a water sorcerer. It will not leave whoever it touches until it has drained all of their life force. It is the most common. Ruin could not have imagined that they would go this far, because the very fact of using forbidden black magic seemed to him something incredible and dangerous. The magician says that the young man witnessed the use of forbidden dark magic, and now he can only accept his inevitable death. But his murder was already part of their carefully thought-out plans, because getting rid of him was necessary to continue their dark intentions. And his friend, who had been desperately trying to interfere, was no longer an obstacle, so carrying out their plans became much easier. Ruin shouted at them, "You bastards!" putting so much rage and desperation into his voice that even the darkness itself seemed to shake at his words. The man explains that the young man should not be sad, because he will not be setting out on his final journey alone. By that time, his father and younger sister must already be dead, as their lives were predestined by the cruel plan of dark enemies. He, of course, didn't know this, because if he had known anything, he simply couldn't be in this place under any circumstances. The magician asks the boy why he decided to go against the senior advisor, and whether he really thought for a moment that he was capable of defeating him. He wanted to say something more, but suddenly the young man's hand grabbed his face, cutting off his words and leaving only a feeling of shock and pain. Even under the influence of black magic, the hero rose, feeling incredible pain and fatigue, but not allowing the dark forces to break his determination and spirit. But he dealt a powerful blow to the enemy, aimed with all the strength of his body and will, forcing the enemy to feel all his power. His fist flew into the other's face, causing instant pain and shock that knocked the enemy off balance and into a dangerous position. Others watched intently, observing every movement and reaction, trying to predict the hero's next move. Ruin says that now he doesn't care, because after everything he's been through, nothing scares him anymore, and his heart has become cold to all threats. He summoned Kingram to himself, concentrating all his strength and will so that a powerful ally would appear nearby at a critical moment. After all, the opponents crossed a line that should never have been crossed, violating unwritten laws and triggering real ones. So he asks them not to hold a grudge against him, reminding them that they are to blame for what happened and must now be held accountable for their actions. At that moment, only one thing echoed in the young magician's head, absorbing all thoughts and emotions, leaving no room for anything else. Like the once destroyer of worlds, Drac Ruin was ready to destroy everyone, feeling within himself an indescribable power and rage capable of erasing everything in its path. Kingram asks what his goal is, and the young man says that he wishes none of them were left alive, because hatred and revenge have completely taken over him. So the ogre began to carry out the order, moving with incredible strength and determination, ready to destroy all who stood in his master's way. His power was devastating, capable of breaking stone and throwing enemies dozens of meters away, leaving only chaos and fear in his wake. Ruin also never missed a chance to get even, using every opportunity to hurt them and get a taste of his long-awaited revenge. He dealt lethal blows to everyone, leaving no chance of escape, demonstrating incredible skill and cruelty in battle. After all, he could not forgive any of them, because the cruelty of his enemies was deeply engraved in his heart, filling him with hatred. Therefore he will kill everyone who stands in his way, and carry out his bloody revenge to the end. It doesn't matter that his fists are destroyed, for Ruin's willpower and anger make his blows deadly and invincible. And it doesn't matter who his magic kills, because its power destroys any obstacles and leaves only fear and ashes in the path of enemies. But suddenly, Strahn, putting her hand on her master's shoulder, asked him to stop, trying to keep him from further bloodshed. The enemies were all crippled, left defenseless and devastated after the ruthless attack. The girl said that this was enough, trying to stop the wave of violence and convey to the master that revenge had already reached its climax. The magician asks if the guy has been this crazy all along, and then how is he different from those he just destroyed, because their actions have become similar. Ruin asks the young lady to let him go, because he feels the need to act independently and complete what he started without outside interference. Strahn asks why the young man is behaving like this, because nothing has happened in Ardell yet, and one must trust Bolvar, who is much stronger than he seems at first glance. She asks him to get his act together, because if the master succumbs to force, he will end up like Drac, and wonders if Ruin really doesn't remember what his last days were like. Why then was he called the Destroyer of Worlds? Because he went mad with boundless power and ended up destroying the world, leaving chaos and fear behind him. But Ruin is not a dragon, because although his strength is great, he still retains his mind and the ability to control himself, not allowing anger to completely take over his soul. So the hero apologizes for making the girl suffer, realizing how his actions affected her state of mind and peace of mind. He asks the enemy to tell him everything he knows about Ardell, trying to get any information that could help with his plans. The Menden group, comprised of the finest mercenaries no lower than rank 6, is known for its skill, ruthlessness, and ability to carry out the most dangerous missions. 5 of them have already arrived in Ardell, moving cautiously through the city and preparing to carry out a dangerous mission that could change the course of events. And by this point, his family was probably already dead, but before he could finish, he felt a spear pierce his body, causing unbearable pain. George Garrahill came to check if everything was okay, carefully examining the surroundings, and he sees that there is only chaos around. He understands that Garahill's best men could not overcome an ordinary upstart, which testifies to the young man's incredible strength and skill. Ruin asks how the counselor dared to target his family, feeling the anger burning within him and the desire to make the culprit answer for what he did. His gaze was confused because he did not expect what he saw before him. It was like a bolt from the blue. When George talked about just being quiet, he simultaneously used dark magic, emphasizing his power and willingness to use violence. And if others find out about this, the man will end up in prison because his action violated the rules. George says that no one will know because Ruin will remain silent forever, hiding the truth and leaving no witnesses. The hero realizes that he cannot lift a finger because Kingram's call has already ended and feels helpless before the consequences of the events. So the authorized advisor wants to get this over with as quickly as possible, seeking to complete the matter and avoid further complications and dangers. Ruin has no choice but to die, because all paths to salvation are blocked, and he feels that he has found himself in a hopeless situation. The guy cannot let it all end like this, because his will and desire to live force him to seek any chance for salvation. But suddenly, a blue flame explodes in front of them, illuminating the darkness with bright light and filling the air with indescribable energy. The student understood that this was the head of the academy. The majestic figure and aura of power left no doubt about his importance and authority, who erected a protective barrier, creating an impenetrable barrier between enemies and those who needed to be protected. George didn't understand how Tyrion had ended up here, because his unexpected presence violated all logical expectations and called into question his control over the situation. The old man shouts at Garahill, his voice menacing and commanding, expressing indignation and a demand to immediately rectify the situation. His stance was confident, demonstrating readiness for any challenge and complete control over his own movements and the situation. While the advisor tried to do something about it, the emotions were rushed and chaotic, clearly showing uncertainty and panic. The illusory field is an artificial world created by George's minions, sixth-class magicians, so that no one outside could find out what was happening inside. But this magic is only visible to ordinary people, while a magician of the level of Tyrion Ignite can immediately determine the unnatural flow of mana. Additionally, a serious drawback to this magic is that if a higher-level mage than the one who created the barrier uses their spell, the illusion will dissipate. Just as it was happening before him now, when a powerful magician broke through the wall, revealing the illusory world and the truth within. George asks if Tyrion plans to destroy the entire city in order to defeat him, trying to understand the scale of the threat and the mage's motives. The old man says that the only one who will be hurt will be Herakill, emphasizing that the rest will remain safe and the consequences will fall solely on him. After all, having already set up a barrier to prevent destruction in the capital, the man not only used dark magic, but also dared to harm the student, violating all boundaries of what was permitted and provoking anger. And for this crime, a terrible retribution awaits him, because breaking the rules and harming the student will not go without consequences. Tyrion Ignite will punish George himself, using all his strength and skill to justly avenge what he has done. The man was furious, his face burning with anger and his eyes filled with fury, barely restraining his desire to rush into battle. Gritting his teeth, the authorized advisor could not utter a word because of his rage at the head of the academy. Only Tyrion Ignite shouted, his voice menacing and decisive, declaring unquestioned authority. So the 7th grade magician, namely the head of the Ignite Academy, launches his attack against the enemy to protect everyone around him. The mana was so strong that it covered almost the entire area in front of them. Strawn said that this was expected with such a difference in class, the gap between them is too obvious, so this is a crushing victory. The guy looks carefully and agrees with the girl, because the difference is on a completely different scale. The head of the academy is a 7th grade magician, so superior to Ruin that he wouldn't even dare challenge him. The defeated George was also strong, but despite all the strength of the young man, he still had a long way to go. In a trembling voice, Tyrion asks the apprentice if he is okay, and he thanks him because it is all thanks to the man. The students opened the windows because they didn't understand what was happening in the square at such a time, and there was some wind. Jason Damon looks carefully at the ground and sees a person lying there. Then, they all wait for Tyrion Ignite to give them at least some explanation of what exactly happened. But most importantly, why is Senior Commissioner George Garrickhill in such a state as if unconscious? Suddenly there was the sound of feet tapping on the tiles and voices calling Ruin, announcing their arrival. These were the princes, who heard that the head of the Garrickhill family had completely seized control of the capital's security, and Ruin was the only one who had just arrived in the capital who could be targeted. The two brothers run up to the young magician and the girl, asking them with concern if they are okay. The princes say that they were worried the whole way that something might happen. They didn't think about anything else, because their hearts were beating incredibly in anxiety. Ruin realized that they had not changed at all. Croster and Foster also saw the head of the Ignite Academy and drew a conclusion. That the man lying on the floor was George Garrickhill. Ruin reported that the advisor tried to use black magic against him, but the head of the academy stopped him. Croster Radian screams, how dare he do such a thing to his precious Lord Ruin, for once a direct challenge to the royal family, so he decides to immediately tell his father everything so that George can be arrested. Foster agrees with his brother, this time because it is indeed treason, and now that they have confirmed the use of black magic, every member of the family should be locked up. However, the young magician asks that before that, he would like to make one request, and Croster says that he will fulfill everything. Ruin reports that this concerns the territory of Ardell, because he needs to make sure that his father and younger sister are safe. To get the information as quickly as possible, they had to send a request to the nearest Monzo shopping center, and still the wait dragged on for half a day, which seemed longer than their entire lives. Suddenly, men appear in front of the young gentleman and inform him that they have received news from Monzo. Fortunately, everyone remained safe, and no one present was harmed, despite the chaos and destruction around them. The Lord already knew about the possible danger, and Sir Bolvar successfully neutralized the assassins. Moreover, they managed to find out who organized the assassination attempt. Croster didn't understand. Wasn't it obvious that this was all Counselor George Garrihill's plan? But the man explained that he had accomplices. Therefore, the verdict is that Mr. Vengras Gagan, who is the captain of the Golden Knights, was most involved in this matter. The princes realized how rotten everything had become, and from that moment on, the man was officially stripped of his captaincy, and moreover, all of George's titles and powers, as well as his role as protector, were revoked. The husband will explain that in such a case, the prince, taking into account the position of these two, must appoint temporary executors of their duties. For now, the vice captain will take on the duties of the head captain, as for the position of advisor and defender. Foster immediately looks at Tyrion Egant and asks if the head of the academy would like to provide assistance to the princes. They know perfectly well that he is not interested in politics, but the situation is not the best right now, so they are asking him to take this position until the right candidate is found. Tyrion thought, his gaze serious and piercing, considering the implications of the events and the next steps to be taken. It is widely known that the princes had been trying for a long time to bring the head of the academy to the capital, spending a lot of effort and money on it. However, Tyrion Ignite remained unconvinced and refused all offers, realizing that a teacher had no place in politics. The brothers ask again, full of persistence and hope, trying to convince them of their rightness or gain support. Suddenly, the students of the academy began to support them, saying that the mentor was ideally suited for this position and there would be no one better than him. The man was silent. His face remained impenetrable, and his eyes betrayed inner tension and thoughts that he did not want to voice. But he said that if this was truly the wish of his students, he would yield, agreeing to fulfill their request, albeit with caution and inner doubts. But only until a candidate is found, because his consent was temporary and depended on the availability of a worthy replacement. The princes looked forward to their joint work, understanding that now the kingdom would flourish, even stronger, so at this pace, there might not be another candidate. Ruin is glad that everything ended well, feeling relieved and satisfied that the danger passed without serious losses. As soon as the trip to the capital is over, the final exam period will begin, and the long and at the time fast-paced stay at the academy will soon come to an end. The visit to the capital did not go well from the very beginning, which led to discussions about whether it should be cancelled altogether, but in the end, it was decided to leave the schedule unchanged. So they stayed for a few more days, walking around the city, only to hear rumors that Mikkel Garahil was leaving the academy. Ruin understands that there is very little time left until graduation, so this action was ill-considered. His father, George Garahil, was placed in an underground dungeon. The magicians of his family, whom the man believed, fled to different places, so such an end was obvious. It seems to the young magician that Chakil Garahil has also disappeared somewhere. Rumors are circulating that he fled to Furna, so the Garahil surname has disappeared without a trace. The fall of the Garahil family becomes inevitable, as circumstances and the actions of enemies have weakened its power. The triumph of the Ardell family, banners with similar words began to spread throughout the capital, informing residents of the greatness and victory of this influential family. The news was then discussed not only among the nobles, but throughout the kingdom, spreading echoes among commoners and influential figures. Chakil Garahil asks the guards to let him see the crown prince just for a minute, but they order him to leave the premises. The prince appeared before them and asked what the commotion was about, and then the guard reported that this person was trying to enter the estate. Chakil kneels and apologizes for the unplanned visit, explaining that he is the son of the Garahil family. Shemerton Rainak, crown prince of the Rainak Empire, looked down at this boy, not understanding what was happening. Chakil says he understands that his behavior may seem disrespectful, but he really asks for understanding, since he didn't mean anything like that. Shemerton said that it's enough to talk, interrupting the discussion and trying to establish order or shift attention to the matter at hand. Chakil explains that he came to seek shelter, and with him, his younger relatives and the magicians of his house, a total of more than 40 people, are seeking refuge. They would like to serve His Great Highness, the Great Crown Prince, and make their contribution, albeit not great, to the future boundless glory of the empire. Shemerton Rainak asks what crime they have committed, since the Garahil family is the most influential in the kingdom. Chakil replies that it was an attempted murder. The prince thinks it might have been an attack on a member of the royal family. The prince says that no matter how small the Radian kingdom is, providing shelter to the Garahils who have committed a crime would be considered an act against justice. But in reality, refusing help would be the worst possible outcome for his reputation, so Showerton sees no reason to provide shelter. He orders the boy to return and promises that he will not arrest him, giving him a chance to avoid punishment and continue his actions. But Chakil remembered Ruin, and his memories instantly filled his mind with images and events that connected their past and present. But he explained that the attempt was made specifically against him, revealing the essence of the conspiracy and emphasizing personal negativity. Showerton asks if this is the same person, clarifying the details of the situation and trying to understand if the threat is recurring. But he said that he would like to know more details, seeking to understand all the circumstances and motivations of the events. So I offered Chakil a cup of tea, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere and create a calmer conversation. Despite all those events, after the trip to the capital, there were no serious situations, and 3 months have passed since then, so the new year has arrived. When the snow fell, many nobles gathered at the academy, eagerly awaiting the spectacular performances of the graduates. Because on this very day, the long-awaited and extremely important final exam took place, which determined the future of every student. Academy graduates solemnly demonstrate their skills in front of numerous spectators who closely watch their every move and achievement. This gives mages the opportunity to obtain prestigious jobs from nobles, as they carefully select talented candidates to serve and protect their families. And this day has come today, filling the academy with a solemn atmosphere of anticipation, excitement, and hope for brilliant future achievements. Ruin realizes that graduation is just around the corner, and this final exam finally concludes their long studies within the majestic walls of the academy. The 6 years spent here seem extremely long to him because of the many trials, but at the same time short because of the fleeting nature of the happy moments. Jason asks his friend if he's nervous about his final exam, to which he receives a calm and confident negative answer. Damon said that he had nothing to worry about either, because regardless of the outcome, he still planned to continue his journey in the mighty Ardell. Suddenly, the young man was called by a girl, and he, surprised and a little confused, turned around, not expecting her unexpected appearance in the midst of the noisy academy. His pupils suddenly widened, reflecting the excitement that swept through him the moment he met her gaze. After all, it seemed to him that an entire family suddenly appeared before him, which caused a wave of surprise and unexpected excitement at the same time. They all came specifically for him, filling his heart with warmth and a sense of the incredible importance of this moment. Ruin apologizes, realizing that his actions put them in danger, and the guilt weighs deeply on his heart. Ardell said he was proud that his son did not succumb to the influence of his enemies, demonstrating true courage and strength of character. The young man also sincerely thanks Mr. Bolvar for the assistance provided and the heroic rescue of his family, feeling deep gratitude and relief. Rowena addressed her brother with trepidation in her voice, trying to convey the full importance of her words and the sincerity of her feelings at that moment. She asked her brother who this lady with red hair was, curious about her personality and intentions, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The young magician understood that he could not reveal the legend about his cousin, so he carefully said that she was just his friend, trying to avoid unnecessary questions. Fortunately, not only his family came to watch the young magician, but also numerous friends and mentors who wanted to support him at this important moment. Hans also arrived, having completed his training and now a full-fledged knight, arousing admiration and respect among all present. Seth Mulkiri and Irene also came to support their friend, filling the atmosphere of the academy with the warmth of friendship and sincere joy. And some guests also came as a bonus, adding an unexpected fun atmosphere and lively mood to the celebration. Croster and Foster Radian also visited their Lord Ruin to congratulate him and express their affection on this important day. They said that they had to overcome many obstacles to finally find this boy and be present at his significant celebration. It is announced that the senior exams will begin very soon, and a sense of excitement and anticipation begins to fill the academy. So all graduates are asked to enter the arena, where they must demonstrate their skills and show the results of years of training. The sister supports her brother, assuring him that they are all sincerely rooting for him and believe in his success in the final exam. So Ruin faces a final exam that will be a crucial test of his skills, courage, and readiness for adulthood. And since everyone supports him, he decides to give it his all, demonstrating all his skill, determination, and dedication to the cause. However, the hero suddenly notices something strange that instantly catches his attention and causes a feeling of anxiety and surprise. The two men seem familiar to him, without triggering memories that pierce his mind and heart simultaneously. He asks Strawn if the two seem suspicious to her, and she replies that the host seems to know them well. The one standing on the left turns out to be Dirty King Theron, whose appearance instantly draws attention and creates tension. And the man on the right is Crown Prince Shomertan, whose stern face immediately gives the impression of authority and strength. They truly thought that their magic would be able to deceive the girl's eyes, because even though her face had changed, her aura remained just as recognizable and powerful. Ruin concluded that they had come secretly to discreetly assess his strength and skill level, while remaining in the shadows of events. So it turns out to be quite thoughtful on their part, as they carefully concealed their intentions, observing him without any risk to themselves. If the Crown Prince makes the same suggestion, the student's response will remain the same. Well, if they tried so hard, then Ruin decides to show them a real spectacle that will fully justify the time and attention they spent. So he mentally asks them to watch carefully, preparing to demonstrate his skill and impress everyone present with his strength. The final exam consists of 3 stages, the first of which is isolation, which tests students' endurance, agility, and ability to act independently. The second stage involves a test, which consists of a battle with ice, testing courage and mastery of magic. The third stage of the final exam is destruction, during which students must complete all tasks as quickly as possible, demonstrating agility, speed of thinking, and accuracy. The first stage, the isolation test, involves asking the pet to leave a room with the door securely closed. There are many ways to leave the room, each of which requires the student to be clever, observant, and able to apply their skills creatively and effectively. You can, for example, undo the magic of a lock that locks it, or create a key using a magic stone, demonstrating ingenuity and the ability to apply magic in practice. Whatever the case, the chosen method does not matter. Only the end result is important, a successful escape from a well-locked room, which testifies to the student's skill. In the next exam, the task becomes absurdly difficult, testing the student's endurance, intelligence, and ability to remain calm. This stage requires destroying an ice monster in the ice area of the arena, demonstrating not only the power of magic, but also strategic thinking. In the final stage, you need to use the most powerful magic available to destroy the walls, demonstrating maximum strength. Once all tests are passed, the exam will be considered successfully passed, confirming the student's high level of proficiency and readiness for new challenges. Jason Damon from Team 6 comes in first, successfully completing the exam 55 seconds before the allotted time. Ruin realizes that his friend actually prepared carefully for the exam, and his success is the result of hard work and honed skills. Only 3 passed, and each of them has less than a minute left of the allotted 15 minutes, so they have to quickly come up with a way to complete the exam on time without losing accuracy. Finally, Team 7 enters the arena, and Ruin joins the group, preparing to demonstrate his skills and stamina under the watchful eyes of the audience. Those present eagerly await to see his performance, feeling excited and curious before he shows off his abilities to the fullest. The Crown Prince asks if the king is also interested in seeing how strong the apprentice has become, emphasizing the intriguing atmosphere. The Dirty King wonders what exactly Shomertan should do, showing interest in his role and intentions in this situation. Since he came here to announce his final decision, the attention is focused only on the graduate. When properly developed, Ruin's talent can be a huge advantage, but without proper supervision, his power can turn into a real disaster. So in that case, the Dirty King plans to deal with it his own way, using his experience and power to control the situation. Ruin understands that the head of the academy has invested a lot of effort into these walls of the room, so it will not be possible to destroy them just like that, and you will have to use your wits. But opening a lock like everyone else seems too boring, so he decides to look for a more unconventional and effective way to solve the problem. No matter how strong a wall is, it always has a weak spot that can be discovered and exploited to achieve the desired result. The audience discussed their assumptions about the young magician, trying to predict his actions and assess the level of his skill. Suddenly, an explosion rang out from the room, instantly catching everyone's attention and making hearts beat faster with surprise and alarm. Those present could not understand what exactly had happened and turned around in surprise, trying to see the source. But Ruin suddenly appeared before them, walking confidently, demonstrating his skill and control over the situation. And the door to the room, which usually opens in an average of 5 minutes, was now behind him. They were destroyed by Ruin in just 13 seconds, stunning everyone present with their incredible magic and precision of action. At this final exam, his already well-known name once again sounded loudly, etched in people's memory and in history forever. The winner will always be Ruin Ardell, a figure who embodies strength, determination, and the inevitability of success. Now, viewers can only guess how long it will take for the student to pass the next exam, as his preparation remains a mystery. Theron understands that from the moment Kunhan's tooth reacted to Ruin, he realized that this young man was unusual, but the speed of his growth still doesn't fit in his head. Viewers see Ruin pass the exam using an inventive method, demonstrating a creative approach and unexpected solutions to each task. He runs through the icy zone with a fireball in his hands. Considering his size, monsters can't even come close, feeling fear of his shadow and invincible strength. The king understands that the hero surpasses the wildest assumptions, becoming the living embodiment of legends and hopes that seemed impossible to realize. He always achieved impossible results, impressing those around him with his perseverance, willpower, and ability to exceed all expectations. So Theron waits for the boy to tackle the wall, watching with intense interest and trying to guess his next move. And as the young man prepared the magic, the air around him thickened, sparks flashed in the darkness, and power gathered in his palms. Lord Theron understood that this was exactly that energy, for its power surpassed even the most ancient legends and tales. Formless, invisible magic, tearing apart everything in its path with the help of sound waves, trembles in the air and destroys even the strongest barriers. The cry mourning the dead echoes around, piercing the hearts of those present, and leaving a burden of unspeakable pain and sorrow in the air. The funeral bell rings slowly and dully, as if time itself has stopped. This spell is only available to those who have reached at least 6th class, as its power requires extreme endurance and a deep understanding of magic. The young magician finished his exam in 2 minutes and 57 seconds, setting a new record and making all the spectators hold their breath in amazement. So it is announced that Ruin has successfully completed his training and passed the test in less than 3 minutes, impressing everyone with his unprecedented speed and skill. The Dirty King understands that many magicians cannot reach the 6th level in their entire lives, and the young man achieved this at the age of 16. The Lord thinks that before Ruin becomes even stronger and threatens his position, he needs to find a way to stop his growing power. He must crush him, no matter what it costs, because that is the only way he can maintain power and avoid the inevitable fall of his throne. The princes rejoice over the young man's victory, congratulating him with sincere words and recognizing him as the future hope of their kingdom. Family and friends also shout congratulations, filling the air with joyful exclamations and genuine pride in the young man's accomplishments. Ruin understands that now everyone present supports and congratulates him, giving him the strength of a sense of true unity and well-deserved recognition. In the past, this was hard to imagine, as no one would have even dreamed that a young man at that age would reach unprecedented heights of magical mastery. Jason asks when his friend managed to become a 6th-grade magician, not believing his own eyes and trying to comprehend the incredibleness of what he saw. Of course, he can be amazing, but to grow so quickly is unthinkable, because even the most talented magicians spend years on such a path. And on such a day, something is simply necessary, because without celebration, it is impossible to fully experience the greatness of the victory achieved. He smiles, letting emotions overflow his heart and sharing the joy of the moment with everyone. But they go to the celebration, full of joy and pride, to celebrate this unforgettable day of victory and hope together. The party was in full swing. Music echoed throughout the hall, laughter and toasts intertwined, creating the atmosphere of a real holiday. And if they are now adults, they can drink until they lose their pulse, forgetting about all their worries and surrendering to the boundless feeling of freedom. This might be the last time they're all together, so they probably want to take everything they can from the meeting, leaving no room for regrets. And so, Ruin had just clarified that incarnations could get drunk too, which caused loud laughter and surprise. The head of the academy and Professor Heidel visited the student to personally congratulate him on his outstanding achievement and express their respect. They say that graduation is just around the corner, so let the hero have fun to the fullest, because new challenges and great achievements await him ahead. Ruin thanks both Tyrion and Professor Heidel for everything, sincerely acknowledging their contribution to his successes and support on his path to becoming. The men say that it will be difficult for them to see each other soon, even if they want to, but they invite the young gentleman to be a lecturer next year. Later, the boy walked down the street, enjoying the silence of the night city and the peace that gave him a brief moment of rest. His head was heavy, as some of the beer was unnecessary, and each step was slower, as if the ground were pulling him down. Someone asks if the student is Ruin Ardell, looking at him closely and trying to confirm their guesses. Saying that he is like Rika, a merchant who owns a small company, the interlocutor is trying to confuse the young man and hide his true intention. And I wanted to ask the young man for a few minutes to talk privately and share something that, according to him, could change a lot. Ruin agrees, calling him by the Crown Prince's real name, Shomerton Renak, which immediately reveals his identity. The Dirty King asks how the pet found out, amazed at his insight and trying to hide his own irritation. But he orders to answer honestly, emphasizing that lying will only worsen the situation and lead to consequences that are better avoided. Ruin explains that although they hid their faces, they did not hide their presence, because their eyes reminded him of the prince he had already met. But he assumes that the other is the Magician King, because the feeling of his power and aura cannot belong to anyone less majestic. Shomerton is amazed that the hero remembered him by sight, because even his closest friends can't do that. But he says that he wants to make one last offer to follow him to the Empire, promising enormous opportunities and unlimited power. Refusal is not accepted, because it emphasizes that such a decision determines not only Ruin's fate, but also the future of everyone. Ruin says that he refuses anyway, because his path belongs only to him, and no authority will force him to deviate from the path. Showerton reminded him that he destroys everything he cannot obtain, coldly making it clear that refusal has deadly consequences. But Ruin doesn't think they will do that, because he is confident in his own strength and is convinced that even the king and prince wouldn't dare cross the line. Because the crown prince would never stoop to such a level, to infiltrating someone else's identity and ordering the murder of an ordinary student. But he smiled because the young man called himself an ordinary student, although his strength and achievements had long surpassed this modest title. The young magician announced that the graduation ceremony would not take place until tomorrow, so today was still his. The crown prince does not understand whether this is courage or intuition, because the young man's words sound confident, as if he is looking ahead into fate itself. Today he retreats, but asks the young man to be ready for the next meeting, which will be decisive for both sides. And then they will already be enemies, without the right to compromise, because their paths will finally diverge in the confrontation of force and will. So the men left, leaving behind a tense silence and a sense of an imminent storm looming on the horizon. Jason runs over and asks his friend to join the party, wanting him not to miss the opportunity to share the joy with his friends. But at that moment, Ruin had no idea that this night would be the beginning of events that could change his life forever. That, just because of an alcoholic party, he will find himself involved in a dangerous game, the consequences of which will be much more serious than he imagined. He will be overtaken by a disaster of a scale he could not have imagined, engulfing him in a wave of events that will turn his world upside down. The next day, an unusual and almost disturbing silence reigned at Ignat Academy, enveloping every corridor, classroom, and even the courtyard. The containers and glasses lay empty on the tables, testifying to recent feasts and leaving behind the feeling of a tired feast. Sitting after the noisy celebration, the young magician felt his head pounding mercilessly, and it prevented him from concentrating on his thoughts. Irene appeared, and in a quiet but curious voice asked if her friend had woken up yet after yesterday's events. And then she asked if he was feeling better, carefully observing his condition and facial expression. Ruin understood that he shouldn't have drunk so much, but as it happened, he noticed that the girl looked much better than the others present. But she laughed merrily and concluded that her friend didn't remember anything from yesterday, perceiving it as a funny situation. The boy's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw something that instantly captured his attention and made him freeze. Dragon's Kiss, an insidious drink with dangerous effects, Jason secretly mixed into the beer intended for Ruin. After him, the hero abruptly jumped to his feet and in a decisive voice declared that everyone was immediately leaving for Ardell, having no right to delay. The young man felt intense anger towards his friend, his face flushed with irritation, and his heart beat rapidly with indignation. Irene calmly, but with a slight interest, asked if she should also go on the journey with them. She clarified whether to go to Ardell, because she had already been there and knew that the city was incredibly beautiful and attractive. As I said, she needs to get stronger as soon as possible to gain an advantage and defeat the guy in the future. Ruin assured that it was a great honor for him and he would always be happy to help at any time without hesitation. The guy thought they were really discussing it, but any person could easily understand the true meaning of their words and intentions. He realized that the real reason Irene decided to go to Ardell was not at all a desire to defeat him, but had other motives. A few hours later, in the Great Hall, the head of the academy gave a speech full of inspiration, saying that he looked forward to the day when they would become great magicians. In conclusion, he handed over his speech to the student representative, trustingly watching his reaction and waiting for an answer. He also asked to congratulate this year's top graduate, Ruin Ardell, highlighting his achievements and contributions to the academy. Tyrion calmed the boy, asking him not to worry and to speak sincerely, from the heart, without hiding his true emotions. The student realized that no matter how brave he was, he still felt strong nerves and anxiety before the performance. The very thought of being the center of attention had his nerves on edge, and the prepared speech instantly flew out of his head, leaving a void. Ruin whispered to himself that everything would be fine, and even if the written words were forgotten, he would not forget what he really wanted to convey to his listeners. He said that everyone knew about his victory at the festival, which the young man achieved in a year, but the path to it was not easy, 5 years of suffering due to mana release disorder. As a mage who couldn't release mana, he could only grieve, but the worst thing was the attitude of people who didn't understand his difficulties and alienated him. Many questioned why the student stayed at the academy at all, and why he refused to give up until the very end, not understanding his determination and resilience. The truth was that Ruin simply did not want to give up, because for him, magic was the meaning of his whole life and the most important part of his existence. Only in this way could he protect himself, his family, and the people who were truly important to him, becoming a strong and unwavering magician. Therefore, he held on to the very end, not giving up in the face of difficulties or despair, remaining true to his principles and goal. It doesn't matter who wins, because for him the main thing was the desire to become strong and not betray himself and his loved ones. Ruin simply wanted to see how things would turn out, observing the results of his efforts and the consequences of his own decisions. And if any of the students hopes to see the results of their efforts, they will definitely say so sincerely, openly expressing their feelings. He emphasized that we need to continue moving forward, despite difficulties, mistakes, and obstacles, without losing faith in ourselves. And even if you fall, you need to get up, because even when it seems like no one sees you, one day someone will definitely notice your strength and efforts. And as long as you don't give up, there is always room for a miracle that can change everything for the better and open up new possibilities. In conclusion, he thanked everyone for their hard work over the past 6 years, noting their dedication and diligence in their studies. The carriages departed, and Ruina enthusiastically said that her brother had given an incredible speech that left a deep mark on the hearts of all present. Everyone liked the performance. The young man, as always, looked amazing and impressed with his confidence and sincerity. She asked if his friends were really heading to Ardell immediately, trying to understand their true intentions and plans. This was indeed the case. All 4 set off for Ardell at once, resolutely following a common plan and goal. After all, at the party, the young man also suggested this to Seth, trying to include him in the plans and share his own ideas. So, in the end, it all somehow worked out that way, unexpectedly combining their decisions and circumstances into a single logical sequence, Immediately after graduation, they decided to go to Ardell all together, with Ruin acting as their recruiter and 3,000 more soldiers joining them. The princes promised to provide support for the conquest of the southern territories, but the hero could not even think about such a number of people, feeling a huge responsibility. Ruina asked if her brother would remain in Ardell after the conquest of the territories was complete, trying to understand his plans and future intentions. The young man replied that he wanted to travel a bit, but he had not yet determined the exact route or decided where he would go. While the break lasted, they discussed strategy, carefully planning each step and exchanging ideas about future actions. After all, it was necessary to prepare well, taking into account all possible risks and thinking through the details of future operations. Suddenly, the hero asked where the warriors had gathered, and they replied that they thought the Lord already knew because it concerned his friend and had a direct connection to him. One of their knights unexpectedly duetted with the trainee knight, demonstrating his skill while supporting the novice in his training. Is Hans really going to fight a full-fledged knight, approaching the duel with a mixture of determination and excitement? But he had only recently taken the knight's oath, and he still had a long road of improvement and gaining real experience ahead of him. The attacks were powerful, as each blow from the enemy carried the threat of destroying the fortifications. From the perspective of an experienced warrior, everything that happened on the battlefield looked predictable, because he saw the boy's weaknesses. Hans looked composed. His confident posture, calm gaze, and restrained movements indicated a readiness to act. Ruin ran to the scene and saw that everything had already begun, as screams could be heard all around. Weapons glittered in the chaos of battle, and the forces entered into a fierce confrontation. Velx's comrades asked him to not be so strong, but the battle turned out to be against a novice who did not yet know all the techniques and could easily be defeated. The young magician did not understand at all why they were sparring, because it seemed to him that the opponent's strengths were too unequal. They replied that they were simply bored while cleaning up after dinner, and since there was an interested young man, that's when they decided to start sparring. Bolvar Peyton asked if Ruin was here, because it was important to him to know if he had joined the rest. The man explains that he cannot miss such a spectacle, because for him, such events are a rare opportunity to see the true strength and skill of warriors in action. The young man understands that this is interesting to everyone, because each observer finds something of their own in the duel. Since all the knights arrived here with Mr. Bolvar, their reaction will be just as interesting, because they understood the meaning of what they saw. The warlord says that the sparring takes place this way, because both are quite skilled students, able to show strength, endurance, and good fighting technique. He asks if the young knight is Ruin's friend, to which the hero replies in the affirmative, adding that his name is Hans, thereby confirming their close bond of comradeship. Bolvar says that he is obviously under pressure, but at the same time admits that he is fighting well against the Golden Knight, demonstrating courage and endurance. The man explains that he overheard a conversation where it was said that this Velx is considered a true elite in the kingdom, known for his strength, discipline, and unsurpassed fighting technique. They continued to fight, despite fatigue and the loud cheers of the spectators, because every blow and every defense determined their honor. He understands that Hans has a long way to go to reach this level, because it requires years of training, many trials, and unbreakable willpower. It is at this moment that he loses his sword, and this moment becomes a test of his endurance and wit. Ruin understands that Mr. Bolvar has seen his comrade's talent. Even despite the defeat, he has shown endurance, courage, and the ability to learn in battle. So he turns to him because he understands that the gentleman's words have weight and can determine the young man's future path, opening up new opportunities for him. But he asks if the man could teach Hans some moves, because he believes that under his guidance, his friend will more quickly reveal his potential. If legendary spearman Mr. Bolvar Peyton teaches the trainee even one move, it will be an invaluable experience that will strengthen his confidence and skill. This will benefit both Ruin, Hans, and the entire territory of Ardell, as strong warriors will be able to better protect the people, maintain order, and strengthen the glory of the territory. The man replies that it is not up to him, because first you need to ask whether Hans himself really wants this, because only his desire will determine the next step. Because unlike how the master taught the young magician, in this case it is important that the student himself consciously seeks knowledge. He treats knights much harsher, believing that only strict discipline, endurance, and impeccable technique make them worthy. The warriors froze in shock, as they had not expected such a turn of events, and their looks betrayed surprise mixed with admiration at the unexpected scene. Bolvar forced Hans to make an absolute power approach, demanding maximum performance from him. The young man reports that he is fine, trying to hide his fatigue and pain because he wanted to show his strength of spirit and prove that he is able to withstand a severe test. So the military leader said to move faster, emphasizing that in battle, delay is tantamount to defeat, and only determination can save a warrior from a fatal mistake. Ruin already felt sorry for his comrade, because he saw how Hans was getting exhausted with every movement, but he stubbornly kept going. But remembering how Hans himself wanted this, Ruin feels relieved. He understands that his friend consciously chose this path. The young magician gave him a chance, realizing that even the most difficult training conditions could be an impetus for growth. Suddenly, a warrior approaches them, his confident stride and focused gaze immediately attracting attention. But he asks if he can find out the gentleman's name, because it is important for him to know who is standing before him, because the figure radiates strength and authority. Bolivar Peyton is silent, and this silence seems heavier than any words. They are curious, because rumors are circulating that this man single-handedly eliminated 5 assassins, and this story adds even more mystery and respect to him among the warriors. Hans shouts to Bolvar and says that all 10 spears have been successfully carried, demonstrating his endurance and proving that he is capable of carrying out the order to the end. Velks asks what the young man just said, because he finds it incredible how the man was named. And is it possible that he heard it? Because it seemed too unreal for what he heard. What exactly had he just called this man, marveling at the young man's courage to utter a name aloud that others were wary of even mentioning without due respect and caution? Later, the carriages continued their journey, the wheels rattling loudly on the cobblestones, and there was a tense silence inside. Ruina asks her brother if Mr. Bolvar is really so respected among the knights. It is difficult to believe in the power and authority that everyone around attributes to this figure. The warriors followed behind, as this method of training was recommended by Bolivar himself, so they did not complain. Ruin turned to the man because he wanted to get an answer to a question that had long troubled him, because he saw in him a mentor capable of revealing the truth about power. When I asked if such training would really help, I carefully monitored the reaction, because I wanted to make sure that these exhausting methods made real sense. The knight explains that incorrect body position can lead to chronic disease, so this method can by no means be called the best or universal. However, there would be nothing to do on the way to Ardell, and that's why he simply wanted to temper his new students so that they would withstand the test and strengthen their character. The hero understands that it is not surprising that he is called the Tiger of Ardell, because such willpower and severity in training make him a true symbol of this region. A little later, the journey continued more calmly, and the warriors were finally able to catch their breath. They finally arrived, and the majestic landscape of Ardell opened before their eyes, welcoming the travelers with its grandeur. Ruin came to the Chinhain Plain, where the space spread out in wide meadows, and the wind carried a sense of future adventures. There were countless monsters roaming the plain, roaring and roaring as if the very earth trembled from their presence and the hidden threat to all. It is located south of the southern mountains, and this territory was once also part of Ardell, but over time it was lost due to monster invasions. Once it was captured by the dirty people, they too began to rule these lands, establishing their own laws and turning the region into a dangerous place. Because of their incredible rate of reproduction, the plain appears crimson from afar, which is why these lands are also called the Crimson Plain, which instills terror in travelers. The others are still waiting in Ardell, and they from the Strana arrived first to scout, because they needed to find out how dangerous the Crimson Plain had become. The girl asks about their plan because she wanted to understand how they were going to act in dangerous conditions, where every step could be fatal. The owner thinks about breaking through the canyon by the sea because it is narrow and might work, but Strawn disagrees, considering this path too risky. She suggested putting Mr. Bolvar at the forefront, because he is able to lead the army confidently forward and crush everything in his path with incredible force. Ruin explains that there are too many of them, and the core of the Mud People is in the head, so it cannot be destroyed with normal attacks. Strawn now understands that this is extremely difficult, and why all past conquests have not been successful. It is impossible to defeat the enemy without knowing his true weakness. So what should they do? They were faced with a task of extreme complexity, where every mistake could cost them their lives. The boy looks up with hope that they will find a way to do this, because in his heart there is a belief in the strength of his comrades and the ability to overcome anything. The next day, everyone gathered to discuss strategy and next steps, and then Morrow said there was only one way. Everyone listened to him attentively. There was silence in the room. Not even a rustle could be heard. Then the warrior explained that it was necessary to make a breakthrough in the forehead. If they doubt how they can win, facing them face to face would be the best option of all. Delin Ardell said that these words were not without meaning, but such a plan of the commander of the Golden Knights was accompanied by great losses. Morrow turns to the Lord, wondering if they were planning to attack the enemy with a group of 300 people before receiving support from the capital. The head of the territory replies that everything is correct. They were ready to fight the attack with a large number of people, so why are they delaying the decision now, when they have much more force at their disposal, because it's not about numbers. To get rid of the Mud People, you will need to go through a narrow canyon, and these scum will not let you cross this path peacefully. Thus, you need not to leave, but to lure the enemies to you. Morrow says that they do not have such a way to implement this, and thus squeeze them out of the lair. It would be a good idea, Commander Ruin continues as he enters the room, causing everyone to look curious. The young gentleman explains what he means, since his father just gave the correct answer, and instead of going to them, it would be best for them to join the army. The hero communicates clearly and confidently that he has a good idea, which is to attack the enemy from the top of the cliffs that surround the canyon. The commander says that it's impossible because no one will be able to climb them, and Ruin is really suggesting that everyone go rock climbing. The young man says that it won't take many people, just 1 or 2 magicians using their powers. Morrow replies that it sounds good, and maybe the magician will use a flight spell. Ruin looks at Jason and says that he can do without magic, causing his friend to feel indignant because he doesn't understand how he can get up onto the rock. But the young man confidently says that he is capable of it because he feels the strength and determination in him, fueled by the desire to prove his own courage. And Ruin says with a smile that he will throw a friend in there because he is jokingly trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere, showing that even in a difficult situation, you can maintain humor. Jason's eyes widened, for he had not expected such words, and surprise was mixed with a slight fear and incomprehension. Finally, the day came when they would make their move. All forces were ready, gathered, and every warrior hoped for victory. The chief shouts to set off, his voice echoing across the plain, filling the warriors with determination and urging them to take the first step. The conquest of the territory has begun, with Commander Morrow and the Golden Knights leading the way, even Father Ruin and Mr. Bolvar donning armor for the first time in a long time. And behind the majestic and slowly moving column was Ruin with his friends, who kept close and looked intently ahead. So everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, as if frozen in surprise, looking around warily. They came together for the last time to carefully and in detail discuss the action plan, weigh all the risks, and make sure everyone was prepared. Jason addressed his friend in a calm but confident voice, trying to convey an important point and enlist his support. I asked if these blankets were really the best they could offer, because I looked like a laughingstock, but the hero assured me that my friend was cool. He orders to see that even the knights are paying attention to him, but Jason understands perfectly well that in reality they are only mocking him. But Ruin says it's extremely sad, because such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime, and it was the only chance to prove one's strength. In order for his friend to become the main star of today's task, everyone is making efforts and supporting him every step forward. Then Jason asks to trust him completely, promising that he will do his best not to let the team down. Morrow asks if everyone is ready to begin an important test, looking intently at each participant and expecting confident answers. Jason asks his friend to be as easy on him as possible, since he knows what kind of power he can use. So when Ruin suddenly and unexpectedly threw him up, he screamed to the entire square, feeling both fear and admiration at the same time. The push was so strong that his body rose high into the air, causing everyone around him to raise their heads in surprise. When Jason was flying, he couldn't even close his jaw from the loud and continuous screaming, so his face looked comical. Tears welled up in his eyes from the strong feeling that his heart was about to stop, and he would inevitably die from this terrible experience. But a powerful spell suddenly stopped his fall, keeping him in the air and giving him a chance to escape from inevitable death. Jason reported that everything turned out so precisely and aptly that the blankets prepared in advance turned out to be completely unnecessary and redundant. Ruin said that Irene's skills still remain at an incredible height, because it was thanks to her that serious danger was avoided. Jason understands that the crucial moment has come to fulfill his part of the task, because the success of the entire team now depends on his actions. There were so many terrible monsters standing before the young man that it was impossible to count them, because they filled the entire space and advanced without stopping. He began to doubt himself, feeling that his powers could betray him at the most crucial moment, and fear gradually filled his heart. But his comrades shouted loudly that he would definitely be able to do it, supporting him with words of faith and giving him the courage to move forward. Ruin tells Jason to boldly go forward and strike the Mud People properly, showing all his strength and determination in battle. The young man understands that he cannot let Ruin down, who believes in him so much, so he concentrates and prepares to give all his strength for the sake of victory. So he prepares his spell, carefully focusing on each movement and putting all his inner strength and determination into it. But suddenly, huge fiery spheres began to fall from the sky, illuminating the darkness and forcing the monsters to retreat in panic. Ruin sees that his friend is doing extremely well, because every action looks confident, strong, and brings the team closer to victory. Calling on a third-class spell called Fire Rain, he caused the sky to split and rained down a stream of burning fire drops on his enemies. Jason's level was still not very high, so the fire cloud he created was not large and looked quite modest. But this turned out to be quite enough to wake up the monsters, who after a hearty lunch were enjoying a peaceful sleep, unaware of the danger. Ruin says that now is the captain's time, and all responsibility for further success lies squarely on his shoulders, with no room for error. Irene reports that they are also going into battle, ready to support their comrades in the most difficult moment and show the full power of their unity. The Mud People move in the same direction, trying to stick together to avoid being attacked and have a better chance of survival. The place they concentrated on turned out to be a side path out of the canyon, which allowed them to avoid direct confrontation and hide in the shadows. And then Ruin, along with his faithful friends, resolutely jumped down, ready to meet the enemies face to face and start a fierce battle. Realizing that they could not allow the monsters to escape through that path, they acted without hesitation, stopping the enemies even at the cost of their own strength. And from this moment, everything really begins, because it is now that the real battle unfolds that will determine their future. Seda said that he would roast all his enemies, for the fire of revenge burned in his heart, which grew stronger and stronger like a flame in a forge. So they are enveloped in fire, like hot coals bursting forth from the darkness of night. He asks Ruin how he is, because he has become stronger than expected, because his power now resembles a storm that pulls roots out of the ground. But the friend explains that he is celebrating too soon, because real challenges are just beginning to appear on the way. The Mud People were angry with hopelessness, for their existence dragged on in the darkness of suffering, like a swamp that absorbs every ray of light. So they climbed to the top, striving to escape the endless darkness, like creatures seeking a sip. Exactly where Jason sat, lost in his own thoughts, waiting for the moment when fate would open a new path for him. Irene asks Ruin to throw her in with him because she felt she could help her friend. He hesitated, for doubts tore at his soul like icy waves mercilessly crashing against rocks. Without saying anything, he remained silent, pondering a plan with which to proceed. But there was little time left. The monsters were near the boy, their shadows hanging menacingly, like predatory wings, ready to break the silence with an instant strike. Jason was in a panic and thought that he couldn't die because his mission wasn't yet complete. Since he did not want to die chased, he clenched his fists with determination, striving to prove to himself that fate would not be able to break him yet. He shouts that he hasn't even had a relationship, trying to wring out of his chest the despair that was squeezing his heart like a heavy burden, like a stone slab. But he instantly sees that the monsters subside, like dark clouds suddenly dispersed by light. Irene attacked them, swinging her force, lightning splitting the night sky, and her blows echoed with a reverberation that made her enemies tremble with fear. So the Mud People all fell to the ground, crumbling into lumps like dried clay that crumbles from the touch of time and crumbles into dust. Irene asks if the guy is okay, and through this situation she learns something funny about him. The girl understands that the monsters are acting exactly as the young gentleman said, as if the script had already been written in advance and was now being played out in front of her. There are no trails here, and it is difficult for them to escape, so the only option is to move towards the canyon. Jason saw it too, and understanding flashed in his eyes, a spark igniting the flames of hope. And from this moment on, everything will depend on the people from the capital, because their decisions will weigh like a stone on the scales, determining the fate of the territory. They were all ready, like warriors before battle, and their determination shone in their eyes. They see the enemy approaching, a threatening storm with black clouds, and feel the ground beneath their feet trembling from the approach of an imminent threat. With a speed like an arrow shot from a tight bow, they moved forward, leaving behind only the echo of footsteps and the breath of the wind. Morrow ordered not to retreat, so as not to disgrace the Radian Kingdom. His voice echoed everywhere, calling on the warriors to stand until their last breath. They are confident that the mages will support them from the other side, so they need to hold out as long as possible. All the warriors prepared, speaking in the name of the king and in the name of victory, their voices merging into one formidable cry. The captain of the Golden Knights and Mr. Bolvar were in front, unbreakable banners leading the army forward, shining with courage amidst the advancing darkness. And all the other knights behind, a powerful wall of steel and shields, ready to hold back any onslaught and protect the honor of their kingdom. They gathered their strength, hiding their fear, putting on a mask of courage so as not to betray the trembling of their own hearts. They followed their leaders, and each step echoed within, with courage in their bodies. When the monsters were close, their roar lifted the air, about to destroy everything in their path without mercy. Seda said that he heard the sounds of battle, and it seemed that the knights of the capital and the mud monsters had clashed in battle. Ruin analyzes that there are almost no enemies left here, so they all went to the canyon, attacking the people from the capital. But he says he has to rely on Seth, because he needs to help the knights they can hardly cope. The comrade has been waiting for these words, so he asks to trust and go, because only faith illuminates the path ahead. Ruin instantly ran forward like an arrow, and each of his steps echoed with thunder, announcing the inevitability of battle. His movements were super fast, like flashes of lightning in the night sky, cutting through the darkness and leaving behind echoes of pure power. On the other hand, the knights fought bravely, defending their territory, and their swords sang a song of steel against the onslaught of ruthless enemies. Destroying each monster, they moved forward, knocking down everything in their path, leaving behind only silence. Mr. Bolvar also showed his skills in real combat, despite the fact that his favorite weapon was a fishing rod. But suddenly the soldiers saw a person ahead who caused them tension, but it was impossible to see. Their eyes widened, as if from a sudden flash of light in the darkness, and a feeling arose in their souls that something dangerous lay ahead. Because the sounds of an explosion were coming from there, and it was definitely the work of the mages, who were fighting their opponents, tearing the air apart with a roar of power. They can't say what's happening there, but they are sure of one thing. It can't be said, but it can be seen with your own eyes. Someone is destroying the monsters one by one, and each blow falls relentlessly, leaving behind only destruction and the elimination of the mud people. The warriors continued to watch, peering intently into the distance, trying to discern the slightest movement among the misty mountains. Their faces still showed a state of shock, expressed in frozen features, widened eyes, and tense lips after the disaster they had experienced. But they also realized that it was Lord Ruin, whose dark figure radiated power and menace, awakening fear in their hearts. Their magical support manifested itself in the radiance of light and streams of energy that enveloped their allies, granting them strength and unwavering endurance. Mr. Bolvar said that this was what was expected of the young gentleman. Morrow decided that this was their chance to advance, and a determination flashed in his eyes that inspired the warriors to action. And destroy every mud person on the way, leaving no shred of hope for salvation to the enemies as they move forward. Ruin knows that these creatures act only on instinct and are completely incapable of remembering, but he retains every detail of the past in his mind. Ardell, which was destroyed by them 10 years ago, remained in memory as a symbol of cruel loss and an unquenchable desire for revenge. Ruin remembered his people, who were attacked by these monsters, with pain in his heart, for their cries of despair and suffering were forever etched in his memory. But he remembered his mother, who died because of them, with deep sadness, because her death became the heaviest scar in his soul. All this was etched in the young man's memory, like deep wounds that never heal, constantly reminding him of his losses and past suffering. So now he dealt devastating blows, his movements filled with rage and unquenchable pain, transformed into a ruthless force against his enemies. Knowing that there are no thoughts or reason in the heads of monsters, only instincts, he acted confidently and coldly, anticipating their moves. So Ruin will not stop, because his path is now lit only by a thirst for revenge and an unrelenting determination to see the matter through at any cost. In the dead of night, voices could be heard from the courtyard. They came through the silence, like the echo of something peaceful. Jason sat in front of the ladies and told them about his bravery in battle, trying to emphasize his own courage and arouse their admiration. Well, understanding whether the ladies were even listening to him, he cast quick glances at their faces, trying to guess the reaction between indifference and curiosity. Ruin watches this, as the clearing of the plains has been successful, and he can now afford a brief moment of peace, assessing the situation around him. As a result, 1,500 people were injured, but no one died. The battle lasted about 2 hours and ended in an undisputed victory. Even Captain Morrow said that the princes would be happy with such a result, because a victory without any dead warriors was considered a real miracle in their eyes. The young man was called by his friend, his voice coming out abruptly, but with a hint of urgency, forcing him to immediately break away from his own thoughts. Seda said that he was returning to Uita tomorrow, because His Holiness was constantly searching for the boy, because in the city he was already considered a rather prominent magician. The hero understands because his friend has become quite strong, his strength and skill growing every day, transforming him into a warrior. Later, the young man entered the estate, his footsteps echoing through the corridors, and anxiety grew in his heart, as if the walls kept ancient secrets. But he saw Uncle Baggins standing before him with a serious expression on his face, as if he had been expecting his arrival for quite some time. I asked where my father was, to which I received the answer that he was on the veranda, alone in his thoughts, as if fenced off from the whole world. And perhaps he is in his own thoughts, so perhaps it is best not to disturb him now, as the Lord would like to be alone. The uncle says that he should thank the young man, because it was his courage and determination that allowed him to avoid the worst, giving the family hope and peace. Todd turned to the young gentleman, his voice resolute and confident, with notes of hope and faith in the best. So he says that he has lived in Ardell for a long time, having experienced many difficulties and losses, but today he considers this day to be the happiest in his life. After all, what Ruin achieved today will remain in the memory of all residents, and even he himself admits that this feat will never be forgotten. He asks the hero to go to his father, because perhaps he is waiting for him, and the meeting will be an important event for both of them after all the events they have experienced. Today's victory was a joyful event for everyone. It brought a sense of peace and hope, giving people faith in a better future. But not everyone can smile, because the pain of loss and memories of the horrors of battle that left deep wounds in the soul still linger in their hearts. As Ruin cannot help but remember the death of his mother, her loss has forever left an incurable wound in his heart, and his father clearly remembers the day the world changed forever for him, leaving behind painful memories that have not faded even with the passing of years. Amidst the general joy of victory, Delin Ardell's thoughts likely return to the events of 10 years ago that changed his life forever. But the father saw that his son had arrived, and a warm spark flashed in his eyes, mixed with pride and quiet relief at his return. But he asked to come closer, extending his hand forward with a gentle smile, as if he wanted to feel his son's presence next to him after a long separation. He asks if Ruin would like some wine, offering him a glass of the fine drink to share a moment of peace after all the trials and tribulations. It was aged for 17 years and called Selvrook, but he and Maria called it differently, associating their own memories with it. The boy knows that his father remembered his mother because that was her name, and at that moment, sadness awakened in his heart along with warm memories. So Delin named him Amoroso Ruin, which means beloved Ruin, putting into these words all the paternal tenderness and the memory of maternal love. On his birthday, he made this wine and promised that they would all drink it together when an even more wonderful and brighter day came. And although Delin did not keep his promise to drink it with her, keeping the wine as a symbol of their love and hope, being with his son makes him feel like he is drinking it with Mary. Ruin, after tasting it, says that the taste is extraordinary, combining tenderness, depth of feelings, and memories. The father asks what his son plans to do, and he replies that he needs to expand the territory and plant crops in the canyon to ensure the development of the region. But suddenly a system window appeared before him, flashing a bright light in the air, as if the sky itself had revealed a new secret to him. The young magician did not understand what had happened. A message appeared before him that left him deeply confused and raised many questions. Strawn appeared nearby, looking like a bear again, and said that something had happened to Kingram, her voice trembling with worry and anxiety. She knows that today was supposed to be a good day, but now she needs to get to the academy as soon as possible, because her future fate depends on it. So you need to hurry up immediately, because delay can lead to irreparable consequences. The hero turns to his father and says that he is sorry, but he needs to go on a long journey because events require his presence. Delin Ardell asks what the urgency is, but her son remains silent because he cannot reveal all the details, understanding the danger and weight of what he is saying. Then he said that if Ruin was so serious, then the reason must be good, and his father decided to trust his silent confidence. He told him to go, and then the young man ducked from the veranda, landing lightly on the ground, as if he were being led by an invisible force calling him to new events. Not understanding why this happened at the exact moment the cleanup operation ended, a new task appeared, which appeared before him unexpectedly, as if the testing system itself had opened another page on his path. At the academy, the mage, hidden under a cloak, was in the ogre's room, carefully observing every little thing, as if waiting for the right moment to act. At that time, Kingram sat before him, having lost his arm. his face filled with pain and despair, as if the whole world had suddenly collapsed on him. The mighty ogre could not believe that the magician had broken into his dwelling and attacked him. Perhaps he had gone mad. Kingram says in a confident voice that he had heard rumors about him at the academy, but until now he had not believed them. But now that dirty King Theron stood before him, having previously attacked, everything became clear. They were telling the truth. Theron says that it is all so strange. Since the moment the ruin of Ardell was chosen by the tooth of Kunkan, the king felt bad, because how could he possess power that is equal to the power of an ogre? And Lord Theron began to dig deeper, through Ardell and the entire Ignite Academy, and ultimately the answer to the riddle was found. The reason lay in the ancient ogre King Gremu, whose power and dark past concealed a threat that now began to emerge with new cruelty. Did he really do something to ruin? Because the shadow itself could bring strength and power that could break even the unbreakable. Tyrion Ignite replied that whatever the reason for the appearance of the Wizard King here, he must take responsibility for what he did. Theron smiled, and his smile conveyed not only confidence, but also a hidden mystery. He returned to the head of the academy and said that, as expected, the man immediately felt the presence of the Magician King here. The man asked if the Lord was prepared for the consequences, but Theron replied that if he were worried about such things, he wouldn't have started at all. But he felt it during Ruin Ardell's final exam. If the young man continued to grow at the same pace, he would one day become a threat to his position. But if you erase all the key elements from its development, then Ruin will cease to be a problem, and then the king will destroy Ruin Ardell himself. Suddenly he is interrupted. Ruin runs into the room screaming, calling out for Kingram, but everything around him seems to freeze from what he sees. The young magician simply could not understand what was happening here, and why all these respected people were gathered in one room. Theron realized that now there was no need to look for the young man, because all the circumstances themselves had brought him closer, opening the way to a meeting. I asked Ruin what was happening. His voice sounded sharp and alert, as if he wanted to hear the truth immediately without any delay. Namely, the truth about how the young magician was able to understand at such a distance that something was wrong at the academy and come here. Without waiting for an answer, Theron says, in a voice full of hatred, that none of this matters, since Ruin will die today anyway. Tyrion Ignite came to the defense of the former student and ordered him to flee from here while his shield spell worked. The young man was stubborn and did not want to, but the man explained that Lord Theron was not the kind of person the young lord could handle. However, before he can do anything, the Dirty King attacks the head of the academy, and he flies off to another part of the room. Ruin screamed, and his voice echoed powerfully, filled with anger and pain, as if the power itself had poured out through his scream. But Theron said that the hero would now go to the other world, his words sounding cold and merciless, like a sentence from which it was impossible to escape. Kingram became furious and turned to the young destroyer, his eyes burning with rage and his voice thundering like a thunderstorm threatening to destroy everything around him. He realized that he could help by using the artifacts that were in the room, because their power could change the course of events and save the situation. And then, with incredible determination, a powerful force threw King Theron far back, forcing him to lose his balance and control. He didn't understand, but he swore loudly and angrily, waving his arms as if trying to drive everything that was bothering him out of his mind. Because they could not dare to do such a thing, since the man was the authority, and the ogre and the young man remained subjects. However, thanks to the ogre's help, the Mage King disappeared into the darkness, as if dissolving into thin air, leaving behind only an unsettling silence. Rowena was thrown back and lost her balance, swaying in the air like a helpless doll, before falling with a loud thud onto the cold stone floor. He wondered what Treason was doing here, and whether he had really come for Kingram. His heart was pounding, and his head was filled with confused guesses. At that moment, the ogre sobbed, his powerful shoulders shook, and tears rolled from his eyes, testifying to the pain hidden behind his strength and brutality. because he understood that even after sacrificing all the artifacts of the underground level, he could only expel Theron without achieving a final victory over the enemy. He apologizes to Ruin for putting him in danger, admitting his guilt and helplessness. The young man replies that everything is fine, trying to calm his interlocutor, and asks how Tyrion feels after everything they've been through together. The man is doing well, and he wonders how Ruin, being in distant Ardell, was able to sense the terrible danger that threatened the academy at that moment. Kingram would also like to hear the answer, his gaze full of impatience and anxiety, because understanding further events depended on the disclosure of this secret. Ruin explains that his words are hard to believe, tells about the player's artifact and Drac, how he was able to use the ogre's powers, asks for forgiveness, and Tyrion finally has a complete and clear picture of everything. So he says that if the King of Magicians could know about everything, then seeing the hero's rapid growth, he could not remain aloof, because he believed that one day Ruin would want to be in his place and take his throne. The boy understands that now the Dirty King has definitely targeted him, and this thought grips his heart with cold, making him feel the burden of responsibility. A window appeared, warning that as a reward for completing the task, the young man received the opportunity to break Kingram's oath, opening the way to freedom and a new choice. Hundreds of years ago, as a result of losing to Freud Ignis, the predecessor of the Academy's head, Kingram was bound to an artifact for a lifetime of service to the Academy. So the young mage asks what breaking the oath means, but the ogre wonders how the boy even knows about it. But she explains that breaking the oath means returning him to his original form and being able to return home after leaving this place. He understands that the young man's artifact can do that, but to destroy the oath, the consent of the one who made it is necessary. Tyrion looks at all this with deep sadness and anxiety in his eyes, realizing that events are unfolding rapidly. But he said that if his consent is needed, then Ruin's will is his will, because he trusts him completely and makes any decision without hesitation. The guy smiled and thanked sincerely and warmly, feeling how the support filled him with strength, giving him confidence in the correctness of his own path. But he said that in that case, you can leave this place, Kingram, because there is no point in staying here anymore, and a new path awaits you ahead. So the oath between Freud and Kingram was destroyed, scattering into the air like invisible dust, and with it the burden that had bound their souls for so many years disappeared. The ogre says it's amazing. The artifact turned out to be so powerful that it's capable of destroying a contract that seemed impossible to break with any force. But he thanks everyone, bowing his head in sincere gratitude, because he understands that without their help, he would never have overcome those trials. But I also saw that the young destroyer was deeply puzzled by the problems that lay ahead, and his gaze was full of anxiety and heavy reflection. Ruin realizes that he is too weak to stand up to the King of Mages, and this thought squeezes his soul, forcing him to think. Then, holding his severed limb in his hand, Kingram says that he has long thought of one effective method that could change their chances in the fight. But this place is not suitable for him, because it is too weak and unstable, and any attempt to carry out his plan here could lead to disaster. So he suggests the young man go with him to the Heavenly Mountain, because it is there that the power is concentrated that can help him accomplish his plan. The young man was confused, not knowing how to respond correctly, because the offer seemed both tempting and dangerous. There was an emergency in the capital. Panic gripped the streets, people were in a panic, and soldiers were rushing to the walls. Since the underground prison was attacked, the prisoner escaped, taking advantage of the chaos and devastation, leaving behind traces of destruction. George Garrahill stood at a distance and heard the guards frantically trying to understand why the mages had attacked the capital prison, discussing the reasons and possible culprits. And they discovered that the fugitive was George Garrahill, whose figure now seemed even more dangerous because he had managed to get around the entire capital's security. The man said that he was honored that the man personally freed him from prison, as it showed trust and the special importance of his role. The Crown Prince replies that there is no sympathy in this, because his decision is dictated only by cold calculation. And for Shomertan, it is nothing more than entertainment, a game in which human lives and destinies are perceived as pawns on a board with no real value. On the heavenly mountain, the ogres lived their lives, contemplating the distant horizons, enjoying the beauty of nature, and contemplating their fate. When suddenly someone called Omarush and the leader, they shuddered in surprise and turned around warily, trying to figure out the source of the voice. After all, the great warrior Ruin had arrived, whose figure radiated invincible strength and steadfastness, making everyone feel awe and respect for him. But he was not the only one who appeared among them, because next to the warrior Ruin stood someone whom they no longer expected to see. The ogres' faces showed emotions of shock, as their wide-open eyes and quivering lips showed complete surprise and unease. For the young man brought with him Kingram, a majestic beast with eyes that shone like embers and a power that could destroy any obstacle. And here he was again in his homeland, where every stone and every tree reminded him of his childhood, of his losses, and of his unbreakable connection with the land. The chief says that the two great warriors arrived together, so this is a reason for celebration, as their appearance symbolizes unity, strength, and hope for the entire tribe. But they saw the ogre's limbs and asked what happened, but he just sighed and decided to tell them later, putting the truth aside for a more appropriate moment. But he asked Harkin to fulfill one request, which seemed extremely important and could affect the fate of the entire tribe and their future. A special elixir made from ogre tendon had mysterious powers, unknown to anyone but themselves. Can they prepare it for the young destroyer who seeks to master the ancient art? For the future strength and wisdom of the tribe will depend on it? This elixir, the secret of the ogres of the heavenly mountain, is rumored to be so important that it is given to young ogres during their growing season. Ruin looked at this with disgust, for the very thought of using such a drink aroused in him aversion and internal resistance. Not understanding why he should drink it, he clenched his fists and tensed, feeling a storm of questions inside him with no clear answers. Kingram says the young man had said he needed strength to defeat Theron, so the reason for giving it to the young man seemed obvious. The hero understands that he is very insistent, so there is a reason for this, because such persistence always hides a deep meaning and a secret unknown to everyone. He drinks the elixir, feeling an unknown force permeate his body, changing his consciousness and opening the door to uncharted possibilities. His face wrinkled from the taste, because the liquid was heavy, as if all the power and pain of past generations were concentrated in it. His hands tremble with tension, as his body cannot withstand the wave that rushes in, changing every vein and every breath. But Ruin himself begins to cough from the foul taste, as it burns his throat and lungs, causing him to faint and barely contain his weakness. He says it's the worst thing he's ever tasted, because no food or drink in his life has caused such disgust and internal resistance. Kingram asks if he feels any changes, peering intently into his eyes, hoping to see at least a hint of awakened power. But the young magician's eyes looked at the window as if searching for an answer there, and a sparkle appeared in his gaze that had not been there before. He was attentive, because his strength had increased 100-fold from just one elixir, and he felt the power burning in his veins like a relentless flame. I asked if this was how ogres were supposed to become stronger, but Kingram replied that for ogres, this effect was a one-time thing and would never happen again. Ruin asked, what about a human? Because he was curious to know if the human body could withstand such power, and if it could use it to its full potential. Kingram smiled, his lips slightly curved, and a mysterious gleam appeared in his eyes, hinting at knowledge hidden from the others present. But he asked the young man why Draca had lived with them for 100 years, because it was through the elixir that he had gained strength and longevity, unattainable for ordinary beings. The boy asks if there is more because everyone is ready to drink to gain even more strength, and in his voice you can hear determination mixed with desperate thirst. The ogre says that this one was the last one, and to make a new one, ingredients are needed, rare and hard to come by, and can only be found in dangerous places. But Ruin doesn't need to worry about them, because experienced warriors and guardians who know the paths and secret places will take care of collecting all the ingredients. For when he said that the hero needed help, everyone worked fruitfully and obtained all the products, the fruit of the heart tree, the muscle grass, the bush morning glory, and others, so everyone sought to personally bring them to the young man. Ruin understands that they have gone to great lengths for him, and gratitude wells up in his heart, for such devotion shows true faith in him. But there is one final product that no one can obtain, and that is the ogre tendon, for only true sacrifice can bestow the power the hero seeks. Kingram said not to worry, because the King of Mages himself had taken care of this in advance, leaving everything necessary to create a powerful elixir. So he holds out his severed limb and says to use it. His sacrifice will be the key to completing the potion and opening the way to true power. Ruin was confused, not expecting such self-sacrifice, and his thoughts were confused between surprise, sadness, and lack of understanding of how to accept this gift. But the ogre replied that it was his gratitude for being released from the oath, and his voice was sincere, for such a gift was a symbol of freedom and honor. But you need to keep in mind that too much elixir will put a big strain on the body. Even Draca could withstand it for 100 years, so who knows how much Ruin will need. The boy asks how he should be since he has to fight the Magician King, and doubt tears his heart apart, because there is not much time. The ogre says not to worry about it because there is already a plan of action that they must clearly follow. He has thoughts, for when they banished the Sorcerer King, the powers of the artifacts were involved, and now those same powerful things may be the key to the young man's victory. Among them, magic related to time was used, and the right to use it was not yet about to disappear, so it could become decisive. In short, they will use it to gain a chance to confront the power of the Sorcerer King and even the odds in the inevitable battle for the future. So the ogre approached the cave, where ancient secrets were kept in the darkness, waiting for their time to manifest their power again. But he said that from now on, time there would flow more slowly than outside, allowing them to prepare for battle without losing precious days. And Ruin needs to use an incredibly large amount of time to master the new power. But the young man is ready, for determination burns in his heart, and no difficulties or trials will frighten him on his way to the great battle and victory. So he set off into the cave, taking a step into the darkness, where endless trials of time, training, and the path to true greatness awaited him. Strawn asked if Kingram was sure of this, because it would take a long time for the host, and even the strongest heart might not withstand such a test. Even with the scenario that he won't age in the cave, it's still tough. But Kingram says the guy should get through it without any problems, and they head off to reorganize something. But before they can leave, Ruin asks where they are going, because it is important for him to know what matters remain beyond his control at this moment. Everyone froze in shock, because they did not expect the hero to come out so quickly, and silence hung in the air, as if the cave itself had held its breath. Not understanding how the young magician had drunk it all, they looked at him in amazement, for the power of the elixir was already raging in his veins in an unstoppable flow. He looked as if he had spent his whole life there, for his eyes shone with a wisdom and calm that were unattainable for an ordinary young man. But he's not sure how long he was there, because after a week he stopped counting the days, and the sense of eternity overshadowed any understanding of time for him. And in any case, he could do what he wanted, after so many days of isolation and solitude. When he lay in the cave, he thought only about this, and his every dream, every breath was focused on the upcoming battle and the desire to win. And these thoughts gave him strength, for they were what sustained his spirit, filled his heart with courage, and helped him stand against the darkness of loneliness and time. To get up and go out into the world to see everything around, because the cave was not attractive with its gray shades. So he promised himself that when he did it, he would leave nothing of her, no sign that he had been there. And he got out of there, leaving behind the darkness and silence, and took his first step into the world, where fate and a great test awaited him. But first, It will destroy every pebble, for its power has become like a storm capable of destroying everything in its path. He felt much lighter as the burden of doubt disappeared, and he felt freedom in his heart, for the first time truly trusting his own strength and determination. Ruin asks if it's time for them to leave, because he feels that the moment to act has come, and there is no longer any reason to delay. The time to destroy the dirty king, who threatened to take his life, became for him not only a goal, but also a duty dictated by fate itself. George Garrikill sincerely thanks the Crown Prince once again for saving him, pulling him out of a dark prison, and restoring his freedom and hope for life. But Showerton explains that he really just needs someone who can deal with Ruin Ardell, because only that can change the course of the entire story. The man anxiously asks where the Magician King is, to which the prince sadly replies that he has left without saying a word or explaining anything. Even though he is the Godfather, to leave so treacherously and say nothing is an insult for which the Lord will certainly pay and lose trust forever. Shomerton asks if the elder Garrikill has a clear plan of action regarding the young magician, because without thoughtful steps, their cause could suffer a serious defeat. The Empire will soon host the Grand Prix of the Sword, a grand celebration of warriors and honor, which in its scale and significance is equal to the great festival. And the man heard that Ruina's younger sister would also participate in the Sword Grand Prix, seeking to prove her strength and gain recognition among the best fighters in the Empire. Since the boy cares too much about his sister, he will definitely be there to protect her from danger and support her during the Sword Grand Prix. It is there that George, along with the Black Bookman, plans to ambush and eliminate him, because it could have worked last time if Tyrion Ignite had not intervened. Shomerton asks him not to disappoint him this time, hoping that he will show prudence and do the right thing so that everything goes according to plan. As for magicians, there is a great festival, which becomes a significant event that unites tradition, skill, and honor. And so, for swordsmen, the Sword Grand Prix was created, a celebration of strength, skill, and honor that brings together the strongest fighters of the Empire for competition and recognition. The Grand Prix of the Sword is designed to inspire knights from across the continent to self-improve, test their skills, and strengthen the spirit of honor and courage. In the qualifying competitions held in each region, Ruina Ardell was chosen as the representative of the Ardell territory, distinguished for her skill and courage among all the participants. The girl was very worried about the outcome of the competition and whether she would be able to adequately represent her territory at the Sword Grand Prix. Earlier, the father reported that something unforeseen had happened to Ruin, and he would not be able to attend the tournament, leaving the girl alone before the test. Irene shouts that she will do it to support her friend's sister, and says that she is worthy of representing Ardell at the Sword Grand Prix. After all, everyone is rooting for her, supporting and encouraging her, which gives her the strength and confidence to perform her best at the competition. Ruina noticed that even Irene had come to support her, which gave the girl even more determination and faith in her own strength at the Sword Grand Prix. So she mentally says thank you to everyone, feeling grateful for the support and warmth that gives her the strength to speak out. And more confidently, she told herself that she would definitely win, feeling the determination and inner strength to succeed. The referee ordered the opponents to prepare, announcing the start of the battle and setting the participants up for a fair and intense battle. So the tournament began, and the air was filled with tension, adrenaline, and the expectation of great feats from all participants. Ruina attacks her opponent first, resolutely demonstrating skill and courage, ready to prove her superiority. All that could be heard was the clang of their swords, echoing throughout the arena, echoing with the power and tension of the fierce duel. When they clashed in battle, sparks flew from sword strikes, and the tension in the arena grew with every move and maneuver of the rivals. The Crown Prince and George Garrihill watched the tournament and noticed that Ruin was not among the participants, which caused them surprise and alarm. Shomerton says that the man had previously claimed that the young magician would be found here, but after checking the attendees, they did not find him among the participants. The prince said that he had made a mistake by trusting the former defender of the kingdom, and now this plan was unlikely to work as he had hoped. So Shomertan decided to leave the area, as he felt that staying here any longer could be a waste of time for him. But the thought came to mind that if they got rid of the young man's younger sister, Ruin would definitely show up, because he cared too much for her. Instantly, there was an explosion in the arena. At that moment, Ruina continued the battle, not paying attention to the chaos around her because all her attention was focused only on defeating the enemy. But her opponent froze in shock, for he had not expected this, and his eyes betrayed the fear that had gripped his entire body. Spectators began to flee, pushing each other in panic as everyone tried to escape the dangerous explosion and possible collapse of the arena. The girls nearby watched them anxiously, trying to figure out whether to intervene, as the situation was becoming increasingly threatening. Not understanding what was happening, they just stared into the arena, where chaos unfolded with every second, making hearts beat faster and faster. Dylan shouted to his daughter, trying to shout over the noise and panic, while Mr. Bolvar reported that it was extremely dangerous to stay here. The man didn't understand what was happening and why such chaos had broken out during the girls' match, as if someone had deliberately chosen this moment to attack. So he asks that his daughter not die, pleadingly raising his hands to the sky and repeating prayers, as if her salvation and his life depended on it. Ruina's opponent asked how she was feeling, because it seemed to him that the girl should at least have lost her strength or balance. The lady didn't understand what was the reason and froze for a moment, trying to find an explanation for the chaos that had engulfed the arena and frightened everyone around. But suddenly, magicians arrived, as if they had been waiting for this moment in advance to intervene. Who said that it would be great to see her brother here, hinting at a trap, because it was his appearance that could be the main goal of this mess. They decided that it was better to kill his sister so that the young man would then suffer and blame himself for her death. Such revenge seemed the cruelest. Ruina asked why they were talking about death, but they simply said nothing, only smiled ominously, leaving her in ignorance and tension. But then they said that they were hiding a deep resentment towards her brother, because they believed that it was he who ruined their plans and deprived them of a future. So they began to attack, casting spells forward as if seeking to destroy not only the girl, but everything connected to her. Saying goodbye to the young lady, they shouted ominous words as if it were a final warning, making it clear that they had left her no chance. The mages were focused on her, directing all their power into one powerful cursed blow that was to finally decide her fate. The girl was confused and did not understand what was happening. Her consciousness was confused by screams, explosions, and the threat that was approaching from all sides at the same time. After all, it was too late to run away, and she felt danger squeezing her from all sides, leaving only a tiny chance of salvation. So she mentally asked for at least someone to save her from inevitable death, because hope remained the only force that still kept her alive. And there was another explosion, even more powerful than the previous one, which shook the arena, and fragments of stones flew in all directions, threatening everyone around. Her loved ones watched this closely, holding their breath and afraid to even move, because every moment could be the girl's last. The Crown Prince smiled, watching everything with cold curiosity, as if the chaos and danger were just a fascinating spectacle for him. George understands that at least Showertan's mood has improved, and his sons are doing a good job, demonstrating dedication and skill in a difficult situation. But something went wrong, and a feeling of anxiety instantly gripped everyone, as if an invisible force had intervened and thwarted the carefully planned plan. Everyone fell silent, not daring to move or make a sound because they felt that something much more terrible was about to happen. For Ruin appeared in the arena, a shadow and a power that made even the bravest feel cold fear and bow their heads before his presence. Apologizing to his sister for the delay, Ruin spoke sincerely and gently, trying to calm her heart amidst the chaos and danger around her. The girl burst into tears, feeling relief and joy that her brother had appeared at the most terrible moment, giving her hope for salvation. Asking why her brother had only come now, she could barely hold back her resentment and tears, because the minutes of waiting seemed like a real eternity to her. But the guy explains that a lot happened, and it was unforeseen circumstances that forced him to stay, even though he wanted to be there sooner. And he heard that the King of Magicians would be here, so he understood that his appearance would inevitably change everything, and that was why he had to prepare for the meeting in advance. But I never expected to see such a scene, where chaos, destruction, and threat intertwined with people's despair, and my sister found herself at the very epicenter of the events. The boys told the young magician to wait because their father would wipe him off the face of the earth, and their voices carried the certainty of imminent reprisal. Then Ruin realized what kind of scum was behind this, and anger flared in his eyes, ready to turn into a force that would destroy all the enemy's vile plans. And he struck, putting all his fury and power into it, so that the earth trembled, and the enemies felt true power. Mikael-Garikil's face was puzzled, because he did not expect such a swift attack from Ruin, and did not know how to quickly give a worthy response. He shouted to his brother, begging him to help him contain Ruin's power, for he himself felt that he could not withstand this onslaught for even a few minutes. Ruin asked him who said it was right to go to other people's sisters, and his voice sounded so cold and menacing. And if he didn't want to repeat his brother's fate, he had to respond immediately, because he wasn't going to wait any longer and was ready to strike a decisive blow. I asked where George Garihil was now, and his gaze was so determined that any lie could cost his opponent his life. The one who always ruins the young magician's life remained a shadow over his fate, constantly appearing at important moments to destroy everything around him. George shouts at the young man, putting all the power of anger and despair into his voice, as if his own fate depended on these words. But it appears from above, like a shadow emerging from the darkness, and its appearance changes the atmosphere around it, filling the space with tension. Asking how Ruin dared to kill his son, he utters the words with such fury that even the air around him seems to begin to tremble. His eyes burned with anger, as if a flame had ignited within them, capable of burning everything around and dispelling any shadow of doubt, the guy said with a smile, thanking George for saving him precious time and appearing before him in person. The man replied that the young man was a scumbag, his voice ringing with disdain and contempt. "And he will kill him," the man said with icy certainty, as if this sentence had already been carved in stone. "With my own hands," he added, clenching his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white, as if ready to tear the air apart with tension. So he wished Ruin's death once more, uttering the curse with such hatred that it hung in the air like a poisonous cloud. The young mage simply stood, maintaining a cold calm in his gaze. The enemy's words were but empty noise amidst the silence. Realizing how pointless it all was, he just sighed slightly and watched someone's futile attempt to prove the obvious. Since death was not planned for him today, he felt a confidence and strength that filled his heart with a calm warmth. And it's clear who we're talking about, because the enemy's name has long been burning in his mind, like a brand that cannot be erased, about George Garihil, whose presence always resembled poison that slowly corrodes the soul. So he directs his attack at the man, unleashing the accumulated power that flared like lightning and split the space between them. He immediately sets up a barrier, erecting a wall of energy in front of him, which flashes with radiance, like a mirror of light. His eyes are filled with confusion. For the first time, he has encountered a force that he is unable to fully comprehend or overcome through his own efforts. He didn't understand what was happening, because in the capital he could always corner the young man, but now he felt that the forces were distributed differently. After just a few months, the gap between them had grown so much that the young man now seemed unattainable and a completely different creature. So the hero charged forward, moving with such speed and determination that it seemed as if time itself could not keep up with his steps. George felt like it was the end, his heart pounding in his chest as if trapped, his thoughts flying like splinters in a storm. He couldn't say a word, because his throat was squeezed by an invisible noose of fear, which took away his voice and left only a trembling body. Those close to them watched in fear, their eyes trembling with terror. They witnessed an imminent catastrophe that was about to engulf everything. The man's sons were also confused. Their faces were pale and their hands were shaking, as if they had lost all hope of intervening or saving their father. As Ruin's power surged outward, the air quivered with tension, and a glow appeared all around. But the young man decided to ask George one question, his voice sounding even and calm, like a blade cutting the silence in half. How he escaped from the underground prison because the influence of the Gerakils would not allow it, he said coldly, as if searching for a hidden truth. The man agreed to tell everything, if only he would be spared, his voice trembling, a tiny hope keeping him on the verge of despair. However, the magician said not to answer, because there were only two contenders, the Crown Prince or the King of Magicians, and this truth sounded like an inevitable verdict. Mikkel screams at his father, his voice breaking with despair and powerlessness. He tries to reach through the wall of invisible darkness. He realizes that Ruin killed first his older brother and then his father, and this terrible truth tears apart his consciousness, leaving only pain. So he wants to kill Ruin, and such rage burns in his heart that it clouds his mind, turning his desire for revenge into a blinding fire. He orders everyone to take him, or else it will be the end of their family. His words sound like the last hope. So the magicians are ready, their hands already glowing with magic, and their eyes full of determination. They stand on the brink of a great battle. They ask for Ruin to finally leave this world, their voices merging into a single spell filled with hatred and a desire for revenge. But the boy thinks how they still haven't realized that their attempts are futile, and this struggle is only hastening their own inevitable demise. That scum like them are no longer an obstacle, because his strength has grown to the point where he can overcome any resistance they may have. A sphere of radiant light that blinds anyone who encounters it, and a flame that leaves only ashes and dust behind. The 8th class meteor magic causes a fiery block to fall from the sky, capable of wiping out entire fortresses and armies. So the boy said goodbye to his opponents, his words sounding cold and inescapable, like the last bell before inevitable death. The Crown Prince watched everything, his gaze attentive and cold, as if weighing every movement to make his own judgment. As Ruin destroyed the Gerakil family, the sight was etched in his memory forever, a bloody sign of inevitable changes in the world. Shemerton smiled, calling the young magician crazy. His voice sneered. He saw in everything only a cruel game. But then he realized that Ruin was truly the best, and that thought made his gaze become serious, acknowledging a power that could not be denied. But Theron burst into the room, his appearance sudden and abrupt. When asking what they were doing, he spoke sharply and angrily, wanting to dispel any doubts and clarify everything immediately. The prince asked why the godfather was here, his voice ringing with suspicion and cold curiosity. He was looking for hidden treachery. Did they really think that this chaos would go unnoticed by the king, because any upheaval in the capital inevitably reaches the ears of the ruler? Theron doesn't understand how, having just seen Ruin's magic, one can be so careless, because this power can change the very essence of the world. Showertan says it's surprising, but asks what exactly the spell was to make them panic, so much as if they were facing the end of the world. Theron replied that it was 8th grade magic. His words sounded heavy and serious. The fact itself was already a verdict for everyone present. It can only be used by mages of the highest level. In other words, Ruin is on the same level or even higher than the Mage King. The man asks if the prince really wanted the boy to get angry, his voice filled with reproach and anxiety. Shomerton asks the godson to calm down and promises to explain everything, his words sounding soft and measured. But Theron kept repeating about 8th grade magic, his voice insistent and menacing. He wanted to impress it on the young man's mind. But suddenly he shouted at the young man, his voice cutting through the air like a clap of thunder, filled with anger, despair, and impotent fear at the same time, saying that he made a big mistake, because Ruin should not be underestimated, because he is cunning enough, and could already understand that it was Shamartan who sent Garikil. But Rainak spoke calmly, his voice sounding even and cold, knowing in advance that such a conversation would inevitably happen. He reported that he didn't try to hide it at all, because his actions were deliberate and open, deliberately leaving traces for ruin. Not understanding why Theron was so worried about this, he looked at him with slight irony, seeing exaggerated fear in his words. After all, the man is the head of a magical tower that controls the entire continent, and he is the crown prince who will one day sit on the throne of a magnificent empire, while ruin is nothing more than an interesting toy from a small neighboring country, whose power seems significant only at first glance. Theron said that Shamartan had done what he wanted before, so he could continue in the same vein, but the consequences would be severe. Because nothing connects him to the king anymore, and these words came out sharply, cutting the last thread that held their alliance together. And Theron would personally visit His Majesty the Emperor to report everything he had seen, his tone firm, like a promise of sentence. The capital is already discussing the fact that an 8th-grade magician has appeared in a small country, and even more importantly, that he is only 17 years old. Besides, at such an early age, they are already using meteor spells, so the reason for their behavior is simple. Ruin Ardell of the Ardell family reached the 8th beauty at a very young age, so it seems he reached new heights faster than the current Mage King Theron. This means that a young magician who shows such results can aim for the throne currently occupied by the Dirty King. People think that the head of the magic tower should change. And these thoughts, discussed by the inhabitants, even reached the ears of the emperor. It was such news that even a mouse knew about the young magician. The emperor, sitting on his throne, looked confident and asked his aides what they thought about this. Titan Rainak, the emperor, has heard of a mage from a small country who threatens Theron's position, so he would like to hear their perspective on this important matter. The man replied that there were quite a few 8th-grade knights on the continent, but only one 8th-grade mage, and that was the Dirty King. But now that a young 8th-grade magician has appeared, it might be more appropriate to yield to a more talented young man. Suddenly, the Dirty King himself arrives, asking the emperor not to listen to his subordinates and disregard their opinions. The Sorcerer King, Theron, looked confident, his dignified physique betraying no excitement or any other emotion. The Titan said that he didn't expect to see Theron here in person, so in that case, he was ready to hear his opinion on the matter. Theron, more quietly, asked the emperor if he really in fact agreed with this, and was impressed by other people's opinions on this. Ruin Ardell seemed to have reached the 8th-grade level just a couple of days ago. He was far behind him, so how could he have reached above the said level in such a short period of time? Titan Rainak remained silent, his gaze remaining cold and impenetrable, hiding his own thoughts behind a stone mask. Theron said that perhaps the young man had used forbidden powers, and most likely used some kind of black magic, because how else could he explain this absurdly rapid growth? He recalls that once, Ruin even used an unknown power that was associated with ogres. And just recently, there was a great battle, and so a young magician destroyed the respected Garikil family, George Garikil and his sons. So he explains that if someone like him becomes the head of the Tower of Magicians, then the empire will be swallowed up in chaos, and there is no need to draw such quick conclusions. The Titan was intrigued by the idea of black magic, because if Ruin used it, then his rapid growth could be explained. In conclusion, I agreed with the magician King Theron because, as he said earlier, something does not add up at all. Theron continues, saying that he thinks this issue concerns not only the magic tower, but also the stability of the empire. So there is a possibility that they will have to mobilize the army to keep the situation from getting out of control and to stick to a clear plan. Theron smiled and understood that everything was ready, and Ruin would definitely not be able to cope with the military power of the empire, so events were going as they should. But suddenly Shamartan Rainak appears in the hall and asks his father not to do this, because it will not be necessary. The Lord of Mages was confused, his face turned pale and his eyes blurred, as if he had lost confidence and did not know how to act further. He didn't understand what the Crown Prince was doing here, because his appearance was unexpected and disrupted all plans, as if fate itself had intervened in the events. The father speaks, surprised and indignant at the same time, how anyone would have the audacity to dare to appear here without permission. But the son does not understand at all what the real reason for his father's anger is, and why his words sound so harsh and painful. The emperor explains that the Sword Grand Prix was considered an extremely prestigious tournament with a grand history, and a reckless young man dared to ruin everything. Shomertan replies, "Did his father specifically mention this just to publicly humiliate him in front of everyone and show his own superiority? The man understands that if his son thinks in this direction and ponders this, then somewhere deep in his soul there is still at least an ounce of shame left." Shomertan says that he most desires to kill the young magician himself, to feel his last breath in his hands, and to put a bloody end to history himself. If he is already destined to die and there is no way to avoid it, then he wants to be the only murderer who has the right to carry out this sentence. The Titan says that he also fervently desires his death, for his heart is full of hatred and a desire to punish the one who dared to defy him. The Emperor felt sick, his face turned pale, his breathing became labored, and his hands trembled, as if his body itself refused to obey the will of its master. The assistants immediately scrambled, rushing in all directions, trying to provide assistance, call doctors, and prevent the worst from happening. The father says that he has finally reached his limit and is no longer able to tolerate insolence, disobedience, or humiliation of his honor. And since the son dared to say such words, let him now prove his determination in action and do everything as well as he can. Theron didn't understand how he could have made such a serious decision based on just one word, the prince said in his passion. The young man turns to his godfather and says that he pulled out his exhausted father, who was supposed to be resting and regaining his strength, just to catch one person. Does he really care about nothing else at all, except this obsessive idea that blinds his mind and makes him forget about everything else in the world? His father's illness progresses relentlessly every day, and even the best healers in the Empire are powerless before it, only throwing up their hands in despair. And Theron needs to understand that the situation is becoming inevitable every day, and very soon all power will inevitably end up in the hands of Showertan. But now, he needs to leave, leaving behind the disputes and discontent, because his continued presence will only worsen the situation and escalate the conflict. Theron did not understand at what precise moment everything took such a sudden and abrupt turn that the usual order of events shattered like fragile glass under the blows of fate. After all, he was to become those reliable wings on the back of the future emperor that would lift him above all others and help him soar to the heavens of power. But Ruin Ardell appeared, and his entire carefully constructed plan for the future went to dust, crumbling into nothingness, leaving behind only a bitter feeling of futile efforts. But the Magician King will never be able to forgive him for this, because betrayal and shattered hopes leave a wound in his heart that will never heal. So, sitting in his room, he reflected on everything that had happened, trying to understand where exactly he had made a mistake and why fate had turned against him. But suddenly he asked Duma Prime, hoping to hear wise advice, or at least a hint of an answer that would help dispel his doubts. What if the young man had managed to defeat Ruin at the great festival, and if the Lord had extended a helping hand to change the present and rewrite the future? Doom thought, lost in deep thought, his gaze darkening as if trying to weigh thousands of options and find the only correct one among them. Theron agreed that there was no point in talking about it now, because the circumstances had not yet been finalized, and any words would remain empty. Soon the head of the tower is inevitably changing, and even if the prince did not resist, Ruin still could not stop it. So why did Doom Prime not leave here, remaining nearby, as if he were held by an invisible force? The boy replied that for him, the only true master of the Tower of Magic was the Dirty King, and if Ruin was the root of all the problems, then he would personally pull him out of this soil. Theron said that with the current forces it was impossible to do so, as Ruin was too dangerous, and any attempt would only end in ignominious defeat. Doom Prime knew this, realizing the hopelessness of the plan, but he remained silent, understanding that sometimes faith was more important than cold calculation. But Theron said that this time everything would be different, because circumstances had changed, and now they had a chance that simply did not exist before. Because he is going to support his student, to become a support and shield for him, so that he does not collapse under the burden of trials and does not lose faith in himself. The king's eyes suddenly turned black, like a bottomless abyss that absorbs light, and the sight made everyone feel eerie and uneasy. His body was enveloped in a purple aura that pulsed like a living flame, radiating both power and a heart-chilling menace. He told the student not to worry, because he had always dreamed of this moment when he would be able to give his strength to someone who would continue on his own path. So he tells Doom Prime to smile, because even in the darkest moments, you need faith and light in your heart to help you endure everything. And an aura of this color enveloped almost the entire tower, so powerful and bright that its radiance was visible even through the massive window frames. The ruin stood in the middle of the destroyed arena, surrounded by debris and dust, as if it had become the sole witness to the catastrophe that had erased the grandeur of the former place. He understood that it was not enough for them to simply attack ruin. They had also ruthlessly lured innocent people here, condemning them to suffering and death. So who really orchestrated all of this, planning every detail to turn the arena into a trap full of horror, pain, and innocent victims? The Crown Prince or the Dirty King, that is the main question, because only they had enough power and cunning to pull off such a cruel plan. But that doesn't matter anymore, because the consequences have become irreversible, and no amount of searching for the culprits will bring back either the destroyed arena or the lost lives. They must both be destroyed. Only then will it be possible to uproot the root of evil and put an end to the darkness that is consuming everything around without mercy. Ruin was walking down the corridor when Irene caught up with him, walking quickly behind him, as if afraid of missing the chance to say what she had long carried in her heart. The boy says that this is a cunning plan by the Crown Prince or Theron, and now they have both focused all their attention and hatred on the young man. Things have gone too far, and Ruin has no choice but to destroy them both to put a final end to this war. They launched an attack right where numerous noble families and ordinary citizens were gathering, turning a festive place into an arena of fear and bloody slaughter. If this continues to be allowed to happen, not only Ardell, but the entire empire will be plunged into chaos, where law and order will lose all meaning. The girl finds it hard to believe that the Magician King himself targeted him, because it sounds so incredible that her mind refuses to accept the truth. But the power that Ruin used in the arena was undoubtedly at the level of an 8th grader. It was so destructive, majestic, and dangerous. And since the young magician is the only one who can stand against the Dirty King, what should he do now that the responsibility for the fate of the entire empire lies on his shoulders? But suddenly, the young man orders Irene to step back. His voice sounds firm and final, as if he has already made a difficult decision for himself. She asked what sudden need made him push her away so abruptly, because just a moment ago they had been walking together, and nothing foretold any change. But Doom Prime suddenly appeared before them, his figure seemingly emerging from the darkness of the corridor, radiating power and menacing calm. Ruin asks if he was really sent here by the Sorcerer King himself, because Doom Prime's appearance at this very moment seems too suspicious and premeditated. He said that the young man should not dare to utter the name of the King of Mages with his filthy mouth, for such audacity is a mortal insult to greatness. Ruin would not even think of obeying the Magician King's fanboy, because to him he is only a blind servant who has lost his own will and reason in worship. Doom Prime said he would do absolutely everything to prevent the young man from even approaching the Lord, and for this he was ready to sacrifice his own life. Ruin understands that Doom Prime's attitude towards the Sorcerer King hasn't even changed in all this time. It has remained just as fanatical and blind. But there was genuine shock in his eyes, as if he had encountered for the first time something that was destroying his unwavering faith and making him doubt his own convictions. For the enemy was enveloped in a purple aura that pulsed around him with living flame, radiating invincible power and cold terror at the same time. Earlier, when Theron said he would give him strength, he understood perfectly well that it still wouldn't be enough to adequately confront an opponent like Ruin. Therefore, he had only one task left: to contain Ruin at all costs, even if it cost him his life and all his strength. Doom Prime must buy time, delay long enough for the Lord to prepare, because the future fate of the Empire depends on these minutes. So he stepped forward, with every step radiating determination and a willingness to take any blow in order to fulfill the mission entrusted to him. Attacking the young magician, he put all his strength and desperation into each movement, because he knew that the fulfillment of his duty depended only on this fight. He struck with incredible force, making the air tremble with energy, as if space itself could not bear the weight of his fury and determination. Even Irene was terrified as she watched this brutal duel, as the power of the attack surpassed anything she had ever seen. She could not believe what was happening before her eyes, because reality seemed like a nightmare in which the forces of the gods came together in mortal combat. The girl saw that Doom was the strongest among the 11 other children, distinguished by strength and talent, and that was why he was chosen to be closest to the Lord. But now he had reached a completely different level, surpassing his own limits and demonstrating power that made him look like a real monster. What contributed to this remains a mystery, because such a power could not have appeared on its own and had to be the result of forbidden rituals or dark agreements. She asks Ruin to be careful, because his account reminded her of a description she once read in an ancient book, and it inspired deep fear. Doom Prime is demonized, and it becomes clear that Theron is behind all this, because only he could dare to push his student into such a terrible transformation. The student is now out of his mind, losing his mind from demonization, but in this case, Ruin knows exactly what to do to stop him forever. To restrain him and bring him to his senses, not allowing him to completely lose his human essence, because as long as there is at least a spark of consciousness left, there is still a chance. Doom screams for them to end this once and for all, his voice tearing outward with pain and rage, as if it were a last desperate call. But the guy says that he barely stopped him, making titanic efforts, because in another moment, Doom would have completely lost control of himself. Because the opponent swung his sword with such unstoppable force, the hero managed to exploit this carelessness and gain an advantage for himself. So, stepping on the sword, Ruin performs the Steel Breaker skill, directing concentrated force capable of breaking even the strongest weapon. But it breaks the weapon in two, causing the fragments to scatter around, and with them, destroy the opponent's confidence in victory. And then his fist flies straight into his opponent's face with incredible speed and force, leaving him only a moment to feel the blow approaching. At the same time, he quietly apologizes, because he understands that this blow will hurt, but he simply has no other way to stop his opponent. Ruin tries to strike without killing Doom, directing the force carefully so that he doesn't fall back lifeless, but only loses the ability to resist. In the Empire, Reinek the Servant runs out into the corridor, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls, as if he is carrying a message on which everything depends. Instantly opening the door for the prince, he almost falls from exhaustion, but the haste and anxiety in his eyes indicate the extreme importance of the news. He orders to run quickly, because something extraordinary has happened, and delay could be too costly for both the prince himself and the entire empire. But he doesn't have time to finish because the words get stuck in his throat, as if something invisible has cut off his speech, and the tension in the air has increased sharply. His body falls right in front of Shomertan's table, sprawled helplessly, like a shadow that lost its life before it could fulfill its duty. The prince understands that this is exactly what his godson intends to do, ruthlessly eliminating all witnesses and stopping anyone who knows too much. Who immediately appeared before him in the doorway, as if emerging from the darkness, his gaze cold and full of determination to see the matter through to the end. He apologizes and explains that he had no other choice, because the situation requires immediate action, and any delay would be a disaster. Shomerton smiled, knowing full well that this was a lie, because the godson's eyes reflected not necessity, but cold calculation and personal gain. He asks why the godson is doing this, and does he really believe that killing the prince will secure his place in the magic tower and give him power? Theron reports that this is no longer enough for him, as his ambitions have gone far beyond the magic tower, and he seeks power that will encompass the entire empire. With his place in danger, there is only one thing left to do: gain true power, crush Ruin, and become not just the head of the Tower of Mages, but the ruler of the entire world. And this power comes from the prince, from the latent energy of the future emperor, which Theron seeks to wrest and appropriate in order to fulfill his boundless ambitions. He recalls that even as a child he told Shomerton never to give up his beliefs, because they are what make a person a true heir to power. And according to his words, he will do everything possible to fulfill his own will, not stopping at blood, betrayal, or death. Shomerton listened attentively, without interrupting or showing any emotion. Only his cold gaze betrayed that he was weighing and remembering every word of his godson. But then he shouted that he would not give up after these words, and with a sharp movement he called the guards, making it clear that he was ready to fight to the end. They suddenly attacked Theron, trying to take him by force and stop him before he could carry out his sinister plan. But his confidence was so powerful that not a single movement of the guards caused him fear. On the contrary, he stood like an unshakable rock. His magic repelled everyone, slicing through space with an invisible wave of force that threw warriors back as if they were mere grains of sand in a storm. The mana was so strong that it blew around again like a storm, making the walls tremble and filling the air with a sense of imminent threat. Then, when all the guards were already lying on the floor, he asked in a cold voice if Shomerton was finished, hinting that futile attempts only delayed the inevitable. The young man understood that this was exactly how he would end up, because the enemy's forces were invincible, and any resistance seemed only to postpone inevitable defeat. But he tells him to go and defeat Ruin Ardell, because even after his own death, his cursed name will haunt him as long as his soul exists. Ruin and the girl looked at the boy, carefully watching his every move and trying to understand. They felt anxious and powerless, wondering if everything would be okay with him, because they were unable to intervene and could only observe his condition, as he had received many blows. The young man assures that if he stays alive, everything will be fine. It's better to get punched in the face a few times than to become a demon. Theron appeared before them and said that Doom was nowhere near the one who could stop the young mage. But he confidently explains that the pet did well with what his husband ordered him to do. He played his role with full dedication and truly bought time, just as the Dirty King ordered him, smiling. The girl was shocked because she didn't fully believe it, but Ruin said that Theron was finally before him and he would destroy him. However, the young man's eyes widened as he analyzed the situation, seeing something he had never noticed before. Theron became much stronger than before, and nothing could shake the determination in his heart. He exudes a much greater energy that can be felt even from a distance, as if an invisible wave of power envelops the space around his figure. Theron says that Ruin will never be able to defeat him, and at that moment the hero, with cold confidence in his voice, orders the frightened girl to run away as quickly as possible. A powerful explosion was visible from the street. A bright flame tore through the night darkness, sending thick smoke and flames into the sky, quivering in the air. Relatives did not understand what had happened this time. Their faces were frozen in amazement and anxiety, and their eyes reflected confusion and fear of the unknown. Rowena realizes that Irene and her brother are there, and this thought grips her heart with anxiety, because the realization of possible danger to the most precious people does not give her peace. But a guy appears, holding the young lady and Duma in his strong hands, as if demonstrating his help to everyone present. He shouts for everyone to run away because it's dangerous here. His voice shatters the silence, causing people to freeze in fear and rush in panic to flee the scene. There was fear in Ruina's eyes, burning deep within, reflected in her trembling gaze, as if she were encountering power for the first time. Ruin landed and carefully placed his companions on the ground, feeling the tension of every moment, as danger hung over them like a heavy shadow. He asks what Theron is doing, because there are many residents here, but he understands that such questions make no sense, because the violence has already begun, and it is impossible to stop it with words. Because he wants Ruin to simply die, his gaze filled with cruelty and hatred, and every movement betrays his determination to see this through. His eyes were black, and his attacks were incredibly powerful, tearing apart the space around him and causing all living things to tremble with fear and pain. Ruin thought he could now withstand this powerful force, but his heart clenched with anxiety, for he felt that the enemy was much stronger than it seemed at first glance. But now his power was beyond comprehension, elusive and immense, like an element that destroys everything in its path and frightens even the bravest. What then did the man do during all this time? His actions remained a mystery, and the consequences of every move were felt by everyone around him, filling the hearts of those around him with fear and amazement. But then the young man realized that he was feeling the Crown Prince's energy radiating from him, which radiated with powerful excitement, and made his heart beat faster with a mixture of fear and admiration. But he realized that Theron had absorbed the life energy of Shomerton Raynak, and this discovery filled him with horror, for the scale of the enemy's power proved to be far greater than he had imagined. Theron advanced relentlessly, his steps heavy and determined, and each movement emanated incredible power, making the ground tremble beneath his feet. The young magician concluded that Theron would do anything for his own ambitions, disregarding the lives of others, and this thought filled his heart with anxiety and determination at the same time. Suddenly, the Dirty King thanks the young man for provoking him, his voice sounding cold and ironic, emphasizing the dangerous game that was just beginning. Because of him, Theron has now become a demonic god. His power has grown to incredible proportions, turning him into an almost invincible being. The hero realizes that ultimately envy led him to forbidden magic, and this realization burns his soul, making him feel the bitterness of his own mistakes. This energy is so overwhelming that it is difficult to say how many more lives have been sacrificed, as its dark power penetrates all corners of the world around it, darkening even the brightest hopes. People like Theron should never exist, for their power destroys all life around them, bringing chaos and suffering without any regret or remorse. Because the world will then be engulfed in chaos, which will spread endlessly, destroying order and turning all life into a field of fear and destruction. So the young man turns to Theron Artemis with determination in his voice, trying to find words that could contain his incredible power and influence on the world around him. But he swears to stop him no matter what the cost, his heart filled with determination, and his every look radiating unwavering courage in the face of unspeakable danger. But the king simply smiled, and at that moment Ruin was given the final task of defeating the demonic god and saving the world. Ruina calls Irene's sister, her voice filled with tenderness and care, reflecting a deep connection and sincere affection for her. The girl came to and asked what had happened, her gaze full of surprise and anxiety, and her voice trembling from the sudden return to reality. She explains that her brother asked her to take everyone away and flee the capital. Her words sound fast and tense, conveying fear for her loved ones and the urgency of the situation. But their strength is not enough, and the realization of this paralyzes them for a moment, because the danger hanging over them is too great to be overcome without outside help. So all that remains is to find a trick and a plan of action, because direct confrontation is impossible, and every step is crucial for the survival of everyone around. After all, Ruin fights Theron alone, his body exhausted, but his heart full of determination, because he knows that the fate of the entire world depends on his strength and endurance. Ruina began to cry, tears rolling down her face, mixing with despair and anxiety, as the gravity of the moment and fear for her loved ones filled her heart. Irene tried to calm her down, gently touching her shoulder and whispering words of support to at least ease her pain and despair. But there was confusion in her eyes, for she did not know how to deal with Ruina's deep sadness and fear, and this uncertainty added to the anxiety of the situation. As the residents began to approach, their faces were filled with anger, and their footsteps sounded cautious. They tried to destroy everyone. For these were no longer residents but demons, whose distorted faces and ominous aura radiated unprecedented fury and destructive power, filling the air with fear and tension. She concluded that Doom Prime was not the only one who had been demonized, and that his goal from the beginning was to destroy everything around him. Irene orders everyone to flee, promising to try to handle it herself, her voice resolute, her eyes radiating courage despite fear and danger. Mr. Bolvar says that it seems that this place will become his grave. His voice is cold and calm, but in his eyes there is a shadow of acceptance of inevitable fate. Irene says she will fight him, her gaze burning with determination and her body filled with tension, ready to confront the enemy's unseen power. But Ruin will be upset by this, but the girl has already decided, and her determination is beyond doubt because she knows that the lives of many people depend on it. The demons began to attack, their movements quick and violent, and the air around them filled with screams and a sense of danger looming over everyone. Irene will regret it if they don't save the residents. Her heart is filled with anxiety, and her thoughts revolve around possible losses and the defenseless people left in danger. But instantly a fire broke out in front of them, covering the space with bright tongues of flame, carrying heat, smoke, and fury that forced everyone to take a step back. The young lady realized that they were too late, her heart sank with hope, and her eyes filled with tears because help was already too close. For Tyrion Ignite had appeared, his figure radiating incredible power and menace, and his presence creating a sense of imminent disaster for his enemies. He had not expected the general coincidence to take so long, and this delay could have fatal consequences for everyone who depended on his actions. So they decide to help in the battle, joining forces and determination, realizing that only together can they confront an extraordinary threat. There was incredible chaos all around, flames, destruction, and screams intertwined, creating a picture of disorder and fear that encompassed everything around. Knights and mages fought against enemies, their blows and spells creating a storm of power that crushed everything in its path and raised the spirits of heroic resistance. Hans understands that he needs to deal with this quickly and help Ruin. His thoughts are filled with urgency, and his heart beats with determination and tension, because his comrade was in trouble against a demonic god, and Hans felt that not only his life but the fate of the entire world depended on his prompt assistance. Theron stood before him in the sky, engulfed in his power, his figure radiating an incredible power that made the earth tremble. At that time, Ruin was on his knees, squeezed like a lemon, his body barely holding on, and each breath was taken with great effort after an incredible strain. Realizing that he was no match for such a person, he felt powerless and afraid, because before him stood a force capable of destroying everything he had once considered powerful. Theron laughs and says it's a fitting end for such a wretch, his voice cold and ominous, piercing the space with cruelty and contempt. And Ruin's desperate efforts were pointless, for Theron's strength outweighed anything he could oppose, leaving only a sense of powerlessness and inevitable defeat. The Dirty King has reached the level of a demonic god and is ready to wipe the young man off the face of the earth, his power radiating destruction. So he bids him farewell, his voice filled with hatred and his gaze reflecting an understanding of the power that awaits him ahead. Preparing the final attack for the young mage, he concentrates, his every movement full of strength and determination. Like a bird of prey, it swooped down on Ruin from the sky, its movements swift and deadly precise, and the force of the blow made the air around it crackle. Everyone froze in fear of moving. Their bodies seemed paralyzed, and their hearts beat wildly, because an incredible and terrifying force appeared before their eyes. Ruin doesn't understand if this is the end. His mind is torn between hope and fear, and his heart is clenched from the inability to accept such a terrible reality. But Draco's voice appeared in his head, asking him to protect them, filling Ruin with determination and new energy despite his exhaustion and fear. Since he couldn't do it, Ruin can, and the thought of it ignites in his heart the fire of determination and strength needed to confront an unseen threat. Strawn looks at this energy and cannot believe her eyes, for its power exceeds anything she has seen before. The radiance stretched across the sky before Theron, illuminating the darkness with bright waves of power that radiated his incredible power and majesty. He couldn't understand how Ruin managed to block the demon god's attack, because before, he had been completely unable to do so. Ruin reported that it would be unfair if only the king possessed the power of a demon god. It gave him too great an advantage. So, just behind him, a powerful magician appeared, whose presence was immediately felt, like a wave of power pressing down on everything around. And then Ruin turned to Theron Artemis with a request to immediately begin the attack, because he understood that without his decisive actions, victory would not be achieved. But the dirty king was so confused, everything around him turned upside down, and his usual confidence instantly left him. Now Ruin turned to his enemy with a request to fight truly, on equal terms, without any tricks or advantages, in order to resolve everything fairly. Theron did not understand what it was. Something so incomprehensible and mysterious was unfolding before his eyes that no knowledge or experience could explain it. What was happening? Because events unfolded so rapidly and chaotically that consciousness barely had time to grasp the meaning of everything around. This incredible energy felt like the descent of God himself, so powerful and majestic that the heart trembled from its sacred influence. They repeated each other's movements so precisely and harmoniously that it seemed as if there was an invisible connection between them that controlled their bodies. Whatever the young magician did, Draka repeated, as if mirroring his every move, as if she were his shadow or a part of himself. So they attacked the Lord with such determination and force that the space around them trembled, and the sheer power of the blow seemed capable of breaking any defense. The man understands that he must somehow block this blow, because he feels in it a destructive force capable of destroying his body and crushing his spirit. But nothing worked, because all his attempts to stop the rapid attack crumbled like dust before the invincible force of the enemy. The force was so powerful, so all-encompassing and ruthless, that even the air around it trembled, as if the world could not withstand its onslaught. Those present did not understand whether these were really the powers of Ruin, for the scale of the power displayed seemed so incredible that it was difficult to believe in its origin. Only Strawn understood that this was the incarnation of Drak, and whether the master had really summoned him, because she felt a familiar aura that had once frightened even the bravest. Does this mean that Ruin becomes the new god-destroyer? Because his power reached such a level that the very essence of the world began to obey his will. He says that Ruin uses dirty tricks to the end, trying to outwit and win not by the power of honor, but by dark tricks and deception. And he will not allow this, because he believes that honor and true strength should not yield to deceit, even if he has to pay with his own life. Theron's hands seemed to be tearing apart with anger, so fierce and uncontrollable that every muscle in his body trembled, ready to explode with uncontrollable force. He said that he would not allow anyone or anything to break his will, for his heart burned with determination to stand to the end, even in the face of inevitable death. But to stand in his way because he is determined to overcome any obstacle, even if it means breaking the world into pieces for the sake of victory. So let's see how long this brazen attitude will last, because the trials that lie ahead can break even the strongest spirit. Spheres of energy shone around him, and he said that ultimately Ruin would be destroyed, for no dark force could exist forever. And Theron decided to attack, because he realized that delay would only increase the danger, while a decisive blow could be the last chance for victory. But even as a demonic god, There were some things he did not understand, as secrets were revealed to him that were beyond his powerful comprehension. The brawl that was summoned by Ruin emitted such an oppressive and majestic aura that it seemed like the heavens themselves trembled at his presence. He was once proclaimed the god of destruction, and since then his name has been associated with chaos, death, and an invincible force that terrifies the world. Therefore, fighting him is tantamount to suicide, because anyone who dared to challenge this creature became nothing more than a shadow of the past, erased into oblivion. For his power is mighty, so boundless and cruel that even the bravest warriors trembled, feeling their courage crumble to dust. Then the dirty king saw before him a radiance so blinding and all-consuming that it seemed to burn away the darkness itself, forcing him to retreat. Realizing how pointless it was, he felt that any resistance was doomed, because the enemy's strength was so overwhelming that it left no chance. Because it was his turn to fight back again, but this time the blows came with such frenzy that every movement seemed like a struggle for the last breath of life. Ruin was set specifically on victory, and his unwavering determination burned so brightly that fate itself seemed to bow before him. And he and Draca strike a blow so powerful and coordinated that it seemed as if reality itself was cracking under the pressure of their combined strength, such that the Lord's face was thrown back with uncontrollable force, and even his strong body shuddered, unable to withstand the brutal blow. And then the blow to the ribs came with such devastating force that he snorted in pain, feeling the air rushing out of his chest. He bent over, momentarily losing his balance, the pain piercing his body so acutely that he could barely stay on his feet. And after that, Theron flew back a few meters, hitting the ground so hard that dust rose in a cloud, enveloping everything around. Everyone present watched and were stunned, for what they saw surpassed all understanding, making their hearts tremble with fear and admiration. But then Theron shouts that he recognizes the greatness of this force, admitting that even his divine might pales before such devastating power. As he rose to the sky, his gaze was deep, as if the man had planned something and already had a new plan of action. Then he admitted that even if he used everything he was capable of, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the young magician. And if so, then he was planning something, hiding a shadow of treacherous intent in his gaze, because he understood that he would no longer be able to defeat this young man in a direct way. He decided to simply drag the young man and this world with him into the abyss of nothingness, so that no one could emerge victorious after his final fall, and destroy everything with his most powerful attack, which carried so much destructive power that even the heavens themselves trembled at its birth. So everything will end right now, because he has gathered so much destructive energy that its explosion could erase the entire world in a single moment of existence. Light enveloped everything around, spreading in a dazzling wave that washed away the darkness, erasing any boundaries between heaven, earth, and infinity. Ruin understands that Theron remained crazy until the very end, because even before his death, he sought to destroy everything, leaving nothing behind. Draca understands that they have to stop this attack, and the young man says that they need to give it their all, because only by joining forces can the world be saved. So for the last time, they decided to gather all their strength, direct it into one devastating blow, and put an end to the madness that threatened the world. They must attack together, so that their combined power surpasses even the divine destructive power and gives them a chance to stop the catastrophe. The battle was so intense that space itself trembled from their blows, and the earth and sky split as if unable to withstand such a confrontation. That Ruin screamed from the surge of energy because the tension was so unbearable that his body could barely withstand the flow of power bursting outward. Theron says that in the end, it's no match for the disciple against the demonic god, as the difference in strength is so enormous that victory seems impossible. And he will wipe him and everyone else off the face of the earth, turning everything around him to ashes so that no one else will dare to challenge his authority. But Ruin replied that no, because he who is incapable of anything without deceit and destruction can never become a true winner in this battle. This is Theron, for his strength rests only on hatred and madness, while true power is born from the will to fight and protect. And they tried even harder to stop the man, directing all their determination and power against him, because they understood that the fate of the world depended on it. Theron knew it was the end, for he felt his strength rapidly fading under the pressure of their combined might, which erased his advantage. And is it really going to end like this, he thought, feeling the last remnants of his power crumble into nothingness, leaving only emptiness and fear. Finally, he said that ruin Ardell be cursed, putting all his hatred and despair into these words, as if it were the last weapon against the victor. And a flash of light shone in the sky, so bright and all-consuming that for a moment it seemed as if the sun itself had fallen to the earth, cutting through the darkness. Warning of victory over evil, this light spread over the entire world, giving hope to those who awaited deliverance from darkness and fear. The sister runs to her brother, full of excitement and joy, because she sees that he is alive after a terrible battle that could have taken him forever. Asking if he was okay, she looked into his eyes with tears of hope, afraid to hear an answer that might break her heart. But suddenly something happened to the young man. His body shuddered as if from an invisible blow, and his face turned pale, as if the life had begun to slip away from him. His head hurt so much that it felt as if it would burst from the unbearable pressure, and the world around him began to tremble in his eyes. He began to scream in pain, and his scream was so piercing and desperate that it seemed as if the very earth trembled with his suffering. No one knew what was happening to him, because his body was trembling, his eyes were burning with a strange glow, and an uncontrollable wave of energy was rising around him. The girl began to approach her brother because she was worried, not knowing if she would be able to endure this pain, and her heart was pounding with fear for him. She asked for patience and promised that they would help now, speaking these words with a trembling voice full of love and despair. But Ruin shouted for them not to come near, for he felt that his power was getting out of control, and any touch could be fatal to them. So that no one would ever come near him, because the wave of energy bursting out could destroy everything around him without distinguishing who was friend and who was foe. Strawn was sure that this had been happening for many years, for she recognized the familiar signs of the awakening of the same force that had once terrified the world. When Draco went mad with power and awakened as the god of destruction, the world trembled at his madness, and no force could stop him. And this is because Ruin found a lot of strength at once, forcing his body and soul to overload, as if they were not created for such a burden. So she didn't know how to stop it, because any attempt to intervene could turn into a tragedy, but still, hope for salvation flickered in her heart. But even if nothing is done, Ruin could also awaken as the god of destruction, and it would be even worse than now. Suddenly the girl was confused because she heard a voice in her head telling her to stop. They were thrown into a room, in front of which was the owner, but the young lady did not understand where exactly they were. But again she heard this seemingly familiar voice, which addressed her with such words that they had not seen each other for a long time. And he also said to Ruin that he was the same, and whether the young magician should be called a young destroyer. Draka appeared before them, and said that it wasn't that important, because what he had to do wouldn't change and didn't depend on how he addressed the hero. He explains that he summoned the young mage just to help, still calling him the young destroyer at the end. The young man looked at him, raising his head, and a flame of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had already reached a conclusion. And he realized that before him stood Draca, whose presence was so palpable and majestic that there was no doubt left. This was the true god of destruction, which was to be expected from a dragon known as a perfect being, and at the same time as the destroyer of worlds, Drak. Just being next to him, you could still feel his incredible, overwhelming energy. Ruin asks where they are, and Draca replies that he briefly borrowed the young man's inner world, and it turned out that if he left him, terrible things would happen. Right now, the young man is one step away from going crazy from power, as Draca himself once did. Therefore, he must by any means pull the young magician out of this world. It sounded decisive and confident. Strawn asks what she should do, addressing him with a trembling voice, because she was afraid of making a mistake that could cause an undesirable result. He explains that he doesn't want the same thing to happen to Ruin as it did to Draca, because he doesn't want anyone to lose themselves again. Draca says that he is here because only his power can hold back the awakening and prevent a catastrophe that could wipe the entire world off the face of the earth. Because the player's artifact connects Ruin and him, creating an invisible chain through which their destinies are intertwined, and neither can exist separately. And therefore, the existence of this connection also implies that it can be severed so that everyone can be on their own. Therefore, if Draca uses all his strength to break the connection, then nothing will threaten the young destroyer anymore. But with shock, Strawn realizes that if Draca does this, using all his strength and energy, he will simply disappear. He tells the girl not to be upset, because after awakening, he brought only destruction to the world, and if Ruin can use his power without taking him into account, it will be useful. But just because the player's connection is broken, the young magician will not be left without his powers, so there's no need to worry about that. Ruin asked to wait, as an important thought had matured in his mind, and he intended to ask a question that could change the further course of events. Why did his choice fall on the young man? Because he himself had no idea whether his incredible powers could save the world or turn into terrible destruction. But Draca confidently replied that his powers would certainly be of use, for he felt immense power within himself and was convinced of his destiny. And he passed on this incredible power to him because the young man reminded him of himself in the past, when his heart was still pure and his dreams shone with an unquenchable light. Even before gaining the power, life had constantly brought Dracula pain and suffering, but in the end, this power consumed him completely, leaving only unquenchable destruction. But Ruin was different, and he had watched him closely throughout his life, starting from the moment when the young man had no strength at all. Ruin has always used his incredible power, directing it not for mindless destruction, but to protect others and keep the world in a fragile balance. Unlike Draca, the young man will be able to lead the world on the right path, because in his heart lived an unshakable faith in goodness and justice. So time was steadily approaching its end, and the dragon felt sincere pleasure in being able to talk to the hero at least a little. And also from Strana, because it was important for him to share his thoughts and feel the warmth of conversation with those who stayed by his side until the end. And he thanked the girl for the past and the present, because it was her presence that gave him memories of the light he had once lost. The girl was confused and seemed a little sad, because in her heart were mixed conflicting feelings that she could not fully understand. But she still said that Draco was a lizard-headed scumbag, trying to hide her pain and confusion behind sharp words. So they too said goodbye to Draca, feeling both relief and sadness at the same time, because they knew that this moment would be the final point in their shared history. Finally, the young man came to, and a clear gleam of realization appeared in his eyes, as if he had awakened from a long and exhausting sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw everyone in front of him, and this vision gave him a feeling of warmth and strength that he had so lacked before. They said that Ruin had scared them because he had suddenly lost consciousness, and at that moment, everyone was afraid that something irreparable had happened to him. The guy apologized for making everyone so worried, and his voice sounded sincere and calm. And he also thanked them for their help, because everyone suddenly responded to his plight, and it warmed his heart with a feeling of true support. And despite everything, they began to help, putting into every action sincere devotion and desire to save him from danger. But someone approached and politely apologized for having to interrupt their conversation because he had something important to say. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and a tense silence hung in the air, as if everyone was afraid to hear the next words. Because before them stood the Emperor Titan Rainak himself, and his majestic figure radiated such power and authority that everyone froze in amazement. He said he had important business to take to ruin Ardell, and his voice sounded solemn and authoritative, as if the decision could not be delayed. The boy wondered if he should really be accused of defeating the emperor's closest ally, and at the same time, the thought arose that Reinach himself might be out of his mind because of his son's death. However, the man politely addressed the young man, his words sounding calm and even, as if he had no intention of showing hostility at all. But he personally apologized, and there was a sincerity in his voice that was completely out of keeping with the formidable image of the emperor. Ruin remained sitting on the floor, not daring to move, for his mind was still full of doubts and questions. The Titan said that the blame for the chaos in the Empire lay entirely on him, because he failed to see the threat from Theron in time and, on the contrary, granted him even more power. And his biggest mistake was that he did not watch over his own son, allowing him to follow a path that ultimately led to his death. And before, the Emperor had seen Ruin's battle against Theron, watching as the young man displayed incredible strength and courage that amazed even his experienced eye. And it was then that he finally became convinced that Ruin was capable of becoming the one who would change the fate of the Empire and lead the world in a completely different direction. If this person fights for peace, then in his heart there is no desire for destruction, and it is such a force that can become true hope for the world. Then she will continue to move in the best direction, leading others and giving them faith in a just future. So I decided to ask directly, wanting to hear an honest answer from Ruin himself, without any doubts or speculation. Will Ruin Ardell become the head of the magical tower of their empire, to lead the mages on the path of order and join forces for peace and prosperity? A few days later, voices could be heard in the bar, intertwining with each other, creating an atmosphere of bustle and casual conversation. Jason said he always thought Ruin was better than the others, but to receive such a big offer at his age seemed something incredible and unexpected. The young man himself could not even dream of such an honor, because in his imagination, such an honor seemed unattainable and due only to the great heroes of the past. Becoming the head of the Tower of Mages meant that everyone would look up to him with respect and admiration, recognizing his power and wisdom. Ruin defeated the previous head of the Magic Tower, proving that his power and determination surpass even those who were long considered invincible. Therefore, the Emperor personally recommended his candidacy, and if the hero accepts this proposal, the decision will immediately take effect without any delay. The recent demise of the Mage King and the death of the Crown Prince deeply shook the world, and as the new head of Ruin, there was still much to be done. But whether he would be able to accomplish everything he had planned and bear the burden of responsibility remained a question that worried many. Irene asked what her friend was thinking, as there was no expression on his face, as if he had hidden all his feelings deep inside. The young man replied that he had been given a responsibility of such incredible magnitude that it was hard to even imagine how to cope with it. The girl said that maybe the guy should go somewhere far away, somewhere where there's no hustle and bustle, so he can rest and collect his thoughts. Ruin asked if she had any suggestions, and the young lady just smiled softly, as if she already knew the answer, but had decided to keep it a secret for now. But she suggested he go to her home, where there was peace and quiet, and where he could find the peace his heart so needed. The young magician was stunned, as he had not expected to hear such a proposal at all, and his heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings of surprise and excitement. Strawn looked like a little bear again, and asked if the host had not yet met a short one, and if events were developing too soon. It means that the young man goes alone to the girl's house, feeling both excitement and curiosity at the same time, because the unexpected invitation confused him. His friends specially arranged everything so that he would go on the long-awaited trip alone with his girlfriend, without any outside company. Ruin asked why Strawn stayed by her side, and she replied with a slight smile that he was her one and only, unique, and true incarnation. Irene suddenly wondered what exactly the young man was muttering to himself about, because his quiet words seemed mysterious to her and full of hidden meaning. Whatever the case, I ended up setting off on a journey with just Irene, and this unexpected circumstance was the beginning of a whole new adventure. Their destination was Prius, and all the hero knew for sure was Irene's homeland, so he didn't expect to see such harsh and rocky terrain. But there was nothing remarkable around, only endless cliffs and deserted slopes, creating a feeling of remoteness from the rest of the world. But suddenly, an unknown figure flew past the young man, creating a sharp gust of wind that made him flinch and look around warily. And then that unknown force suddenly lunged at Ruin, trying to knock him to the ground, forcing him to struggle for balance and stay on his feet. But the man said in an irritated tone that the young man had cleverly dodged his sudden kick, avoiding a fall and remaining on his feet. The young man, with determination in his voice, asked who this man was and what he was after, suddenly pouncing and fiercely attacking him without any warning. The stranger replied with audacious impudence, saying that Ruin himself was so eager for death that he dared to ask such questions. Irene quietly said that she apologized for the man's actions, because his behavior had been abrupt and completely unexpected for everyone. But she looked at him intently, trying to convey with her gaze both a sincere apology and a hidden request not to hold a grudge over the incident. She explained that this man was her older brother, and that is why his abrupt actions should not be taken too hostilely or literally. The brother said that if the hero managed to dodge his sudden attack, then this definitely proves that he does not belong to the local inhabitants of the mountain. But if she's walking next to his sister, then this young man is really her boyfriend, which explains their strange closeness and trust. He grabbed Ruin sharply by the shirt, pulling him closer to him, as if trying to force the truth out of him about his relationship with his sister. But he said that they would only be able to talk normally when Ruin hit him at least once, proving his strength and courage. Ruin calmly asked him to let him go, trying to avoid unnecessary conflict and show that he had no intention of responding to aggression with aggression. But I decided to use my player eye to scan the stranger and learn more about his true capabilities and power. And I saw through the scan that this guy turned out to be an 8-star level warrior, which immediately explained his extraordinary strength and confidence. Ruin wondered what such an extremely powerful person could have forgotten in this place, for his presence seemed strange and unnatural. Irene asked in a tired tone if her brother could finally stop, as his behavior was only escalating the situation and creating unnecessary tension. Even with such a status, he allows himself too much, crossing boundaries and disregarding the feelings of others around him. The boy couldn't understand why his sister was siding with this young man, and what was so special about him to deserve her support. Irene calmly said that she was saving him right now because without her intervention, her brother could have caused the young man serious harm or even worse. But she asked Ruin to continue on his way so as not to waste time arguing and avoid an even bigger conflict. So the hero silently agreed, realizing that it was useless to argue, and decided to trust Irene in order to calmly move forward on the planned path. I wondered if similar problems would arise with other members of Irene's family, as their reactions could be even more unpredictable. But as soon as they arrived, Irene's father hit the floor with tremendous force, shattering it and immediately showing his formidable character and strength. At that time, the children stood before him, feeling both anxiety and respect at the same time, because their father's figure radiated indomitable strength and authority. He could not believe that his precious daughter dared to bring a man into the house, because to him it seemed like an unheard-of audacity and a challenge. And if Ruin was already here, then, according to his father, he had come to ask for his daughter's hand and heart, but Akan Prius firmly declared that he would never allow this. Maybe he really wants to take his daughter, so first let him prove his worth by defeating his father in a fair fight, without any concessions or regrets. Ruin already sincerely wanted to return home and mentally reproached himself for agreeing to come here in the first place, because now everything seemed like a useless mistake. Suddenly, a woman appeared and in a stern voice ordered everyone to stop behaving like that, bringing a touch of calm and authority to the tense atmosphere. After all, Irene had finally invited someone over for the first time, and they didn't even manage to say hello properly. Instead, they made a ridiculous scene. but she sternly ordered everyone to apologize, to show the dignity of the family and not to embarrass Irene in front of her guest with her rudeness and hot temper. Aduma and Achan looked confused, not expecting such a harsh rebuke from a woman that made them feel guilty in front of everyone. But in the end, they apologized to Ruin, admitting their mistake and trying to at least partially make up for the impression of an overly stormy meeting. The young magician realized that his girlfriend was like her mother in everything, because she had the same character, decisive, wise, and able to quell any conflict. But I saw that Seda Prius was an 8-star martial artist, and this explained her strength, confidence, and unwavering authority in the family. I didn't understand at all what kind of family this was, because each of its members turned out to be extremely strong and at the same time very difficult in character. This was the family of the great Lord Prius, who once owned vast territories and lived surrounded by a halo of brilliant glory and grandeur. But all this collapsed along with the dwindling number of descendants, and only a few of them wandered the world until they finally settled in this remote area. They lived in solitude, surrounded by mountains, and devoted themselves entirely to endless training and deep meditation, distancing themselves from the outside world. But Irene, who had awakened a rare talent for magic, chose the path of a magician and firmly set her sights on restoring her family's former glory. Seda sincerely apologized for such an unsuccessful first meeting because she did not want her daughter's guests to feel unwelcome in their home. She explained that the men in this family always behaved exactly like this, abrupt, hot-tempered, and overly straightforward, although they remained sincere at heart. They are hopelessly emotional and often act without thinking, allowing feelings to override reason and creating unnecessary problems. But they are not bad people, because all their actions come from sincere love for their daughter, whom they strive to protect above all else. Ruin said that he understood everything perfectly, because Irene had indeed brought a man into the house, and anyone in her family's place would have been genuinely surprised by this. The mother explained that she remained calm because she trusted her daughter and believed that she would not bring a person home by accident. Since her daughter had brought someone to their home, it most likely meant something serious, and the mother could not take it lightly. She asked her daughter if she was right in what she said, looking intently into Irene's eyes and waiting for her sincere answer. But the young lady was ashamed to answer, lowering her eyes and blushing, because she did not dare to openly confirm her feelings in front of the whole family. As the men burst into the room again, the tension instantly resumed, their abrupt appearance threatening to interrupt the fragile peace that had just been established. They said that if Ruin truly wanted to take their daughter, he must first defeat them in battle, proving his strength and dignity. Seda could not understand who these people were. Their stubbornness and belligerence seemed absurd to her and completely inappropriate in such a situation. Achan asked if the young man's name was really Ruin Ardell, looking at him closely, as if to confirm his own guesses. And he explained that he considers strength to be the most important thing for a man. Only it allows him to protect his wife and the entire family from danger. And at the same time, he emphasized the importance of feeling responsible, which is how Achan lives himself, and how he raises his children. In his eyes, Ruin was nothing more than the son of a noble family who had never known true hardship or felt the burden of difficult trials. But he doubted whether Ruin had even a drop of true strength capable of proving his courage and right to stand by his daughter. Ruin only smiled at these words, not intending to make excuses, understanding that the true answer to such doubts is only manifested in actions. But he said that it was in his own strength that he was most confident, because he knew how to rely on himself and never gave up on difficulties or trials. Ruin said that the girl's father should not be taken for granted. He is always the first to defend his family and honor, without hesitation for a moment. And in terms of responsibility, the young man has no equal. He is ready to make the most difficult decisions. And in terms of physical strength, he is confident that he will not be inferior to anyone, because he trains every day. The young lady's brother said that it sounded like a lie. Most likely the hero deceived their princess, abusing her trust and naivety. He will offer to prove what he said, because soon they are going to conduct a strict training session with the male part of the family, where everyone must show their strength. It won't be easy. Even the most capable and talented comrades run away from their grueling training, unable to withstand the stress and pain. Ruin informs Irene of this, emphasizing that he faces difficult trials ahead, from which even the most experienced warriors usually flee. Because if they only know the language of training, it will be much easier to make friends with them, and joint work and challenges quickly bring them closer together. He says he will be back soon, because his absence won't last long, and he will definitely find a way to fulfill everything he promised before he appears again. Mom told her daughter not to worry because, judging by the young man's confident and determined look, he would definitely cope with all the difficulties. But the young lady said that she was worried not because of Ruin, confident in his strength and courage, but because of that. And for their fearless men, who are accustomed to testing strangers for strength and never show pity even to those who sincerely come with good. So the training went well, as Ruin persistently completed all the tasks, proving his endurance and strength, and gradually gained respect among the men of the family. The father says that his sons still have a long way to go, because true maturity comes only with experience, trials, and the ability to not give up in the face of difficulties. And there is still a long way to go to reach 9 stars, because it is a symbol of the pinnacle of mastery and spiritual strength, which only the most enduring and dedicated to their path achieve. Ruin understands that it will be difficult to surpass his father, because his strength, wisdom, and fearlessness have grown over many years of struggle and harsh trials. But then he decided that something would be enough to at least tame him a little, showing that he himself had the strength and dignity of a warrior. He approached them, gathering all his confidence to stand before the male part of the family and prove that he would not back down from any challenge. But he asked permission to show what he was capable of, because he wanted to prove his strength and determination to gain their respect and recognition as a true warrior. The Prius family did not immediately understand what was happening, and wondered if Ruin really wanted to destroy the giant boulder that had defied even their strongest warriors. The young man was confident in himself and his strength, for in his heart burned the conviction that perseverance and faith could overcome even the hardest stone. His father watched him carefully, trying to see if the young man truly had the inner strength that would eventually make him a worthy warrior. But suddenly, Ruin's magic flared up around him, illuminating everything with a bright glow, as if the very power of the world responded to his determination and courage. The men stood and watched in shock, not believing their eyes, as a power they had not expected from the young stranger was revealed before them. For Ruin destroyed everything with his bare hands, demonstrating such power and endurance that even the most experienced warriors of the family could not believe what they saw. So they wondered how a magician could be so strong, because usually sorcerers rely on spells, not physical power capable of shattering stone. In Prius, strength and endurance are considered the most important features, because they are the key to survival and reliable protection of the family from any threats. As the hero thought, they planned to break his spirit through grueling training, forcing him to prove his endurance where others had long ago given up. But contrary to their plans, this will be a chance to show what he is capable of, proving that his strength and determination are no match for any Prius. Several days passed like this, each similar to the previous one, full of grueling training, pain, and trials that tempered the spirit and strengthened the body. Ruin asks Adumu if he's okay, noticing the fatigue on his face and wanting to make sure his friend is enduring the rigorous training without harming himself. And they had to get up because it was time to go to dinner, where the whole family was waiting for them, ready to discuss the results of the day and share their impressions. He offered a helping hand to support his comrade on his feet, showing his care and willingness to lend a shoulder in a difficult moment. They ask if the young man will join the training tomorrow, because everyone wants to see if he has enough strength and endurance to go through the harsh tests again. Ruin wonders if they mind if he calls them Hanan, wanting to emphasize his respect and at the same time get closer to them as a real family. They agreed because they perceived his request as a sincere sign of trust and recognition, allowing him to feel part of their brotherly circle. Their father appeared before them, radiating stern confidence and strength, so everyone immediately fell silent, waiting for his word and further instructions. Silently observing the situation, he carefully looked at every movement and word, as if assessing how worthy the young man was to stand next to his sons. At midnight, voices could still be heard from the house, as the family animatedly discussed the day's events, never tiring of sharing their thoughts and impressions. After all, the brothers asked Ruin if it was true that he had already been offered the position of the next head of the Magic Tower, not hiding their surprise and interest. And the Emperor himself allegedly paid him attention, which seemed incredible because such an honor fell only to the most outstanding magicians and warriors. Irene explains that her friend stopped the Dirty King, so this was the only possible outcome, because after such a feat, one cannot go unnoticed. They could not believe that such a person had visited them. It seemed incredible that a hero about whom legends were made was sitting next to them at the same table. Akon Prius asks why he only told about it now. Such news is so important that the family should have heard it much earlier. If he had told them earlier, the attitude would have been different. They would have immediately taken him more seriously, understanding what enormous power he concealed. Ruin said that other people's titles were meaningless to him because only actions had true value, not loud words or positions bestowed by the authorities. Because he wanted Irene's family to recognize him not for his titles or merits, but for who he really was, and accept him as an equal among them. And he had no intention of telling anyone about his status, believing that true trust is gained through honest actions. Mom said that this was exactly the kind of person their daughter could fall in love with. His sincerity, modesty, and strength of spirit were more valuable than any titles. But the elder Prius remained silent, looking closely at Ruin, as if trying to understand his true intentions and decide whether he was worthy of the family's trust. Later, everyone went to bed, tired from a long day, and silence reigned in the house, broken only by the soft crackling of the night fire. Only Ruin was addressed, breaking the silence of the night, and he looked around warily, trying to recognize the voice calling him in the darkness. It was his father, who approached him calmly and seriously, as if the time had come for an important conversation on which their future relationship depended. Who ordered to follow him without explaining the reasons, and Ruin, feeling the weight of the moment, silently followed, preparing for an unknown conversation. To talk, because it was time for a frank conversation in which they were to find out whether Ruin was truly worthy of becoming part of their family. The guy didn't understand what to talk about at such a time, because the night seemed completely unsuitable for serious conversations, especially with the head of the family. But he looked confident, trying not to betray his doubts, knowing that any weakness at that moment could spoil his impression. Then Achan said that Irene was his only precious daughter, and he would not allow anyone to hurt her or treat her without due respect. And whether Ruin can take responsibility for her, it is important for the father to know that his daughter will be in safe hands, protected from all dangers. The young man confidently said that he could. His strength, determination, and sincere feelings for Irene gave him the courage to take on such a great responsibility. The father says that, despite his sociable behavior, he treated them with respect, and this made a strong and pleasant impression on him. But if he makes his daughter cry, Achan will not let it go. He has sworn to protect her happiness at any cost, even at the cost of someone else's life. So he asks to take care of Irene, because for him she is the most precious treasure, and he wants to be sure that her heart will always be safe. Later, they decided to leave, having gathered the necessary things and said goodbye to their family, who saw them off with warm words and wishes of good luck. Ruin promised that he would visit them, because he had sincerely become attached to Irene's family and wanted to remain not a guest, but a close person for them. But Aduma said that they were planning an official visit to Ardell, so they asked not to part until they could meet again. Irene was angry with her foolish brother for such words. They sounded too frank, and put her in an awkward position in front of Ruin. But she asked Ruin to leave quickly to avoid further awkward conversations. She was embarrassed by her brother's behavior and wanted to be left alone with her thoughts. When they left, the young lady turned to him, trying to contain her emotions, to clarify how the two of them should move on, saying that both their families have given their blessings and no one else will stand in their way. Now their future depends only on themselves. So who will they be to each other now? She asked in a quiet voice, as if longing to hear confirmation that their hearts were now united forever.